Xuan survived for 10 years in the apocalypse and suddenly found himself reborn at the very beginning of the end times. He was bestowed with the god-level plundering ability, leaving anyone he touched utterly stripped of their possessions as a sinister door opened before him. You like hoarding supplies, do you? Hand them over. Your ability is quite impressive. Relinquish it to me. Your level is remarkably high. Surrender it now. Zombies have skills too? Hand them over. The abilities of apocalyptic beasts are even more formidable. Surrender them. This mall is splendid. Let's carry it away. This piece of land is quite nice. Let's seize it as well. In his past life, he lived humbly through 9 rounds of apocalypse. In this life, he would rise invincibly, sweeping through the end times. Chapter 1. Reborn after 10 years. Thoughts become clear. At Suda, Xuan suddenly bolted upright from his bed, gasping for breath, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. Instinctively, he reached under his pillow for a weapon, but found nothing. Xuan paused for a moment, then slowly surveyed his surroundings. Familiar dormitory bed, familiar two-dimensional anime posters. I clearly died. How am I in a university dormitory? As a thought struck him, Xuan's pupils constricted, and he hurriedly took out his phone. November 11th, 2026, 9:30 a.m. I've been reborn 10 years into the past. Although the situation seemed utterly unbelievable, the 10 years of survival in the apocalypse had endowed Xuan with a resilient heart, and he quickly regained his composure. With less than half an hour before the apocalypse descends, there was no time for further contemplation. He promptly jumped out of bed, changing clothes to head out. Anzi, could you bring me some food? I'll pay you back next month. Anzi, bring me a portion too, fried rice without scallions. Thank you. Me too. Xuan ignored the few roommates who were taking advantage of him, retrieving a watermelon knife from under his bed and heading out on his own. Don't ask how he came by the watermelon knife. There was no time to waste before the apocalypse. Upon exiting the dormitory, Xuan pondered what preparations to make before the impending apocalypse to enhance his chances of survival. Hoarding food and supplies was no longer feasible. There was neither enough time nor financial capability. Hoarding weapons was even more absurd, as it would be challenging to acquire anything more lethal than a watermelon knife in such a short time. Securing advantageous terrain was also impractical. He was currently in a university town, densely populated. Once the apocalypse struck, a vast number of people would quickly transform into a horde of zombies. There was not a single place in the university town where he could safely hide. After much contemplation, he decided to rely on his memories and experiences from his previous life, taking each step as it came. Xuan swiftly made his way to the rooftop of the teaching building. After the apocalypse, a large number of zombies would appear out of nowhere, attacking anyone they encountered. Those bitten would turn into zombies as well, the transformation taking anywhere from 30 seconds to 3 hours. At that point, the world would descend into a paradise for the undead. Xuan did not come to the rooftop merely for its advantageous height for survival. Rather, it was because a supply box would appear on the rooftop after the apocalypse, the only one at Suda. In his previous life, Xuan had fortuitously obtained this supply box, which allowed him to survive. He leaned against the railing, gazing out at the campus. Young men and women strolled in small groups, some laughing and joking, others whispering sweetly to one another, embodying a serene passage of time, completely unaware that in 20 minutes, this place would become a hell on earth. Xuan silently watched, savoring this fleeting tranquility. A decade of apocalyptic existence had thoroughly dulled his edges, rendering him indifferent toward both people and matters. He had long grown accustomed to the ugliness of human nature. In the apocalypse, one could only trust oneself, as even family and lovers would betray without hesitation when faced with self-interest. Xuan paused, suddenly recalling his girlfriend. Her name was Su Xiaoyan, extraordinarily beautiful with an alluring figure, a soft and melodious voice, and an affinity for fashion. She was undoubtedly the campus goddess of Suda, with countless admirers. Xuan's ability to be with Su Xiaoyan was largely due to his handsome appearance, though the primary reason was his exceptional skills and flattery. Su Xiaoyan was a quintessential gold digger, secretly quite vain. She insisted on high-quality clothes, bags, and phones. If she couldn't afford them herself, she would pester Xuan to buy them for her, threatening to break up if he refused. In his infatuation, Xuan naturally complied with her every demand. Clothes? Bought. A new phone? Purchased. A bag worth thousands? He would even deliver takeout to afford it. In his previous life, at the onset of the apocalypse, he not only survived but also helped Su Xiaoyan escape from Suda. Subsequently, he risked his life to scavenge for supplies, solely to find her favorite snacks. Under his protection, Su Xiaoyan not only survived the apocalypse but also gained a few pounds. One could say he was unwaveringly devoted to her, serving her with all his heart and soul. Yet, a love-struck fool was destined to end up with nothing. 3 years into the apocalypse, Su Xiaoyan had attached herself to a powerful leader and secretly betrayed Xuan. Ultimately, she even arranged for him to lose a leg, leaving him to fend for himself. Had it not been for Xuan's strength, he would have perished long ago. To this day, Xuan could not forget Su Xiaoyan's condescending, mocking gaze. Reflecting on the past, he took out his phone and dialed her number. When the call connected, he heard Su Xiaoyan's somewhat impatient voice. "Hello, Xuan. It's early in the morning, and I'm still trying to catch up on my beauty sleep. Are you annoying me? Darling, could you come to the rooftop of the teaching building?" "What for? Are you out of your mind?" "Just come. I prepared a surprise for you." "Did you buy that bag I liked?" "You'll find out when you get here. I promise you won't be disappointed." Fine, I'll come over now. Can't you just deliver it to my dormitory?" Within 10 minutes, Su Xiaoyan gracefully arrived at the rooftop. Normally, if Xuan invited her, being an hour late would be considered standard. But when it came to gifts, Su Xiaoyan was always punctual. Su Xiaoyan scrutinized Xuan with suspicion. "Where's the gift? I don't see it." "Xuan, if you dare to deceive me, it's over. I will break up with you no matter what." "I couldn't care less about the gift. I detest being lied to. Now you choose to deceive me? Once we marry, will you just abuse me?" Gazing at the irate and beautiful girl before him, Xuan felt a momentary daze and couldn't help but smile warmly. He then slowly approached Su Xiaoyan. Slap! Without a word, Xuan firmly grasped her soft throat, revealing a gleaming watermelon knife from behind. Is this surprise sufficient? Upon seeing this, Su Xiaoyan trembled in terror. "Shu, dear, what are you doing? Calm down. I was just joking. We won't break up. I love you, truly, deeply, and I could never bear to leave you." Xuan's expression remained unchanged, his smile still warm. "Did you ever think of me when you went to the hotel with those men?" "Oh, I suppose I did. After all, you paid for the room. Is this your version of loving me? You haven't deleted the videos on your phone, have you?" Initially, Xuan was unaware of these matters until the last life when he lost a leg, and Su Xiaoyan revealed it herself. Su Xiaoyan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Ow, how do you know this?" "No, dear, let me explain. I was forced into it. Setting aside the facts, don't you bear any blame? You promised to protect me. Yet when I needed you most, you weren't by my side. Are you even a man?" Xuan shook his head helplessly, still fighting when death is imminent. After speaking, he took a half step back and swung the knife. A head rolled away. He flicked the bloodstains from his clothes, lit his cigarette, and leaned against the railing, awaiting the arrival of the apocalypse. Having just killed someone, his own girlfriend, Xuan felt no turmoil within, as if the cold corpse on the ground had nothing to do with him, maintaining a languid demeanor. Yet, a fleeting realization dawned upon him. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the sky, and beams of red light cascaded down. Swarms of zombies materialized in the campus. The apocalypse game had begun. Chapter 2. The arrival of the Golden Finger. Before anyone could react, the zombies unleashed a wave of slaughter. They lunged at the living, tearing and biting, causing blood and flesh to scatter, and those who were bitten would swiftly transform into new zombies. The air was filled with agonizing screams and desperate cries for help. Within moments, the entire academy had descended into a hellish nightmare. Suin averted his gaze and silently turned away, grasping his watermelon knife. In the center of the rooftop, a bronze chest lay quietly. There are various types of supply boxes, ranging from the most basic wooden boxes to bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and diamond. In the early days of the apocalypse, wooden boxes were prevalent, while bronze and silver boxes were scarce. Suin hurriedly approached and opened the chest, revealing 3 items inside. 1. Basic defense coat, X1-2. Zombie virus immunity serum, X1-3. Blue enhancement pill, X1. Each item was invaluable. Although the defense coat was merely basic, its protective capabilities were astonishing, rendering it impervious to ordinary zombies. The blue enhancement pill was an oral medication capable of permanently augmenting the human body. As for the zombie virus immunity serum, its worth was immeasurable in the apocalypse. Capable of trading for at least a ton of essential supplies along with a dozen attractive female slaves. Highlighting its rarity, one that Suin regrettably never utilized in his previous life. When he found Su Xiaoyan, she had already succumbed to the virus, prompting him to selflessly administer the precious serum to her without hesitation. Suin swallowed the enhancement pill in one gulp, a surge of strength coursing through him, and he could feel his physique noticeably bolstered. He donned the defense coat, secured the immunity serum, and gripped the watermelon knife as he made his way downstairs. The university town was not a place for prolonged stays. He needed to depart swiftly. A dense population would inevitably give rise to a massive horde of zombies, which, once reaching a critical mass, would mutate. These mutated zombies exhibited a significant increase in both aggression and speed, and Suin's current strength was insufficient to confront them. The best course of action was to retreat to the outskirts, far from the impending horde. Ding! The system has detected that the host is facing an apocalyptic threat and has activated automatically. Congratulations, the host has acquired the God-level ability of Plunder. Plunder, unique to the God level. Ability description, give it to me, can infinitely replicate all other abilities, and upon plundering others' wealth, can directly strip their abilities. Activation condition, touch the target of plunder while silently reciting, give it to me. Upon hearing the voice echo in his mind, Suin stumbled in astonishment. Had his golden finger finally arrived? In his previous life, he had not awakened any abilities until a week after the apocalypse began, and even then, it was merely a third-rate power. To think that in this life, he had been bestowed with a God-level ability right from the start, it could only be described as a stroke of fortune. Plundering? That was quintessentially apocalyptic. Suin grinned widely, overwhelmed with satisfaction. Despite possessing extraordinary abilities, he remains rather feeble, as he has yet to replicate the powers of others. The act of plundering lacks inherent offensive capability, rendering his current strength merely average, sufficient only to contend with ordinary zombies. However, the future is rife with infinite possibilities. As long as he continues to replicate the abilities of others and amass wealth, soaring to greatness will be inevitable. Suin promptly abandoned his plan to venture into the suburbs. The foremost priority now is to locate other supernatural beings and subsequently replicate their powers, with a preference for the most advanced abilities. Suin pondered, sifting through the memories within his mind. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, the number of awakened individuals at Suda University was scant, and those of notable caliber were even fewer, the majority possessing merely G-grade abilities. The one who left a lasting impression on him was Yu, known in later times as the Black Widow. She was an S-grade lightning power wielder. A fellow student from Suda, she was a year his junior and, with her beauty, sweet voice, and pure demeanor, was celebrated as one of the university's 4 flower goddesses. However, he had little interaction with her, having only crossed paths a few times. While he was aware that Yu must have awakened her lightning powers, he was unaware of her exact whereabouts, which posed a dilemma. Furthermore, following the cataclysm, global communication networks had vanished in an instant, rendering all devices inoperative. Thus, reaching out to Yu via phone was out of the question. He had no choice but to search for her. Even if it were akin to finding a needle in a haystack, he resolved to press on. S-grade abilities are not commonplace. In later times, each S-grade wielder was a formidable sovereign, underscoring the immense value of such powers. Moreover, Yu harbored a severe disdain for men, often attacking any male she encountered, which earned her the moniker of Black Widow, a testament to her ferocity. Given that Yu had just begun to awaken her powers, she likely had not yet fully mastered them, marking the perfect opportunity for replication. Failing to seize this chance would make future replication exceedingly difficult. With this thought in mind, Suin grasped his watermelon knife and proceeded towards the dormitory building where Yu resided. Upon descending the stairs, several zombies immediately surrounded him, howling. Suin remained composed, swiftly severing a zombie's head. However, he had no intention of lingering. He fought while deftly evading their attacks. After dispatching another zombie, he seized the moment to slip out of their encirclement, moving like a wraith toward his destination. Having run a few hundred meters, he spotted a girl with an appealing visage being dragged by a zombie beside a car. The girl clung desperately to the car door, clutching the keys, while the zombie gnawed at her leg, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream of agony from her. Without hesitation, Suin rushed over, brandishing his knife. Upon seeing him, a glimmer of hope ignited in her despairing eyes as she urgently called out for help. "Please save me. I'll do anything." However, before she could finish her plea, she was met with the razor-sharp edge of the watermelon knife. Suin swiftly wielded his knife, and the girl's head fell to the ground. She had already succumbed to the infection, and he had no intention of saving her. Even helping her find peace could be viewed as accumulating merit. Suin crouched down, retrieved the car keys from the corpse, and settled into the vehicle. With a roar of the engine, he pressed the accelerator, propelling the car forward with a thunderous surge. Along the way, both humans and zombies were mercilessly struck down and crushed beneath the wheels. Before long, Suin arrived at the dormitory building where Yu resided. However, the scene before him caused him to furrow his brow. The entire building had succumbed to chaos, teeming with zombies. A few survivors could be seen screaming and fleeing, inadvertently drawing the horde's attention, while others, unable to bear the horrific sights, leaped from the upper floors to their demise. The ground was littered with severed limbs and intestines. Blood splattered everywhere. With such turmoil, he wondered if Yu was still inside. If she wasn't, it would pose a significant problem. Just as Suin was about to exit the vehicle, he noticed a petite girl at the staircase, fiercely wielding a gas canister and smashing it against the encroaching zombies. Standing at less than 1.6 meters, with delicate limbs and a petite frame, she was adorned in a pink dress. Yet, her strength was astonishing. Each swing of the gas canister sent a zombie flying. With her and the gas canister, she managed to keep a horde of zombies at bay. Suin let out a soft exclamation of surprise, directing his gaze towards the girl. Simultaneously, 2 lines of text appeared above her head. Power amplification ability, D-level. Wealth value, 5. Remarkably, she was an awakened ability user, albeit a D-level one. The girl seemed to notice Suin as well. After dispatching a few zombies, she hurried over to the front of his car and began knocking on the windshield. "Please, open the door and take me with you," she implored. A smile crept across Suin's face. An opportunity to replicate abilities had presented itself. He promptly opened the car door and pulled the girl inside, silently reciting in his mind, "Bring it to me." Detected potential target for plunder. Ability replication initiated. Wealth plundered. Please select. Chapter 3. The Desperate Dash in the Apocalypse. In search of the campus bell. Ability replicated. Ability replication successful. Gained ability, D-level power amplification. In the blink of an eye, he had acquired the D-level ability, uplifting his spirits. At long last, he possessed a practical ability, though it was merely D-level. For now, it would suffice. As for her wealth, only 5 points remained. Aside from her clothing, she likely possessed little else. He had no peculiar inclination towards women's attire, and acquiring it would serve little purpose. "Thank you, big brother. You scared me to death. Is this the apocalypse?" the girl said, her voice tinged with lingering fear as she returned to the car. Suin did not respond, but instead inquired, "Do you know Yu?" The young girl nodded, acknowledging that she indeed recognized them, as they were dormitory mates. Upon hearing this, Suin's eyes brightened, realizing his fortune, and he hastily inquired, "Do you know where she is now?" After a moment of contemplation, the girl replied, "I remember she went to her uncle's photography studio today to be a cover model. Do you know where her uncle's studio is located?" He pressed on. "Yes. I've accompanied her there twice. It's right next to the television station building to the north." With the whereabouts of Yu now known, Suin wasted no time, swiftly turning the vehicle towards the school gate. "I can take you along, but you must guide me to find Yu." "Sure, no problem," the girl assented eagerly, nodding her head. In a matter of moments, the car successfully exited the school grounds and sped towards the television station. At that time, Sioux City had already descended into chaos, with hordes of zombies and panic-fleeing crowds lining the streets, and countless abandoned vehicles cluttering the roadsides. Thick smoke mingled with the sounds of screams, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of hell on Earth. Fortunately, as the apocalypse had only just begun, many were busy evading the zombies, and the roads were not yet completely blocked. Occasionally, when zombies or people obstructed the path, they could be forcefully pushed aside. The girl gazed out at the scene, her face paling. Seeking to divert her attention, she quickly initiated a conversation with Suin. "What is your name, and what is your major?" "Iyemiri Shioyu. 18 years old, and I love eating fish." With a swift press of the accelerator that sent 2 zombies flying, Suin calmly responded, "Suin, hello, brother, and for now on, I'll call you Ngu. What is your relationship with Qingyu? Are we going to rescue her?" Suin remained silent, merely nodding slightly, his full focus on driving. Noticing his reticence, Li Xiaoyu refrained from further questioning, her large eyes filled with curiosity, tinged with a hint of envy towards Qingyu. In her eyes, it was evident that Suin and Qingyu must share a romantic connection. Suin's willingness to risk his life to save Qingyu, even amidst the end of the world, spoke volumes. A sense of melancholy washed over Li Xiaoyu. Qingyu had such a wonderful boyfriend, while she felt utterly alone. Those boys who once professed their love for her, claiming they would die for her, were likely too preoccupied with their own survival now. Even if they had the ability to protect themselves, they would never sacrifice their lives to save her. "If only Suin were my boyfriend," she mused, admiring his handsome appearance. After approximately 20 minutes of travel, Suin abruptly braked, bringing the car to a halt, and grabbed a watermelon knife before exiting the vehicle. "We're not there yet," he replied coolly. Change vehicles, he added. After a journey filled with driving and collisions, the small car could no longer endure. A breakdown was only a matter of time if they did not switch cars. Oh, okay. Li Xiaoyu quickly exited the car to follow him. Soon approached a Hummer. Tapping on the windshield, a rotund, middle-aged man rolled down the window, peering out. Kid, get lost. Don't block me from waiting for my people. Without uttering a word, Suen seized the middle-aged man by the collar, forcibly extracting him from the vehicle before taking his place in the driver's seat. The man, enraged, clambered to his feet and drew a dagger from his waist, lunging toward Suen. In response, Suen delivered a powerful kick, augmented by his enhanced strength, sending the man hurtling through the air to crash violently against a nearby trash bin, his fate uncertain. To Suen's surprise, a stunningly attractive woman, likely the middle-aged man's lover, remained seated in the passenger seat. She appeared to be no more than 20, her beauty reminiscent of a campus belle. Emotionless, Suen yanked her from the car, delivering a similar kick to send her tumbling out. As he withdrew his foot, he deftly closed the door with the tip of his shoe and exchanged a knowing glance with Li Xiaoyu, signaling her to hurry up and get in. Li Xiaoyu nodded vigorously, complying with Suen's unspoken command. She had been observing his actions closely. Whether confronting the living or the undead, he showed no mercy, clearing any obstacles in his path and commandeering whatever vehicle he desired with ruthless efficiency. However, she dared not voice her thoughts, as she relied on Suen for her survival. After all, this was an apocalyptic world where ideals of goodness and beauty had long since evaporated. Though she had never experienced the end of the world firsthand, she had watched enough dystopian films to know that selfless characters often met grim fates. Being young and inexperienced in love, she had no desire to meet an untimely end. As they resumed their journey, a trip that was initially expected to take half an hour stretched into over an hour before they finally reached their destination, a photography studio that Li Xiaoyu pointed out in the distance. Suen parked in front of the studio, pocketed the car keys, and stepped out wielding a watermelon knife. Wait for me, brethren. I'll go with you, Li Xiaoyu called after him. While the car might have been a safer refuge, she lacked the courage to remain inside alone. Inside the studio, Xue Qingyu huddled in a corner of the photography room, trembling in fear. Outside, occasional screams echoed, further draining her complexion of color. Qingyu, don't be afraid. Your uncle will protect you, a reassuring voice said. Thank you, uncle, Xue Qingyu replied, nodding obediently. The speaker was Lu Qingyu, her uncle and the owner of the photography studio, who was softly comforting her. Gifted with innate beauty, Xue Qingyu blossomed into an even more radiant young woman, exuding an ethereal charm that rivaled even the most celebrated stars, perhaps surpassing them. However, her family was not well off, and, as a result, she often worked as a cover model at her uncle's studio to earn a modest living. Lu Qingyu was naturally pleased and welcomed the situation, not for any other reason, but because Xue Qingyu's beauty and grace were simply extraordinary. After she modeled for his photography studio, he could not fathom how much business she attracted. Initially, Xue Qingyu arrived at the studio as usual for a cover shoot. However, shortly after the camera started rolling, a horrifying incident unfolded. Around 10 o'clock, chaos erupted on the streets as a horde of frenzied individuals, their faces contorted with rage, began to attack passers-by, even resorting to cannibalism. The streets were littered with intestines and flesh. Those who were bitten soon resurrected and continued their assault on others. Before the studio could secure its doors, the madmen surged in, wreaking havoc. Lu Qingyu and Xue Qingyu managed to take refuge in a small photography booth, narrowly escaping disaster. As Lu Qingyu reflected on the preceding events, despair enveloped his heart. He suddenly perceived the scene around him as reminiscent of a dystopian film. Surely, the apocalypse had arrived. With the end of the world upon them, all his years of hard work in the photography business would vanish, along with his wealth and reputation, all reduced to mere illusions. This thought stirred an indescribable agitation within him. Glancing at the youthful and radiant Xue Qingyu beside him, an unbidden impulse drove him to extend his hand toward her, a flicker of madness crossing his gaze. Qingyu, come into my arms, and you shall not fear. Your uncle will protect you well. Chapter 4. Acquiring S-class abilities and establishing a new stronghold. Xue Qingyu, witnessing the madness etched on Lu Qingyu's face, felt her panic intensify. Instinctively, she took 2 steps back. Thank you, but no, I don't need it. Lu Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening. Qingyu, are you being disobedient? I have watched you grow since childhood. What harm is there in a hug? Shaking her head vigorously, Xue Qingyu continued to retreat, until she found herself cornered against the wall. "Please don't do this." Hearing her plea, Lu Qingyu chuckled ominously, his eyes blazing with a sinister light. "The apocalypse has come. It's all over. Everything is lost. After struggling for most of my life, I find myself with nothing. Qingyu, in this world's end, morals and ethics are irrelevant. Can't you help me just this once? I've been good to you. Isn't it only right for you to assist me?" As he spoke, he lunged toward her, terrified beyond measure. Xue Qingyu had already been shaken by the earlier encounter with zombies. Lu Qingyu's predatory behavior was something she had never anticipated. Desperately, she fought back, crying and pleading for mercy. Yet, Lu Qingyu remained deaf to her cries. Seeing her fierce resistance made him retreat momentarily as he began to undress. "Qingyu, you must be quiet. Outside lurk monsters that consume humans. If they discover us, your delicate form will be mercilessly devoured, rather than falling prey to those creatures. Wouldn't it be better to succumb to me? Fear not. I shall cherish you well. I have long harbored thoughts of mischief." Xue Qingyu shook her head, tears glistening in her eyes, her heart heavy with despair. "Do not approach, you beast." Lu Qingyu grinned malevolently, advancing with determination, intent on regressing to a primal state. The more abhorrent her insults became, the more exhilarated he felt. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the door burst open, revealing a man and a woman, Suan and Li Xiaoyu. "Qingyu, are you unharmed?" Li Xiaoyu rushed in, immediately struck by the tragic sight of Xue Qingyu. Thankfully, her clothing remained intact, though she appeared highly shaken. Li Xiaoyu hastily grabbed a garment from the wardrobe and draped it over her. Lu Qingyu, infuriated by this interruption, bellowed at Suan, "Who permitted your entry? This is my studio, get out." Suan cast a dispassionate glance at Lu Qingyu before turning his attention to the sobbing Xue Qingyu. With a brief contemplation, he surmised the events that had transpired. Lu Qingyu's actions did not astonish Suan. After 10 years surviving in the apocalypse, he had witnessed far worse atrocities, scenes far more deranged and devoid of humanity. The apocalypse devours all ethics and morals once unleashed, and Lu Qingyu seemed to have adapted with alarming swiftness. Suan also grasped the reasons behind Xue Qingyu's animosity towards men in her previous life. Noticing Suan's disregard, a cold glint flickered in Lu Qingyu's eyes as he seized a stone intended for a photographic backdrop and hurled it at Suan's head. "He screamed. "Watch out!" Li Xiaoyu cried out, alarmed. Lu Qingyu's speed was formidable, his strike decisive and unhesitating. Yet before Suan, it was but a futile display. Suan, a seasoned veteran of violence, swiftly evaded the blow. In an instant, Lu Qingyu found himself disarmed, clutching his throat in desperation as crimson blood oozed through his fingers. Pooling beneath him, he yearned to speak, but only rasping sounds escaped his lips, accompanied by a foamy spatter of blood. With a thud, Lu Qingyu collapsed, convulsing on the ground. His survival hinged on the volume of blood he could spare. However, in that moment, the weeping Xue Qingyu leaped into Suan's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Suan, taken aback, was left bewildered. "Do we know each other well?" He pondered, though despite his confusion, he held her tightly and silently wished, "Bring it on." Alert. Potential target for plunder detected. Please select direction of plunder. Ability replication initiated. Ability replication successful. Acquiring extraordinary abilities. Mastery of lightning, grade S at last. The coveted grade S power was in Suan's possession, and a smile of satisfaction graced his face. This was indeed a bona fide grade S ability, providing him a semblance of support for the days to come. However, in the eyes of Li Xiaoyu, Suan's smile appeared tinged with a hint of bitterness, as if he were savoring a sour lemon. The handsome men and beautiful women seemed to have mutual affections, which left Li Xiaoyu feeling inexplicably envious. After all, she was not the first to arrive at this situation. Shortly thereafter, the trio exited the photo studio and returned to their vehicle. Suan took the wheel, while the two girls occupied the back seat, whispering and occasionally casting furtive glances at him. Xue Qingyu's cheeks flushed as she dared not meet Suan's gaze, while Li Xiaoyu scrutinized the two with keen interest. Suan, however, was furrowed in thought. The apocalypse had descended upon them with startling abruptness. Merely 2 or 3 hours had elapsed. Yet, many had already reacted, hastily fleeing the city in their vehicles, seeking refuge in the suburbs to evade the horde of zombies. This mass exodus soon rendered the highways impassable, creating a chaotic gridlock. The zombies seized the opportunity to swarm the roads, aggressively battering against the car windows, a dangerous game of chance. Once the blind boxes were opened, the fate of those inside was all but sealed. Death was trivial compared to the peril of hastily pressing the accelerator in a moment of panic. The traffic had effectively come to a standstill, extinguishing Sue Ann's hopes of leaving the city. Walking out would take several hours and pose an excessive risk, rendering the endeavor unworthy. After much contemplation, Sue Ann abandoned his plans to exit the city and signaled for the two women to disembark. They then made their way, guided by memory, to a nearby affluent residential area. The security guard had long fled, leaving the gates wide open. From within, the distant growls of zombies could be faintly heard. The trio entered the community, with Sue Ann first securing the guard booth, lowering the barrier to lock the gates. He did not expect the barrier to withstand zombies, but the alarm would serve its purpose when they inevitably breached it. This luxurious enclave was primarily composed of standalone villas, boasting picturesque scenery. Yet at this moment, it lay in desolation, with scattered zombies wandering aimlessly. No living souls could be seen. The wealthy not only enjoyed superior accommodations, but also evacuated at a swifter pace. With vehicles rendered useless, many had taken to the skies. Consequently, the residents of this affluent district had mostly departed, leaving behind a scant few survivors. As Sue Ann traversed the area, he methodically eliminated the stray zombies. Eventually, he chose a villa near the community entrance as a temporary stronghold. After conducting a thorough inspection to ensure the absence of zombies, he officially settled in. Chapter 5. Ambitions. Neighbors hoarding supplies while I hoard weapons certainly. Before fully moving in, it was essential to stockpile some basic necessities. Sue Ann instructed Shui Qingyu to remain in the villa to organize any usable items, while he took Li Xiaoyu to scavenge for supplies in the other residences. Concurrently, him to clear out the zombies in the community, all the while honing Li Xiaoyu's personal skills. Li Xiaoyu possesses a D-grade power amplification ability, which exhibits limited potential for growth and presents a rather bleak future. Nonetheless, it proves to be quite practical in the early stages, serving effectively as a tool for laborious tasks. At the very least, the application of Li Xiaoyu's ability is straightforward and uncomplicated, unlike the lightning powers of Shui Qingyu, which require considerable time to master. Naturally, she is more than willing to comply with Sue Ann's directives. Her greatest fear lies not in being used like a beast of burden, but rather in being unceremoniously cast aside by him. In this desolate world, devoid of any support, she finds solace in her formidable strength as a power-type awakened individual, which aligns perfectly with her newfound role. Choosing a baseball bat as her weapon, she wields it with remarkable ease, delivering devastating blows that result in the heads of zombies exploding in a gruesome display of violence. Sue Ann trails behind her at a leisurely pace, occasionally offering pointers and assisting her with questions regarding the use of her powers. Upon realizing her status as an awakened individual, Li Xiaoyu's excitement manifests in jubilant leaps and hearty laughter, exclaiming, "I am an awakened one. No wonder my strength has surged so dramatically." Sue Ann, shaking his head in bemusement, refrains from dampening her enthusiasm, despite the stark reality that her ability, much like a certain aspect of her physique, is a mere D-grade, leaving little room for advancement. Just days prior, her prospects seemed manageable, but as the days progress and the zombies evolve, he fears that this simple-minded melee fighter, with only power amplification to rely on, may soon be outclassed even by elite foes. Curiosity piqued, Li Xiaoyu inquires whether Qingyu is also an awakened individual. Indeed, she possesses lightning abilities, Sue Ann confirms. Li Xiaoyu's eyes sparkle with intrigue at this revelation, exclaiming in awe at the grandeur it implies. Sue Ann concurs. Lightning abilities are indeed impressive. They possess the unique ability to generate electricity, allowing for pinpoint accuracy and formidable speed and lethality. Additionally, during thunderstorms, her powers receive a significant boost, enabling her to harness certain bolts of lightning for her own use. Such prowess is undeniably formidable. Sue Ann contemplates this and channels the electric energy within himself, directing it towards a nearby zombie. A flicker of lightning arcs from his fingertips, swiftly puncturing a charred hole in the creature's chest. However, his aim falters slightly. He had intended to strike the zombie's head, but instead hit its torso. Clearly, further practice is required. Simultaneously, he notes a slight increase in his familiarity with the lightning ability. In the first apocalypse, individuals cannot level up. Only their abilities can. The enhancement of these abilities is a straightforward process. Simply utilizing them increases proficiency, and upon reaching the requisite level, they automatically advance until they reach their maximum capacity. Consequently, The quality of an ability's grade is of paramount importance in this initial apocalypse. Upon accessing the skill panel, he indeed observes some changes. Power Amplification D, 15 proficiency, 80. Lightning Control S, 125 proficiency, 1. Plunder Godlike Unique, 1 proficiency, 20. The proficiency of the three abilities has been enhanced to varying degrees, with the proficiency in Strength Amplification being the highest and on the verge of leveling up. It appears that the maximum level is 5, while Lightning Control can reach a maximum level of 25. Utilizing abilities can indeed enhance proficiency. As for the Plunder ability, it remains an enigma. One can only infer that it too can be upgraded, though its upper limit is unknown. Moreover, the disparity between the ratings of these abilities is quite evident. Setting aside Plunder, let us compare Lightning Control and Strength Amplification. In terms of initial power, Strength Amplification lags considerably behind Lightning Control, and in terms of growth potential, it is even more unfavorable. One peaks at level 5, while the other reaches level 25, making the numerical advantage overwhelmingly clear. Suen could not help but cast a sympathetic glance at Li Xiaoyu. The competition among individuals can be disheartening. Even among awakeners, differences exist. Fortunately, he considers himself a cheat. Li Xiaoyu, unaware of the sympathy in Suen's gaze, stared at him with wide eyes. Brotherin, you can generate electricity? Are you also an ability user of the lightning type? I suppose so, Suen replied with a nod, evading further inquiry. But I noticed you possess great strength as well. I thought you, like me, had the Strength Amplification ability. Indeed, I do have Strength Amplification as well. Li Xiaoyu, as expected a Brotherin. She smiled sweetly, not probing further. Suen's prowess only brought her joy. This is the fundamental self-awareness of a supportive companion. A strong ally allows the supporter to thrive effortlessly. After spending most of the day tidying up the community, the two finally cleared out the zombies and managed to scavenge a good amount of supplies. Upon returning to their base, Suen walked ahead with his hands in his pockets, while Li Xiaoyu followed behind, burdened by several hundred pounds of supplies. The numerous bags nearly engulfed her petite frame, leaving only her sparkling eyes visible. Xueqingyu had also organized the supplies within the base and cleaned all the rooms, giving their temporary shelter a semblance of home. A preliminary tally of the supplies revealed 9.5 barrels of vegetable oil, over 300 pounds of rice and flour, 13 boxes of beverages and juices, 629 bottles of various alcoholic drinks, over 60 pounds of fresh vegetables, 40 pounds of fresh meat, and more than 20 boxes of canned goods, primarily pet food for cats and dogs. Condiments such as soy sauce, monosodium glutamate, cooking oil, and iodized salt amounted to only 6 boxes, while a variety of snacks filled 2 large bags, along with 2 bags of abalone, bird's nest, and sea cucumber. Additionally, there were 4 large bags of assorted medicines and herbs. These provisions would easily sustain the 3 of them for 2 months. However, it is important to note that this represents the entirety of supplies from more than 20 luxury villas, comprising a significant portion of the community. This highlights the drawback of residing in a luxury district, where the food reserves are alarmingly scant. The total amount of consumables in this luxury area may not even match that of a single unit in an ordinary residential complex. Adjacent to the opulent residential area lies a bustling commercial street, mere hundreds of meters away. The affluent often dine outside, and even when preparing meals at home. They prioritize quality over quantity when selecting ingredients, resulting in minimal stockpiling of food, pet supplies being the notable exception. In stark contrast, the household boasts an impressive collection of 629 bottles of fine wines, including exquisite reds and whites, with several rare vintages valued at tens of thousands per bottle. In a few months, the worth of these bottles will soar to astronomical heights. Additionally, the place is replete with precious medicinal herbs, ginseng, deer antlers, and various other esteemed ingredients. Beloved by successful middle-aged entrepreneurs and coveted by powerful factions in the post-apocalyptic world, all carrying substantial value. With the supplies organized, it was time to categorize and preserve them. After a long day of labor, the 2 young women were thoroughly exhausted, their stomachs growling in protest from hunger. They soon busied themselves in the kitchen, washing vegetables and preparing a meal with great enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Suen found solace on the expansive balcony of the 3rd floor. Reclining lazily on a lounge chair while occasionally sipping on fruit juice, the soft glow of the setting sun casting a warm hue around him. He couldn't help but reflect on his past life. At this time, he would have been huddled with Su Xiaoyan in a drainage pipe, trembling with fear, rather than basking in the sun's embrace. Presently, He was reluctant to venture outside in search of supplies. Although the early days of the apocalypse presented an ideal opportunity for stockpiling provisions, the challenges were unmistakable. Where would he store such an abundance of food? It was impractical to transport everything back to this temporary stronghold, as logistics posed a significant issue, not to mention the complications of storage management and potential relocation of their base. The immediate objective was to locate other awakened individuals to replicate their unique abilities. After all, others would be stockpiling food as well. While neighbors hoard provisions, he would accumulate weaponry. His neighbors would serve as his granary. Chapter 6. Guiding Yu. Late-night conversations of the two girls' dinner was ready. The two girls had prepared a delightful spread of 3 dishes and a soup, a true feast in these trying times. The meal was delectable, and Suin found himself savoring bowl after bowl, never quite satiated. Yu, her belly full, reclined completely on a lounge chair, a contented smile gracing her face. Yu, on the other hand, took out a small notebook to calculate their supplies and plan their daily consumption, occasionally tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Yu, have you managed to harness your abilities yet? Suin inquired, sipping his tea. Huh? What abilities? I don't know, Yu stammered, her cheeks flushing as she snapped back to reality. In Suin's presence, she always appeared shy and somewhat reserved. Witnessing her ignorance of her own S-rank extraordinary powers, Suin could only shake his head in exasperation. It was difficult to reconcile this bashful girl with a formidable assassin from his previous life. He proceeded to explain the situation to her, and she listened intently. I'll give it a try, Yu declared, rising to her feet and closing her eyes to attune herself to her inner strength. Before long, Yu's body was enveloped in faint arcs of electricity. With a mere lift of her hand, she conjured a bolt of lightning that shot forth, incinerating a small sapling below into charred remnants. I did it. I succeeded, she exclaimed softly, beads of perspiration forming on her excited brow. Suin smiled reassuringly, recognizing her impressive talent. He then gathered similar arcs of electricity in his palm, directing them toward a nearby watermelon knife. With a casual flick, the knife soared through the air, embedding itself firmly into the wall. Practice in this direction for now. There are numerous applications for lightning-based abilities, including the manipulation of metal through electromagnetic forces. This method is one of the most efficient and effortless ways to wield such powers. All right, I will work hard, Yu replied earnestly. Suin stood up, stretching his limbs. You two will take turns keeping watch tonight. If you encounter any zombies, do your best to eliminate them quietly to avoid attracting too many. At night, while their vision diminishes, their hearing heightens significantly. Yes, sir. I promise to complete the task, Yu chirped, bouncing up with a mischievous salute. Suin couldn't help but smile as he turned and retreated into his room, collapsing onto his bed to rest, his mind meticulously sorting through the memories of his past life while contemplating future plans, particularly how to navigate his interactions with Yu and Yu. Yu, one of the most admired students at Tsu University, possessed both a pure demeanor and striking beauty. Yu was lively and adorable, her petite frame brimming with energy. Equally attractive. To claim that Suin was entirely unaffected would be disingenuous. Had she been less appealing, he might have dismissed her without a second thought. However, following his experience with Su Xiaoyan, Suin had developed a degree of PTSD, rendering him incapable of fully entrusting his heart to any female. If only I had the ability to dominate, he muttered helplessly. As for the prospect of friendship, Suin dismissed that notion entirely. In this post-apocalyptic world, there were no friends, no genuine camaraderie. He had no intention of pursuing any semblance of friendship in this lifetime. Was it tragic? Indeed it was. Such was the nature of the apocalypse, and such was his means of survival. He would rather perish in solitude than cling to the illusory nature of humanity. On the balcony, Yu sat cross-legged on the railing, her hands resting on her knees, her gaze fixed intently on the entrance of the community, her expression serious and focused, resembling a small cat awaiting its prey. Yu, you should rest. I will keep watch here, and if I can't manage, I'll let you know. Though Suin hadn't explicitly stated it, Yu sensed that among the three, she was the weakest. She did not wish to be cast aside by Suin. Thus, she resolved to find ways to contribute more, doing everything within her power. It's still early. I can't sleep. Let me keep you company. If you feel tired, go ahead and rest. I can stand guard just as well, she offered. Yu shook her head lightly. skillfully manipulating a fruit knife with her electromagnetic powers while engaging in casual conversation with Li Xiaoyu. Prior to the apocalypse, the two were roommates and shared a good rapport, leading to an abundance of topics to discuss. How long have you been with Nge? Li Xiaoyu inquired. I had no idea you were dating. Huh? Upon hearing this, Xue Qingyu staggered, the fruit knife spiraling out of control and narrowly missing Li Xiaoyu's head. Startled, Li Xiaoyu instinctively duca. Wow. Qingyu, are you trying to kill me? Even if you discovered our secret, there is no need for such drastic measures. Xue Qingyu's face flushed crimson as she frantically waved her hands, exclaiming, I'm so sorry. It was unintentional. I'm not dating Suan. We've only met a few times. Li Xiaoyu paused, her face a mask of disbelief. How can that be? Then why wouldn't Gu risk his life to save you? To this, Xue Qingyu could only explain, I assure you, we have merely crossed paths a few times. And he has always had a girlfriend. At this point, her expression grew somewhat somber. What? Li Xiaoyu raised her voice, then leaned in closer, whispering. You must tell me, who is this little vixen? The Chinese major, Su Xiaoyan, whom you've likely met. She is quite beautiful, Xue Qingyu replied. Li Xiaoyu's expression turned peculiar. Oh, isn't she just a green tea BTCH? How could I possibly be interested in her? I would be far better off. If I were just a few inches taller, I could easily be the campus belle too. Both Su Xiaoyan and Xue Qingyu boasted statuesque figures, each standing just above 7 meters tall. Height had always been a sore point for Li Xiaoyu, who stood at a mere 55 meters, feeling as if she could hardly breathe under the weight of her insecurities. Fortunately, her good looks had managed to secure her a baseline of confidence. Rumor had it that they had been together for 2 years, although Su Xiaoyan never spoke of it, only seeking Suan when she desired gifts. Her reputation among the girls was far from stellar, with whispers of her having juggled multiple relationships during high school and becoming increasingly promiscuous in college. Entangled with several wealthy young men, Xue Qingyu herself found it perplexing that Suan would be attracted to Su Xiaoyan, having witnessed her hand-in-hand with other boys entering hotels. Wow, that little vixen, Su Xiaoyan, is truly repulsive. Wait a minute, Qingyu, you and Ngu aren't that close. How do you know so much about him? Li Xiaoyu suddenly realized a flaw in her logic. Xue Qingyu's face turned even redder, rendering her speechless. Li Xiaoyu's eyes widened in realization. You must have a crush on Ngu. No wonder you practically leaped into his arms at the photo studio. TSK, when it comes to unrequited love. You are indeed the belle of the school. Oh, what nonsense are you spouting? Xue Qingyu exclaimed, her heart racing at being so accurately exposed. Come on, tell me, how'd you come to like him? Li Xiaoyu Tiesa. With a slight bite of her lip, Xue Qingyu murmured, when I first arrived at Su University, he helped me carry my luggage. Is that all? Once, I fell from my bicycle, and it was he who helped me back to my feet. Is that all? Indeed. You still claim you're not doing it for nothing. Not all. 2 young girls frolicked on the balcony, sharing a moment of joy. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the night gradually enveloped the earth. A corpulent figure, resembling a mountain of flesh, staggered down the street, emitting a gurgling sound from its throat with foul, dark liquid dripping from the corners of its mouth. Its path led directly to the neighborhood where Suan and her companions resided. Chapter 7. The emergence of mutated zombies as time passed. Midnight arrived. At this hour, Li Xiaoyu continued her vigil on the balcony. Xue Qingyu, wrapped in a blanket, slept soundly on the sofa. They had agreed upon their shifts. Li Xiaoyu would guard the first half of the night, while Xue Qingyu would take over the latter half. Unable to suppress a yawn, Li Xiaoyu stretched, causing a ripple of movement. Just then, she noticed a figure standing by the railing at the entrance of the neighborhood. The street light illuminated the figure, revealing its grotesque form. This was a giant, over 2 meters tall, its corpulence grotesque, with dark, putrid flesh bursting through its tattered clothing. Black liquid continuously dripped from its mouth, resembling a massive corpse bloated from water exposure. A truly horrifying sight. A shiver ran down Li Xiaoyu's spine, and she instinctively grabbed a baseball bat. She was certain this figure was a zombie. Initially, she considered rushing downstairs to deliver a fatal blow. But upon observing its enormous size, she hesitated. It must weigh at least 400 or 500 pounds, and it looked remarkably resilient. After contemplating, Li Xiaoyu decided to awaken Xue Qingyu, knowing she possessed ranged attack capabilities. The 2 girls then quietly descended the stairs, stealthily approaching the entrance of the neighborhood, removing their shoes to avoid making noise. Within 20 meters of the zombie, Xue Qingyu summoned lightning into her palm and directed a fruit knife toward the grotesque creature. The knife gleamed coldly as it soared, severing the zombie's head, causing it to topple over lifelessly. However, before the girls could celebrate their victory, the zombie's body suddenly swelled, resembling an enormous balloon. With a resounding explosion, the grotesque form burst apart, sending a foul spray of putrid flesh in all directions and demolishing the neighborhood's railing. Simultaneously, the shockwave triggered alarms in the parked cars at the entrance, their blaring sounds piercing the stillness of the night, echoing through the nearby streets. One by one, zombies began to rise, drawn to the source of the commotion, howling as they approached. Upon hearing the car alarms, Li Xiaoyu felt a wave of dread wash over her. And gripping her baseball bat, she charged forward. Sun had previously mentioned that zombies experience a significant enhancement in their auditory senses at night. Such a piercing alarm would undoubtedly attract a multitude of zombies, compelling them to find a way to silence the car's siren. However, before Li Xiaoyu could make her way over, a vast horde of zombies surged toward the residential area, appearing to number no less than 100. In an instant, Li Xiaoyu pivoted and sprinted back, calling out to Xue Qingyu as she ran. "Qingyu, run quickly. There are far too many zombies for you to handle." Without hesitation, Xue Qingyu joined Li Xiaoyu in fleeing toward the villa. Behind them, the relentless throng of zombies pursued with fervor. Among them, a few zombies exhibited alarming speed. Their emaciated legs, pallid and grayish, propelled them forward with surprising strength, closing the distance with alarming rapidity. Just then, a swift sound sliced through the air. A gleaming cleaver struck, decapitating the foremost two zombies. Their bodies, propelled by inertia, rolled several meters before coming to a halt. Sun leaped from the third-floor balcony, the cleaver spinning in a graceful arc as it severed multiple zombie heads before returning to his grasp. "Guard the entrance and ensure the zombies do not breach our supplies." Sun instructed the two women before charging into the fray, his cleaver swiftly dispatching several more undead. After a flurry of strikes, Sun had successfully captured the attention of the zombies, then darted toward the gate while striking the ground with his cleaver to further divert their focus. Over 100 zombies followed him toward the entrance of the community. However, the incessant blaring of car alarms continued to draw in an unending stream of zombies from outside. With a swift gesture, Sun used magnetic force to lift several sections of railing, forming a triangular barrier in front of him, and then charged into the horde. Shielded by the railing, the zombies could not breach Sun's defenses. He rapidly broke through the throng and reached the car, emitting the relentless alarm. Summoning lightning, he swiftly disabled the car's alarm system, which fell silent. The zombies in the distant streets, deprived of their auditory stimulus, also halted their advance, standing vacantly in place. Yet, around 200 zombies remained in pursuit of Sun, howling behind him. As Sun wielded his cleaver, he manipulated metallic objects with magnetic force, swiftly eliminating dozens of zombies. Despite this, the bloodthirsty horde continued to surge toward him, with several exhibiting a grayish-white exterior that revealed a layer of bony armor upon closer inspection. Even his strikes could not sever their heads, showcasing their formidable defenses. Sun frowned, redirecting his gaze to one particularly resilient grayish zombie, where a line of small text appeared above its head. Zombie, hardened type LV2. Just as he had suspected, the zombies had begun to evolve. In merely half a day's time, the emergence of LV2 hardened zombies has transpired. These hardened beings possess both speed and strength that far exceed those of ordinary zombies, with their defensive capabilities elevated to several tiers. While an average individual, armed with cold weaponry and adept in technique, might still stand a chance against a few common zombies, confronting the hardened variety guarantees certain demise, unless one wields heavy firepower. At the very least, a shotgun of considerable caliber. Moreover, the peculiar stench lingering in the air signifies that these zombies have not only evolved into LV2 hardened variants, but have also birthed LV3 explosive types. Commonly referred to as fat ones, these explosive zombies may lack high attack power, but are exceedingly perilous. Upon sustaining damage, they detonate violently, posing a lethal threat to anyone in close proximity. The aftermath of such an explosion leaves an acrid odor in the air, attracting zombies within hundreds of meters to converge upon the source. Any individual who becomes tainted by this scent will find themselves as prime targets for the horde. Even if one escapes the blast, they are likely to be torn apart by the gathering zombies. It seems that the two women, Xue Qingyu and Li Xiaoyu, inadvertently provoked the horde by slaying an explosive zombie. Without further contemplation, Sun maneuvered through the throng of zombies along the street, adopting a strategy of retreating while engaging the enemy. After a relentless 20-minute battle, the horde was halved. "Brethren, we are here to assist you," Li Xiaoyu called out as she sprinted from the community, brandishing a baseball bat, and sent one zombie flying with a powerful swing. Xue Qingyu silently followed, conjuring bolts of lightning to vanquish the undead. With the addition of the two women, the horde was nearly obliterated within 10 minutes, leaving a grim tableau of corpses strewn across the ground. At least 100 lifeless bodies lay in disarray. Li Xiaoyu delivered the final blow to the last zombie, shattering its skull and signaling the complete eradication of the undead swarm. Xue Qingyu approached Suin, her lips pressed tightly in self-reproach as she lowered her gaze. I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. Chapter 8. The mutated lizard man seeing the look of guilt on Xue Qingyu's face, Suin waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for excessive remorse. It was my oversight. He had not anticipated that, on the very first day, zombies would evolve into the LV-3 explosive variant. Indeed, he had been rather careless. Fortunately, it was Xue Qingyu who struck, had it been Li Xiaoyu. A single swing of the bat might have resulted in a catastrophic exchange with the explosive type. It appears essential to take the time to educate them on the fundamental classifications of zombies. You two should return now. I will conduct a nearby inspection. Ordinary zombies typically become motionless and enter a brief state of dormancy at night, awakening only in response to unusual sounds. However, zombies of LV-3 and above differ significantly, retaining the ability to move freely after dark. If ordinary zombies are merely reanimated corpses infected by a virus, then those of LV-3 and beyond have fully evolved into a new species, exhibiting their own modes of action and possessing a rudimentary biological consciousness. A significant commotion had erupted here, likely attracting nearby level 3 zombies. If not addressed promptly, allowing them to evolve continually near the stronghold would ultimately pose a latent threat. Suin had scarcely taken a few steps when a blinding beam of light illuminated the road ahead. A large dual-bridge truck was slowly making its way toward him, halting at the entrance of the residential complex. Two young women instinctively moved behind Suin, their eyes warily fixed on the truck. Upon seeing the vehicle, Suin narrowed his eyes, venturing out in the dead of night. Either one was foolish or possessed genuine prowess. Judging by the bloodstains splattered across the truck's exterior, it was likely the latter, presumably an awakened individual. As the truck door swung open, two robust young men leapt down. One of them glanced at the scattered corpses of zombies, grinning as he remarked, "Impressive skills, my friend. I'm Ahu, and this is Xiao Shan. We were searching for survivors nearby, and came to investigate the noise." Suin nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze sweeping over the two. Xiao Shan appeared to be an ordinary person, while Ahu was clearly an awakened individual, possessing the ability Iron Arm, ranked at level F, a rather mediocre enhancement, 2 tiers below that of Li Xiaoyu. His wealth value is also modest. "Brother, why not join us? The world is chaotic, and there is strength in numbers. Together, we stand a better chance of survival," Ahu suggested earnestly, his gaze occasionally drifting toward the two young women. Li Xiaoyu pouted, turning her head in silence, while Xue Qingyu maintained a serene demeanor, her eyes occasionally flashing with cold light. Following the incident with Lu Qingyu, a hint of resentment had begun to bloom within her towards the male gender. Though she had yet to reach the extreme levels of hatred of the Black Widow from her past life, she still harbored significant animosity toward unfamiliar men. "No, thank you," Suin replied curtly. He had no intention of aligning himself with any faction or group. Given his understanding of the apocalypse and his own capabilities, there was no need to subordinate himself to others. To be pragmatic, no faction existed at this moment that could provide him with refuge. At least, none did in the present circumstances. Joining a group would only serve as a burden, rendering it a futile endeavor. "Come on, brother, don't be so stubborn. As you can see, the number of zombies is increasing daily. It will be challenging for just the 3 of you to survive. Trust me, let us stick together for mutual support. We have stocked up on supplies, food and drink, which is far better than starting out here. You can handle it. But those two young ladies certainly cannot, don't you agree?" Noticing Suin's hesitation, Ahu quickly added, "I won't beat around the bush any longer. You're clearly a skilled fighter. If you join us, our safety will be assured. Rest assured, my friend. I assure you that we shall have ample provisions for 3 meals a day. The supplies we have stored could last us for years. This truck is completely filled. If you doubt me, I shall take you to see for yourself." As Tiger spoke, he approached Suin, casually wrapping an arm around his shoulder and guiding him toward the truck. "Let me tell you, there is a considerable amount of seafood as well. But the brothers from the north, being rugged men, find the fishy taste too strong and cannot get accustomed to it. If you can handle it, you will be in for a treat. Really? Do not deceive me, Suin replied. Would I ever deceive you? Just take a look. At that moment, the hand resting on Suin's shoulder began to shimmer with a metallic sheen, and in the blink of an eye, Tiger's entire arm transformed into a steel appendage. His formerly honest expression shifting into one of menacing intent. Tiger's iron arm suddenly tightened, as if to strangle Suin. In a flash, Suin's body crackled with electricity, and Tiger was horrified to find his steel arm had become uncontrollable. No matter how hard he tried, he could not move it even a fraction. Boss, hurry! This kid is strange. My hand does not obey me. In his panic, Tiger shouted toward the top of the truck. Fool! A chilling snort emanated from above, followed by the swift descent of a shadowy figure, lunging towards Suin. As the electricity surged again, a machete gleamed as it flew out, striking the dark figure instantly. However, the anticipated scene of bloodshed did not occur. Instead, a spark erupted with a clang as the machete was deflected away, while the shadowy figure was also thrown back, landing a short distance away. It was then that Suin could discern the true nature of this shadow. It was a humanoid creature, towering over 2 meters in height. From its ankles to the crown of its head, it was covered in dark greenish scales, with long, sharp claws protruding from its limbs and razor-sharp teeth. A thick tail, over a meter long, trailed behind it, giving the overall impression of an upright lizard. As Suin observed, 2 lines of small text appeared above the lizard man's head. Ability, Beast Transformation B, Irreversible. Wealth value, 16,000. Surprised by the creature's ability and wealth value, Suin noted that 16,000 wealth points marked it as a true prize. His own wealth was merely around 3,000, indicating that this lizard man was indeed the leader of this small gang and the true possessor of their collective wealth. As for the ability, it was a primary combat-oriented beast transformation ability, rated at level B. Unfortunately, it had awakened incompletely. Once activated, the transformation was irreversible, leaving the individual in this half-human, half-lizard form for life. Suin lamented silently. Such a flawed ability was not something he would desire. The lizard man turned his gaze towards Suin, a glimmer of cold light flickering in its earthy yellow eyes. It lightly touched the wound on its chest with its claws, leaving a streak of blood in its wake. Though the watermelon knife wielded by Suin failed to inflict a severe injury, it nonetheless left a shallow wound across his chest. It appears your awakened abilities are quite impressive, young man. I offer you a choice. Either kneel and pledge your loyalty to me, and in return, you may accompany me. One of those 2 women will be reserved for you once I grow tired of them, or you may choose death. I have yet to taste the flesh of an awakened one, the lizard man declared, extending his forked tongue to lick the blood from his claws, his expression morphing into a savage, beastly countenance. Chapter 9. The First Clash, a bounty of gains in the face of the lizardman's threats. Suin maintained an impassive demeanor. With one hand, he seized the immobile Huzi, lifting him effortlessly while silently invoking, bring it forth. Detection of plundering target. Please select plundering direction. Replication of abilities. Acquired ability, Iron Arm F. Though the Iron Arm ability may be somewhat lacking, even the smallest mosquito is still flesh. Consider a means to hone my skills. Boss, save me. Huzi's face flushed crimson as he weakly pleaded for assistance from the lizard man. Suddenly, the lizard man propelled himself forward with astonishing speed, transforming into a blur as he lunged at Suin. Without hesitation, Suin hurled Huzi toward the lizard man. Just as Huzi felt a surge of relief at his newfound freedom, the lizard man, undeterred, struck down with ferocity. Get away! With 2 sickening thuds, Huzi was dismembered before he could utter a scream, his remains scattered across the ground like refuse. The lizard man continued his assault on Suin. Electricity crackled around Su, and as the watermelon knife spun through the air, aimed directly at the lizardman's eyes. The lizard man roared in fury, hastily shielding his eyes with his hands. The clash of metal erupted, sending sparks flying as the knife was repelled once more. Yet, the lizard man emerged unscathed, the blade merely leaving a white mark on the back of his hand, a testament to his formidable defense. Futile effort, boy. I am impervious to blades and bullets. However, in that fleeting moment when the lizardman's vision was obscured, Suin surged forward, arriving at the lizardman's front. His right arm gleamed with a metallic sheen. Startled by Suin's speed, the lizard man lunged with his claws aimed at Suin's head. Yet Suin was swifter still. Amplifying his strength, he unleashed a powerful punch that struck the lizardman's jaw. With a resounding thud, the lizardman's massive form was propelled several meters into the air, emitting a feral scream. Electricity surged anew. Suin snorted disdainfully. Luck! A flurry of steel barriers shot forth, twisting and coiling like serpents, swiftly ensnaring the lizardman. Moments later, the lizardman had transformed into a massive iron ball ensnared in steel, crashing to the ground and sending up a cloud of dust. Even so, the reptilian creature remained unyielding, roaring in its desperate attempt to escape. Its powerful limbs, adorned with scales, exerted tremendous force, causing the steel restraints to creak ominously. With a sudden crackle, another surge of electricity coursed through, illuminating the massive iron sphere with blinding currents. Within moments, the creature succumbed to the overwhelming power, collapsing to the ground, its body charred and emitting a foul, burnt odor. Suin approached the reptilian figure with an impassive expression, placing a hand upon its forehead while silently invoking a thought. Come fort. Detection of a plunderable target. Please select the direction of plunder. Plunder wealth. Wealth successfully plundered, acquiring 17,000 points of wealth. 1,000 points of population wealth could not be plundered due to insufficient skill proficiency. Please select a storage location for the resources. Let us store them in the Stronghold Villa. Resources have been transferred. Please check promptly. Great brother, I beg you to spare my life. I will follow you from now on, obeying your every command. The reptilian creature pleaded weakly. Suin cast a disinterested glance at it, stood up, brushed off his hands, and turned to leave. I'm sorry, but you hold no value to me anymore. The iron sphere tightened its grip. Several steel rods penetrated the creature's orifices, swiftly reducing it to a mangled mass, silencing its cries for mercy. Brethren, are you hurt? Li Xiaoyu approached, baseball bat in hand, concern etched on her face, while her other hand dragged a severely beaten man. 3 had come, 2 lay dead, and the last was captured by Li Xiaoyu during his futile escape. Rest assured, I am unharmed, Suin replied coolly, glancing at the moaning man. Finish him off. He serves no purpose. Huh, am I to do the killing? Li Xiaoyu recoiled slightly. She was unhesitant when it came to slaying zombies, but the thought of taking a human life weighed heavily on her conscience, having been raised in a civilized society. Unable to do it? Under Suin's cold gaze, Li Xiaoyu's heart raced, and she averted her eyes, stammering, I understand. After a moment of hesitation, she clenched her teeth and swung the baseball bat, ending the man's life. Watching the pool of blood, her hands trembled involuntarily. Suin gently ruffled her hair in a gesture of comfort. To survive in this apocalyptic world, one must stain their hands with blood. Otherwise, it is you who shall perish. In this desolate era, one may even feel pity for the zombies, but never for others. The human heart is far more terrifying than any beast. Through their brief encounters, Li Xiaoyu had proven herself to be even more resilient than he had anticipated. Possessing a formidable combat awareness and sharp intelligence, Suin began to contemplate the idea of cultivating talents. All right, I will listen to you, brethren, Li Xiaoyu replied with a sweet smile. She understood that Suin had her best interests at heart, yet she still required some time to adjust her mindset to the harsh realities of the apocalyptic world. In contrast, Xueqingyu displayed a marked indifference, showing little discomfort at the demise of the 3 burly men. Suin chose not to elaborate further, turning instead to the rear of the large truck to open the cargo door. His intention was not to search for supplies. As he had already plundered all that the previous occupants possessed, it was reasonable to assume that the interior held nothing of value. Primarily, he aimed to load the corpses of the zombies into the truck to transport them away. The decomposition of countless zombie bodies would breed a plethora of pathogens, contaminating the environment surrounding their stronghold and emitting a foul stench that he preferred to avoid while enjoying the breeze on the balcony. Additionally, a multitude of corpses would attract unwelcome entities. There exists a wide variety of zombies, some of which not only feast on humans, but also consume the bodies of their own kind. The more they consume, the faster they evolve. Thus, it was best to remove the bodies surrounding the base. However, upon opening the truck, Suin was astonished to discover a number of living individuals inside. Approximately 17 or 18 in total, comprising both men and women. Yet, these people were bound tightly, their mouths taped shut, and upon seeing Suin, they emitted muffled cries, seemingly pleading for help. It was likely that these individuals had been captured by the previous lizardmen. They were either intended to be taken back as laborers or as fresh meat. Suen leaned towards the belief that both scenarios were plausible. After all, the lizard men had become nearly entirely beastly, having lost much of their humanity and would feel no moral qualms about consuming humans. Furthermore, human flesh is easier to preserve than that of animals. Suen deftly maneuvered a piece of metal among the crowd, swiftly freeing them from their restraints. "Thank you, young brother, for rescuing us," one exclaimed. "I thought I was done for when that monster captured me. That creature is formidable. We must leave quickly before we are caught again." A chorus of agreement followed, as the group hastily climbed out of the truck, eager to escape. Suen struck the side of the truck with a powerful fist, producing a resounding crash and leaving a substantial dent. Casting a cold gaze at the startled crowd, he spoke with an icy tone. "Did I grant you permission to leave?" Chapter 10. In the apocalypse, do you still desire human rights? Fear not. The monster that captured you is dead, and you are all free now. However, this freedom comes with a condition. You must load the nearby corpses onto the truck and take them with you. A bit of labor in exchange for a life seems quite a fair trade, does it not? The group exchanged glances, yet none made a move to lift the bodies. The lizard man is dead. What is there to fear? A woman dressed in office attire complained as she brushed off the dirt from her clothes. "Why should we heed your commands? We are not your subordinates, and there is no justification for us to comply with your every word." "I refuse to do so." The people around began to echo these sentiments, voicing their discontent. "Indeed, you wish to exploit our labor without compensation? I too will not partake. I am willing to work, but only for payment or sustenance. I have gone an entire day without food, devoid of any strength. Yet you expect me to assist in transporting corpses? Do you not recognize my humanity? I am, after all, a woman. Such a lack of gallantry is unbecoming. Is this how a man should behave? A true gentleman would never act in such a manner. Young man, it is true you saved us, but please respect our dignity. We are free individuals entitled to our rights. If you could adopt a more amiable demeanor and communicate with us kindly, perhaps in light of your past kindness, we might be willing to cooperate. However, with your current abrasive attitude, who would be inclined to listen to you? Young people must learn the art of negotiation. Otherwise, they will find themselves at a loss in the future. With so many of us here, what do you think you can do? Today's youth seem to lack any semblance of respect. Upon hearing the demand for labor, a multitude of voices rose in dissent, directing accusations towards Suen. Some resorted to moral coercion, while others, relying on their slightly greater age, attempted to instruct Suen on how to navigate life. Li Xiaoyu, feeling aggrieved, could no longer contain her frustration, her blood pressure rising as she exclaimed, "Hey, do you have no shame? Brother and saved your lives. He is merely asking for assistance in moving the bodies. You are already benefiting tremendously. Had that monster captured you, you would not even know how you perished. Little girl, this is not your place to speak. Did we ever ask him for help?" As the situation escalated, Suen intervened, halting Li Xiaoyu's spirited defense. With a swift motion, he approached the outspoken office worker, seizing her and lifting her effortlessly. In a sudden display of strength, he crushed her, discarding her lifeless body into the vehicle, where it landed with a resounding thud. Suen continued this grim task, repeating the process with the next individual, and then another. "You desire human rights, do you? Allow me to expedite your journey to the next life where you may seek them. You wish to fight? I shall engage as well. You presume to instruct me? Do you believe you are worthy?" In a matter of moments, Suen had dispatched 5 individuals. "Murderer! Help!" The remaining witnesses screamed in terror, attempting to flee, yet Suen apprehended each one in turn. Those quick of foot were swiftly incapacitated by Xue Qingyu and dragged back by Li Xiaoyu. "Now, who among you still desires human rights?" Suen gazed down upon the trembling crowd, his expression icy. The group, now paralyzed by fear, dared not utter a word. The timid among them had soiled themselves, sitting on the ground, trembling incessantly. "My patience is finite. I hope you will refrain from provoking my temper further. You have 10 minutes to either load all the nearby corpses into the vehicle and drive away, or become a corpse yourself and be tossed into the vehicle. Choose wisely." Instantly, a wave of dread swept over the group, prompting them to scramble and lift the bodies. Their legs no longer ached, their waists felt no pain. And hunger was forgotten. Each was more diligent than the last. In less than 10 minutes, the ground was cleared of all corpses. Even those from the nearby community were stuffed into the vehicle. "Who can drive?" One trembling individual raised a hand. "I can." "Very well, you shall drive. Take everyone with you and leave. I care not where you go, but the farther, the better. However, to refrain from speeding or making excessive noise. Otherwise, should you encounter trouble, do not blame me for not warning you. The group, hearing this, felt as if a weight had been lifted. They hurriedly piled into the truck, pressing the accelerator and speeding away. Yet, it seemed they did not heed Suin's caution, driving at a reckless pace, roaring off into the distance. Suin shook his head. It is difficult to advise those who seek their own demise. With such noise, one could only wonder how many zombies would be drawn to their commotion, given the already poor road conditions, if they were forced to stop. Let us return. Suin called to the two women. The knight had yielded decent spoils. He had replicated a special ability and acquired a fair amount of supplies. Before returning to the villa, Suin instructed Li Xiaoyu to line up several cars at the community entrance, while he used his magnetic powers to draw metal railings from the street and pile them atop the vehicles. Thus, a makeshift yet functional barrier was constructed. While it would not withstand a zombie horde, it would prevent some wandering corpses from infiltrating the community. They could simply open the car doors to enter or exit. Upon arriving at the villa, they were greeted by an overwhelming abundance of supplies spilling forth. Meat, eggs, milk, fruits, vegetables, snacks, beverages, and cookware were all present. Suin remarked, "It appears that the lizard man must have directly raided a few medium-sized supermarkets." The wealth of 17,000 points was indeed impressive, filling the entire villa to capacity. The two women stared in awe at the sudden deluge of resources. "What are you standing around for? Hurry and organize everything," Suin urged. Xueqingyu turned, still in shock. "Suin, where did all this come from?" "I made a wish to the deity, and the deity has responded, presenting these to us," Suin replied casually, brushing off her inquiry. Not pressing further, Xueqingyu called to Li Xiaoyu to begin sorting the supplies. This bounty was their lifeline in this apocalyptic world. With such an abundance, they could sustain themselves for a year without effort. The two girls took charge of categorizing the supplies, while Suin moved to retrieve refrigerators from other villas. There was no choice. A significant portion of this haul comprised fresh vegetables, fruits, and meats, amounting to at least 1 or 2 tons. At the height of summer, the weather is sweltering, and fresh produce is prone to spoilage. If left outdoors, vegetables and fruits would decay within 3 days, while meat could turn foul overnight, necessitating refrigeration. Suin transported around 20 refrigerators and arranged them in a nearby villa, connecting them to a power strip for electricity. This villa would be designated as a granary. Once the refrigerators were set up, Suin scoured the community for generators and, by fortune, found 4. Thus, even in the event of a power outage, the generators could temporarily supply electricity to the refrigerators. If all else failed, there was always Xueqingyu, the human generator, though her endurance posed a significant challenge. After all the supplies were arranged, the sky had already brightened with the first light of dawn. This flurry of activity had consumed an entire night. Even Suin felt a twinge of fatigue, his body sore and unkempt, exclaiming his discomfort. It proved that an abundance of supplies was not entirely beneficial. He promptly summoned the two women to the indoor swimming pool of the community. What else was there to do? Naturally, to indulge. After a night of labor, they deserved a moment of enjoyment. In Chapter 11, Preparations for Medicine and Cadaver Cultivation, Suin, donning sunglasses and swim trunks, reclined comfortably on a lounge chair. He casually picked up a piece of steak and savored it, washing it down with a sip of red wine. The rich aroma of meat mingled delightfully with the fragrance of wine on his palate. The steak brought by him had been meticulously pan-fried by Xueqingyu using an electric stove. The two girls frolicked in the pool, their alluring swimsuits accentuating their enticing figures, captivating Suin's attention. He couldn't help but marvel at how life ought to be lived. "Come down and join us, brethren," Li Xiaoyu called, waving enthusiastically. Suin grinned, rising to the pool's edge before leaping in with a flourish. He executed a 900-degree spin, performing a spectacular entry into the water, splashing exuberantly and eliciting peals of laughter from the two girls. The pool resonated with joyful sounds and the invisible essence of youthful exuberance. After a time of merriment, they returned to the villa, satisfied. Before departing, Suin drained both pools and refilled them with fresh water. Soon, the entire city of Su would experience a water and power shutdown. While electricity could be managed, water needed to be stored in advance. Fortunately, the two pools were spacious, with slower evaporation indoors and a lower risk of contamination. With 3 people, the water supply would last quite a while. Upon returning to the villa, Suin did not rest. Instead, he took Li Xiaoyu and left the community, entrusting Xueqingyu an S-class ability user, with guarding their home. Ordinary individuals would stand no chance of infiltrating their stronghold with her watchful presence. Despite being exhausted, there was still work to be done. It is now the second day of the apocalypse, and the situation remains relatively secure, with the zombies exhibiting a lower level of evolution. Most individuals have yet to fully comprehend the gravity of their circumstances and are not hastily venturing out in search of supplies. Instead, they are hiding in places deemed relatively safe, holding on to the futile hope for rescue that may never arrive. However, as the days progress and people begin to grasp the reality of their predicament, chaos will truly ensue. Zombies will roam freely and bandits will abound wherever resources exist. Conflict will inevitably arise. Venturing outside requires vigilance against both the undead and other survivors, as sometimes the latter can be even more terrifying than the former. The more formidable the survivor, the greater the danger they pose. In this precarious time, Suen intends to diligently search for and stockpile medications, particularly antibiotics. Following the collapse of society, pharmaceutical manufacturing has come to a complete halt, and the supply of medicine has been severed. Every dose used diminishes the dwindling reserves. The harsh realities of post-apocalyptic life mean that injuries are commonplace, and countless wounds become infected, leading to fevers and illness. Those unable to endure such trials are destined for demise. Consequently, medication has become exceedingly precious, far more valuable than even the finest delicacies. The two of them stumbled upon a motorcycle at a local shop, which they decided to use for transportation as they headed towards the city center. Along the way, they encountered few zombies, opting to evade them when possible. When avoidance was not an option, Suen skillfully used metal objects to dispatch the threats. In a city constructed of steel and concrete, metallic resources are abundant. After a swift journey, they arrived at a pharmacy, where Li Xiaoyu swiftly dispatched 2 approaching zombies. Suen, meanwhile, began a methodical collection of supplies from the shelves. He discarded unnecessary packaging, categorizing each medication into separate bags. Before long, he had amassed over 20 bags filled to the brim with pharmaceuticals. He secured 2 large burlap sacks to hold the bounty, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Yet, a shadow of discontent loomed over him. He lamented the fact that he had not managed to collect more. He had barely filled half of the counter, and the pharmacy's small storage room remained untouched. A pang of regret struck his heart. These were valuable items readily at hand, yet he could not retrieve them all. Suen contemplated for a moment and instructed Li Xiaoyu to venture into the storage room and retrieve every last bit of medicine. While he dashed outside to search for a truck, not far down the road, he spotted a dual-axle truck parked by the curb, surrounded by dozens of wandering zombies. The scene struck him as familiar. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the very truck from the previous day. It seemed fate had intertwined their paths once more. However, the vehicle was now devoid of occupants. It appeared that those aboard yesterday had either fled or met a grisly end at the hands of the undead. Suen recognized one of the zombies as belonging to the group from the day prior. A rough count revealed that approximately 40 zombies were encircling the truck, not accounting for others meandering along the streets. Together, they totaled at least 100. With his current abilities, he could indeed eliminate them all, albeit at a considerable expense of time and energy. Observing the surroundings, Suen stealthily ascended to the 3rd floor of a shop, peering down at the horde of corpses. With crackling electricity coursing through his fingers, he deftly maneuvered a metal table and hurled it several dozen meters ahead of the truck. The table landed with a muted thud, instantly drawing the attention of the undead, which surged towards it with a cacophony of wails. Seizing the opportunity, Suen deftly climbed out onto the windowsill and onto the adjacent balcony, once again commanding another table to crash into the distance. His control over the electric forces extended roughly 200 meters, necessitating this cumbersome method to gradually divert the zombies while ensuring that they remained oblivious to his presence, lest he find himself in peril. As time elapsed, Suen continuously shifted his position, directing metallic objects to lead the horde away until he finally maneuvered them around corner. Only then did he quietly retrace his steps back to the truck. He first inspected the driver's seat, finding everything intact. The fuel tank still held enough gasoline for a journey of about 200 miles, though the windshield was shattered. He then leapt from the vehicle and opened the cargo hold, where a foul stench assaulted his senses. The sweltering heat of the day, combined with the truck's exposure to the sun, had caused the hundreds of corpses within the confined space to decay, emitting a nauseating odor. Fortunately, Suen was no stranger to hardship. He had encountered far worse in his life, and thus found this scene rather manageable. He dove into the cargo hold, kicking and tossing the bodies out with determined vigor. Just as he finished disposing of a last corpse, a jarring sound of gnawing reached his ears. Suen froze, ceasing all motion, and cautiously approached the cargo door, pressing his back against the side of the truck. He turned his head to locate the source of the sound. There, at the periphery of the corpse pile, a pale-skinned, naked humanoid creature crawled on the ground, voraciously devouring the remains and producing unsettling, crunching noises. A line of small text materialized above its head. Zombie, flesh-eater type LV4. Suen felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Encountering a LV4 specialized evolved type on the second day of the apocalypse was indeed a stroke of misfortune. This flesh-eater variety of zombie was a unique evolution, rapidly enhancing its abilities by consuming flesh, capable of advancing from LV3 to LV6 in merely 2 to 3 days. These zombies were exceptionally aggressive and insatiably greedy, preying on animals, humans, and even their own kind. They exhibited astonishing speed, capable of scaling walls with incredible agility, and possessed acute senses, allowing them to launch attacks from bizarre angles. Their claws and sharp teeth served as their primary weapons. Among the various types of zombies, flesh-eaters stood as formidable foes. If one were to point out a flaw, it would be their lack of defensive capabilities, which were even inferior to those of LV2 hardened types, and they lacked any means of ranged attack. Suen promptly levitated a fragment of scrap metal from the roadside, guiding it towards the flesh-eater's head. Just as it neared its target, it suddenly shot downward, but what seemed like a guaranteed strike ended up missing its mark. The flesh-eating creature evaded the iron block in an exceedingly bizarre manner, propelling itself away and vanishing from sight. Suen cursed under his breath and leaped out of the carriage. The moment he exited, a pale figure lunged into the space he had just vacated. Indeed, it was the same flesh-eater. Clinging to the carriage, its emotionless pale eyes betrayed no sentiment, while its rows of sharp teeth clacked rhythmically, blood dripping slowly from between them. The spot where Suen had been leaning was now pierced through by its claws, leaving a gaping hole. Any unacquainted observer would have met a grim fate. The creature could retaliate in an instant, its speed astonishing. Should its first assault fail, it would immediately change position. Suen hunched down, poised to strike. The flesh-eater, however, was quicker, screeching as it lunged towards him. A smile crept across Suen's lips. Foolish creature. Lightning erupted forth, striking the airborne flesh-eater squarely, while his ironclad right arm shot up to seize its throat, subsequently slamming it into the ground. The flesh-eater let out a pained wail, its claws flailing in an attempt to counterattack. Yet Suen was swifter. He had already directed a piece of iron to pierce the creature's skull, stirring it violently. After a few futile convulsions, the flesh-eater lay still. This type of zombie exhibited an insatiable desire to attack. Any indication of aggression would prompt it to strike first. With proper timing, one could exploit this trait for a decisive kill. Suen spat disdainfully and kicked the creature's lifeless body away. He secured the carriage and jogged back to the driver's seat, starting the vehicle to crush the corpses strewn about, heading toward the apothecary where Li Xiaoyu awaited. He could manage the flesh-eater, but Li Xiaoyu would surely perish if confronted by such a monstrosity. He hoped fervently that she had not encountered it. Upon his return to the pharmacy, he found Li Xiaoyu had already retrieved all the medicinal supplies, hiding behind the counter for his return. Relieved to see her unharmed, Suen hurriedly instructed her to load all the supplies back into the carriage. The two then set off in the large truck, determined to scour the next pharmacy without leaving a single pill behind. The double-bridge truck boasted a load capacity of several tons, unperturbed by the weight as long as it could fit within. After raiding more than a dozen pharmacies, the truck was barely half full, still with ample space remaining. However, Suen had no desire to continue the search for more pharmacies. While locating them was easy, the labor of transporting supplies was exhausting. Even with both he and Li Xiaoyu possessing enhanced strength abilities, the repeated trips left them utterly drained. Enough for today. It was time to return home. Suen downed a bottle of honeysuckle drink in one go, waving his hand in resignation. Li Xiaoyu had already slumped into the passenger seat. Let's heed Brother An's words. With a swift press of the accelerator, Suen turned the vehicle around, retracing his path towards the stronghold. To mitigate noise and due to the condition of the road, the speed was deliberately kept at a modest 30 miles per hour. Nevertheless, this still managed to attract a considerable horde of zombies in pursuit. Suen was compelled to simultaneously drive while deftly manipulating metallic objects to obstruct the relentless throng behind him. The imposing truck not only drew the attention of the undead, but also caught the eyes of several survivors. From the windows of the residential buildings lining the road, desperate voices called out, "Brother, can you bring me some food? I'll give you 1,000. I'll offer you 5,000 for a box of instant noodles. I'll pay 200,000 if you can bring me a pound of steak. Just make sure it's A-grade. I'll even give you 1,000,000. Just help me get a bag of rice and a pound of pork. I'll write you a check." Suin chose to disregard them all. In this apocalyptic world, money held no value whatsoever, too rigid for wiping, and it burned poorly for warmth. As Suin frequently employed his powers, his proficiency surged, elevating his electrical abilities from an initial level of 1 to 5, while his strength enhancement reached its maximum at level 5. His plundering ability, however, remained stagnant at level 1 with a proficiency of 30. The iron ability, level 1, was at its peak, an F-grade power, woefully lacking in growth potential. With a 5-fold enhancement in strength, Suin could now lift approximately 1 ton of weight unaided. His level 5 electrical ability enabled him to manipulate around 2 tons of metal from a distance, significantly increasing the power of his strikes. Each jolt capable of reducing a zombie to charred remains. As time progressed and the distance to the stronghold diminished, the number of zombies trailing the truck swelled to an astonishing count, densely packed with no fewer than 1,000, including a notable presence of evolved variants. Among them were the corpulent and explosive types, the calcified hardening types, and the astonishingly agile leaping types. This accumulation occurred even as Suin cleared the path while driving. If he were to simply return to the stronghold in this manner, it would surely result in catastrophe. Thus, Suin pressed the accelerator to hasten his speed, unleashing the full might of his electrical powers, frequently hurling nearby small vehicles directly into the horde. He particularly targeted the explosive types, each strike resulting in a thunderous explosion, scattering flesh and blood. Under Su and strategic interference, the horde quickly fell behind, and before long, the truck vanished from their sight. Deprived of their target, the zombies momentarily stood bewildered, then aimlessly dispersed in search of living prey, descending into a frenzied chase upon encountering any signs of life. The previously curious survivors peering from their windows inadvertently attracted the attention of the mutated leaping types, several of which bounded up the high-rise buildings and broke through the windows, resulting in a chorus of terrified screams. Drawn by the cacophony of screams, an increasing horde of zombies surged forth, violently breaching the entrance of the residential building and flooding inside. The air was soon filled with more cries of terror and pleas for help. As time progressed, the prevalence of mutated zombies would escalate, making the existence of ordinary individuals increasingly arduous, to the point where their lives could be described as a prolonged struggle for survival. The Awaken ones were not faring any better either. The levels of abilities were categorized into 8 grades: S, A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. Under the assumption that one's proficiency in powers was at its zenith, an F or G grade Awaken individual could only contend with LV2 mutated zombies, while facing LV3 might yield a glimmer of hope. D and E grade Awaken ones could manage LV3 to LV4, B and C grade could tackle LV5, and A grade Awakened individuals could confront up to LV7. The most extraordinary S-grade Awakened beings could contend with the apex mutated zombies of LV7 to LV8, and even beyond. It is important to note that these classifications are not absolute. High-level Awakened individuals might find themselves inadequate against advanced zombies if their proficiency had not been sufficiently developed. For instance, while theoretically, an S-grade Awakener may possess immense potential, in the current context, their ability proficiency might be insufficient, making it entirely plausible for them to be overwhelmed by a LV4 zombie. The present circumstances resemble a race against time, with zombies evolving daily and Awakened individuals growing stronger. The competition lies in who could develop more effectively. Additionally, abilities can be broadly categorized into 3 types: combat-oriented, functional, and supportive. The first 2 excel in combat, while the latter's effectiveness in battle can be somewhat lacking. Even an S-grade individual might struggle to defeat an LV3 zombie in solitary engagements. Ultimately, abilities are but tools, while humanity remains vibrant. The same ability can yield different results in different hands. Some individuals may thrive and establish successful enterprises with 1,000,000, while others may squander it within months, ending up in significant debt. Nothing is absolute. This is the true era of apocalypse, where every moment challenges your limits of survival. Chapter 13. Scarcity amidst abundance. Upon returning to the stronghold with the truck, Suen first cleared the roadblocks, driving the vehicle directly into the community. The task of transporting goods would have to wait until tomorrow. Both he and Li Xiaoyu were utterly exhausted. Xue Qingyu, lacking any enhancement abilities, found the task of moving burdensome. Fortunately, the medicine was securely stored in the truck, shielded from rain and sun, making it safe to leave overnight. Once back at the villa, Li Xiaoyu, too weary to even return to her room, collapsed onto the sofa and fell asleep almost instantly. Having not slept the previous night and enduring a long day, Suen found himself equally fatigued, succumbing to the allure of the sofa as well. Observing this, Xue Qingyu first draped a blanket over Li Xiaoyu to protect her from a chill. Then she gracefully approached Suen, gently murmuring, "You must have endured much." Suen, with a feeble tone, replied, "It's all right," though in truth, he felt anything but well. The power of lightning was formidable, yet its reserves were not boundless. At that moment, he felt as if his very essence had been drained, leaving him utterly depleted. "I shall assist you with a massage to help you relax," Xue Qingyu offered, as she squatted down and extended her delicate hands to knead Suen's back. Her touch was soft, her strength minimal, and her technique rather clumsy. Yet Suen found solace in the experience. The thought that Xue Qingyu, once renowned as the Ice Beauty and Black Widow in her previous life, was now attending to him brought a wave of satisfaction to his heart. He recalled how, in his past life, he had cowered before her, too fearful to even raise his head, lest she unleash a lethal lightning whip upon him. But now, the tables had turned, and who might wield the whip was uncertain. While Suen's thoughts wandered, he pondered the insufficiency of their trio. Although their combat prowess was commendable, they lacked laborers. He was compelled to undertake everything himself, which rendered their efforts rather sluggish. Take today's medication stockpiling, for instance. If only they had a few more individuals, they could have filled the truck to capacity. He contemplated whether to recruit a few trustworthy souls to assist with menial tasks such as guarding and transporting goods. In summary, while resources were abundant, the means to accumulate them were regrettably scarce. Beyond merely seeking laborers, he had other superior options available. One such option was to replicate spatial abilities. Though not a combat-oriented power, spatial abilities were exceedingly valuable. Every awakened individual possessing spatial powers had access to a unique, independent space where, except for living beings, anything could be stored. This independent space also had the remarkable ability to preserve items indefinitely. Regardless of how much time passed, whatever was placed inside would emerge unchanged. A truly extraordinary phenomenon. However, spatial abilities were exceedingly rare, coveted by all major factions. In his previous life, he had encountered very few. These factions would never disclose the identities of their spatial ability awakeners to outsiders. Consequently, Suen was woefully uninformed about the whereabouts of such individuals. His chances of encountering one were merely a matter of luck. Alternatively, he could wait for the larger factions to form and then seek them out directly. As weariness washed over him, Suen gradually succumbed to slumber. When he awoke, it was already midnight. Xue Qingyu was still on the balcony, keeping watch, occasionally stifling a yawn. Upon entering the balcony, Suen was greeted by her warm smile. "You are awake," she said. Suen nodded in acknowledgement. "You should rest. I will take over the watch." Xue Qingyu shook her head. "It's all right. I am not tired yet. You must be hungry. I will prepare some food." "Thank you. I appreciate it," he replied. Xue Qingyu rose gracefully and made her way to the kitchen. Before long, she returned with a steaming array of dishes, a vegetable dish, a bowl of soup, a plate of stir-fried meat, and a delicate seaweed and egg flour soup. It appeared that these were prepared in advance, awaiting Suen's awakening. Suen lifted his bowl and indulged heartily, while Xue Qingyu observed quietly beside him, her eyes sparkling with joy, occasionally serving him more food and rice. After the meal, she tidied up the dishes and thoughtfully brewed a cup of hot tea for him. Leaning back comfortably, Suen sipped the tea, gazing at the profound night sky. Under the moonlight, several dark figures spiraled through the air. Moments later, they dove towards his direction. Suen remained unfazed, and with a mere thought, a fork shot forth, swiftly piercing the descending shadows, which fell with a thud onto the balcony, struggling briefly before becoming still. Upon closer inspection, they revealed themselves to be several grotesque black bats, each the size of a basin. These were the LV-2 bloodthirsty bats, known for their nocturnal predation on the living, carrying a virus that could turn those bitten into zombies. After tonight, the population of these bats would proliferate exponentially. Within just 3 days, the number within their community would exceed 10,000. By the 6th day, the count would dwarf the combined total of all humanity and zombies, casting a shadow over the earth. At that point, the global population would diminish by 60% in the span of 2 days. Yu gasped in horror, her hand covering her mouth. The brutality of the apocalypse far exceeded her imagination. If what Suin claimed was true, did humanity still hold any hope for survival? He was merely stating facts, also aiming to serve as a precautionary warning for Yu. He had yet to divulge the more despairing truths. The bloodthirsty bats only ventured out at night, resting during daylight hours. However, this did not imply safety during the day. Most zombies were active in the light, and alongside them, there were bloodthirsty crows. Similar to the bats in their insatiable hunger, both the crows and bats would increase in number exponentially, culminating in a sky darkened by their overwhelming presence. One thrived in the daylight, while the other reigned at night, both with the singular purpose of hunting the living. In the face of millions of bats and crows, even the most formidable S-level ability users would meet their demise in an instant. Yet, crows and bats would not persist indefinitely. By the 14th day, they would vanish without a trace. Their emergence resembled a colossal funnel, sifting out those unfit for survival in this new world. This was merely the initiation of an even harsher phase of the apocalypse. Indeed, there were many apocalypses, each with distinct stages. They were only at the dawn of the first stage of the first apocalypse. Everything has only just begun. While zombies are indeed terrifying, in comparison to the bizarre monsters that will emerge later, they seem almost endearing. Chapter 14. Chaos, stockpiling oil the following morning after breakfast. Suin set out once again with Li Xiaoyu. Their objectives for the day were twofold. First, to locate a fuel tanker to secure a supply of oil for future use. Second, to search for other awakened individuals to replicate their abilities. The duo found a motorcycle and sped towards the city center. Compared to the previous day, the streets were now teeming with zombies, and there was a notable increase in evolved varieties. The once predominant ordinary zombies had become a rarity. The LV2 hardened types were the most common, while Fat Exploder and jumping types were ubiquitous. After 3 days of apocalyptic trials, most people had come to terms with their grim reality, abandoning hope for rescue and venturing out from their shelters to scavenge for supplies. However, for ordinary individuals, the realization of the need to gather resources had come too late. The zombies had evolved to higher levels, and bloodthirsty crows preyed upon the unsuspecting, making each outing a potential death sentence. Yet, with no alternatives, they risked their lives in search of food. In the days to come, zombies would advance in levels daily, rendering each subsequent day more perilous. Today, hesitance could mean the complete loss of hope for survival. It was destined to be anything but a tranquil day. Numerous survivors risked their lives scouring the streets for supplies. Those fortunate enough might find a morsel to sustain themselves, while many others met their demise at the hands of the undead. Furthermore, competition among survivors for resources escalated into violent confrontations. The zombies grew increasingly agitated, and chaos erupted throughout the district, with screams, cries, curses, and the roars of the undead echoing through the streets. Suin and Li Xiaoyu arrived at a gas station. Inside the convenience store, several survivors were desperately grabbing items from shelves. Upon noticing Suin and Li Xiaoyu, they became wary. One man brandished a fire axe, standing guard at the entrance, keeping a close watch on the newcomers. Clearly, these survivors were a cohesive group, fearing that Suin and Li Xiaoyu might contest them for resources, thus assigning one to monitor the entrance. Suin paid them no mind and proceeded to assess the fuel reserves at the station. The supply of fuel was still plentiful, but regrettably, there was no tanker available to transport it at that moment. Soon, the survivors inside the gas station completed their looting and hurriedly exited, burdened with several packages. Gathering together. We only have a box of instant noodles and bottled water. This won't last us long. What should we do? Perhaps we should search elsewhere, suggested a middle-aged man. After a moment's contemplation, he added, "You all continue searching nearby. I'll take these back. The children haven't eaten for 2 days." "All right. Make it quick," they agreed, and thus, they decided to split up. The middle-aged man responsible for returning supplies to the base was momentarily captivated by the sight of Suin and his companion arriving on a motorcycle. He realized that if he could ride this motorcycle, he would be able to return to the base more swiftly and resume his search for supplies sooner. He immediately dashed towards the motorcycle. However, Li Xiaoyu was casually swinging her feet while seated sideways on the bike. The middle-aged man brandished a fire axe at her, barking out a warning to step aside if she wished to avoid dire consequences. Unfazed, Li Xiaoyu responded playfully, "Uncle, you're quite fierce." The man's expression darkened at her insolence. "Little girl, don't push me to the edge," he warned, reaching out to seize her. In his eyes, Li Xiaoyu was merely a naive child, one who had never faced the harsh realities of life and had grown accustomed to a sheltered existence, oblivious to the dangers of this apocalyptic world. Yet, in an instant, Li Xiaoyu delivered a swift kick, sending the man flying through the air, landing several meters away as he writhed in agony on the ground. With that single blow, several of his ribs were shattered. Witnessing this, his companions rushed over to assist him. "Ah, damn it, I think my ribs are broken," he groaned. They stared in astonishment at Li Xiaoyu, unable to fathom how such a seemingly delicate girl could possess such formidable strength. "Capture her and drag her inside for a lesson," one of them suggested, licking his lips at the sight of her exquisite features. The others exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. After all, this was a post-apocalyptic world, where one could act as they pleased, with no guarantee of survival until the next day. Quickly, they surrounded Li Xiaoyu, weapons lowered, intending to overpower her through sheer numbers. Meanwhile, Su In, who was tinkering with an oil tank in the distance, was completely disregarded. He was just a young boy, perceived as weak, who didn't even dare approach to check on his companion. Li Xiaoyu maintained her cheerful demeanor, showing no sign of panic. Su In, for his part, ignored the unfolding situation and continued inspecting the oil tank, having already assessed that these were merely ordinary individuals who posed no real threat to Li Xiaoyu. Even unarmed, they were no match for her. Her strength had reached its peak, capable of delivering a blow strong enough to fell a bull. She had already shown restraint in her earlier actions, unaware of the danger they were courting. They sought to capture Li Xiaoyu, an act of folly that was both reckless and misguided. Suddenly, a sharp whoosh pierced the air as a dagger, glinting with lethal intent, struck one of the assailants, piercing through his skull. He collapsed instantly, lifeless. Moments later, the roar of several motorcycles echoed as a group of young men, all in their 20s, surged into the gas station, their presence imposing and unmistakable. The young men emitted a series of peculiar cries, brandishing their pre-prepared machetes as they indiscriminately attacked anyone in sight. Those who had previously surrounded Li Xiaoyu had no time to contemplate their next move. They were paralyzed by fear and swiftly turned to flee. Alas, their legs could not outrun the wheels of a vehicle, and before they could cover much distance, they were overtaken and fell to the ground. The young men poured out of the vehicle, encircling the wretched individuals who were howling in agony, and unleashed a frenzied assault. However, their strikes were not intended to be fatal. They targeted limbs and areas rich in flesh, as if deriving amusement from their torment. The gas station was suddenly filled with anguished screams. "Enough of this folly. Let us check how much fuel is left in the tank," bellowed a bald man, his discontent palpable. The young men, upon hearing his command, reluctantly ceased their onslaught. Nevertheless, they did not spare the moaning victims on the ground, proceeding instead to behead them, treating the severed heads like balls to be kicked about. The bald man's gaze fell upon Li Xiaoyu, and he was momentarily captivated. Today was indeed fortunate. He had encountered a striking beauty. "Hey there, little lady," he grinned as he approached her. "Don't you realize how perilous it is to wander alone?" Li Xiaoyu rolled her eyes in response. "I came with my husband. I'm not alone." "Where's your husband?" "I don't see him," he retorted. Li Xiaoyu pointed to Su In, who was squatting by the fuel tank in the distance. "There he is." The bald man signaled to a nearby young man, who understood immediately and brandished his machete as he advanced toward Su In. "Why not join me, little beauty?" the bald man proposed. "I'll ensure you never go hungry. In this world, your useless husband cannot provide for you." At his words, Li Xiaoyu's expression turned icy, only to be replaced by a sudden smile as she extended her hand toward him. "All right, then take me with you." The bald man, elated, exclaimed, "You're quite clever. I guarantee you a life of comfort." He reached out to embrace her waist. At that moment, a glint of coldness flashed in Li Xiaoyu's eyes. Propelling herself against her motorcycle, she delivered a powerful kick to the bald man's chest. For an ordinary person, such a kick would have been devastating. However, the bald man reacted swiftly, raising his arms to block her strike. Unfortunately for him, he underestimated Li Xiaoyu's strength. The force of her kick sent him hurtling backward, snapping the bone in his left arm. "You are the one who is useless. Your entire family is worthless," she spat. unable to tolerate the insult directed at her beloved brother. The bald man staggered to his feet, his left arm hanging limply at his side. Cold sweat trickling down his forehead from the searing pain. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "Damn it, you're an Awaken one too?" He cursed his misfortune. Li Xiaoyu's strength defied the ordinary, a trait exclusive to those who had awakened. As a fellow awakened, he understood all too well the terrifying potential of such power. In dire circumstances, one must not provoke an awakened being lightly. Yet now that a rift has formed, it is imperative to eradicate the threat completely. The bald man, wary of underestimating his opponent, swiftly drew a dagger from his waist and, with a fierce shout, activated his ability, Eagle Eye Tracking. He hurled the dagger directly at Li Xiaoyu. Anticipating the attack, Xiaoyu deftly sidestepped the incoming dagger. Surprisingly, the bald man began to laugh maniacally, exclaiming, "Die, wretched creature." The dagger, having initially sailed through the air, suddenly curved back and lunged towards Li Xiaoyu once more. By the time Xiaoyu realized the danger, it was too late. The dagger glimmered ominously, almost within reach, and evading it was no longer an option. Just as the dagger was about to pierce her, it abruptly halted, suspended mid-air. The sinister grin on the bald man's face froze in disbelief. His ability, Eagle Eye Tracking, was designed to ensure that thrown weapons struck their targets with near certainty. Even if the attack was dodged, the weapon would autonomously pursue its mark until it connected. In essence, the flying dagger was more terrifying than a bullet. Yet, at this moment, the seemingly inevitable strike remained motionless. How is this possible? What have you done? The bald man roared in fury at Li Xiaoyu. Your B-grade ability seems quite decent, a calm voice interjected. Suin stepped forward, lightly tapping Li Xiaoyu on the head. Remember, next time, seize the opportunity to finish them off immediately, leaving no room for respite. There are numerous types of abilities. One must always be vigilant against unexpected attacks. Theoretically, the higher the ability level, the stronger it is, but this does not guarantee that advanced abilities will always overpower lower ones. The strength of an ability is significantly influenced by its user. With proper application, even a lower-level ability can triumph over a superior one. Had Li Xiaoyu pressed her advantage and not allowed her opponent the chance to throw the dagger, she could have vanquished him with her extraordinary strength before he activated his ability. Li Xiaoyu cupped her forehead with her hands, playfully sticking out her tongue. I understand now. Dear husband. Suin raised an eyebrow in confusion. When did I become your husband? I was unaware of this. Isn't it said that one must repay a life-saving grace, offering oneself in return? You have saved me twice now. I believe my decision to repay you with my devotion is quite restrained. Suin chuckled at her jest, replying, repayment doesn't necessarily entail such commitments. One could simply serve as a humble assistant instead. What nonsense! Li Xiaoyu pouted in displeasure before a mischievous smile spread across her face as a thought struck her. It's somewhat similar. Suin couldn't help but smirk, raising his thumb in approval. Your driving skills are unparalleled. You've quite literally run over my face. Li Xiaoyu burst into laughter, embracing Suin suddenly. The sound of slicing air filled the atmosphere as several daggers hurtled towards the pair. Enraged by their disregard, the bald man hurled multiple daggers in a furious ambush. May you all perish. Suin merely cast a fleeting glance, and the dagger remained suspended in midair. It was you, wasn't it? You are also an awakened. The bald man stammered, pointing at Suin. At this point, even a fool could discern that he had encountered a formidable opponent. It's all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. The bald man instinctively retreated, casting his gaze around, inwardly lamenting why his subordinates had yet to come to his aid. However, the sight that greeted him was enough to chill his soul. The ground was strewn with bodies. His subordinates had long since perished. Each individual was silently pierced through the mouth and throat by steel bars and blades, dying without a sound, unable to even utter a scream. The bald man was immediately engulfed by despair, collapsing onto the ground, trembling uncontrollably. I was wrong. I beg you, spare my life, show mercy to the Longhu gang. If you ever require the services of my wild dog, do not hesitate to ask. My boss is Lord Tiger, an awakened, a powerful one at that. If you kill me, Lord Tiger will not let you go. Suin pondered for a moment. Longhu gang, Lord Tiger. A fragment of memory stirred within him. There indeed existed such a force, though the details were vague. He recalled that the Longhu gang was initially a notorious underground organization in Sioux City, which had established a foothold in the post-apocalyptic world due to the emergence of awakened individuals within its ranks. It seemed necessary for him to pay a visit to the Longhu gang. With a casual wave of his hand, several daggers were turned, and embedded themselves into the ground beside the bald man. Suin then approached, placing a hand upon the man's head, silently invoking a thought. Bring it forth. Chapter 16. Inside the Longhu Gang, Big Brother, this is the place. Under the guidance of the bald man, known as Wild Dog, the trio arrive at a district of towering buildings. This area was once the most vibrant entertainment street in Sioux City, boasting dozens of bars and nightclubs, colloquially known as the Night City. Even before the apocalypse, the Longhu Gang had established its presence here, and after the cataclysm, it continued to use this location as its stronghold. The once intricate roads of Night City had now transformed dramatically. Most intersections have been barricaded and sealed off, leaving only a straight path leading deeper into the heart of the area. Big Brother, allow me to lead the way. Lord Tiger will surely be pleased to meet you. He admires individuals of your caliber. Wild Dog stumbled ahead, wincing in pain from his injuries, yet outwardly maintaining a submissive demeanor. Although a flicker of resentment occasionally flashed in his eyes, he was contemplating how to eliminate Suin. While he knew he could not defeat him, he believed Lord Tiger would have the means. With hundreds of brothers in the Longhu Gang, a single spit from each could drown this scoundrel. Having navigated the underworld for over a decade, he had never suffered such a great loss. He could not swallow his pride without taking Suin down. You no longer need to guide me. I am aware of the path ahead, and your utility has been exhausted. Suin declared, with a swift motion of his hand. A dagger flew forth, piercing the throat of the Wild Dog. The creature clutched its throat, eyes wide with shock, before collapsing lifelessly. Suin deftly retrieved several daggers from the fallen beast, their steel quality quite commendable, suitable for use as throwing knives. With Li Xiaoyu by his side, Suin proceeded along the straight street, encountering scarcely a zombie. It was evident that someone had undertaken the task of clearing the area. Only occasionally did a couple of leaping types spring forth from the shadows to attack. Yet without exception, they were dispatched by Li Xiaoyu wielding her baseball bat. Before long, the duo arrived at the terminus of the straight street, where stood a bar named Blood Queen. However, the entrance on the ground floor had been barricaded with steel plates from the outside. The sole access point was a shattered floor-to-ceiling window on the third floor, which required a soft ladder for entry. At that moment, two young men were crouched beside the window, likely stationed there to keep watch. Hey, what are you two up to? Upon seeing Suin, one of the men quickly rose, brandishing a handgun with a wary expression. Suin was taken aback by the presence of a firearm. However, it was merely a pistol, adequate for confronting humans, yet ineffective against zombies, incapable of breaching even the defense of a level 2 hardened type. Nonetheless, these individuals displayed a certain acumen by positioning the entrance on the third floor, where hardened zombies could not ascend, and the leaping types would falter against the gunfire. Overall, it was a relatively secure location, at least for the present. The future, however, remained uncertain. We come seeking refuge with Lord Tiger. May we ascend? Suin explained with a smile. The two men exchanged a few words before one shouted downwards. All right, let the woman come up first. The man must wait below. After speaking, one of them subtly disengaged the safety on his pistol, clearly intending to allow only Li Xiaoyu to ascend. In this apocalyptic world, women had become a form of resource, particularly young and beautiful ones. They could hardly refuse the allure of someone as charming as Li Xiaoyu. With the enhancement of his eagle-eyed ability, Suin's vision was several times that of an ordinary person, allowing him to perceive their subtle maneuvers with clarity. Initially intending to blend in discreetly to avoid alarming anyone, it became apparent that such subtlety was no longer an option. Without hesitation, Suin propelled himself up the wall. The floor-to-ceiling window was only 8 or 9 meters above ground, a distance he could manage to scale directly. 5 or 6 stories would have posed a challenge. As Suin ascended the wall, the two guards exclaimed in disbelief and unhesitatingly fired 2 shots in his direction. The bullets whizzed through the air, only to abruptly veer back, striking the 2 guards squarely in the head. Suin effortlessly leaped through the window, surveying the surroundings, and finding no one else in the room. However, the sound of gunfire would soon attract attention. He beckoned downstairs to Li Xiaoyu, urging her to come up. Li Xiaoyu nodded, took a brief run up, and leaped 2 to 3 meters high, swiftly climbing the soft ladder with agility. In terms of utilizing her enhanced strength ability, she still lagged behind Suin, unable to match his gracefulness as he ran up vertical walls. Just as Li Xiaoyu entered, the door was forcefully flung open, and a dozen individuals armed with machetes and axes surged inside. Upon spotting the 2 lifeless bodies on the floor, one of the apparent leaders, without bothering to inquire further. Barked orders. The man should be killed and dismembered to feed the zombies. Leave the woman. At his command, the group of subordinates shrieked and lunged towards Suen. With swift precision, several daggers shot out from behind Sue and darting through the room. In the blink of an eye, the floor was littered with over a dozen warm corpses. The leader, witnessing the carnage, turned pale with terror and hastily drew a pistol, unleashing a flurry of shots at Suen. The bullets, curving unnaturally, pierced the limbs of the small captain, who collapsed with a heart-wrenching wail. Suen approached the fallen captain, placing a foot on his chest, his expression cold as he inquired, "Where is Tiger?" The captain's face drained of color. "Tiger is in the office on the 5th floor. Please spare me. I can." Before he could finish his plea, a dagger flew through the air, severing his throat. Suen kicked aside the corpse blocking the doorway and stepped inside, with Li Xiaoyu quickly tightening her grip on the baseball bat to follow. Emerging into the corridor, Suen encountered several armed individuals who coldly demanded, "Who are you?" Preferring brevity, Suen manipulated his daggers to dispatch them one by one, causing a deluge of blood to spill and saturating the air with a pungent metallic scent. At the corridor's end stood a grand door, behind which blared the discordant sounds of rock music. The daggers flew forth, eliminating the 2 guards at the entrance, and Suen pushed the door open. Before him lay a vast dance hall, illuminated by flickering neon lights, the raucous rock music assaulting the eardrums. Dozens of men and women writhed rhythmically in the pulsating crowd. At the center of the dance floor was a large iron cage, wherein a zombie with sewn lips and clipped nails pursued a terrified woman. A group of ruffians jeered at the cage, occasionally splashing water inside. Suen frowned, feeling a wave of disdain, while Li Xiaoyu crouched down, retching at the sight. "Stay by the door and ensure no one escapes," Suen said, patting Li Xiaoyu's back. This scene, though grim, held little impact for him. However, for Li Xiaoyu, the scene was exceedingly repugnant, surpassing even the most gruesome images of blood and flesh. She nodded and, covering her mouth, exited the ballroom, closing the door behind her to stand guard outside. Meanwhile, the individuals within the ballroom had taken notice of Suen. "Hey, kid, who are you? I've never seen you before. Who brought you up here?" Suen waved his hand, and several daggers shot forth, whirling through the air, accompanied by the anguished cries of men and the piercing screams of women, drowning out the blaring music. 5 minutes later, a resounding crash echoed as one dagger pierced the sound system, restoring silence to the hall. A glance around revealed a scene strewn with corpses and blood. Only a few women remained, huddled in the corners, trembling incessantly, while every man lay lifeless. It was not that Suen exhibited undue mercy towards the women. Rather, most of them were merely playthings of the Longhu gang, seeking refuge to survive, their ties to the gang not particularly deep. Killing them would only serve to add to his sins. He was no bloodthirsty demon. He had no desire to expend effort on unnecessary killings. Of course, those few women who had displayed hostility towards him were swiftly dealt with. As for the members of the Longhu gang, none would be spared. One must eradicate the roots of the problem. He then ambled towards the upper floors, several daggers hovering behind him in pursuit. Encountering an adversary, he dispatched them one by one, leaving a trail of blood and bodies, his demeanor remaining unflinchingly calm throughout. He felt neither pity for their pleas nor madness in the midst of slaughter. In the blink of an eye, Suen reached the 4th floor, only to be halted by an imposing figure covered in tattoos. "Kid, this isn't a place for you. I could overlook your killing of my Longhu gang members. But if you don't leave now, I can't guarantee your life," the burly man growled. Suen directed his gaze to the man's head. Ability, steel body, wealth value, 2,000. Upon seeing the man's information, Suen inwardly rejoiced. An A-grade ability was among the strongest he had encountered, second only to Xueqingyu. The steel body ability was exceedingly rare, capable of rendering the body as tough as steel, with remarkable defensive prowess, resistant even to shotgun blasts, immune to most abilities, and impervious to water and fire. Its offensive capabilities were equally formidable, with explosive power far surpassing that of strength-enhancing abilities, making him akin to a human tank and a bane in close combat. Suen controlled several daggers, launching them at the man. A metallic sheen enveloped the burly figure, transforming him into an ironclad warrior in the blink of an eye, as the incoming daggers struck with no effect, merely sparking against his body, unable to pierce even the skin. The Iron Man narrowed his eyes at the sight of the daggers and seized one in his grasp. "This is Lao San's dagger. Where did you get this?" Suen shrugged his shoulders and remarked, Of course, it was taken from the corpse. I believe it was called a wild dog. But rest assured, my method of killing is quite exquisite. He left this world peacefully. Upon hearing this, Iron Man's eyes widened in fury. You dared to kill Lao San. His voice was grave, teetering on the brink of rage. He shared a profound bond with the wild dog. Though not blood brothers, they were closer than kin. They had known each other since childhood, navigating the streets together, and when the apocalypse erupted, they both fortuitously awakened their supernatural abilities. Subsequently, they allied with Lord Tiger, ascending to the ranks of the 2nd and 3rd in command of the Dragon and Tiger Gang. They had aspired to carve out a fortune amidst the chaos. But little did they know that before they could enjoy their newfound freedom, the wild dog had met his demise. The dagger he cherished was snatched away, and his remains were nowhere to be found. You bastard, I will grind your bones to dust. Iron Man bellowed as he lunged at Suen, swinging his metallic fist with ferocity. Suen dared not confront him directly and leaped backward to evade the assault. A dull thud echoed as Iron Man's fist smashed through the wall, creating a gaping hole, dust and debris cascading around them. Iron Man withdrew his hand from the wreckage, shaking off the dust as if unscathed, and charged at Suen once more. Suddenly, 3 steel rods shot out from the wall, ensnaring Iron Man like serpents. One rod aimed directly at his rear. The sound of metal clashing erupted, sparks flying. A mere parlor trick, Iron Man scoffed, effortlessly tearing the rods apart, a smirk of mockery playing on his lips. He smashed through the wall in a single blow. Suen gasped, is that even possible? Compared to this guy, that fellow La AI is practically a novice. How about that? Am I not formidable? I've had a change of heart. I no longer wish to kill you. Since you have slain Lao San, you shall take his place and serve me. However, I shall not treat you with the same gentleness as I did Lao San. He cackled. Suen instinctively took several steps back. I will lead you all in a battle. He had never anticipated that this Iron Man would be so unpredictable. Recalling the wild dog's demeanor when he was with this brute, Suen shuddered at the thought. Don't just stand there, kid. Keep running. The more you struggle, the more exhilarated I become. The real show has just begun. Iron Man laughed maniacally as he lunged at Suen again. Yet, Suen remained stoically in place, seemingly unfazed, which Iron Man mistook for shock. Just as Iron Man hesitated, contemplating whether to restrain his strength so as not to kill Suen with a single blow, he suddenly froze, his body immobilized as if trapped in time. Chapter 18. Do you think you are amusing? Your abilities are indeed formidable, yet not invincible. Powers of lightning can effortlessly subdue you. Upon transforming into steel, your defense and mass become quite fearsome. But the very steel that encases your body renders you susceptible to electromagnetic forces, even allowing for control. Suen slowly approached the motionless figure of the Iron Man, raising his palm as lightning crackled and surged. How unfortunate that I happen to possess the power of lightning. Your defeat is well-deserved. The Iron Man remained frozen in a fist-swinging stance, his eyes betraying shock and resentment, yearning to utter words, yet unable to move his lips. Do you have any final words? Spare me the potential disgust. Suen placed his hand upon the Iron Man's head, silently reciting in his mind, bring it forth. Detection of plundering target. Please select plundering direction. I want it all. Replication of ability, successful. Acquired ability, steel body, A. Plunder of wealth, successful. Gained 2,000 points of resources. Please select resource transfer location. Suen quietly chose to transfer the resources back to the courtyard of his stronghold. Done. Though 2,000 points of resources may not be substantial, the A-grade steel body will perfectly compensate for his defensive shortcomings. The mere replication of this ability alone renders this venture worthwhile, yielding abundant rewards. Suen patted the Iron Man's shoulder. My dear brother, I must say, you two are truly grotesque in your antics. With that, he snapped his fingers. The Iron Man began to twist and contort, his head and torso rotating in opposite directions. In a moment, with a resounding crack, the head and body parted ways, the head hitting the ground with a dull thud. Thus, the Iron Man perished, his power dissipating, and the corpse reverting to its original form. Suen stretched lazily and ascended the stairs to the 5th floor. Lord Tiger resided on the 5th floor. It remained uncertain whether he was an ability wielder. Upon reaching the 5th floor, Suen surveyed his surroundings, noting the eerie solitude. The entire floor was surprisingly quiet. After kicking open several doors without encountering a soul, he pondered, could they have fled? That seems unlikely. The esteemed Lord Tiger should not be so cowardly. Yet, after thoroughly searching the entire 5th floor, he still found no sign of life. Suin entered a lavish office, reclining in a chair, his feet propped on the desk, feeling quite disgruntled. Had I known, I would have dealt with that iron lump sooner. Now, I have suffered considerable loss. Suin, in a fit of frustration, kicked the desk, sending it crashing against the wall with a resounding thud. Wait a moment. The sound produced when the desk struck the wall was unusual. It was muffled, with an echo lingering in the air. This office's dimensions also seemed off. Judging by the decor and opulence, it undoubtedly appeared to belong to Lord Tiger. Yet the size was rather cramped, scarcely 40 square meters. Suin's eyes brightened as he approached the wall for a closer inspection, subsequently pushing aside a bookshelf. Upon closer inspection of the wall behind the bookshelf, a faint crack became visible. A gentle knock revealed a metallic resonance, confirming the existence of a hidden chamber. Suin stepped back, uttering a low command, "Steel body." With that, a metallic sheen enveloped him, transforming his entire form into steel. He then charged directly at the wall, producing a resounding crash as he breached it, creating a substantial opening. Peering through the debris, he grinned menacingly, exclaiming, "Found you." In response, a frying pan met his face, causing his expression to darken. With a surge of effort, he pushed through the wall, fully entering the room before him. What lay ahead was an opulently decorated, enclosed bedroom. At the center stood a grand bed, adjacent to which was a computer displaying a martial arts film. In front of the bed, a rotund man clad in a bathrobe held a frying pan. Upon seeing Suin burst through the wall, the man hastily discarded the pan and chuckled nervously, "Brother, your iron head skill is truly impressive. I admire you, Tiger Lord." Suin tilted his head. "Do you consider yourself amusing?" The man's legs buckled, and he fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head. "I was wrong, dear brother. Please spare my life. I can offer you anything. Take whatever you desire. Everything from the Longhu gang is yours." As he spoke, he dashed to the bedside and pulled out a stunning woman with an alluring figure and exquisite features. "Brother, behold. This is Xiao Bingbing, a top-tier celebrity. I offer her to you. I prepared her well. I know you will like her." Suin's gaze fixed on the pair, his pupils narrowing and breath quickening. Seeing this, Tiger Lord urgently nudged Xiao Bingbing. "Hurry over." Xiao Bingbing shot him a resentful glance, her expression filled with disdain. "Umph. I won't go. What do you take me for? I'm a first-tier actress. What status does he have to deserve me? I refuse to go. You can go yourself." Tiger Lord, nearly choking on his frustration, realized his efforts to train her had not been entirely successful. Yet, with his life hanging in the balance, he could not afford to dwell on that. He swiftly delivered a resounding slap to Xiao Bingbing's cheek, bellowing, "You've crossed the line. Do you realize it's the apocalypse? A first-tier star? Nonsense. If it weren't for me, you would have been food for zombies long ago. You will do as I say, or I shall have you minced and fed to the undead." Faced with the wrath of Tiger Lord, Xiao Bingbing covered her stinging face, tears welling in her eyes, feeling deeply wronged. "All right, I will listen to you." Gritting her teeth, she shot a fierce glance at Tiger Lord before making her way towards Suin. She had encountered many young individuals like him and possessed an unwavering confidence in her appearance. With just a hint of allure, she was certain she could captivate him utterly. Perhaps he was even one of her devoted admirers, already gasping in excitement. It seems this wild boy would benefit from her charms. Once she had him under her control, she would ensure that the rotund fellow would be left in a state of utter disarray, perhaps even reduced to mere morsels for the undead. "Dear sir, you must advocate for me," she lamented as she attempted to burrow into Suin's embrace. With a swift motion, Suin delivered a forceful blow, sending the mysterious creature flying. His gaze fixed intently on the formidable Tiger Lord. He licked his parched lips. "It should be you approaching, Tiger Lord." Chapter 19. Vast space, abundant resources, please. Don't jest. My ample figure surely does not meet your standards, Tiger Lord stammered, retreating in fear, his face drained of color. He had never anticipated that Suin had such a peculiar taste. "If you fancy this sort of thing, I have 2 subordinates who share your preferences. Perhaps you might like to engage with them?" In an instant, Suin appeared before Tiger Lord, seizing him by the throat and lifting him off the ground. He shouted, "Hand it over." Detected potential for plunder. Please select direction of plunder. I want all. Replication successful. Acquired ability, vast space S. Plunder of wealth successful. Acquired 50 million wealth points. Please select location for resource transfer. Transfer all to vast space. Resource transfer successful. Please check promptly. Suin erupted into laughter, shaking with delight. At last, he had obtained a spatial ability, and it was of the highest caliber, vast space. spanning an area equivalent to 100,000 football fields. He would no longer have to worry about a lack of storage for resources. To his elation, Tiger Lord had amassed a considerable stockpile of resources, amounting to a wealth value of 50 million points, translating to a worth of several billion RMB. 1 million tons of various meats, eggs, and dairy, 2 million tons of vegetables and fruits, over 100,000 tons of fresh produce, 100,000 tons of spices, and 500,000 tons of beverages. It was worth noting that the value he had plundered from the lizard men had already been substantial. But Tiger Lord's haul was 5,000 times greater, a veritable mountain of resources larger than several basketball courts, enough to last him several lifetimes. There were even more than 10 fuel tankers filled to the brim. One must commend Tiger Lord's discerning eye. He likely began gathering supplies on the very first day of the apocalypse, accompanied by 2 Awaken protectors, ensuring a seamless collection of resources in the early days of chaos. Everywhere he went, it was as if he shopped for free. It was no wonder that the Iron Man showed little concern for the lives of his subordinates. The true foundation of the Dragon Tiger Gang resided with Tiger Lord. The loss of other subordinates was inconsequential and not worthy of lamentation. Had it not been for Su An's unexpected appearance, who could say whether these individuals would have survived until the end of days? This is the peculiar flaw of the rarest of abilities, the vast spatial domain. Its capacity for survival surpasses even the most formidable S-rank combat abilities. It is indeed exceedingly rare and remarkably effective. Globally, there are likely no more than 100 such individuals, truly a 1 in a million occurrence. One might say that Lord who is fortunate beyond measure, possessing capable subordinates and awakening his vast spatial domain at the onset of the apocalypse. Alas, he encountered Su An, and his fortune turned to ruin. At that moment, Lord who let out a terrified shriek. My belongings are gone. Everything in my space has vanished. You did this, didn't you? Return what is mine. His eyes filled with fury as he clawed frantically at Su An. These possessions were his entire fortune and support. He had expended immense effort and sacrificed countless subordinates to acquire those resources. Without them, how could he possibly survive? The noise was unbearable. Su An, with a flick of his hand, slammed Lord Hu against the wall. Considering the considerable amount of goods you helped me amass, I shall grant you a death devoid of suffering. Lord Hu glared at Su An with venomous hatred. I curse you to an untimely demise, even as a ghost. I will not spare you. Your wish may remain unfulfilled, Su An replied, for there are few who possess the strength to kill me. Perhaps you should pray for a better reincarnation in your next life. And I suggest when you are reborn, avoid cutting in line, wait patiently, and ensure you are reincarnated only after the apocalypse. With that, Su An unleashed a surge of electricity, transforming Lord Hu into a pile of black ashes. Cried the nearby Xiaobing, who immediately screamed and attempted to flee towards the door. She almost forgot there were witnesses present. The truth of Lord Hu's vast resources could not be allowed to spread indiscriminately. The innocent man bearing precious treasures often becomes the target of envy and intrigue from various factions. A bolt of lightning dispatched the once celebrated actress, sending her on her way as well. Hopefully, she would create classic films in heaven, assuming she reached heaven rather than hell. Thus, the Tiger Gang was utterly annihilated. This venture had proven remarkably fruitful, and Su An felt a surge of joy within. He then approached Lord Hu's computer to inspect it. To his surprise, he discovered dozens of USB drives filled with an array of learning materials, encompassing all genres of action films, both domestic and international. These were indeed treasures worth taking. Su An collected the computer along with the drives into his vast spatial domain. Afterward, he hummed a tune as he descended the stairs. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he found the women in the dance hall still huddled in the corners, gasping in shock and retreating upon seeing him. Li Xiaoyu leaned against the door with a baseball bat in hand. Beside him lay 2 corpses, likely stragglers from the Tiger Gang, attempting to escape during Su An's absence, only to have their skulls crushed by the vigilant Li Xiaoyu. As Su An descended, Li Xiaoyu sprang into his arms, eager to boast of his exploits. Moments ago, I managed to thwart 2 individuals attempting to flee, demonstrating my prowess. Wouldn't you agree? He. Su An affectionately ruffled Li Xiaoyu's hair, saying, Look at your capabilities. Why aren't you outside? Isn't it nauseating to be here? Li Xiaoyu shook her head, casting her gaze towards a few women in the distance, hesitating to speak. Do you feel sympathy for them? Indeed, observing the plight of these women stirred a deep sense of compassion within Li Xiaoyu, for they too were women. Simultaneously, she felt grateful for her encounter with Su An. Otherwise, she might be enduring hunger or, like these women, be confined and treated as mere playthings. There are countless individuals like them, too many to feel pity for. I understand, Li Xiaoyu replied, nodding somberly. She comprehended the harsh realities and would not implore Su and to assist these individuals. Yet the feeling within her remained unsettling, especially since many of the girls were merely 11 or 12 years old. Su, perceiving her distress, sighed and addressed the group of women softly. I have left some food in the room on the 5th floor. Make it last. The food was a mere fraction of what he had previously set aside, intended as a small act of kindness. While he did not aspire to save the world, he believed that occasionally performing a good deed sufficed. After speaking, Su turned to leave with Li Xiaoyu. She gleefully jumped onto his back and planted a kiss on his cheek. You're so wonderful, my dear. Su smiled silently. Hearing this, the women began to weep. With a few kneeling in the direction, Su departed, repeatedly expressing their gratitude. In a world rendered cold as hell, even the slightest act of compassion radiated warmth and fervor. Chapter 20. Zero-cost shopping spree for supplies, departing from the Longhu gang stronghold. Su led Li Xiaoyu towards the commercial district. Xiaoyu, would you like to explore the mall? He inquired. Absolutely. The provisions at the stronghold are sufficient. But other supplies are rather scarce, especially items specifically for girls, which are nearly non-existent. The two soon arrived at a shopping mall. Such establishments primarily offered clothing, bags, and cosmetics, with food items being virtually absent. Even if there were any, they had long been scavenged, rendering it rare for survivors to frequent such places. Li Xiaoyu, bouncing with excitement, entered a clothing store and eagerly embarked on her zero-cost shopping spree, meticulously examining each item, which consumed considerable time. Su, with a swift gesture, summoned all the merchandise from the store into his spatial realm. Li Xiaoyu gasped in surprise, exclaiming, "Ah, ghost." Shoo, Su said, covering his ears. Don't be so alarmed. I've stored the items in my ability space. You can take your time to choose when we return. Spatial ability? What is that? Li Xiaoyu asked, her curiosity piqued. In a literal sense, I possess an immensely vast space of extraordinary abilities, into which I can store anything except living animals and humans. Su impatiently elucidated. Indeed. Then, can I take along many other items as well? Li Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Certainly. But selectively choosing from each household is quite tedious. Su then proceeded to transfer all the items in an entire shopping mall into the expansive space. Following that, he moved to the next mall, and then the next, systematically clearing them all. Passing by a car dealership, he collected everything. The hardware store was not spared either. Everything was taken without hesitation. The hospital proved to be advantageous, as he commandeered all the equipment and medicines. From the steel yard, he acquired several hundred tons of steel, and not a single item of cement or lime was overlooked. The paper mill was an opportunity not to be missed. A seasoning factory? Naturally. He longed to strip the very ground bare. The library, a repository of human cultural heritage, was taken as well. The distillery left not a drop behind, and the cigarette factory was treated similarly. As Su meandered through Sioux City, he continued his endeavors until the moon graced the night sky, reluctantly concluding his day. By then, his vast space had amassed an impressive collection, equivalent to 100 football fields in volume. The assortment was diverse, yet in comparison to the enormity of the space, it still appeared rather sparse. Li Xiaoyu was utterly astonished. This was not merely shopping. It was akin to plundering the very land itself. Anything Su deemed worthy would not remain behind. In comparison to him, even the most notorious bandits seemed like mere children, their hands far less clean. When the two returned to their base, it was already past midnight. Upon Su's return, Xueqingyu hurriedly approached him. Su, come quickly. This afternoon, an abundance of items suddenly appeared in the courtyard, but I didn't dare to touch them. Su glanced at the pile in the courtyard, which consisted of various aphrodisiac herbs, silicone trinkets, whips, candles, and fitness equipment, items previously seized from the Iron Brothers. The corner of Su's mouth twitched as he waved his hand, storing everything into his expansive space, along with the truck that had been filled with medicines. Xueqingyu's mouth fell agape in astonishment, while Li Xiaoyu hurriedly recounted Su's previous words to clarify the situation for her. Having long since become accustomed to Su's remarkable abilities, Xueqingyu regarded him as an enigmatic man. He was entirely different from the Su she remembered. He seemed to possess infinite knowledge and capabilities. Despite his unfamiliarity, he emanated a profound sense of security. You must be hungry, he said. Dinner is ready. Let us go eat. Hooray! Li Xiaoyu exclaimed, bounding back to the villa. Suin, equally famished, did not rush to eat. Instead, he turned his gaze skyward. Beneath the hazy night, one could faintly discern hundreds of bloodthirsty bats swirling incessantly in the air. Compared to yesterday, their numbers had multiplied tenfold, and by tomorrow, they would likely increase tenfold again. In the face of these ravenous creatures, the villa's defenses had begun to appear inadequate. Suin promptly retrieved steel plates from the expansive space, using electromagnetic forces to clad the entire exterior of the villa in steel, leaving only a few windows and doors adorned with steel mesh for ventilation, transforming the villa into a veritable fortress of iron. This was the only way to ensure a peaceful rest during the impending fortnight of trials. Once this was accomplished, Suin returned to the villa, satisfied, to partake in a meal. Once again, it consisted of 2 dishes and a soup: stir-fried shredded potatoes, 3-flavor tofu soup, and garlic stir-fried, twice-cooked pork. One could not help but commend Xue Qingyu's culinary skills. The flavors of her dishes were at least on par with those from most restaurants, and they were visually appealing as well. However, the quantity was still lacking, and the variety of dishes was insufficient. The available provisions could easily sustain the 3 of them for a lifetime without exhausting their supply. There was no need for such a frugal and bland diet. They could indulge extravagantly if they wished. Yet, it seemed that Xue Qingyu only excelled at preparing simple, home-style dishes, while more elaborate meals were beyond her capabilities. Furthermore, she devoted a significant amount of time daily to honing her abilities, leaving little time for cooking. Li Xiaoyu was even less dependable. While she could eat well, her culinary skills were lacking, falling short of Xue Qingyu's. In that moment, Suin entertained the notion of hiring a chef. After finishing his meal, he took a shower, changed into fresh clothing, and entered the living room, where he retrieved a large assortment of women's clothing, shoes, and various feminine necessities from the expansive space. Feel free to choose whatever you like. Also, there is no need for night watch duties tonight, he announced before stretching lazily and retreating to his room to rest. The 2 girls, delighted, eagerly began selecting their favorite garments and cosmetics. Qingyu, do you think Ngu is being a bit too serious? Does he not have any feelings for us at all? Li Xiaoyu mused, holding a pair of white stockings while continuing to sift through other items. Her expression tinged with exasperation. Xue Qingyu, having picked up a pair of black stockings she particularly liked, casually replied, I think it's fine. He is not very familiar with us, so it's normal for him to be a bit distant. Li Xiaoyu shook her head in disbelief, raising a finger. Oh no! No, Qingyu, that is not normal at all. We are in the apocalypse, for goodness sake. Who doesn't he indulge their desires? You wouldn't believe what I saw today, let me tell you. She then recounted her recent experiences over the past couple of days, continuing, look at those men. They're living indulgently. Yet, it seems Ngu has no interest in such matters. Why is that? He is undoubtedly far superior to them, and should be more indulgent. He should have taken advantage of us long ago. I have begun to doubt my own charm, as well as your gentle allure. Xue Qingyu's cheeks flushed as she playfully scolded, you should feel ashamed. Does this not merely indicate that he is truly exceptional? Unlike those brutish creatures, he is a trustworthy gentleman. Li Xiaoyu, in anguish, pressed her forehead, lamenting her own defeat. Oh dear, my pure and innocent snow school belle, your perspective is too narrow. I would rather have brother and exhibit a touch of beastliness. Could it be possible that brother refrains from approaching us because of Li Xiaoyan? Perhaps he's been searching for her all along? Upon hearing this, Xue Qingyu froze. Chapter 21. Li Xiaoyu. We can prevail with a 2-against-1 strategy. Surely not. As for Li Xiaoyu's speculation, Xue Qingyu felt uncertain. After all, she had closely observed Su and Su Xiaoyan's relationship. Su En's affection for Su Xiaoyan was genuine. Even when treated as a mere pet, he would buy her gifts while delivering takeout. His love ran deep. If Su En still harbored feelings for Su Xiaoyan, that was entirely plausible. Contemplating this, Xue Qingyu inadvertently began to believe Li Xiaoyu's conjecture. Imagine if brother were to find Su Xiaoyan and bring her back. Given Su Xiaoyan's temperament, we would likely face dire consequences. Being cast aside is a real possibility. Xue Qingyu replied, it does seem there's a chance of that. What should we do then? Li Xiaoyu raised her small fist, pretending to grasp something. We must take action. We should seize brother and before locating Su Xiaoyan. We will consummate our relationship, and by then, we shall also be the mistresses of the house. What do we have to fear from her? Moreover, with the 2 of us against 1, victory is assured. Defeat is not an option. Li Xiaoyu looked earnestly at Xue Qingyu. I have even contemplated our titles. You shall be the principal wife, and I shall be the concubine. Together, We will squeeze out that green tea BTCH, Su Xiaoyan, for her place. Or perhaps we shall simply persuade brother into abandon his pursuit of her entirely. Anyone will do, as long as I cannot tolerate Su Xiaoyan in this household. She's both shameless and vile. Who knows what ailments she may carry? I certainly do not wish to be indirectly infected. Xue Qingyu stared, her mouth agape in astonishment. Is that truly an option? Was Li Xiaoyu devoid of any sense of shame? How could she speak so boldly? Previously, Xue Qingyu had never realized that she possessed such audacity. Her worldview had been profoundly shaken, leaving her momentarily speechless. Noticing Xue Qingyu's hesitation, Li Xiaoyu grew anxious. Qingyu, this is no time for shyness. Hesitation leads to defeat. We might as well seize the opportunity while it presents itself. If you do not step forward, I shall take the initiative myself. However, I sincerely hope you will join me in forming a sisterly alliance, united against the outside world to enhance our chances of success. Yet Xue Qingyu's face flushed crimson. There is no room for hesitation in this apocalyptic world. Time is of the essence. I have long harbored feelings for Brotherin, and I would not mind if it were offered freely. It is evident that Brotherin harbors feelings for you as well, or he would not have traveled such a distance to rescue you. You must seize this opportunity. Qingyu, delay could mean the loss of your chance. Under the relentless persuasion of Li Xiaoyu, Xue Qingyu found her worldview gradually skewing, and she began to align with Li Xiaoyu's perspective. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and beads of sweat formed on her brow, primarily because she had secretly admired Su and for quite some time. Submitting to Su and was not something she resisted. In fact, it brought her a hint of joy. Thus, the two women officially formed a sisterly alliance, with Li Xiaoyu devising a strategy that they would both execute, centered on three core tenets: freely given, and still freely given. While the two girls conspired in secret, Suin remained blissfully unaware, lost in thoughts about what he might eat the following day or where the cook might find provisions. The next morning, as the sun climbed high in the sky, Suin rose lazily from his slumber, feeling more at ease than he had in a long time. Freed from the burdens of scarcity, he felt considerably lighter. After freshening up, he descended the stairs into the living room, where Li Xiaoyu and Xue Qingyu were already awake, huddled together on the sofa, whispering excitedly. Li Xiaoyu spoke animatedly, while Xue Qingyu's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of red. Upon noticing Su An's arrival, Li Xiaoyu approached him with a bright smile, playfully linking her arm with his. Darling, you're awake. You must be hungry. Breakfast is ready for you. She guided Su into the dining table and gently pushed him into a chair. Xue Qingyu, blushing, served him a bowl of porridge. Thank you, Suin said, bowing his head to sip the porridge. Seizing the moment, Li Xiaoyu subtly gestured to Xue Qingyu. However, Xue Qingyu turned her head away, pretending not to notice. Faltering at a critical moment, Li Xiaoyu, exasperated by her inaction, cast a reproachful glance at Xue Qingyu before turning back to Su-un with a playful whisper. Darling, let Qingyu feed you. Caught off guard, Su-un sputtered, nearly spitting out the porridge. No, I can manage on my own. Xue Qingyu hastily grabbed a napkin to assist him. Sensing something unusual in the behavior of the two girls, Su-an's intuition hinted that they were conspiring about something. Could it be that they intended to offer themselves freely? Surely, it was improbable that both girls harbored feelings for him. One must not be overly confident. Self-awareness is crucial. He was merely marginally handsome, possessed slightly more resources, had a touch more ability, and was somewhat familiar with this end-of-the-world scenario. His charm was only slightly enhanced, making light-hearted jokes at his own expense harmless enough. While Li Xiaoyu's whimsical nature was manageable, Xue Qingyu's character was inherently more reserved and shy, making it unlikely she would engage in such overtly bold actions. Yet, despite his pondering, he found himself unable to discern their intentions and soon lost interest in further speculation. After finishing breakfast, I plan to head out. If you two have nothing to do, it would be wise to stay indoors. The outside world is perilous at present. Li Xiaoyu pouted. Are you not taking me along today? No, Iruplia. The zombies outside have reached a high level of danger, and the crows have formed a substantial flock. It will be too risky for you to accompany me. Better to remain at home. All right then, she conceded. If you have nothing else to do, you both can practice your abilities in the gym in the basement. I'm going out to find someone, and I expect to return by evening. Take care on the road, dear husband, and come back early, she said. I'll prepare dinner and await your return. Bidding farewell to the two girls, Suin pushed open the heavy iron door and stepped outside. Li Xiaoyu placed her hands on her hips and exclaimed, I was right. Brotherin is off to find that little green tea girl. We must expedite our plans. Shuiqing bit her lip, responding softly. It seemed Li Xiaoyu's words held truth. Sun was indeed going to find Su Xiaoyan. A sudden fear gripped her as she worried that Su Xiaoyan might be discovered, and she herself would lose this sanctuary. She truly did not wish to part from Su, and Sun strolled along the street after leaving the neighborhood. The telephone poles lining the road were swarming with bloodthirsty crows, their cacophonous cawing echoing incessantly. Upon spotting Su, and they flapped their wings and swooped down, their crimson eyes filled with a predatory hunger. Sun deftly controlled his dagger, sending it spiraling to pierce through the heads of the crows, feathers littering the ground. Despite having slain over 100 of these ferocious birds, their numbers only seemed to swell. Sun, feeling exasperated, realized this battle was endless. He had no choice but to retrieve a motorcycle from his spatial storage, revving the engine and speeding away until he vanished at the end of the street. Time was of the essence in his quest to find Chef. The growing flock of crows posed an ever-increasing threat. Soon, even he would not guarantee his safety when venturing outside. In the face of millions of bloodthirsty crows, all abilities would prove futile. He had to find a suitable chef today, or else it might be half a month before the crows dispersed. Who knew if he could still find a good chef? They might have already been fed to the crows and bats. Sun outlined several potential locations where he might find a chef and accelerated his motorcycle, effortlessly dispatching a fat zombie that obstructed his path with a swift stab of his dagger. At the Hai Tian Hotel, the day the apocalypse struck, an annual charity auction was underway. Elites and luminaries from various sectors gathered, including numerous influential aristocrats and corporate magnates, as well as many stars and performers. The charity event attracted over 1,000 attendees, with a red carpet laid out and media reporters vying to cover the grand yet solemn occasion. However, with the onset of the apocalypse, everything transformed. Suddenly, zombies surged into the crowd, unleashing a merciless slaughter. The deceased were either devoured by the zombies or resurrected to drag their mangled bodies into the ranks of the undead, joining the massacre. The situation rapidly spiraled out of control. A portion of the people desperately escaped the hotel, while many others found themselves trapped within its confines, compelled to dash upward with reckless abandon. In the ensuing chaos, numerous individuals were tragically trampled to death. The turmoil persisted for an entire day and night before it gradually subsided. From the original 1,000, fewer than 200 remained by the end of the day. These survivors retreated to the upper echelons of the hotel, seeking refuge on the 18th floor and above, clinging to life. With all communication devices rendered inoperative, the hotel itself transformed into an isolated island, surrounded below by thousands of wandering zombies, while the upper floors loomed perilously high, impeding any descent and discouraging any thoughts of entrance from the outside. In this desperate predicament, the remaining souls could only pray for timely rescue. However, as time elapsed, the zombies began to mutate. The barriers that once obstructed them in the hallways were no longer effective against these bloodthirsty creatures. The mutated zombies broke through doors and windows, devouring one survivor after another. By the second day, the 18th floor had succumbed, followed by the 19th and 20th floors. By the fourth day, only the 22nd floor still harbored survivors. This floor was not a guest area, but rather a narrow storage space at the top of the hotel, containing merely 3 rooms. In the largest room, over 20 survivors, men and women, young and old, huddled together, sitting vacantly on the floor, the atmosphere thick with despair. "I'm so hungry. Does anyone have food to spare? I would pay $1 million for just a small bite," a woman in a black evening gown said feebly. She was Ma Yingying, a top star from Long Country, once a national goddess, now disheveled, her lips cracked, and her complexion ashen. A middle-aged man in a suit, known as Brother Hua, who was a prominent director, sneered, "Who isn't hungry? I would gladly exchange 10 million for a pack of instant noodles." His words garnered agreement from the others. 10 million was a pittance if it could procure a single pack of noodles. None present were impoverished. They were all individuals of means. Regrettably, at that moment, money held no power, as not even a grain of rice could be procured. Over the course of these 4 days, they had barely consumed anything. Driven to the brink of madness by hunger, the only sustenance shared among them had been 3 loaves of bread, contributed by a woman named Lu Hui. At this thought, their gazes collectively turned towards a mother and daughter in the corner. The mother, appearing to be in her 30s, was Lu Hui, elegantly clad in a water-ink qipao. Her demeanor graceful, her figure curvaceous, skin fair as snow, and her features exquisite, as if the passage of time had left no trace upon her visage. She remained as radiant as a youthful maiden, her beauty surpassing that of most of the starlets present, making it hard to fathom that she was already a mother. Even in the midst of such a despairing environment, Lu Hui meticulously maintained her appearance, her hair elegantly arranged in a neat bun at the back of her head. Aside from a hint of melancholy in her expression, she appeared largely unruffled. Nestled in her embrace was a young girl of about 14 or 15, clad in a pink dress with big, expressive eyes and an oval face. Her delicate cheeks bore the faint imprint of two charming dimples. The girl's name was Yu Xiaoqiao. Born into a prestigious family and having debuted as a child star, she possessed an undeniable screen presence, complemented by her striking beauty, and had become a well-known young actress. Both mother and daughter were guests at a charity auction, but when the apocalypse struck, they found themselves trapped in a hotel. They were among the first to seek refuge on the 22nd floor, and when other survivors arrived, it was Lu Hui and her daughter who opened the door for them. The entrance to the 22nd floor was somewhat concealed, making it difficult for zombies to detect, which was the reason they had survived until now. Liuvi, do you have any food left? Please share some with everyone, Brother Hua inquired, his eyes filled with hope. Lu Hui shook her head. There is none left. Then where did the bread you had come from? You wouldn't be hiding more, would you? Brother Hua pressed on, seemingly unwilling to give up. Lu Hui furrowed her brow. I truly have none left. I shared the last 3 pieces with everyone. Brother Hua, as frustration began to surface, that's impossible. You must have something hidden. You and your daughter were the first to arrive here. Who knows how much food you've stashed away? Bring it out quickly, he exclaimed, his demeanor growing increasingly agitated. Lu Hui, if you have something to say, now is the time to do so. We are all in this together. So there's no need to hoard, others chimed in, urging her to reveal her provisions. If you share, we'll owe you a favor. You must consider our status. You won't suffer any loss. Once rescue arrives, you'll reap the benefits. I happen to have a major production starting soon. If you provide the supplies, Xiao Xiao will be guaranteed the lead role. Instead of silencing Brother Hua, the crowd collectively encouraged Lu Hui to disclose her food. With a resigned sigh, Lu Hui responded, I genuinely have nothing left. I'm not deceiving you. The bread I had was taken from the restaurant on the 21st floor, and there wasn't much to begin with. The remaining 3 pieces were shared. If you really want more, you can go to the 21st floor. There should still be some left. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, none willing to volunteer for the dangerous task of retrieving the bread. The 21st floor had likely become a haven for zombies. Venturing there was tantamount to courting death. They were all part of the elite class, and their lives were too precious to risk. Lu Hui, why don't you go to the 21st floor to get the bread? You're familiar with the route since you've been there before. If you succeed, I, Li Dagong, will owe you a favor. You know how significant my favors can be, a lean middle-aged man interjected. The individual in question is named Li Dagong, a prominent figure of considerable stature, reputed as the foremost director of the Dragon Kingdom, with countless artists under his aegis and an extensive portfolio of blockbuster films. Indeed, Director Gang's words resonate with truth. Lu Hui, you should undertake this errand, for everyone will be grateful to you. Indeed, Director Gang speaks wisely. After all, you are most familiar with the route. What hesitation remains? With Director Gang's endorsement, you should relish the favor owed to him. Listening to the chorus of voices around her, Lu Hui's complexion turned ashen. This was clearly a summons to her demise, with the odds of returning alive being exceedingly slim. Mother, do not go. Yu Xiaoxiao urgently interposed herself before Lu Hui, glaring fiercely at the crowd. If you wish to go, then you go yourselves. Don't you have legs? We kindly opened our doors for you, provided you sustenance. And now you wish for my mother to face death? You are all ungrateful fiends. Upon hearing Yu Xiaoxiao's words, many a gaze shifted away in shame. After all, her assertions were grounded in truth. Without the efforts of the mother and daughter, everyone would have long since succumbed to the undead. Yet, what recourse remained? Surely, they cannot simply starve to death in this place. Sacrifice seemed inevitable. How dare a mere child speak so? Lidagan esa kuntanansa darkanat. Liuri. Whether you desire to go or not, you must go. Only you possess the knowledge of where the food lies. You bear the responsibility to procure sustenance for everyone. If you choose not to go, not only will everyone perish, but what of your daughter? Do you not care for her well-being? As a mother, should you not consider your child as future? If you stubbornly refuse, you will incur the wrath of the masses, and your stay here will be untenable. With that, Li Dagong stood abruptly, compelling Lu Hui to ascend to the 21st floor for provisions. Lu Hui pressed her lips together, gradually regaining her composure, maintaining her dignified and composed demeanor. Very well, I shall go. She cast a dispassionate glance at the crowd, taking Yu Xiao Xiao by the hand, preparing to depart. Stop. Li Dagong intercepted the mother and daughter. Who permitted your daughter to accompany you? She is still so young, with a bright future ahead. If you wish to court death, do not drag her along. You may only go alone. At this, Lu Hui's expression turned icy. This shameless rabble intended to use her daughter as leverage to compel her compliance. Should she leave alone, her daughter would undoubtedly suffer in her absence. It was no surprise that those who had wholly forsaken their conscience would resort to such cruelty. With a sardonic gaze, Lu Hui regarded the assembly. Do not speak of the uncertain prospect of rescue. Even if help were to arrive, would those saved still be human? You all were the guise of civility. Yet beneath it, you are not but beasts in human guise. Even wild dogs know gratitude, yet you're even less worthy than they. Very well. I will assist you in procuring food, but I hope that when I return with the provisions, the blood and flesh bartered for by the life of a vulnerable woman will sit easily in your bellies. Lu Hui, after finishing her words, gently released Yu Xiao Xiao's hand and slowly embraced her, tenderly saying, Xiao Xiao, I am sorry. Mother could not protect you well. Yu Xiao Xiao began to sob. Her voice choked with emotion, unable to articulate her feelings, gripping Lu Hui tightly, unwilling to let her mother go. Lu Hui softly wiped away Xiao Xiao's tears, a doting smile gracing her face. A tear-streaked face is not pleasing to behold, my little diva. Leaning in closer to Xiao Xiao's ear, she whispered, if mother has not returned by nightfall, and if no one is watching, you must leave from the upper floor. Do not be afraid. Simply close your eyes. Depart cleanly. Do you understand? Yu Xiao Xiao trembled slightly, nodding earnestly, her hoarse voice responding, yes, I understand, mother. What a good child. Lu Hui smiled faintly and turned to leave, still exuding her usual grace and composure. In her heart, she harbored a singular conviction. If she could not return, even if she were to become a ravenous specter, she would claw her way out of the abyss of hell and feast upon the flesh and blood of those who had wronged her. Meanwhile, Sun had been searching the city for an ideal chef without success. His target was upscale hotels, where he believed he would find suitable candidates. Regrettably, after much wandering, he had slain numerous zombies and encountered many survivors, yet not a single promising individual emerged. Most chefs in the hotels had succumbed, transformed into mindless zombies. Even those who remained alive were unsatisfactory, either too unattractive or too aged, predominantly burly men. With only two delicate sisters at home, living under one roof inevitably led to awkward moments. He preferred to feast his eyes on them alone and had no desire to bring back a male companion to disturb his peace. After an extensive search, Sun finally arrived at the entrance of the Haitian Grand Hotel. This establishment was the most prestigious in Sioux City, favored by celebrities and socialites. It was reasonable to assume that the chefs here would possess exceptional skills, although he had never dined within its walls. With an average consumption exceeding 10,000 per meal, it was a luxury he could not previously afford. Now, possessing the means, he found himself bereft of opportunities. Such is the unpredictability of life, he mused, as he stored his motorcycle in a vast space and strolled into the Haitian Hotel. As he casually dispatched a zombie, Sun ascended the steps at a leisurely pace. The interior of the Haitian Hotel was even more chaotic than he had anticipated, teeming with zombies. Undoubtedly, during the apocalypse, this place had attracted a throng of people. Otherwise, such a narrow space would not have birthed so many undead. Suddenly, a zombie clad in a suit lunged at him with a ghastly shriek. Sun squinted, recognizing the familiar visage. Oh, is that not the famous star, Diego? What brings you here? Have you not slept in ages? Those dark circles are practically resting on your chin. One cannot exert themselves, so while filming, you ought to take a break. Sun swiftly dispatched the adversary. Suddenly, another meticulously dressed zombie in overalls lunged at him. Kunzi, what has happened to you? Have you developed severe oral ulcers? Why are you in such a deplorable state? Where's your basketball? Go back and continue your practice. With great consideration, Sun escorted Kunzi back to the spring to retrieve his basketball. Such immense virtue. As Sun continued to eliminate the zombies while ascending the building, he disregarded the floors inundated with the undead, presuming there would be no survivors. It was not until he reached the 20th floor that he noted a significant reduction in the number of zombies. The Haitian Hotel comprised merely 22 floors, and soon he would reach the summit. Whether he could find survivors would depend on the final few levels. Sun began his search on the 20th floor, meticulously inspecting each room. Apart from encountering dozens of zombies, he found not a single living soul. Just then, a faint sound of weeping reached his ears. Upon closer inspection, it was the cry of a woman. It is well known that zombies do not weep. Ah, there is still a living person. Following the sound, Suin approached a partially open door at the end of the corridor. The sorrowful sobs emanated from within. Without a second thought, he gently pushed the door open, and the cries became clearer. Inside the room, a woman clad in a white dress sat on the floor with disheveled hair, her back turned to him, obscuring her features. However, it was evident that the mournful sounds were produced by her. The cries were deep and laden with sorrow. Suin was about to speak when he caught sight of the small characters above the woman's head, causing his heart to skip a beat. He quickly swallowed his words. Zombie, Witch LV7. Skills, Pursuit, Tear. A chill ran down Suin's spine. He never anticipated encountering such a creature. The Witch, colloquially known as a female ghost or witch, is a type of evolved zombie. It represents the pinnacle of the undead hierarchy. Starting at a terrifying level of 7, it is a height most mutated zombies cannot attain. Possessing unique skills, its desire for attack and its lethality are exceedingly high. Not only ordinary individuals, but even the majority of awakened beings would face near certain death upon encountering such a being, making it a formidable foe for awakened individuals. This was merely the 4th day of the apocalypse. Logically, such a creature should not have appeared. How had he stumbled upon it? Suin had no intention of provoking this monster, and cautiously began to retreat. Alas, he inadvertently stepped on a soda can, producing a sharp sound. Iron Body. Without hesitation, Suin activated his Iron Body ability. The witch emitted a piercing scream, abruptly turning to reveal her ghastly pale visage. She then transformed into a white shadow, charging towards Suin with such speed that even his eagle-eyed ability could scarcely keep up. As Suin awaited a response, the witch had already approached him, its crimson claws extending a terrifying 30 to 40 centimeters in length. With a flash of red light, the talons descended like lightning, leaving Suin no time to evade. A sharp, metallic clashing echoed, accompanied by a shower of sparks. In the blink of an eye, Suin's chest was raked by dozens of claws. Fortunately, his iron-clad physique provided some defense, preventing fatal damage, though it left a multitude of white claw marks on his chest. However, should the witch continue her assault, it would only be a matter of time before his defenses were breached. Without a moment's hesitation, Suin gathered his strength and delivered a powerful punch to the witch's abdomen, sending her flying. Several daggers shot forth, pinning her to the ground. The witch screamed, attempting to rise. With a swift motion, Suin unleashed a torrent of electricity that enveloped her. Amidst the crackling of the electric current, her screams gradually faded, ultimately reducing her to a pile of charred remains. Only after confirming the witch's demise did Suin slowly relinquish his powers, his chest suffused with a crimson hue, his shirt torn to shreds. It was fortunate that he had managed this. Had it been another awakened individual, even someone of Snow Qingyu's caliber, a moment's lapse could have resulted in being instantly slain by the witch. This fiend possessed nearly zero defensive capabilities, its strength lying solely in its speed and ferocity, capable of executing instantaneous kills. Due to its tracking abilities, prey targeted by it were nearly impossible to escape, and its tearing strength was devastating. Even when surrounded by a group, it could achieve a one-for-one exchange at the utmost limit. Before Suin could catch his breath, a sharp scream pierced the air from outside the window, more jarring than the witch's wails, resonating painfully against his eardrums. After searching the 21st floor for nearly an hour, Lu Hui, after much hardship, finally located a few baguettes in the kitchen. She then planned to stealthily make her way back. However, a zombie staggered into the room, forcing her to lie flat on the ground, wriggling to avoid detection, not daring to make a sound. Fortunately, her calmness allowed her to accurately assess and evade the zombie's line of sight. Just as she was about to escape the kitchen, a bloodthirsty crow spotted her through the window. The raven cawed ominously and lunged at her, but the window obstructed its advance, causing it to incessantly batter against the glass with a clattering sound. Attracted by the noise, the zombie lunged towards her, immediately locking onto Lu Hui, who lay on the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Hui sprang to her feet and ran, the zombie howling in pursuit. Exiting the kitchen, she dashed towards the 22nd floor, with the zombies trailing behind her, increasingly numerous. Realizing the horde had amassed so quickly, Lu Hui dared not return directly to the 22nd floor. Instead, she sprinted into one of the rooms. This was the entertainment hall on the 21st floor, distinct from the guest rooms, as it featured both a front and a back entrance. She first lured the zombies into the entertainment hall, then, taking advantage of the blind spot around the corner, slipped out through the back door. After closing the door behind her, she swiftly returned to the 22nd floor. Upon reaching the door of her room on the 22nd floor, Lu Hui felt a sense of relief when she found no zombies in sight and gently knocked on the door. Soon, a crack appeared, revealing Li Dagong's pockmarked face. "Open the door. I have brought back food," she declared. Upon seeing the baguette in Lu Hui's hand, Li Dagong's face lit up with joy. "Quick, pass it in." However, Lu Hui's expression turned cold as she replied, "You need to open the door first." Li Dagong sneered, his demeanor gradually becoming menacing. "Hey, you filthy bitch. You don't have the right to negotiate. If you don't want your daughter to become sashimi, hand over the food first, then fetch me a bucket of water. I'm parched beyond measure. Your daughter is still a virgin, right? With such a lovely and delicate appearance, her blood might just be sweet." At his words, Lu Hui trembled, her face drained of color, and she hurriedly handed over the hard-won food. "Please, I beg you, don't harm Xiao Xiao. I will give you the food. I'll go find water for you right away." She had long ceased to hold any illusions about humanity, which was why she had told her daughter that if she didn't return, she should jump off the building and end her life. Yet she still underestimated the ugliness of human nature. From the very beginning, these brutes had not sought mere bread, but her daughter herself. Indeed, how could a few loaves of bread ever compare to the flesh and blood of a living being? Chapter 25. If you wish to make a wish, go pray to Buddha. Just as Lu Hui was pleading, a sudden shadow silently emerged behind her. Feeling a presence, she quickly turned around. There at the staircase squatted a naked little boy. His body was marred with bruises, and his large eyes held no whites, the entire eyeball black as ink. Abruptly, the boy opened his mouth, producing a clattering sound as his teeth clashed together. Then he opened his mouth wide, his entire face instantaneously tearing apart, revealing a crimson throat that dangled and writhed. In the next moment, the throat quivered, followed by an ear-piercing scream. "Ah!" The shrill sound instantly filled the hotel, causing a surge of zombies to stir, rushing recklessly toward the 22nd floor. Under the piercing scream, Lu Hui nearly fainted, desperately covering her ears to withstand the onslaught. Li Dagong, with his head poking out, was directly struck by the scream, causing his eardrums to ache painfully. With a cry of anguish, he fell to the ground, clutching his ears. Seeing this, Lu Hui gritted her teeth and crawled toward the door, crashing it open and bracing herself against it. This unknown monster had caused such a commotion, surely attracting a horde of zombies. The 22nd floor was no longer safe. She did not wish for her own survival, but only hoped that all the beasts within the room would perish. None should live. The others in the room were taken aback when Lu Hui opened the door, rushing over to pull her back, exclaiming, "Throw her out. This wretched woman wants to kill us." However, within that brief moment, a horde of zombies surged forward, rendering it too late to shut the door. As they beheld the approaching tide of the undead, despair enveloped everyone, causing them to collapse onto the floor. Lu Hui maintained a calm demeanor, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, waiting quietly for death to arrive. With a sudden crash, a dagger shattered the glass, spinning through the air and decapitating a young boy, the piercing scream fading into silence. A dull thud reverberated as the ground shook. The staircase connecting the 21st and 22nd floors collapsed entirely, sending a multitude of zombies plummeting down, while the remaining undead were left to spin in confusion at the bottom. A figure leaped onto the windowsill, squatting down, and casually cleared his ears. "Damn those screams," he muttered, exasperated by the incessant howling. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow upon his sharply defined features, his eyes as dark and unfathomable as a deep pool. A few daggers, gleaming with a cold light, hovered gracefully behind him, exuding an aura of purity and nobility. Lu Hui gazed in awe at the unexpectedly handsome man. If there were deities in this world, he would surely be one of them. She had never believed in gods, nor earnestly prayed for redemption. Yet in that moment, an impulse to kneel arose within her. She did not wish to die. She wanted to survive, to live alongside her daughter. "God, have mercy on me," she thought, her eyes glistening with tears, her lips moving silently, unsure of what to say. Suen shook his head and surveyed the survivors before him. Their attire suggested they were all affluent individuals, several of whom were recognizable faces from television. TSK. He clicked his tongue in discontent. "Looks like I won find a chef after all." Yet, adhering to the philosophy of being present, He hopelessly inquired, "Hey, does anyone here know how to cook? I need a chef who can handle all 8 culinary traditions. The pay is decent. Anyone capable and interested?" The group of survivors stared at him in bewilderment. Cooking? A chef? What nonsense was this? They were all of high status. How could they possibly cook for themselves? They typically dined at upscale restaurants. To serve as a chef? It was preposterous. Among them were celebrities and renowned directors. Who would deign to be a servant? "I can cook, and I can prepare many dishes. I know all 8 culinary traditions." Lu Hui finally spoke up softly. She spoke the truth. As a single mother, she had always cooked for her daughter to ensure her health. Culinary arts were one of her few passions, and not only could she master the 8 culinary traditions, but she also had experience with many international cuisines. Upon hearing Lu Hui's response, Su-en's eyes brightened. She was the most satisfactory chef he had encountered thus far, and rather pleasing to the eye as well. "Let us first discuss the remuneration," Su-en suggested, lightly leaping over the threshold and approaching the door, extending his hand to assist Lu Hui, who was seated on the floor, to her feet before striding into the room. Inside, there were over 20 individuals, a mix of men, women, the elderly, and children, with a young girl bound and gagged in the corner. Su-en paid little heed to the others and made his way directly to a table, sitting down unceremoniously. "Gulme, Lu Hui, don't just stand there. Sit down and we shall converse," he beckoned. In the matter of hiring a chef, mutual consent is paramount. Coercion is utterly unacceptable, for one might find themselves poisoned in their own meal, and that would be the end. It was only then that Lu Hui snapped back to reality, rushing into the room, but instead of approaching Su-en, she hurried to the corner to untie the girl. As soon as the bindings were loosened, the girl burst into tears and flung herself into Lu Hui's embrace. Lu Hui, her face etched with guilt, comforted Yu Qiao Qiao, saying, "Do not cry, Qiao Qiao. It is Mama's fault for allowing you to suffer." With tears streaming down her cheeks, Yu Qiao Qiao lifted her head and replied, "It is not Mama's fault. It is I who have caused you trouble. I am your burden." Lu Hui shook her head, biting her lip, tears welling in her eyes. She quickly pulled Yu Qiao Qiao to Su and sighed and apologized. "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." Su-en waved dismissively, turning to Yu Qiao Qiao. "It is quite all right. Is she your daughter?" "Yes, my daughter Qiao Qiao," Lu Hui nodded. Yu Qiao Qiao wiped her tears and mustered a polite smile, saying, "Hello, big brother." Su-en returned her smile, finding the young girl quite courteous. "Do sit down and let us talk. If you agree, you may start work today." Lu Hui nodded solemnly and took a seat with Qiao Qiao. Meanwhile, Brother Hua approached curiously. "Who are you, young man? Are you from the rescue team sent to save us?" I knew Guijia had not abandoned us. Su-en cast a disinterested glance at Brother Hua. "Have I spoken to you?" Taken aback, Brother Hua responded. "Could you not be a bit more courteous? Be mindful of your standing. Not everyone can be offended at will. Do you believe that once I am rescued, a single phone call could cost you your job? Leave." Su-en retorted coldly, delivering a powerful shove that sent Brother Hua crashing against the wall. The force was such that his molars were shattered, blood trickling from his mouth. Witnessing this, the others could no longer remain passive. Why resort to violence? This is where you have erred. Youth today is far too impulsive, lacking an understanding of respect and hierarchy. You have provoked the wrong person. Your future may be jeopardized. The rescue team must be just downstairs. Once Brother Hua is saved, I fear your actions will not be easily forgiven. Hurry and inform the rescue team to act swiftly." Su-en gazed at the crowd in silence. "Surely, you do not believe that a rescue team will come to save you? This catastrophe is global in scale. Not only is there no rescue team, but the situation will only deteriorate further. Everyone is preoccupied with their own survival. Who would risk their life to save you? A group of ancestors? If you wish to make a wish, pray to the Buddha. If you enjoy dreaming, then sleep. One must be pragmatic in life and not indulge in fanciful illusions." Chapter 26. The new employee. Upon hearing Su-en's words, the group was rendered speechless. A global catastrophe? No rescue. Was it truly the end of the world? Impossible. You must be lying. I refuse to believe it unless you provide evidence. Some could not accept the harsh reality and voice their doubts. "Believe it or not, your survival is of no concern to me," Su-en replied indifferently, shrugging. The most pitiable individuals in the apocalypse are those who fail to recognize the truth, clinging to unrealistic dreams. Such people often perish swiftly, unable to endure even a single phase. Let us continue our discussion. I will outline the conditions and benefits I offer, and you may determine if they are acceptable. Su-en turned to continue speaking with Lu Hui. "Yes, please go ahead." Lu Hui nodded in response, having lowered her expectations regarding the benefits. As long as she and her daughter could have a warm meal each day, she would be content. In truth, without Suen needing to say anything, she had already realized that this was indeed the end of the world and no rescue team would come. You will need to prepare 3 meals a day, ensuring the quality of the ingredients is decent and the variety is sufficient. Occasionally, you will also need to prepare late-night snacks and assist with the household cleaning. Essentially, this will be your job year-round without a break. As for compensation, you may dine with me. You will eat what I eat, with plenty to satisfy your hunger. Material benefits include a new outfit each month, which you can choose according to your preferences, as well as a set of cosmetics monthly, 2 packs of sanitary pads, and a bottle each of shampoo and body wash per month. Should you fall ill, medication will be provided. If you wish to keep a pet, you will need to apply for permission, which I will grant at my discretion. Currently, entertainment options are rather limited. I can provide you with fitness equipment, books, and some music. Of course, if you have other requests, you may apply, but I cannot guarantee fulfillment. Upon hearing Suen's offer terms, Lu Hui's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Is this the kind of treatment one would receive in the apocalypse? It was 100 times better than she had imagined. Such generosity was beyond her wildest dreams. I accept, Lu Hui blurted out without hesitation. Suen waved her hand. I have not yet finished. Do not be so quick to agree. The employment system I employ is one of lifetime tenure. You cannot unilaterally breach the contract unless I directly terminate your position one day. Suen smiled broadly, saying, to put it differently, you shall work for me for the entirety of your life. Once you agree, your freedom will essentially come to an end. Think carefully before you respond. Repeat. A lifelong contract? Cooking for a lifetime? My goodness, are you certain this isn't a benefit? Do I even need to think about it? Absolutely not. I am willing. As long as you do not find me bothersome, I shall cook for you for the rest of my days. Suen nodded with satisfaction and extended his hand to shake Lu Hui's. Welcome to my household. I hope we can coexist harmoniously. Thank you, boss, thank you. But may I bring Chow Chow along? If not, I shall decline the offer, Lu Hui inquired. Suen glanced at the anxious girl sitting nearby, contemplating for a moment. With a cook already in place, he thought, a cleaner would be an excellent addition. It's a 2-for-1 deal, after all. Having an extra hand is no burden, provided I do not support someone who does not contribute. She may join, but she must take on the majority of household chores, laundry, sweeping, mopping, serving tea, and the like, with compensation equivalent to yours. Chow Chow is obedient and diligent. She will not disappoint you. Thank you for taking us in. I'm truly grateful. Lu Hui's eyes glistened with tears as she quickly rose to bow in gratitude. Yu Chow Chow followed suit, expressing her thanks. Thank you, big brother. Chow Chow will be obedient and work hard. I promise I won't be a freeloader. Life's ups and downs had come swiftly, and both women felt overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears. Suen smiled gently, waving his hand to summon a steaming bucket of fried chicken and 2 bottles of cola from the expansive space, placing them on the table. Judging by your expressions, it seems you haven't eaten in quite some time. Have some food to fill your stomach. Once you finish, I shall take you away. Upon seeing the unexpected feast before them, the 2 women gasped, covering their mouths, gazing at Suen as if he were a deity. What kind of miraculous technique is this? Is it not to your liking? Suen inquired, noticing their stillness. No, no, the 2 exclaimed in unison. Then, shedding their restraint, they eagerly dove into the meal. Yu Chow Chow even cried while eating, not out of sorrow but from sheer delight. As they savored the fried chicken and sipped cola, the onlooking survivors became agitated. The aroma of the meat wafted through the air, causing audible swallowing sounds among the crowd. Hey, brother, could you spare me a bucket of fried chicken? I'll pay 10,000. Little brother, I'd like a bucket too. No, just half a bucket will do. I'll pay 100,000. I want some. I'll offer 1 million. No, 10 million, just for a drumstick. Brother, I can issue a check. Fill in any amount you desire. Just half a drumstick will suffice. I am not picky. The survivors, driven mad by hunger, began to bid frantically. Suen, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively. Go somewhere cooler. Seeing that Suen had no interest in money or checks, the group felt hopeless. They possessed little else to offer beyond their cash. Among them, one individual, emboldened by desperation, contemplated seizing the provisions of the 2. With a mere glance, Suen signaled, and the dagger at his back flew forth, rendering the would-be thief unconscious. The reason for not resorting to lethal force was simply because his 2 new employees were in the midst of their meal. Such a gruesome scene of blood would undoubtedly spoil their appetite. Consequently, No one dared to approach and attempt to steal again. The prowess displayed by Su and was beyond the comprehension of these ordinary individuals. He seemed almost superhuman. It was likely that the collapse of the corridor was also instigated by this young man. Such a being was far too formidable for them to confront. Chapter 27. Director Lee's boundless virtue. After waiting for the two to finish their meal, Suin stood and stretched lazily. Once you're done, we shall depart from this place. The two hastily rose in unison. Yu Xiao Xiao adeptly gathered the remnants of chicken bones, cradling them as if they were treasures. Why are you holding on to the bones? Su inquired. Yu Xiao Xiao blinked, answering earnestly, to take them back for soup. Suin chuckled softly, patting her head. It appeared that the two had endured quite a bit of hardship during this time. Had it been his previous life, he too might have behaved similarly. There's no need, you may discard them. As long as you are obedient, you shall have as much food as you desire. MHM, thank you, big brother. Xiao Xiao will be very obedient. Upon hearing that Yu Xiao Xiao intended to discard the bones, the others grew animated. Xiao Xiao, don't throw them away. Give them to me. Annie will pay you. How about giving them to me, dear? Remember when I treated you to ice cream when you were little? Go on, Xiao Xiao. Remember that I starred alongside you last year? Yu Xiao Xiao, noticing their smiling faces, pouted and turned her head away, unwilling to engage. She had not forgotten how these individuals had once coerced her mother into a perilous situation, binding her and threatening to consume her if her mother failed to return with food. She resolutely decided against giving them the bones, no matter their pleas. With determination, she dashed to the window and tossed the bones, along with their packaging, out into the abyss. Not even if you beg, she declared defiantly. A middle-aged woman, witnessing this act, seethed with resentment. You ungrateful girl! How dare you! She exclaimed, raising her hand as if to strike Yu Xiao Xiao. However, upon meeting Su In's icy gaze, she hesitated and withdrew her hand. Slap yourself 10 times, Su In commanded coolly. The woman's face flushed crimson, caught between defiance and fear, unwilling to comply. My patience is limited. Do not force my hand, or the consequences will be as simple as a few slaps. I wouldn't hesitate to toss you from this building. The middle-aged woman's complexion paled in an instant. I'll do it myself. I'll do it myself. Please spare me, she exclaimed, and began to slap her own face repeatedly. At that moment, Li Dagong, who had remained silent, approached with a smile, extending his hand. Greetings, young brother. I am Li Dagong, a director you may have seen on television. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Suin glanced at Li Dagong without extending his hand. Is there something you need? Li Dagong awkwardly retracted his hand with a dry chuckle. You see, young brother, I wish to hire you as a temporary bodyguard to assist me in leaving this place. Feel free to state any demands you may have. Suin found it amusing. What I desire is likely beyond your means. Li Dagong shook his head with a smile. Not necessarily, young brother. You should understand the formidable connections and influence I possess. Many would be inclined to oblige me. If you help me escape, I will owe you a significant favor. And I trust you comprehend the weight of my gratitude. I believe this is a mutually beneficial arrangement that you can clearly see. Suin inhaled sharply. How inflated must one's ego be to utter such shameless words? If he possessed even half the audacity, he could withstand witches' countless claws without faltering. Don't believe his words. Big brother, he is a deceitful scoundrel, a worthless wretch, chimed in Xiao Xiao, her expression adorably fierce. Oh, in what way has he been deceitful? Please enlighten me. Suin replied. Xiao Xiao promptly recounted the previous events in detail. After grasping the situation, Suin shook his head at Li Dagong. I do not wish to judge whether your actions were right or wrong. In this apocalyptic world, such matters have become commonplace. Right and wrong often lose their significance. And survival is paramount. It is unfortunate, however, that one reaps what they sow. They're now my employees, and, as their employer, it would be unacceptable for me not to assist them in collecting debts. Director Li, have you considered how you will repay that debt? Li Dagong revealed a forced smile and instinctively took a few steps back. I see that you are quite resolute and should not be easily swayed. Suin's gaze turned icy. I will give you 10 seconds. Either you jump from the building yourself, or I will kick you off. Choose one. If you do not choose, I will assume you prefer the latter. Li Dagong clenched his fists, his pockmarked face darkening with anger. You little brat. Don't think I'm afraid of you. Do you believe I can't find someone to kill you? I've taken many lives over the years, and I wouldn't mind adding yours to the list. Suin nodded. Very well. It seems you have made your choice. I'm pleased to see you have deduced a third option. With that, he vanished from his spot, only to reappear before Li Dagong. Gripping his throat and dragging him toward the door. In ancient times, the Buddha fed flesh to eagles. Today, Director Lee offers himself as sustenance for zombies. I admire your selfless sacrifice, Director Lee, Suin concluded, effortlessly tossing Li Dagong into the horde of howling corpses in the hallway. Li Dagong was swiftly engulfed by the horde of corpses, barely able to emit a few cries before being gruesomely torn apart. Suin returned to the room, surveying the crowd. Those who had previously coerced her stepped forward. As her words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the room, with no one daring to respond or emerge. Suin smiled, revealing her gleaming white teeth. Excellent. It appears you all have chosen the same fearless path as Director Lee, seeking to accumulate merit. Ciao ciao. Identify those who tormented you one by one. Chapter 28. The little hands are not clean after feeding the horde 8 portions of sustenance. Suin finally ceased her actions. The debts owed by the mother and daughter had been settled. It was almost time for us to depart. As for the others, let them fend for themselves. Suin levitated an iron table outside the window, beckoning the mother and daughter to approach. Then, she embraced them, one on each side, and gently floated down towards the ground. With her current control over electromagnetic forces, such feats were not particularly challenging, though there was a slight dissonance, akin to pushing off the ground with one foot while rising into the air with the other. The mother and daughter clung tightly to Suin, too afraid to look down. As she inhaled the scent of masculinity, Lu Hui's face flushed and her heartbeat quickened. This powerful man, akin to a deity, had so abruptly entered her life, rescuing her from the mire, exuding strength and reassurance. Yet, she pondered his age. He appeared to be younger than herself, leaving her with a tinge of melancholy. She was already a mother, and her youth had faded. In no time, the trio landed safely, but a few zombies charged at them frantically. Suin swiftly dispatched them with her dagger. After some time, the number of zombies on the street had increased, with mutated varieties becoming more prevalent. After a moment of contemplation, Suin retrieved a motorcycle from the vast space and mounted it. Come on, I'll take you back. Initially, she had considered using a car for the journey, as it offered more space for 3 people. However, given the current road conditions and the zombie population, driving a car was no longer practical. Should they encounter a gargantuan zombie, it could easily force them to a halt or even overturn them. While she herself would likely be unharmed, the lives of the mother and daughter, being ordinary individuals, would be in grave danger. For safety's sake, riding a motorcycle was the better option, swift and agile, certainly not for any trivial pursuits. Lu Hui sat behind, while Qiao Qiao, being smaller, nestled in Su An's embrace in front. Hold on tight, I ride fast, Suin warned. With a swift shift of the throttle, the motorcycle roared forward. Lu Hui hurriedly wrapped her arms around Su An's waist, resting her head against his back. Just as Suin had indicated, his speed was indeed remarkable. He adhered to the principle that true speed is found in cornering, flooring the accelerator without hesitation. There is no concern of failure whatsoever. With the enhancement of electromagnetic force, stability is significantly reinforced. Not only can one traverse the ground, but when necessary, both rider and machine can soar through the air, effortlessly leaping over hordes of corpses, and even scaling walls as if walking on solid ground. A motorcycle should indeed be operated in such a manner. After racing for several kilometers, a sudden roar echoed from above, accompanied by the cacophony of bloodthirsty crows. Upon looking up, one could see a helicopter circling in the sky, trailed by a swarm of ravenous crows. However, due to the altitude of the helicopter surpassing the crow's ascent limit, the avian horde was rendered powerless against it. Occasionally, the helicopter would release a flurry of papers, dancing gracefully in the breeze. Suin let out a soft exclamation, maneuvering his motorcycle onto the roof of a bungalow, reaching out to grasp one of the fluttering papers. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a flyer, the contents of which were succinctly alarming. Survivors are urged to hasten to Jinlong Reservoir, where we are stationed, ready to provide ample food and water, ensuring the safety of you and your loved ones. The reverse side bore a simple map, marking the coordinates of Jinlong Reservoir. The message was straightforward. It's not a golden opportunity falling from the sky. It's Jinlong Reservoir. Come quickly, where sustenance and safety abound. Suin disdainfully crumpled the flyer and cast it aside. Such words would deceive only the gullible. Yet, it is undeniable that in many instances, humans are more easily deceived than spirits. His disbelief did not preclude others from believing. In this chaotic epoch, the primal needs for food and security transcended all else, and many would risk peril to uncover the truth. In his memories, he indeed recalled Jinlong Reservoir. It was a uniquely formidable organization born from the chaos of a prison riot after the apocalypse, established by the escaped convicts. They swiftly seized control of the reservoir, armed with weapons smuggled from the prison, using it as their stronghold. Their occupation of the reservoir was entirely due to its exceptional geographical advantages. Adjacent to a power station, they lacked for electricity, while the reservoir itself was a boundless source of water. Furthermore, fishing had been prohibited for years, resulting in an abundance of fish and shrimp, offering a reliable food source. The reservoir's elevated terrain was accessible only by a single mountain path, allowing them to defend against enemies from above or retreat to a secluded island in the reservoir's center, living in tranquility. From energy to sustenance and water resources, every aspect was optimal. From certain perspectives, Jinlong Reservoir truly represented a secure haven. However, while the location may be advantageous, the character of its occupants remains uncertain. One must remember that those entrenched there are ruthless criminals. Would they genuinely extend goodwill by providing food and shelter to survivors? It seems highly improbable. Moreover, the Jinlong Reservoir later adopted the name Sinner Island, displaying a modicum of self-awareness. However, many individuals mistakenly interpreted Sinner as drunken, believing Drunken Island to be an idyllic paradise filled with wine and indulgence. As the distant roar of helicopters gradually faded, Suin regained his focus, turning the vehicle around to descend from the rooftop, accompanied by the two women as they headed towards the stronghold. His intention was to first escort Lu Hui and her daughter back home. Suddenly, an urge to explore the Jinlong Reservoir sparked in his mind. Having established dominion over the area, it was reasonable to assume that his resources would be plentiful. For some inexplicable reason, ever since he had acquired the ability to replicate within a vast space, Suin often felt a compulsion to gather something. A sense of discomfort arose if he did not procure a few items, especially upon learning that others had hoarded substantial supplies. Even during his aimless wanderings in the hotel earlier, he had casually taken several hundred betting sets, leaving his hands somewhat less than pristine. Chapter 29. Bringing new employees home after approximately half an hour of swift travel, they finally returned to the stronghold. Suin skillfully maneuvered the motorcycle over the tall wall, speeding into the community and stopping at the villa's entrance. All right, we have arrived. Lu Hui disembarked unsteadily, feeling a bit carsick from the rapid journey. Chow Chow fared slightly better, yet still appeared pale from his speed. Before Suin could knock on the door, Li Xiaoyu and Xue Qingyu rushed out, with Li Xiaoyu calling out in a sweet voice, "Darling, you're back." However, as she approached, she froze in her tracks. What is going on? Who are these two women besides Suin? Li Xiaoyu quickly turned to Xue Qingyu. They don't look like Su Xiaoyan at all. Xue Qingyu nodded, indeed. They are not Su Xiaoyan. Phew, as long as that's the case, Li Xiaoyu sighed with relief. Suin beckoned the group inside. Let's head indoors. Lingering outside too long may attract a flock of bloodthirsty crows. Dealing with them isn't overly complicated, but I worry about being targeted, leading to ambushes every time we step out. Such a hassle to contemplate. Upon returning to the living room, Suin plopped down on the sofa with a commanding presence. Please, no need to stand around. Make yourselves comfortable. Xue Qingyu brought over several glasses of water. Thank you. Thank you, sister. The mother and daughter expressed their gratitude hurriedly. No need for thanks, Xue Qingyu replied with a warm smile, quietly taking a seat beside Suin. Allow me to introduce you. This is Sister Lu Hui, the chef I have specially recruited, who will be responsible for our meals henceforth. And this is Yu Qiao Qiao, Lu Hui's daughter, who will serve as our apprentice maid, tasked with cleaning and organizing household chores. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoyu and the others understood the situation. It turned out that Suin had rushed out to bring back a cook and a maid. They held no objections, grateful that she was not Su Xiaoyan. The crux of the matter lies in Suin's decision. They would not interfere. In this household, Suin possesses absolute authority along with a veto power. She needed to dedicate considerable time to honing her abilities, and having someone assist with household chores was indeed a fortuitous arrangement. Welcome to our little family. My name is Xue Qingyu, and it is a pleasure to meet you both. I am Li Xiaoyu, and I extend my warmest welcome. As she observed the two beautiful girls before her, Lu Hui could not help but glance at Suin, contemplating the dynamics among the three of them. Thank you. I will strive to work diligently, she replied. Qiao Qiao tilted her head curiously and asked, Are you both the wives of the big brother? Her unexpected inquiry caught everyone off guard. Suin nearly sputtered, while Xue Qingyu wore an awkward expression, unsure how to respond. Li Xiaoyu, however, chuckled and said, Not quite yet. The words were spoken casually, yet Lu Hui pondered their implications. Not yet, she mused, but perhaps in the future. Upon reflection, it made sense. Beyond Su and celestial abilities, he was undeniably handsome. In this chaotic apocalypse, it was only natural for such a godlike man to have several confidants. In Lu Hui's eyes, Suan occupied a position of utmost reverence, one that commanded admiration and awe. Even her gaze towards him carried an inexplicable blend of adoration and respect. A sentiment akin to worship was taking root within her heart, as she believed that whatever Suan did must surely be for a reason. Subsequently, Suan arranged 2 rooms for the mother and daughter and retrieved a plethora of clothing from the vast space for them to choose from, along with various feminine necessities. Since his rebirth, he had been exceedingly busy, hardly finding time to sleep, let alone attend to anything else. Siste Yuri, you may take the night off and prepare meals tomorrow. Just let me know what ingredients you need. I have an abundance of supplies, particularly food. I can provide everything from Yangtze River knife fish to Yellow River carp. Thank you for your concern, but I would prefer to begin working today, she replied. No need for formality, just call me Suan. For now, take your time to acclimate to the environment. I must step out again. After ensuring the mother and daughter were settled, Suan departed once more. Having already encountered a zombie of the witch caliber today, he could only imagine what other horrors awaited him tomorrow, especially with the number of crows expected to multiply tenfold. The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. He resolved to thoroughly investigate the Jinlong Reservoir today, planning not to venture outside again until after a fortnight, awaiting the commencement of the second phase of the apocalypse. He mounted his motorcycle and headed towards the outskirts of the city, with the Jinlong Reservoir as his destination. As Suan distanced himself from the urban area, the density of zombies began to diminish, while conversely, the number of survivors gradually increased. Many had fled the city at the onset of the apocalypse. In the expansive countryside fields, the number of zombies is considerably fewer, rendering it a safer haven, where one can stave off hunger for a short time by foraging for wild vegetables and grasses, thereby avoiding starvation. However, as time progresses, the drawbacks of the dwindling food resources in the wild gradually become apparent. The vast population of survivors will soon exhaust the meager supplies of wild produce and crops. At that juncture, one must either continue to endure hunger and cold in the wilderness, subsisting on tree bark and insects, or risk venturing into the city, cautiously advancing in search of hidden provisions. This peril is accompanied by the potential for substantial rewards and resources. Consequently, many survivors gradually return to the outskirts of the city, scavenging for supplies during daylight and retreating to the city's edge to spend the night. Yet, they dare not approach the city center, which is transformed into a hellish landscape, entirely dominated by the undead. During this time, numerous survivors spontaneously form teams, each member assuming specific roles. Some search for food, others stand guard, some fend off the zombies, while others take turns at various tasks. The world is gradually reverting to a semblance of familiarity for them. It is undeniable that humanity is a remarkable species, fragile and susceptible. A mere illness, a misstep, or a minor scrape leading to infection could spell their demise. Yet, when faced with high-pressure environments, they exhibit an astonishing resilience, thriving like wild grasses. Chapter 30. The survivor camp. After half an hour of swift travel, soon arrived at the outskirts of Sioux City. Along the way, he encountered numerous survivors, all casting envious glances in his direction, not due to his handsome appearance, but rather because of his remarkably tidy attire. In these dire times, when nearly everyone struggles for survival, grooming is a luxury few can afford. Most are in a constant state of alternating hunger and fullness, often battling the undead. They are grimy, gaunt, and tattered, resembling refugees. In stark contrast, Suan is dressed in pristine designer clothes, radiating cleanliness and vitality, his complexion rosy and glowing. Coupled with a brand-new, stylish motorcycle, he appears as a wealthy scion who has inadvertently wandered into a refugee camp, creating a jarring dissonance. While envy abounds, jealousy inevitably lurks in the shadows. As soon as he exited the city, Suan was intercepted by a group of about 10 young men, all armed. Hey kid, that's quite a ride. Found a lot of good stuff in the city, huh? Handed over, one man with a steel pipe approached leisurely, his gaze scanning Suan's figure. Not everyone is willing to brave the risks of zombie attacks to scavenge for supplies. Many resort to banditry, preying on those who dare to venture into the city, waiting to rob them as they return. In this current situation, humans are decidedly easier to handle than the undead. Before him stood a band of marauders, preying on other survivors. Suan scanned the crowd, finding no awakened individuals, only ordinary people. In the early days of the apocalypse, the number of awakened souls was still far too scarce to encounter, with a significant increase only anticipated upon the onset of the second phase, when a multitude of survivors would also awaken. However, the prerequisite for such an event was survival until that phase. In the days to come, each ordinary person would expend every ounce of their strength to survive, for in just half a month, the world would face an elimination of 50% of its population once more. Only those who remained would have the chance to awaken. Suin revved his motorcycle, soaring above the throng without a backward glance, leaving behind a trail of metallic objects that transformed into the Grim Reaper's scythe, harvesting one vibrant life after another. The band of robbers fell, without exception. In a short span, Suin arrived at the entrance of a small survivor camp. Peering inside, he estimated there were around 300 souls, men, women, and children alike. The camp was encircled by a barricade of abandoned vehicles and scrap metal, serving as a makeshift wall, with no other fortifications in sight, and no sentinels standing guard, rendering its safety exceedingly precarious. Such temporary camps were numerous, most functioning as transient markets, where inhabitants did not settle permanently, but rather came to trade. Bartering for essential supplies or engaging in flesh trade was commonplace. Within the camp, there were several diminutive shanties, hastily constructed and appearing quite dilapidated. These dwellings served as venues for the flesh trade. Once a price was agreed upon, the door would close for privacy, often allowing for a transaction at the cost of merely half a loaf of bread. Prices were transparent, fair, and reasonable. Whether one received satisfaction was left to chance. At that moment, many individuals in the camp were seen shouldering their belongings as they exited, their faces alight with excitement, tightly clutching flyers for the Golden Dragon Reservoir. A great number were eager to indulge in the pleasures the reservoir promised, hastily preparing to embark on their journey. The distance to the Golden Dragon Reservoir was less than 30 kilometers. With a brisk pace, they could arrive before nightfall. After a brief contemplation, Suin stored his motorcycle in his spatial pocket and ventured inside. He could blend in with these individuals heading to the reservoir, but his current attire was too conspicuous. He needed to don something more tattered and unkempt. Not long after, an older sister with a youthful spirit approached Suin, tossing flirtatious glances his way. "Come play with me, handsome. Just a pack of instant noodles will suffice. I promise, my skills are exceptional. Satisfaction guaranteed." Another striking young woman, clearly under 20, chimed in. "For half a pack of noodles, I can offer you 2 rounds. A scruffy bearded man sidled up to him, winking suggestively. "Looking for some fun, brother? My wife is a real beauty. A quick meal for 1 loaf, and for 3 nights, just 3 loaves. If you want me around, add 1 more. Beside the man stood an alluring young woman, in her 30s, her beauty easily deserving a score of at least 80. A little girl, around 8 or 9 years old, peeked out from behind the woman, her large eyes blinking curiously at Suin. Clearly, this was a family of 3. Suin turned his gaze towards the girl, and 2 lines of small text gradually appeared above her head. Ability, Dreamweaver, A. Wealth value, 3. A faint smile curled at the corners of Suin's lips. He had not anticipated such a delightful surprise. The little girl was, in fact, an awakened one, and her ability level was notably high. Furthermore, her power was exceedingly rare, a psychic ability that could not be employed in direct combat, but rather to manipulate the dreams of others, crafting any dreamscape with but a thought. Thus, those who possessed such powers were referred to as Dreamweavers. Of course, if wielded properly, this ability could also serve as an instrument of assassination, shattering a target's psyche within the confines of their dreams, leading to a mental collapse that could render them a shell of their former selves in reality. However, this was merely the most rudimentary application of the power. The proper use was to open a dream shop, helping people create the dreams they desired, allowing them to indulge in the pleasures of their nocturnal fantasies. In his previous life, Suin had encountered several such dream shops, which were immensely popular, with patrons often needing to queue for reservations, and the prices were steep. Noticing Suin's unwavering gaze fixed on the girl, the man chuckled awkwardly, positioning the girl behind him. "She's still so young, haha." Suin shook his head. "Rest assured, I harbor no such peculiarities. Lead the way to a secluded spot." "All right, brother, this way," the man responded. Under the man's guidance, they arrived at a dilapidated little shack, furnished with a bed and a table, while pots and pans lay stacked in a corner, devoid of any food. "Brother, this is my wife's first time doing this, so please go easy on her." Suin ignored the man, retrieving an 80-inch cream cake from his spatial storage, and beckoned to the girl. "Little sister, would you like this cake?" Upon seeing the cake, the girl's eyes widened. She had not eaten for 2 days and instinctively rushed to Sue inside. Her gaze fixed hungrily on the cake as she swallowed hard. "Is this cake really for me, big brother?" Sue smiled gently, patting the girl's head and placing the cake in her arms. "Indeed, it is yours now." Plunder activated. Detecting plunderable target. Please select plunder direction. Ability replication. Ability replication successful. Acquired ability, Dreamweaver A. Chapter 31. The imaginative souls easily acquiring an A-grade ability elevated Sue and spirits. The couple was astonished. Their mouths agape, as the man stuttered, pointing at Suin, unable to articulate his thoughts. "Be brother, you. Suin busied himself rummaging through the shack, and before long, he found a set of men's clothing, tattered and filthy. This will do. At that moment, he changed into his soiled garments, which fit surprisingly well. He then retrieved 3 boxes of instant noodles from the vast expanse and placed them on the ground. Your daughter, too, is an awakened one, capable of controlling dreams with a bit of practice. If she wishes to avoid demise, it would be prudent to seek a safe haven over the next fortnight." After Suin uttered these words, he turned and swiftly exited the small dwelling, joining the throng of refugees, soon vanishing from sight. It was only then that the family of 3 inside the house came to their senses. The man hurriedly dashed out the door, scanning the surroundings. Yet Suin's figure was nowhere to be found. He then hastily retreated, shutting the door behind him. Overwhelmed by this unexpected generosity, tears welled in his eyes. He did not even know the man's name. It is no exaggeration to say that even selling his entire family would not equate to the value of a single box of instant noodles, let alone 3 large boxes along with the cake. This kindness was overwhelmingly profound. The man choked out to his daughter, Cien. "You must remember the appearance of that big brother we just met. You must repay his kindness in the future. Do you understand?" The girl nodded earnestly, her expression resolute. At that moment, Suin had honorably become a refugee, following the throng of displaced souls as they made their way toward the Jinlong Reservoir. Their group consisted of around 70 to 80 individuals, with more joining as they progressed, the assemblage steadily growing larger. Although the path to the Jinlong Reservoir was fraught with danger, with numerous zombies lurking in the desolate wilderness, traveling in a group offered a degree of safety. The able-bodied men voluntarily took the lead, fending off the undead. The collective strength of the group made it manageable to confront the occasional zombie with relative ease. It was not until dusk that the crowd finally arrived at the Jinlong Reservoir. By this time, a substantial number of people, perhaps several hundred, had gathered at the foot of the reservoir. The entrance to the mountain road was fortified with barricades and watchtowers, where a cadre of armed individuals stood guard. The refugees were pressing forward into the checkpoint. No pushing, one at a time for checks, only one in after another. Anyone who fails to follow orders will face consequences. A burly man at the entrance cursed impatiently. "Form a line," he shouted, firing a few shots into the air, under the sound of gunfire. The crowd gradually regained its composure, forming an orderly queue. Those who completed the inspection were permitted to enter the checkpoint. While it was termed a check, it was merely a cursory search, coupled with the confiscation of weapons, which did not take much time. Suin noticed that the man who had fired earlier had 2 lines of small text above his head. Ability, scent tracking, wealth, 300. The robust man is indeed an awakened one. Although his ability level is somewhat lacking, he possesses the remarkable skill of recalling the scent of zombies, enabling him to track by smell and effortlessly identify individuals infected by the zombie virus amidst a crowd. Being stationed here to guard the checkpoint aligns well with his expertise. Suin pondered for a moment before jogging up behind the man and gently patting his shoulder, producing a pack of fine cigarettes from his spatial pocket and offering it to him. "Brother, this is but a small token of my appreciation." Without a moment's hesitation, the man seized the cigarettes and tucked them into his pocket. These were a prized commodity. A single pack could be exchanged for 3 kilograms of pork on the island. "You got some sense, kid. Go on in. You needn't wait in line for inspection." "Ah, thank you, big brother." Thus, Suin successfully bypassed the queue. More importantly, he had deftly replicated another ability. His proficiency in ability theft had now reached 80. With just 2 more abilities to replicate, he would achieve an upgrade. In less than half an hour, all individuals had been inspected. Those carrying the virus were executed on the spot, while the infected, regardless of age, were gathered and escorted to the dam. A cargo ship was docked by the reservoir, and the refugees were herded into its hold. As the vessel set sail, it headed towards the small island at the center of the reservoir. In the dimly lit cargo hold, The refugees whispered among themselves. Do you think we might be taken as laborers? Laborers or not, as long as we have food, it's better than starving to death. At least we won't have to worry about being eaten by zombies. If I must become a laborer, I would gladly accept. It's unrealistic to expect to be kept without work. We will undoubtedly have to contribute in some capacity. 5 days on, 2 days off schedule. Working 8 hours a day, I could manage that. If it's a 996 schedule, the compensation must be fair, at least a meal with meat every 2 days. We must negotiate our terms from the outset. The living conditions cannot be subpar, and while the food need not be extravagant, it should at least be nutritionally balanced. Let us unify our stance. We must be firm and not concede easily. Otherwise, negotiating terms later will be arduous. Don't you all agree? Yes, that makes sense. We are numerous and have the leverage to negotiate. Listening to the crowd's fervent discourse, Suen could not help but twitch his lips in disbelief. What foolishness! Let us not even consider the Awaken one stationed here. Have they not noticed that they are armed? A single volley could silence any discussions of treatment. Merely being treated as human would be a blessing. Having lived in a peaceful society for so long, these individuals were clearly entrenched in their rigid thinking. Even at this critical juncture, they remained lost in fanciful notions. Suen chose instead to lean against the cabin wall, closing his eyes to rest. To hear another word would be an affront to his intelligence. The very thought of the overseers raised his blood pressure. Comrade, do you not have any opinions to share? If there is something you wish to express, please do so. I shall summarize everyone's demands to facilitate the negotiations, inquired of his spectacled man. Adjusting his glasses as he turned to Suen waved his hands in refusal. No, this matter is best handled by those more cultured than I. I am but a mere fish out of water and shall refrain from meddling. The bespectacled man cast a disdainful glance at Suen, then rose and proclaimed loudly, "Allow me to summarize the collective demands of everyone present. Feel free to add any omissions. Firstly, regarding accommodation, we require separate dormitories for men and women and for couples. We hope to have designated couples' quarters. As for meals, we expect at least 2 substantial meals a day, with at least 1 containing meat. In terms of entertainment, Chapter 32, the true face of Sinner Island. As a ship arrived at the small island amidst the hopeful imaginations of a group of refugees, it gradually docked. The cargo hold was opened, revealing several armed men standing outside, shouting into the hold, "Get the hell out quickly! No dalin!" The crowd disembarked and could not help but look around. They observed that the small island was surrounded by a towering earthen wall, with watchtowers dotting the perimeter, and searchlights sweeping across the area, making the entire island resemble a colossal beast lurking on the water surface. Under the guidance of the armed men, the group passed through the city gate and entered square. Several bright lights illuminated the area, casting the refugees in stark relief. A man dressed in prison guard attire stood on a platform, commanding loudly through a megaphone, "Now listen to my orders. Men and women, form 2 lines, men to the left, women to the right." A stir arose among the crowd, yet no one complied. The bespectacled man, who had previously encouraged others to voice their opinions boldly, stepped forward, raising his hand and addressing the platform loudly. "Comrade, could you kindly inform us what kind of treatment we can expect? We have traveled a great distance to seek your refuge. We cannot be left disheartened. Moreover, we have yet to decide whether to stay. We are neither your employees nor your subordinates, and you have no authority to command us. Let us engage in a sincere discussion." The bespectacled man's resolute words resonated with the crowd, prompting a chorus of agreement. "Yes, show us sincerity. Indeed, with so many of us, there are all kinds of people. If you wish for us to stay and contribute, appropriate treatment must be offered. Demonstrate sincerity, or I shall turn and leave. Those who wish to remain may do so." The guards, upon hearing this, erupted into laughter. "Ha ha, did you hear that? They demand we show sincerity. How amusing. Do these piglets actually seek treatment? I must be mistaken. Ha ha ha." The man on the platform also revealed a smile, casually waving his hand. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out and blood splattered. The leading bespectacled man collapsed lifelessly to the ground. They've killed someone. The crowd erupted into chaos, with many refugees turning to flee. But the gates had already been locked tight. Several guards raised their machine guns and unleashed a barrage upon the crowd, gunfire erupting as screams filled the air. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen refugees fell, lifeless on the ground. After a brief moment, the gunfire ceased, and the man on the platform issued another cold command. "You have 3 minutes to organize yourselves into 2 lines, men and women. The consequences of non-compliance need not be elaborated. The refugees promptly complied, separating into their respective lines in under a minute. Once again, they glanced at the armed guards surrounding them, a palpable fear gripping their hearts. Those with timid dispositions trembled uncontrollably, barely able to stand. Now, choose your favorites to take with you. The rest will be locked away for safekeeping. At the command of the man on the platform, the guards rushed into the women's line, seizing whichever woman caught their eye by her hair and dragging her away. What are you doing? Let go of my wife. Stop. Don't touch my girlfriend. The sound of gunfire echoed. Those who dared to resist were shot dead, and neither wives nor girlfriends were spared. Their lives extinguished along with their loved ones. Some guards, however, chose to select men instead, their eyes sharp as blades. Come with me. Let us see who is stronger. Suin felt a chill run down his spine. Fortunately, he had smeared mud across his face earlier to avoid drawing attention. Otherwise, he would surely be in peril. After approximately 10 minutes, the guards had finished selecting the women and rounded up the remaining individuals, imprisoning them in cells. The cells were divided into 3 tiers, housing hundreds of rooms, each barely 20 square meters in size, yet crammed with a dozen or more occupants. In addition to the newcomers, many cells were already filled to capacity, with at least 700 or 800 people confined within these walls. Suin found himself locked in one of the cells. Damn it, these beasts are worse than pigs and dogs. They deserve to rot in hell. One individual angrily struck the iron bars, his eyes ablaze with fury and resentment. They had come to the Golden Dragon Reservoir expecting better days, only to find themselves in the jaws of a dragon's den, surrounded by merciless demons. You were deceived by the flyers, weren't you? A plump man, already imprisoned, smirked. Nothing good ever comes without a catch. We've all been duped. Have you been here long? Not long, just 2 days earlier than you. If I were you, I'd deconserve my strength and try to appear lively. Otherwise, the fat man may just decide to turn you into tomorrow's soup. What do you mean? Leaning against the wall, the plump man scratched his belly and grinned maliciously. What do you think it means? Do you know what they call us? Meat pigs. Pigs raised for slaughter. They reserve the organs for their drinks, while the fat and entrails are boiled together to feed the inmates. You can either eat human flesh or be dragged out to be butchered for soup. Once, people called me a fat pig. Now I've truly become a meat pig. Ha ha ha. Hearing the plump man's words, a wave of terror washed over the crowd, some even fainting from fright. There was no bread, no milk, and safety was nowhere to be found. He entices those with delusions to willingly come here, becoming fodder for the insatiable. This is Sinner's Island, a cannibalistic den built upon lies. Chapter 33. Pillaging under the veil of night as night fell. The once cacophonous prison gradually fell into silence. Several guards patrolled the corridors with flashlights, occasionally striking the cell doors, admonishing the inmates to cease their chatter and hasten to sleep. Suin slowly opened his eyes and strolled to the cell door, peering through the iron bars to observe the surroundings. There were 3 patrolling guards, 1 on each level, all mere mortals, easily dispatched. The more troublesome aspect was the surveillance and alarm systems that needed to be circumvented. After a moment's contemplation, Suin turned and incapacitated all his fellow inmates, then stood quietly at the cell door awaiting the arrival of the patrolling guard. After a span of about 10 minutes, one guard approached, flashlight in hand. Seizing the opportunity, Suin called out softly, "Officer, could you come here for a moment? I have something intriguing to show you." The guard, perplexed and grumbling, approached. "You little..." However, before he could finish his sentence, the thick iron bars parted automatically, and Suin swiftly seized the guard's throat, pulling him into the cell. With a slight exertion, he silenced the guard without a sound. After donning the guard's uniform, he strode confidently out of the cell. Navigating through the corridor, he exited the prison area and made his way toward the guards' living quarters. The ordinary dormitory areas were barely worthy of his attention. Awakened individuals held a higher status and would certainly not dwell in such commonplace accommodations. Wandering through the living quarters, he encountered only ordinary individuals, ultimately deciding to inspect the independent dormitories. As he passed one such dormitory, Suin glimpsed through the window 2 burly men engaged in a fierce confrontation, a sight that pained his eyes. One was an ordinary person, while the other was awakened. Ability: Amplification B. Wealth: 1,800. The amplification ability allowed the user to enlarge their body, enhancing strength and speed significantly. With proper application, it could even permit control over localized amplification, rendering it a commendable ability. Suin first retrieved iron chains from his expansive space, then discreetly unlocked the door, silently entering the room. Unbeknownst to the two combatants, he unleashed the chains, ensnaring them like dumplings. He swiftly activated his plundering ability, first replicating the power, then seizing the wealth. In an instant, he decisively eliminated them to cover his tracks, exiting and closing the door seamlessly. He continued his search for the next target. Within 10 minutes, a new opportunity emerged. Ability, Auditory Amplification D. Wealth, 700. The Awakener lay in a deep slumber, and Suin refrained from disturbing him. Instead, he activated the recently acquired Dream Manipulating ability, weaving a beautiful dream of being devoured by a horde of corpses. It wasn't long before the individual's expression transformed into one of exquisite enjoyment, his face gradually contorting until his entire body convulsed. Suin strode confidently into the room to initiate his plundering. Bring it to me. I want it all. Replication of ability successful. Gained ability. Auditory Amplification D. Wealth plundered successfully. Acquired wealth value 700. Plundering proficiency reached 100. Skill upgraded. Plundering unlocks new ability. Stripping. Stripping. Completely depriving the target of their abilities. Stripped abilities can be transferred to others. Transfer conditions. Favorability exceeds 60. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Suin was taken aback, never expecting that the upgrade of his plundering ability would unlock a new feature. Previously, he could only replicate the abilities of his targets. But now he could not only replicate, but also entirely strip them of their powers, reducing them from awakened beings to ordinary individuals, casting them from the heights of power into the depths of despair. This transformation was far more brutal than mere murder. How excessive, how cruel. I'm utterly satisfied. He cackled. Moreover, the skill stripped could be gifted to others, making it an indispensable tool for establishing his own faction. It eliminated the cumbersome process of recruiting other awakeners for his purposes. He could effectively create a batch of awakeners on his own, provided he had enough targets to strip abilities from. While this seemed unrealistic for now, the frequency of apocalyptic occurrences would surely increase the number of awakeners, making plundering significantly easier. Let's begin with this wretched island. Suin swiftly transformed into a shadow, vanishing into the night. After scouring the entire dormitory area, he discovered only one other awakener. Ability, Vapor D, Wealth Value, 1,500. Without hesitation, Suin collected him, replicating and stripping in one seamless motion, and kindly reopened the individual's consciousness afterward. Having inspected the dormitory area, he moved on to the more upscale, standalone villas. There were only 4 or 5 such villas on the island. Suin stealthily approached the farthest 3-story villa, deftly maneuvering to the second-floor balcony. The lights within the villa had yet to be extinguished. Through the gap in the curtains, he observed that the villa's owner was still awake, engaged in a game of multiplayer landlord with a group of young women, lewd sounds occasionally emanating from the room. The owner was a lean young man with striking red hair. Ability, Pyrokinesis A. Wealth Value, 200,000. Upon seeing the small characters above the red-haired youth's head, Suin's eyes narrowed. The elemental combat type ability has achieved an impressive A rank, boasting a wealth value of 200,000. It is undoubtedly the mark of a minor boss. A true prize. One cannot help but acknowledge the formidable strength of Sin Island, which has already revealed 5 awakened individuals. In comparison to smaller factions like the Dragon Tiger Gang, Sin Island's overall power is significantly superior. It is likely that it ranks among the top in the entire Sioux City region. If minor bosses are rated A, then the major bosses must be S rank. The mere thought of S rank abilities makes Suin's mouth water. So far, he has collected 11 abilities, though most are of rather inferior quality. He possesses only 2 S rank abilities, a spatial manipulation ability and an elemental combat ability for lightning control. He realizes that he is still far too weak, nowhere near achieving an invincible status. If he were to master 17 or 18 S rank abilities, he wouldn't need to be so stealthy. He could charge in and seize the ground without hesitation. The path ahead is indeed long and arduous. Chapter 34. Slaying the minor boss, the red-haired monster at this moment. The red-haired monster was desperately engaged in a 5-man team battle, showing no signs of taking a break. If the opponents were in pairs, he could stealthily approach and swiftly deal with them without alerting other awakened beings, picking them off one by one, leaving none to escape. However, with 5 players, no matter how he approached, he would inevitably be discovered. Confronting combat-type abilities would lead to an unavoidable clash. Although he had absolute confidence in defeating his opponents, it would surely attract the attention of other awakened individuals. Suin found himself in a quandary. Yet, when he noticed the bloodthirsty bats soaring overhead, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. He promptly leapt onto the rooftop, spreading his arms wide toward the swarm of bats. "Come here, I have something delicious for you." The bats immediately detected Suin's presence and swooped down with lightning speed, only to become ensnared in the massive electric net he had set up. Suin expertly controlled the voltage, singeing the bats' neural pathways while leaving no outward signs of harm. He then retrieved some iron wire from his spatial manipulation ability and tied it to the bats' wings, subsequently guiding them to mimic flying. He directed a small group of bat puppets back to the balcony, scattering dozens of steel nails on the ground before stealthily retreating into the shadows. Under the wire's control, the bats flapped their wings, incessantly battering against the window. The sounds of battle within the room gradually faded, and the red-haired monster, cursing, approached the window to push it open. "You filthy rats dare to ruin my enjoyment," he exclaimed, unleashing a torrent of searing flames. Under the blaze, the bats were reduced to ashes, and even the iron wire melted into molten metal. However, the red-haired monster failed to notice the steel nails standing quietly near his feet, some of which stealthily crept into the room, while the others aimed their points squarely at him. Now is the moment. Suin emerged like a shadow from the darkness, his arm transforming into an iron fist as he delivered a powerful strike towards the red-haired monster. True to its status as an A-class awakened, the creature displayed remarkable agility, narrowly evading the lethal blow by sidestepping. "You're courting death." Enraged by the ambush, the red-haired monster retaliated with a torrent of flames directed at Suin. Anticipating the attack, Suin crouched low, deftly dodging the inferno, and launched a counterattack with a charged fist. The red-haired monster, fists ablaze, met the challenge head-on. The two fists collided, producing a resounding thud. Despite the augmented strength of Suin's iron arm, he was unable to displace the red-haired monster. The exchange ended in a stalemate, showcasing the remarkable utility of A-class fire abilities. The flames spiraling from the monster's fists formed multiple miniature fire vortices, enhancing both its offensive and defensive capabilities. Clearly, the red-haired monster wielded its powers with exceptional finesse and skill. "Haha, you think you can kill me? You're still too green." The red-haired monster laughed maniacally. "You're already dead, my friend. Remember to watch your step in your next life." This was all within Suin's expectations. If he could be knocked out by a single punch, he wouldn't merit the title of an A-class awakened. At that moment, several steel spikes shot toward the red-haired monster from the ground. The sudden turn of events took the creature by surprise, prompting it to retreat hastily, spewing flames to melt the steel into molten metal. Yet, before the red-haired monster could catch its breath, a powerful jolt of electricity coursed through its body, rendering it immobile, its body trembling under the electric charge. Several steel wires shot forth, ensnaring the red-haired monster. Struggling to maintain balance, it fell to the ground, letting out a couple of desperate cries as it attempted to unleash another fiery breath. Just then, Suin advanced swiftly, wielding a palm-sized steel spike, which he thrust upward, piercing through the monster's jaw and tongue, effectively nailing its mouth shut. "Bring on. Target for plunder detected. Please select the plunder direction. Replicate abilities, strip abilities, steal wealth. Ability replication successful. Acquired ability, fire, energy, A. Ability stripping successful. Obtained transferable ability, fire, energy, A. Wealth plunder successful. Acquired wealth value, 200,000. Objective achieved. Suin released the steel spike, which, under his mental control, penetrated through the monster's upper jaw and emerged from the top of its head. The red-haired monster was no more. Rising, he brushed off his hands and proceeded into the room. Inside, several women lay sprawled on the ground, each impaled through the throat by a steel spike, lifeless. At the moment Suin struck, he had directed the spikes into the room, eliminating these women who would have been alarm bells had they screamed. However, one woman remained, her mouth bound with wires. Suin settled onto the sofa, leaning forward to gaze intently at her. "Now, whatever I ask, you shall answer. If you dare to utter a word of dissent, you may find yourself accompanying your sisters." The woman, with tear-filled eyes, hastily nodded. Suin waved his hand, releasing her from her restraints. "Who is that red-hair man I just killed? And what is his rank here?" "His name is Ho Chi, known as Monkey San. He is the third in command on the island," the woman replied, trembling. "How many leaders are there on the island?" "3, she answered promptly. "Name them one by one." I will. The second in command is Huang She, and the first in command is Zhu Tai. Both of them were originally prisoners from Heishan prison. After the catastrophe erupted, they led a rebellion and escaped, subsequently arriving here. The third in command joined later. What are the special abilities of the first and second in command? I do not know, she stammered. Really? Suin furrowed his brow. I swear, big brother. Do not kill me. I will tell you everything I know. The woman knelt down, pleading. I have heard that all those earthen walls on the island were built by the second in command alone, and he completed them in just one day. Hearing her words, Suin felt a flicker of surprise. This small island is roughly the size of a dozen football fields, and one person constructing walls several meters high to encircle the entire island in a single day seems rather exaggerated. What a construction fanatic, he mused. Interesting. What about the first in command? Any rumors? I have never seen the first in command, but I have heard others whisper that he has a penchant for cannibalism, and he must eat daily. Chapter 35. The cannibalistic first in command, Suin, rose and exited the villa of the red-haired creature, casually shutting the door behind him, vanishing into the night like a shadow. As for the woman, he had rendered her unconscious. It would be hours before she regained her senses. Under the dark night, with the wind howling, others remained oblivious to the fact that their third in command had been eagerly dispatched to the afterlife. Suin's next course of action would be to deal with the remaining two leaders. He had a strong intuition that both the first and second in command likely possessed S-level abilities. Even if they were not S-level, they would certainly be among the top tier of A-level. They would present the strongest challenge he had encountered thus far. The best strategy would be to take them down one by one. Facing two S-level awakened individuals simultaneously would be a formidable task, even for him. A guard, yawning as he patrolled, was suddenly ensnared by several strands of wire, dragging him into the shadows. A pair of icy eyes met his. Tell me where your first and second in command are. If you wish to live, you may try to scream for help, or simply remain silent. The guard desperately nodded, and the wire around his mouth slowly loosened. Please spare me. I will tell you everything. The first in command has always been in the basement. The second in command is in the tallest villa. Where's the basement? At the back mountain. You can see the basement door with just a glance. Only the first in command resides there. Ordinarily, no one dares to approach, not even our own people, for when the first in command is enraged, he even devours his own. Your first in command has a strong appetite for human flesh? As the leader's guard paled slightly, it became evident that the leader did not merely have an appetite for human flesh. Rather, he was particularly fond of devouring hearts and livers. Several of the brothers on our island had met their demise in such a gruesome manner, which is why outsiders were lured here. Those unfortunate souls were raised as livestock for the leader's consumption. Upon hearing the guard's response, Suin could not help but furrow his brow. Cannibalism was not uncommon in the apocalypse, yet it was typically driven by the primal instinct to survive. Human flesh was notoriously unpalatable, and the act of consuming one's own kind carried the risk of contracting prion diseases. Once infected, one was essentially doomed. The risks were far too great, and thus those with options generally refrained from such gruesome fare. It was only those teetering on the brink of life and death who would resort to eating anything. The leader, however, was a being who consumed humans for the sheer thrill of it. Such a phenomenon was utterly foreign to Suin. He was either a pervert or monster. And regardless of a label, Suin was eager to encounter him to broaden his horizons. With a swift motion, he severed the guard's head with a strand of wire and stealthily made his way toward the back mountain, following the guard's directions. As anticipated, the entire area was enveloped in silence, devoid of any human presence, illustrating the sheer dread the inhabitants felt towards their leader. After navigating past a large stone outcrop, a half-open iron gate came into view, from which a dim, yellow glow of incandescent light spilled through the crack. The night was dark, the light flickered softly, and a mountain wind howled, causing the iron gate to creak ominously, adding a layer of terror to the atmosphere. Suin approached the gate, peering inside. What lay before him was a massive underground passage, hewn by human hands, measuring over 5 meters in both width and height. Fresh chisel marks were still visible on the walls, indicating that this passage had been excavated not long ago. Electric wires snaked along the walls, with incandescent bulbs illuminating the path at intervals. The elongated corridor was devoid of any figures, stretching into an unseen end. Without hesitation, Suin gently pushed open the iron gate and slipped inside. As he entered the passage, a nauseating stench assaulted him, evoking a visceral reaction. This odor was all too familiar. it was the scent of decay. Humans, being long-lived omnivores, emitted a far more repugnant odor upon decomposition than herbivorous carcasses, a foulness that surpassed mere rot. After traversing about 100 meters, the surrounding space began to broaden, yet the atmosphere grew increasingly eerie. Human skeletal remains hung from the walls and ceiling, reminiscent of the bone cave from the classic tale of Journey to the West. However, these bones had only recently been stripped from their flesh, still adorned with remnants of rotting tissue, and under the oppressive heat of summer. They had begun to decay and emit a foul odor. Swarm upon swarm of flies buzzed around the bones, breeding with abandon, while maggots occasionally fell to the ground, writhing in their grotesque dance. In the corners, a small mound of maggots struggled to ascend, contributing to the noxious stench that permeated the passage. Delving further for dozens of meters, the corridor branched off into multiple paths. Suen randomly chose an intersection and stepped inside. The passage was not lengthy, measuring less than 20 meters, and it soon came to an end. At the terminus stood a thick, heavy iron door, with the surrounding temperature noticeably elevated, both stuffy and warm. This imposing iron door resembled those found in cold storage facilities, capable of being opened from the outside. Driven by curiosity, Suen approached the door and slowly turned the handle, easing it open. A gust of cold air rushed forth to greet him, just as he had anticipated. Behind the door lay a vast cold storage room. The temperature in the passageway was slightly higher due to the heat dissipation from the refrigeration unit connected within. This cold storage spanned approximately 200 to 300 square meters. Above, a multitude of iron hooks dangled, each bearing frost-covered corpses, numbering roughly 40 to 50 at a glance. It seemed this was indeed the refrigerator of the gang leader. Suen couldn't help but wonder if he could consume so much meat. However, the twisted psyche of a deranged individual was beyond the comprehension of a normal person. Departing the cold storage, Suen retraced his steps towards the opposite end of the passage, soon reaching another dead end, once again confronted by a large iron door. The door was not entirely shut, and he could faintly hear the sound of cheerful humming from beyond. Peering through the crack, he caught sight of an unusually designed room. The kitchen and bedroom were combined into one space. More accurately, the kitchen was the bedroom. In one corner stood a bed stained with dark, greasy marks, the mattress glistening black from the soiling. Beside the bed was a large iron table, laden with unfinished meat, which was still raw and streaked with blood, while a swarm of flies buzzed about the dining surface. The walls of the room were adorned with either air-dried or salt-cured, dehydrated corpses. At the center of the room was a large cooking stove, still ablaze, bubbling with some concoction. Adjacent to the stove, a massive figure stood at a cutting board, wielding a cleaver to chop ingredients while humming a cheerful tune. Upon observing this behemoth, Suen couldn't help but click his tongue in disbelief. Towering over 2 meters and nearly 2 meters wide, its upper body was bare, with rolls of flesh nearly dragging to the ground. Was this truly human? The obese, grotesque zombie seemed to pale in comparison to this creature, which could only be described as a mountain of flesh. At that moment, Suen also noticed 4 lines of small text hovering above the creature's head. Half dead, gluttonous tyrant LV8. Skills, super evolution, gluttony, frenzy, bloodlust. Powers, super accumulation S. Wealth value, 26,800,000. Upon reading these lines, even Suen, well-versed in the peculiarities of the world, could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. What was this? A zombie with levels and skills, endowed with the abilities and wealth of an awakened individual. Was it a zombie or an awakened being? Or perhaps both? It is highly probable that he embodies both the undead and the awakened. The term half-corpse signifies a creature that has yet to be fully consumed by the infection, hence its designation. Generally, once one is infected by the zombie virus, even an awakened individual will undergo a transformation into a corpse, unless they have been administered the zombie vaccine. This hybrid of human and zombie is indeed a sight to behold for the first time. It is a true expansion of one's horizons. This must be the chief of the gang. No wonder the inhabitants of the island fear him. He has evolved into a grotesque entity that is neither human nor undead. The act of devouring flesh has become instinctual. Judging by his bulk, his appetite must be considerable, and it would not be unreasonable for him to consume 100 to 180 pounds of human flesh in a single sitting. If he were to be somewhat selective, he might require several adult men to satiate his hunger in one meal. When one considers this, the entire cold storage of frozen meat would hardly suffice for his consumption over an extended period. At that moment, the chief, who had been butchering meat, suddenly ceased his activity, lifting his head to sniff the air like a hound. A guttural sound emanated from his throat. Ah, the aroma of fresh human flesh. How delightful. The chief abruptly turned his gaze towards the door, his grotesque visage laden with excess flesh, to avoid obstructing his view with the sagging flaps of skin. He had torn one away. His mouth, grotesquely enlarged to 4 or 5 times that of an average person, bore teeth resembling those of shark, sharp and serrated. He emitted a series of guttural growls, grasping 2 large kitchen knives, each over a meter long, from the wall, and charged towards the door, the ground trembling beneath his weight. Suin inwardly lamented his misfortune, unhesitatingly delivering a kick to the door, propelling himself backward. He had forgotten that this chief was nearly akin to a zombie, having dined on human flesh daily, rendering him exceptionally sensitive to the scent of the living. In such a confined space, the essence of life he exuded was easily detectable. Just as he retreated a short distance, the door was violently flung open, and the chief's corpulent form emerged from the dust. He clutched a knife in each hand, the blades scraping against one another with a piercing sound. Where did this little mouse come from? Such a delectable scent. I yearn to devour your heart and liver, he cackled. The chief's gaze bore into Suin, his eyes glistening with greed and cruelty. Suin made no reply, instead summoning dozens of steel rods from his spatial domain, crackling with electricity as they surged toward the chief. The chief, showing no inclination to evade, raised his knives to shield his head, allowing the steel rods to pierce his flesh, blood erupting and electricity sparking wildly. However, Suin found no joy in this. The rods penetrated only a hand's breadth deep, a mere superficial wound on the chief's ample flesh. Moreover, he could feel the potency of the electricity he had unleashed rapidly diminishing. The chief's layer of fat was attenuating the voltage, and his extraordinary ability was coming into play, superabsorption. In simple terms, it allows him to convert the harm he receives into his own power while simultaneously storing energy, multiplying the force of subsequent attacks several-fold. This extraordinary ability is a terrifying combat-oriented power, specializing in charge counterattacks, with an explosiveness that is particularly formidable. If you fail to eliminate him with a single strike, you will be met with a retaliatory force amplified several-fold. Gulialu, little mouse, your blows are quite painful. I shall slay you. I shall feast upon your heart and liver. The leader suddenly erupted with unbridled fury, his pupils stained a blood-red hue, having activated his berserk skill. His physical capabilities were significantly enhanced. His speed and strength surged once more, and coupled with his supercharged energy, his destructive power had reached an exceedingly terrifying level. He transformed into a creature devoid of reason, gradually succumbing to rage. A surge of bloodlight enveloped the leader as he charged directly at Suin, moving with a speed that was astonishing, akin to a swiftly racing war chariot, a stark contrast to his corpulent form. Steel body. Suin did not dare to underestimate him. He activated his steel body, instantly becoming a figure of iron. Yet, even with this transformation, Suin refrained from engaging head-on. Instead, he utilized magnetic energy to control his now steel-like body, propelling himself aloft, delivering a powerful kick into the rocky ceiling, flipping his body onto it. The leader, having missed his attack, left 2 half-meter deep gashes on the ground with his kitchen knives. Undeterred by this miss, he leapt into action, his massive frame hurtling like a cannonball towards Suin on the ceiling. Anticipating this, Suin skillfully avoided the impending collision with a leap. Bang! The leader crashed into the ceiling with a dull thud, sending debris flying, creating a sizable hole, with half of his body embedded in the rock. Retreat. Suin wasted no time accelerating towards the passageway beyond. The confined space was too restrictive. The leader's speed and power were at their peak here, offering him no advantage. His only option was to lure the adversary into a more open area for a tactical retreat. The leader bellowed in rage, tearing through the stone wall, his massive form crashing to the ground. In his fury, he swung his kitchen knives as he pursued Suin, each step causing the ground to tremble, leaving deep footprints behind. Chapter 37. The Veiled Leader. Suin leapt from the underground passage, swiftly retrieving several hundred pounds of fine steel wire from the expansive space. Scattering them on the ground, under the control of electromagnetic forces, the wires wove into a large net spread across the floor. Bang! Immediately, the door to the basement was smashed open, and the leader charged forth. I will kill you, cursed mouse, ah! At this moment, The leader had succumbed entirely to a state of rage, nearly deranged. Upon spotting Suin not far away, he thundered forward. Just then, the steel wire net, which Suin had set up in advance, suddenly sprang up, ensnaring the leader's corpulent form. The unexpected turn of events caused the leader to lose his balance, tumbling to the ground, propelled by sheer inertia for several meters. Suin had long been prepared. He leaped forward and grasped the steel wire net, shouting furiously. With a tremendous effort, he lifted the hefty figure of the chief, weighing nearly 800 or 900 pounds, and began to slam him down onto the ground, creating a cacophony of thunderous impacts and leaving a multitude of craters in his wake. After delivering dozens of blows, Suin hurled the chief against a nearby stone wall with great force. A resounding crash echoed as the chief collided solidly with the wall. Although he felt severely injured, the chief was disoriented, his vision clouded with stars. Suin, seizing the advantage, approached once more and delivered a powerful punch that struck the chief's corpulent frame without obstruction. Upon contact, Suin activated his ability to plunder. Come and take it. Detected plunderable target. Please select plunder direction. Replicate, strip plunder wealth. Immediately, a series of 3 consecutive plunders was executed on the chief. Replication successful. Acquired ability, supercharge S. Stripping ability, successful. Acquired transferable ability, supercharge S. Wealth plundered successfully. Acquired wealth value of 26.8 million. Resources have been transferred to the broad domain space. Please check promptly. Another S-level ability was in his grasp, along with resources valued at 26.8 million. If there were a special effects narration, it would undoubtedly proclaim, "Wow, gold, gold, golden legend." A low, thunderous roar escaped the chief as his massive frame erupted with immense force, tearing through the steel wire net. With a punch imbued with tremendous might, he struck down towards Suin. This time, however, Suin neither dodged nor retreated, instead adopting a defensive stance while gathering a sphere of lightning in his palm. With a resounding thud, the chief's fist collided with Suin's arm, producing a dull metallic clang. Suin was propelled back several meters, his feet leaving deep gouges in the ground. Supercharge! Suin uttered a few cold syllables, and a surge of crimson energy enveloped him, causing the lightning in his palm to swell tenfold. Propelling himself forward, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, striking towards the chief. His unstoppable punch shattered the sound barrier, tearing through the chief's thick skin and flesh, driving deep into his body, with most of Suin's arm embedded within the chief's bloody mass. With a gasp, the chief expelled a mouthful of blood, the crimson hue in his eyes gradually fading, the frenzy dissipating as his rationality returned. No, it's impossible. Why does your ability mirror my own? How can this be? Because it was originally your ability, you foolish swine. The chief's pupils constricted sharply. How can this be? My ability is gone. Return my ability. I will kill you. As he reached out toward Suin, the latter replied, "You no longer have that opportunity." With a gentle grip, Suin unleashed a torrent of overwhelming lightning from his palm. The furious power of lightning erupted from the body of the leader, tearing apart his flesh inch by inch. With a resounding crash, he was completely split open, transforming into hundreds of pieces of mangled flesh strewn across the ground, leaving only a bloated head resting atop the pile. The leader opened his mouth, seemingly attempting to utter something, but his trachea had been shattered, rendering his vocal cords useless. No words escaped his lips. Ultimately, in a blend of unwillingness and rage, his eyes gradually lost focus, and his life was frozen in that singular moment. The leader had met his demise. Suin gracefully leaped onto a large rock, surveying the bloodied remnants and dismembered flesh around him, unable to suppress a grimace. Perhaps it would be best to refrain from employing this technique in the future. While detonating lightning within an enemy is undeniably lethal, the visual aftermath leaves much to be desired, and the splattering of gore is rather repugnant. This leader was indeed formidable, possessing both a half-corpse and awaken abilities. With his physical strength and defense nearing the threshold of S-class abilities, augmented by an S-class energy accumulation. A veritable powerhouse of flesh, yet paradoxically high in damage output. However, his intellect left much to be desired, particularly when entrapped in a frenzied state, his intelligence plummeting close to zero. Strength gained, yet his mind dulled. One could only wonder if excessive consumption of human flesh had fried his brain. The mere thought of the leader's penchant for cannibalism sent a shiver down Suin's spine. Surely, the resources he had plundered from this creature were not all human flesh? In haste, Suen checked the extensive storage space. To his relief, he discovered a significant influx of supplies: 100 tons of grains and oils, 30 tons of fruits and vegetables, 80 tons of pork, lamb, and beef, and 10 tons of alcoholic beverages. Thank heavens it wasn't human flesh. All items were normal supplies, allowing Suen to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, a question lingered. If this leader had a penchant for human flesh, why was there no evidence of other supplies hoarded in his basement? Where had these provisions originated? After much contemplation, it seemed likely they were plundered from the island stockpiles. Although the leader had no use for them, they rightfully belonged to him. Moreover, the meat bore traces of freezing, indicating it had likely been stored in cold storage previously. This suggested the existence of a vast supply warehouse somewhere on the island. One could only wonder how much remained. The spoils from this raid nearly matched half of what he had obtained from the Tiger Lord. If the warehouse still held such quantities, it would be a tremendous windfall. Survival was indeed possible even in the apocalypse. Reflecting on the day the end times first descended, he recalled scavenging an entire neighborhood only to gather a mere few thousand points of supplies. In comparison, this haul seemed pitifully meager. Clearly, seizing resources was the swiftest route to abundance. As Suen was lost in thought, a colossal hand made of sand and stone suddenly descended from the heavens, forcefully slamming him into the ground and creating a massive pit of 5 to 6 meters in depth. A man clad in a warden's uniform slowly approached the heap of components, kneeling before it. Trembling, he lifted the head of the fallen leader, delicately wiping away the bloodstains with white gloves. "Brother, I have arrived late. I'm deeply sorry." The man choked, his eyes brimming with tears. With a resounding crash, a figure of pure steel emerged from the debris, gradually rising to its feet. Suen spat out a mouthful of saliva mixed with sand. The force of that strike was rather ordinary. It merely appeared intimidating, especially when compared to the strength of a monstrous being like the fallen leader. However, his garments were utterly ruined, torn to shreds by the sand and stone. Turning his gaze towards the grieving man not far away, Suen recognized him as the second in command. 2 lines of small text caught his eye. Ability: Sandstone Sovereign-S. Wealth value: 38,000,000. Another S-class ability. An elemental type, capable of manipulating sand and stone, serving both combat and functional purposes. He had encountered such a power in his previous life. That individual, also an S-class sandstone sovereign, had single-handedly constructed a vast city made of sand and stone, dominating the land and earning the title of the Desert Lord. This exemplifies the formidable nature of such abilities. Not a single S-class ability is lacking in potency, especially not one of this multifunctional caliber. What delighted Suen even more was the man's wealth value. A staggering 38 million. Coupled with the resources of the fallen leader, their total exceeded even that of the Tiger Lord. Together, the resources held by these two factions had surpassed 100 million in wealth value, translating to at least 10 billion in currency. No wonder his previous life had been fraught with difficulty. It felt as though the resources of Sioux City had evaporated into thin air, inexplicably scarce. Given the limited resources in Sioux City, it became apparent that most had been plundered by these two factions. Upon reflection, this scenario was not merely coincidental, but rather inevitable. The Tiger Lord had the advantage of a favorable beginning, while the Isle of Sinners crushed all opposition with overwhelming strength. Both factions awakened their powers at the most opportune moments, possessing their own teams, allowing them to gather vast quantities of resources in a short span. The Tiger Lord had no difficulty hoarding supplies in his expansive territory, while the Isle of Sinners, aided by 2 S-class monsters, faced even less challenge. Both parties operated in the shadows, mercilessly eliminating any competition. A blight, undoubtedly a malignant force in this apocalyptic scenario. With such an abundance of resources, how can anyone else survive? Am I now a blight as well? In that case, it is of no concern. How delightful. The second in command turned his head, his eyes ablaze with a deep-seated hatred as he gazed at Suen. "Who are you? Why did you kill my elder brother? We bear no grudge against you." Suen shifted his body, easing his aching muscles, the sound of bones clashing resonating like metal striking metal. He lightly leaped to a spot not far from the second in command and regarded him with a disdainful snort. "We are all wolves. Why pretend to be sheep? When you disseminated flyers to lure those innocent souls to their demise, did you not consider that you might also attract the very demons capable of ending your lives? Unfortunately for you, I am that demon drawn to you, and encountering me can only spell your misfortune. The second-in-command glared at Suin in fury. You kill my brother because of those innocents? Suin shrugged. Not quite. If we were to distill the essence of our existence, we are not so different. At our core, we are both predators who prey on the weak. You relish in seizing the fates of ordinary people, imprisoning them and dictating their lives and deaths. Having once been prisoners yourselves, you are all too familiar with the loss of control over your destinies. Yet upon acquiring power, your first impulse was to dominate the fates of others. You are cowards, fearful and trembling, which is why you don the most feared garb of all, the uniform of the jailer, becoming the oppressors. When you and your brother were in prison, you must have been mere pawns, often bullied, right? I wager your brother frequently went hungry, and that scar on your forehead was likely inflicted by a burning cigarette. How is your rear, by the way? Am I correct in my deductions? Esteemed prisoner, cloaked in the guise of jailer? The second-in-command, stung by Suin's words, rose abruptly, a massive fist of sand and gravel hurtling towards Suin. Enough. Silence. Suin stood his ground, channeling his energy, and swung his fist to meet the assault. With a resounding crash, the colossal hand of sand was shattered. Are you getting anxious? I know you are, but hold on. I haven't finished speaking yet. Do you know why I didn't flee immediately after killing your brother? Because I was waiting for you to come and deliver your head to me. As Suin's words fell, hundreds of steel rods surged from behind him, hurtling toward the second-in-command. Who shall kill whom remains uncertain. I demand you accompany my brother to the grave. The second-in-command snorted dismissively, a golden glow enveloping him as massive hands of sand erupted from the ground below. The sandy hands alternated in the forefront, blocking every steel rod that flew toward him. Suin, having gathered his strength, leaped high into the air, surrounded by a crackling aura of lightning, aiming to strike down upon the second-in-command. Seeing Suin ascend into the air, the second-in-command displayed a hint of scorn. With no leverage in the air, you are merely at my mercy. With a slight stomp of his foot, a colossal hand, measuring 10 meters, burst forth from the earth, transforming from palm to fist as it descended upon the airborne Suin. Perish, fool! This blow encompassed the full extent of his strength. Even a body forged of iron and steel would be crushed under its might. The only individual capable of withstanding such a strike was the elder brother endowed with immense energy, yet he had already perished. At that moment, a chilling sequence of syllables echoed from above, igniting a sense of dread within him. Super energy. As the colossal hand descended, Suin instantaneously activated his super energy for a counterattack. With a resounding impact, Suin transformed into a projectile, effortlessly piercing through the giant hand. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the second-in-command, and in a swift maneuver, seized his throat, slamming him forcefully to the ground. Pressing the second-in-command down, Suin skidded several meters across the ground, leaving behind a deep gouge before finally coming to a halt. The second-in-command felt a sudden sweetness in his throat, followed by a violent spurt of blood. Suin's voice resonated softly. In truth, you and I are alike. We are both cowards. I too fear my own impotence, fear betrayal, fear the control of others over my fate, and dread a fate akin to my previous life, having a leg severed and discarded into a mass grave, scavenging like a beast on decaying corpses to survive. Therefore, in this life, I shall strive to become stronger than anyone else, regardless of the cost. Chapter 39. I have gained wealth, all that is mine, successfully replicated the ability, Master of Sand and Stone S. Successfully plundered the ability, Master of Sand and Stone S. Successfully plundered wealth. 38 million points have been transferred to the wide area space. Please check promptly. After a triumphant spree of plundering, Suin transcended the second-in-command. Thus, all three leaders of the outlaw island met their demise, and the resources have been largely seized by Suin, leaving the resource warehouse of Outlaw Island utterly barren. However, Suin did not depart immediately. Instead, he turned back to the island, intent on further exploitation. With the absence of the three leaders, he was free to act with impunity, brazenly raiding their base. In an instant, the island was engulfed in alarm, with guards pouring out, some wielding melee weapons, others bearing firearms. Suin transformed into a shadow, embarking on his thieving spree. 300 points of wealth? I'll take it. This one has 500 points. Splendid. 30 points? Quite meager, but I shall take it nonetheless. And 8 points. How dare you show your face? Allow me to relieve you of that. In a moment, Suin moved as if in an uninhabited realm, seizing whatever he encountered, irrespective of its value. even confiscating the guards' weapons. Witnessing Sue and S' invulnerability, the guards were thrown into disarray, realizing that their formidable leaders were nowhere to be found. Consequently, they abandoned their weapons and fled towards the water, seeking to escape by boat. Sue would not grant them such mercy. "Off my ship! All that is mine is mine." With a sinister glee, he kicked each one into the water, effortlessly confiscating all the vessels in his wide area space. The fleeing prison guards had no choice but to retreat to the center of the island, huddling together in trembling fear. This time, Sue did not pursue. Instead, he gazed thoughtfully at the vast reservoir. Having arrived at this juncture, he noted that the water resources of the reservoir remained untainted, though that might change in a few days. Perhaps he could extract some for future use, especially since the impending apocalypse would bring an acute scarcity of water, surpassing even that of food. Thus, Sue employed his mental prowess to reshape the reservoir within the spatial continuum, subsequently transferring the entirety of its water into this domain. Once the water was siphoned away, a dense array of fish and shrimp emerged, amounting to at least 100,000 tons. Additionally, he stumbled upon an unexpected treasure and collected 1,000,000 tons of silt from the reservoir's bottom. This rich material was excellent for cultivating vegetables and seedlings. Regardless of its immediate utility, he decided to seize it, as the spatial realm still had ample capacity, with less than 1/10 of its area occupied. Having gathered a sufficient bounty, Sue departed contentedly. Initially, he had intended to pilot a helicopter he had seized back home, but alas, he had never learned to fly. Thus, he relinquished that idea and, traversing the parched reservoir, made his way to the road. Mounting his motorcycle and revving the engine, he sped along the route back. After Sue Ann's departure, the surviving prison guards cautiously emerged from hiding. Upon witnessing the reservoir drain to its bed, they were left in stunned disbelief. The monster had finally left. It was terrifying. A mere glance from him had made them feel as though they were on the brink of death. They wondered if any of their leaders had fallen victim to him. What had happened to the water in the reservoir? Why was there not a single drop remaining? Amidst their collective confusion, a cacophony of shouts erupted from the direction of the prison. "This is bad. The inmates have escaped. What should we do?" They lamented their lost weapons, taken by that earlier intruder. "What else can we do? Run." The inmates numbered around 800 or 900, while only 70 or 80 guards remain alive, less than 1/10 of the prisoners, without any weapons to defend themselves. They could do nothing but flee in panic. Thus, atop the Jinlong reservoir, a deadly chase ensued as the enraged inmates relentlessly pursued the prison guards. Unbeknownst to Sue An, who had long since departed, he rode his motorcycle leisurely along the highway, humming a tune, his mood light and joyful. This excursion had yielded a total of 8 extraordinary abilities, including 2 of S rank, along with over 50 million worth of resources. He had now amassed 4 S-rank abilities and materials valued in the hundreds of billions. In this post-apocalyptic landscape, it would be nearly impossible to find another with such rapid development. Whenever he wished, he could easily display his prowess. At that moment, he felt as if even the air around him was imbued with sweetness. At that moment, a nearby survivor camp caught his attention. It was a modest encampment, merely a few hundred square meters in size, surrounded by iron fences. In the center, a roaring fire blazed, with a dozen survivors gathered around, cheering exuberantly. Beside the bonfire stood a small wooden stage, upon which rested a large iron cage containing a cat-like creature, akin in size to a calf, covered in black scales. Adjacent to the cage, a zombie was chained, struggling desperately as if terrified of the strange beast within. A woman draped in a white sheet stood before the cage, delivering an impassioned speech to the audience below. "Behold, this is the divine beast sent to us by the heavens. It shall lead us away from suffering. With the arrival of the divine beast, the skies will clear and good fortune will return. The wicked and filthy zombies shall soon be vanquished by this divine entity, which will shield its loyal and devout followers through the trials ahead. Lost lambs, offer your loyalty and tributes to the divine beast. It will bestow its blessings upon you." Under her spell, the crowd erupted in applause, many producing food to place in the iron bucket by the stage, in tribute to the so-called divine beast. However, Suen recognized the creature within the cage. It was no divine beast, but rather a mutated domestic cat. Far from being a protector, it was capable of consuming humans. It was not entirely surprising that these people were deceived. The presence of this mutated feline kept ordinary zombies and bloodthirsty bats at bay, thus enchanting the onlookers. Typically, they would not dare to venture outside at this hour, lest they fall prey to the blood-sucking bats. Now, they congregated around the fire with a sense of safety. Yet, strictly speaking, mutated creatures were new species evolved from the zombie virus. Due to varying levels of individual evolution, some mutated animals were significantly stronger than ordinary zombies. To the average zombie, this constituted a pure bloodline suppression. It was not a matter of divine protection for the faithful. Moreover, felines are natural hunters, exhibiting extreme savagery towards smaller creatures. Even if they do not consume their prey, they often toy with and kill it. This trait, rather than diminishing, had intensified post-mutation. In the wake of the apocalypse, humanity had descended to the lowest rung of the food chain, becoming prime targets for mutated beings. The mutated cat might have been injured. Otherwise, it would have long since escaped the cage, delivering a swift demise to its worshippers. However, if they continued to feed it, once the cat's wounds healed, these people would not escape a similar fate. However, Suin was taken aback to find that this mutated cat was remarkably silent, lazily reclining in its iron cage, occasionally nibbling on the offerings from the devotees. It stared at the crowd with its large, bell-like eyes, brimming with a mockery that seemed almost human, as if observing a group of simpletons. Was it not injured? If the mutated cat was indeed unscathed, then this iron cage could hardly contain it. The only plausible explanation was that it had willingly entered, offering no resistance, purely to indulge in the free food and drink, exploiting the devotees' offerings. An ultimate freeloader. When the devotees could no longer provide for it, it would surely feast upon them. It had become cunning. This possibility could not be dismissed. Most mutated creatures, due to the virus, lose their rationality after mutation, becoming bloodthirsty and frenzied. Yet a small fraction evolve more completely, enhancing their intellect. Before evolution, a cat's intelligence could easily match that of a 2- or 3-year-old child. After evolving, its intelligence multiplied several times, making it comparable to an average human. This could explain why this mutated cat appeared so astute. Of course, these were merely his conjectures. Only time would reveal the truth. Suin could not help but dismount his motorcycle, entering the camp and approaching the stands. With a gentle leap, he ascended to the platform and walked towards the iron cage. "Hey, who are you? What are you doing up here? Hurry and leave. You have not yet gained the approval of the divine beast and have no right to stand here." Before receiving the divine beast's acknowledgement, your duty is to offer your loyalty and tributes. A woman draped in a white sheet blocked Suin's path, her expression one of displeasure. Suin cast a cold glance at her, a chilling intent sweeping through the air, causing her to instinctively retreat several steps, feeling an icy dread envelop her. What do you intend to do?" she stammered. Suin paid her no heed and approached the iron cage, smiling at the mutated cat. "I'm rather tempted to have some cat meat. Your ample flesh should suffice for quite a while." The mutated cat abruptly turned its head. Fury reflected in its emerald eyes, the scales on its neck flaring up. Observing the cat's reaction, Suin nodded slightly. Not bad. It can understand human speech, which makes communication easier. However, Suin's words not only incited the anger of the mutated cat, but also enraged the devotees present. "Impudent! Who gave you the audacity to insult the divine beast? Who is this scoundrel? Quickly drive him away. You will face retribution. The divine beast will surely descend with divine punishment to chastise you for your insolence." Suin completely disregarded the vehement accusations of the crowd. Slowly, he raised a finger, subtle sparks of electricity flickering at its tip. Meow. Sensing a threat from Suin, the mutated cat emitted a strange cry and, with a sudden burst of energy, crashed through the iron cage, leaping a distance of 5 to 6 meters. The mutated cat regarded Suin with vigilance, its hunched body bristling with scales while emitting a series of low, menacing growls. Alas, it was all over. The divine beast was enraged. "Cursed be that wretched fool who provoked the great divine beast. Oh, mighty beast, quell your fury." As the mutated cat effortlessly broke free from its iron cage and leapt 5 or 6 meters away, the onlookers turned pale with fear. This was far more terrifying than any lion or tiger, transcending their understanding. It solidified their belief that this was indeed a divine beast. Observing the mutated cat's performance, Suin felt a sense of satisfaction. It exhibited a high level of intelligence and a keen awareness of danger, making it an excellent guardian. "How about coming with me, little one? You can help guard my home, and the treatment is quite favorable," Suin said as he gradually approached the mutated cat. However, the creature continued to retreat. Sensing that this human posed a significant threat, more formidable than any creature it had encountered. Fleeing was imperative. Escape was an instinct ingrained in all animals, even the most elite predators. When faced with an adversary so powerful that resistance seemed futile, fleeing became the sole option. "Don't be in such a hurry to leave," Suin remarked, waving his hand. Suddenly, the surrounding iron bars rose from the ground, encircling the mutated cat. Alarmed, the creature struggled to break free from the confinement. Yet, no matter how it leaped or clawed, the iron bars held firm, ultimately ensnaring it in an inescapable embrace, leaving it immobilized on the ground. Even so, it continued to roar defiantly at Suin, desperately gnashing its teeth against the bars in a display of ferocity. Suin clicked his tongue in annoyance. "I prefer to reason with others. Let's have a proper conversation." He then retrieved a large kitchen knife, over a meter in length, seized from the gang leader, and plunged it into the ground with a thud. The sight of the knife caused the mutated cat to cease its struggles immediately, the aura of bloodlust emanating from the blade disorienting it. It had no doubt that this strange individual could cleave it in two with a single stroke. Consequently, it halted its resistance, adopting a more compliant demeanor. "Meow." It purred softly, its previous ferocity vanished as swiftly as the changing faces in a Sichuan opera. "Now that is more like it," Suin remarked, observing the cat's submission. With a wave of his hand, he released its bindings. Once freed, the mutated cat refrained from attacking but cast furtive glances around, as if searching for an opportunity to escape. Being at the pinnacle of the food chain, it could not easily submit to a human, no matter how powerful the human might be. This pride was etched into its very genes. Cats shall never be enslaved. "So, have you come to a decision? Would you like to accompany me back to assist in guarding my home?" Suin smiled amiably as he retrieved a box of cat food and a selection of gourmet cat treats from the vast spatial realm. Nodding, he remarked, "These are for you. There's plenty to fill your belly." The mutated cat's eyes widened at the sight of the entire box of cat food, its DNA reacting, utterly transfixed. "And this," Suin added, tossing out several dozen pounds of dried fish. "And this," he continued, presenting dozens of chicken breasts. "Do you not fancy them? Very well." With that, Suin recalled everything back into the spatial realm. "Meow." The mutated cat emitted a strange cry, leaping to Suin's feet and nuzzling against him, displaying a face full of ingratiating charm. It was no wonder the cat was so submissive. The offerings were simply too generous. Not only was it just a mere mutated cat, but even the other followers were tempted by the bounty. "Brother, why not allow me to accompany you? I can help guard your home. Step aside. I am a dog, and thus more suited for this role. I too am a dog. I am not picky and will happily consume cat food. I am easy to care for." At this moment, notions of faith and divine beasts paled in significance. Witnessing the followers attempting to encroach upon its territory, the mutated cat grew furious, flaring its scales and glaring at the followers as if to declare, "Back off." I arrived first. Seeing the mutated cat so easily swayed brought a smile to Suin's face. If the cat had resisted fiercely, he would not have insisted, as a force bond is seldom sweet. He could only consider it as a meal. In his 2 lifetimes, he had yet to savor the taste of a mutated cat. "Very well, you shall be my pet from now on," Suin declared, leaping onto the back of the mutated cat. "Let's return home." The mutated cat was taken aback. Had it not been agreed that it would be a guard pet? How had it become a steed? It, a dignified apex predator, could not submit to being ridden by a human. Suin then casually tossed a hefty fish weighing several dozen pounds. "Meow." The mutated cat sprang into the air, catching the fish in its jaws. With one bite, the rich flavor burst forth. Delicious. Subsequently, before the bewildered eyes of the followers, their divine beast was led away, disappearing after a few leaps. "Ah, a true deity has descended. The divine beast has answered the supreme call of the true God and departed with him." The leading woman knelt in the direction Suin had taken. The followers remained perplexed, but the divine beast was clearly lured by cat food. The woman shot a glare. "Address me as the high priestess. Ignorant mortals, can you conjure such food from thin air? Only a god can achieve such feats. He is indeed the supreme deity." The followers fell silent, contemplating. It seemed to be true. Legend spoke of how, in the West, Jesus once miraculously provided food for the suffering near the Red River. As they beheld the young man conjuring food out of thin air, they were struck by the sheer marvel of it. This was indeed a divine miracle. Surely, it was the Almighty who had heard our pleas and manifested before us, retreating only as a test of our faith. I have heard the call of the divine and pledge my unwavering loyalty to the supreme God. Let us heed the divine guidance and move forward. All tribulations are but trials bestowed upon his faithful servants. If we remain sufficiently devout, the true deity shall return to lead us away from suffering. Under the fervent exhortations of the soothsayer, an increasing number of individuals began to embrace this belief, kneeling in reverence until the entire encampment transformed into the pious followers of Suin. Thus, a sect known as the True God Church took root. Meanwhile, Suin rode swiftly upon his mutated cat, blissfully unaware that he had been deified by others. The speed of the mutated cat exceeded 100 miles per hour, effortlessly ignoring road conditions as it surged forward in a straight line, leaping over small rivers and buildings with ease. Its endurance was remarkable, capable of traversing 100 kilometers on just a few cans of cat food, showcasing an astonishing efficiency of energy conversion that would leave even the founder of the Law of Conservation of Energy, Thomas Young, shaking his head in disbelief. Moreover, it possessed an innate ability to sense danger, causing ordinary zombies to shy away from confrontation. This mode of transport was far superior to a motorcycle, efficient and practical. However, the riding experience was somewhat uncomfortable, as the cat's body was covered in a thick layer of hard scales, making it quite unyielding to sit upon. Suin silently resolved to design a saddle upon his return. Thus, the man and his cat swiftly made their way back to the city, gliding through the night like phantoms amidst the buildings. In less than 20 minutes, they returned to their stronghold. Upon arriving at the doorstep, Suin noticed the faint glow of candlelight within the villa, suggesting that someone was still awake. Without hesitation, he entered with the scaled cat, following closely behind. "Welcome home, master," chimed the voices of Lu Hui and her daughter, both dressed in contrasting black and white maid outfits, standing at the entrance to greet him. Yuri, her cheeks flushed, lowered her gaze, unable to meet Suin's eyes. In contrast, Chow Chow beamed with a sunny smile, her dimples and small canine teeth lending her an air of adorableness and vigor. "Dear, are you satisfied?" she teased, while Li Xiaoyu poked her head out with a mischievous grin. Suin raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "You truly know how to have fun." Chapter 42. Prosperity. The noble scaled cat matures finally. "You're back, dear. We were all so worried," exclaimed Li Xiaoyu, her concern palpable despite knowing Suin's strength. The prolonged absence had stirred anxiety within them, for these were perilous times in a world fraught with danger. As Li Xiaoyu pushed Suin through the door, she was taken aback by the sight of the cat, which was as large as a calf. "What a gigantic tiger!" she exclaimed. "It's not a tiger, it's a cat," Suin casually clarified. "The pet I rescued can help guard the house." "Oh, is that a cat? Is there really such a large cat? Is it truly appropriate to keep a creature as massive as a cow as a pet? It won't eat humans, will it?" "Generally not. It is quite well behaved, isn't it?" Wang Kai gently stroked the cat's large head. This is the name Suin bestowed upon the cat. A name that is simple yet auspicious, and in its rustic charm lies a certain elegance. "Meow," Wang Kai responded with call. Quite obedient indeed. Li Xiaoyu's lips twitched slightly. No wonder she has her eyes on such a man. Even in choosing a cat, he exudes such dominance. Though this name does resemble that of a dog. The group then returned to the villa and entered the dining room. The table was lavishly adorned with an abundance of dishes, 2 large tables filled to the brim. There were dishes such as shrimp in tomato sauce, dompa pork, crispy sea cucumber, steamed bass, lemon sauce beef, spicy blood stew, goji berry stir-fried cabbage, lotus seed and silver ear soup, fluffy cinnamon soup, spicy pickled vegetables, Thai-style chicken feet, seafood stone pot rice, pan-seared snow fish, charcoal grilled foie gras, sashimi platter, seafood pasta, and rosemary grilled steak. The spread encompassed a delightful array of flavors, savory, sweet, spicy, sour, and fresh, representing various culinary traditions, including the unique flavors of Yunnan and several international specialties. In total, there were over 20 dishes, a feast far surpassing what one would typically prepare for the new year. This splendid feast was the result of Lu Hui and Xiao Xiao's diligent efforts throughout the day. "You must try it." Xue Qingyu smiled gently as she served Suin a bowl of soup to warm his stomach. She felt a twinge of inadequacy regarding Lu Hui's culinary skills, even contemplating becoming her disciple, as Lu Hui was the most skilled cook she had ever encountered. No, she should be called a gourmet. Suin nodded in satisfaction, observing the delightful spread. Lu Hui, feeling a touch shy, smiled and said, "It was prepared rather hastily. These are just some simple home-cooked dishes. I hope they suit your palate." Suin raised an eyebrow in surprise. Is this what you call home cooking? It seems this chef possesses quite the talent. I shall be fortunate to enjoy such delicacies in the future. Let us all sit down and eat together. Yuri, Kiao Kiao. There is no need for formality. Please treat this place as your own home. Suin invited the group to take their seats at the table. Having barely eaten throughout the day, he was quite hungry, having only managed to nibble on some fried chicken while on the road. As Suin sampled a few dishes, his eyes brightened. It would be an understatement to describe them as visually appealing and flavorful. He then began to indulge heartily. The others quickly joined in, having refrained from eating much during Suin's absence, all eagerly awaiting this shared meal. As they dined, laughter and lively conversation filled the air. Li Xiaoyu animatedly recounted her experiences watching numerous films and television series featuring Xiao Qiao, expressing her admiration and fandom, praising Xiao Qiao's grace and exceptional acting skills, which caused Xiao Qiao's cheeks to flush with a hint of shyness. Meanwhile, Xue Qingyu remained mostly silent, quietly listening while occasionally serving dishes to Suin, while Lu Hui poured drinks, creating a warm and inviting atmosphere. Wang Kai, crouching at the kitchen door, seemed eager to speak. Have you perhaps forgotten something? Think carefully. It appeared to implore. Upon noticing Wang Sai's pitiable gaze, Lu Hui recalled that Suin had brought back a pet. She promptly fetched a large iron basin to serve as Wang Sai's food bowl and filled it with some meals. Observing this, Wang Kai spun in excitement, meowing incessantly. Make sure to wash your bowl after you finish, Suin called out without turning his head. Wang Kai nodded eagerly in response. Seeing Wang Kai display such human-like understanding, Xiao Qiao couldn't help but exclaimed softly, Wang Kai is so clever. Upon hearing the compliment, Wang Kai elegantly lifted its head and let out a refined meow, an expression of pride evident on its face, as if to say, of course. Then it dove into the food bowl, munching contentedly. After about half an hour, the meal finally concluded. Suin, feeling thoroughly satisfied, reclined on the sofa, reluctant to move, as he had not eaten so well in quite some time. Nearly 20 dishes had been devoured, with not even a drop of soup left. This was largely due to Wang Sai's insatiable appetite, which could rival that of 5 people. However, Suin was unfazed. He could easily afford Wang Sai's appetite, no matter how much it multiplied. In fact, he found it quite advantageous. Any leftover food could be entrusted to Wang Kai, alleviating concerns about waste. What a splendid cat it was. True to Su An's earlier instructions, after finishing its meal, Wang Kai cleaned its bowl. The girls praised Wang Sai's intelligence, which made it puff up with pride. By now, it was well past midnight, and Su An, feeling drowsy, reminded Wang Kai, be vigilant while you sleep. Don't doze too deeply. Always be aware of your surroundings, and remember your duty to guard the house. Wang Kai meowed affirmatively, indicating its understanding. Su An pondered for a moment before retrieving several 100 pounds of cat litter from his space and scattering it on the ground. Dig a pit outside and use it as your toilet. From now on, you should handle your own business. Remember to clean up after yourself. You are a mature cat now and must learn to take care of your own affairs, understood? Li Xiaoyu. Can pets really be raised this way? Suin, is there a problem? It's Wang Kai, not an ordinary cat, but a noble scale cat. This is perfectly normal. Wang Kai meowed in agreement, affirming Su An's words. Yes, this is how a noble scale cat behaves. It then cast a disdainful glance at the girls, as if to say, how peculiar. The following day marked the 6th day after the apocalypse, and a number of bloodthirsty crows had reached an alarmingly terrifying level. A vast multitude of crows darkens the sky, with each flock numbering in the thousands. The entire city of Su is enveloped in these ominous gatherings. Just the day before, ordinary citizens could venture out amidst the crows in search of supplies. But today, such bravery is futile. Anyone bold enough to show themselves will be besieged and devoured by the flocks, down to the very marrow. Even in the suburbs, where the crows are relatively sparse, stepping outside proves perilous, with a moment's carelessness leading to instant demise. Yet, despite the grave dangers, many survivors are compelled to risk their lives for food or to stockpile provisions. By now, it has become evident to many that the numbers of both crows and bats are escalating exponentially each day. If this continues, it may soon be too late to venture out for supplies after today. In stark contrast to the survivor's torturous existence, Sun enjoys a far more comfortable life. Reclining languidly on a sun-drenched balcony chaise, his little maid Qiao Qiao dutifully massages his shoulders. Beside him, Wang Kai dozes, exuding a presence that intimidates the crows, keeping them at bay from the villa. Sun has truly embraced a state of leisure. After days of toil, his survival in this apocalyptic world is assured. With ample abilities at his disposal and resources plentiful enough to last indefinitely, the sole contemplation that occupies his mind is what he wishes to dine on today. Meanwhile, the other women have their own pursuits. Lu Hui busies herself in the kitchen, preparing delectable dishes, and during her leisure time, she enjoys reclining on the sofa with a book or retreating to the study to write or paint. She is a woman of profound grace and elegance, exuding sophistication in every setting. Xue Qingyu and Li Xiaoyu have transformed the neighboring villa into a training ground for honing their abilities, diligently practicing within. Both still possess significant room for improvement in their control over their powers, especially Xue Qingyu, whose S-grade ability harbors great potential for growth. Li Xiaoyu, however, faces limitations in her advancement. This brings Su in to reminisce about the abilities he acquired after departing from Sin Island, including 2 S-grade powers. If he were to bestow one upon Li Xiaoyu, it would greatly enhance her capacity for growth. He then glanced at Xiao, noticing a small progress bar above her head, indicating a favorability rating of 71. Since he had begun to absorb abilities, he discovered he could perceive other sentiments towards him. Xiao's favorability stands at 71, Li Xiaoyu at 85, and Xue Qingyu at 90. Lu Hui's is astonishingly high at 98. Even Suin himself cannot fathom why Lu Hui holds him in such high regard after only 2 days of acquaintance. Interestingly, the seemingly demure Xue Qingyu exhibits a higher favorability than the more overtly enthusiastic Li Xiaoyu. Despite having lived 2 lifetimes, he remains perplexed by the complexities of women. Fortunately, with the advent of the progress bar, everything has become much simpler. A sense of affinity reaching 50 serves as a watershed moment. Attaining this threshold signifies a substantial trust has been established. Subsequently, every increment of 10% marks a new phase. 60 denotes admiration, 70 embodies passionate love, 80 signifies a singular beloved, 90 represents unwavering devotion, and 100 elevates one to the status of a deity. He, by nature, is inherently suspicious and does not readily extend his trust to others, even towards Li Xiaoyu and Xue Qingyu. One may know a person's visage, but remain oblivious to their heart. With the presence of a favorability progress bar, insincerity can now be discerned at a glance, providing a measure of reassurance. At the very least, the women around him are deemed trustworthy. The prerequisite for bestowing supernatural abilities is a favorability rating exceeding 60, and currently, several women have met this criterion. Suin contemplated the prospect of manually empowering a few of them. There are 4 supernatural abilities available for bestowal: Water Vapor D, Fire Energy A, Supercharge S, and Sandstone Sovereign S. Xue Qingyu already possesses the S-level control over lightning. Thus, there is no immediate need for empowerment, as overindulgence can lead to ineffectiveness. Unlike him, who has lived 2 lives and encountered myriad powers, Xue Qingyu requires time to familiarize herself with her abilities. As for Lu Hui and her daughter, their roles are primarily logistical, and there is no pressing need for empowerment at this juncture. However, should it be necessary to grant a power, Fire Energy, it could be bestowed upon Lu Hui. Firstly, given the current power and water outages, cooking requires gas. While he has an abundance of resources, the allure of free energy is undeniable. He has yet to experience the flavors of dishes crafted with supernatural abilities, and the prospect is quite enticing. Secondly, Lu Hui's favorability rating is exceptionally high, which grants him peace of mind. Lastly, there is Li Xiaoyu. Suin intends to cultivate her into a capable ally. Her keen sense of combat suggests she is worth developing, and once empowered, her future is indeed promising. His motivation for bestowing powers upon these women primarily stems from a desire to relinquish the need to manage every task personally. After all, one must savor the joys of life to the fullest. He called for Lu Hui, gently removing his sunglasses and patting Xiao's small hand. "All right, my dear." Xiao beamed sweetly, revealing her tiny incisors, which made her utterly charming. Initially, Suin found it somewhat awkward that Lu Hui and her daughter consistently refer to him as master. But since they insisted on this form of address, he chose to embrace it. Strangely enough, after becoming accustomed to it, he found a certain enjoyment in it. Soon, Lu Hui arrived on the balcony, greeting Suin with a gentle smile. "Master, is there anything you require?" In truth, the reason the mother and daughter insisted on addressing Su and his master was entirely Lu Hui's decision. This was her way of demonstrating loyalty. Though unspoken, it conveyed much. Gazing upon this woman of refined grace, Suen could not help but silently commend his own taste. She epitomized femininity, embodying intellectual beauty to perfection. It is often said that women are like water, yet in Lu Hui's case, she resembled a fine aged wine, amidst a wealth of beauty and charm. Even though Lu Hui repeatedly referred to him as her master, the scene still felt somewhat surreal. It was hard to fathom that such a woman, exuding an air of nobility, would display such a docile demeanor akin to that of a lamb. Chapter 44. The price of a lifetime. Are you familiar with abilities? Suen stated bluntly. Upon hearing this, Lu Hui nodded, having learned of the existence of awakened individuals over the past 2 days. Li Xiaoyu and Xue Qingyu were both awakened. Li Xiaoyu possessed immense strength, capable of lifting a small car, while Xue Qingyu wielded lightning with her bare hands and could manipulate metallic objects. Both women were far from ordinary, which stirred a sense of unease within Lu Hui. The two of them were merely ordinary people. Aside from her culinary skills, Lu Hui felt she had little to offer. In this chaotic era, individuals like her were abundant. Should Suen speak, there would be countless willing to wash his clothes and prepare his meals, easily filling the entire neighborhood. She and her daughter could be discarded at any moment, for she perceived her own worth as exceedingly limited. In this frigid world, what constituted a home? And where could she and Xiao find refuge? If they were to leave this place, what path lay ahead for them? The most likely scenario would involve bidding farewell to this world together. Lu Hui possessed a certain confidence in her appearance, yet in a realm devoid of moral constraints. What once brought her pride now felt like a burden. As for Xiao, her status as a beloved starlet only served to amplify the stakes. Do you desire an ability? I can offer it to you, Suen said, observing Lu Hui's troubled expression. Upon hearing his words, her heart raced. What did you say? I must have misheard. You did not mishear. I can grant you an ability. Do you wish for it? Lu Hui's eyes widened in disbelief. To her knowledge, both Li Xiaoyu and Xue Qingyu possessed their own awakened abilities. Confusion clouded her mind, yet she found herself instinctively responding, I want it. Suen smiled faintly, extending his slender fingers to gently brush a strand of Lu Hui's fair hair from the nape of her neck. Her cheeks flushed, yet she offered no resistance or aversion. Rather, she felt a sense of honor, a true honor. Everything comes at a cost. To gain one thing is to inevitably lose another. I can bestow upon you a remarkable ability, but in exchange, you will forfeit your entire life. Have you truly contemplated this? You would trade your existence for it. Lu Hui gazed up at Suen, her eyes glazed with wonder. In her heart, this man appeared as a deity, rescuing her from the depths of despair. He was so powerful and enigmatic that even when he stood before her, she could not decipher his essence. His profound black eyes seemed to reveal the depths of an unfathomable abyss, drawing her deeper into its embrace. Is it not a form of destiny to sell one's entire life to him? Perhaps from the very day she encountered him, she embraced her fate. Lu Hui slowly knelt down, declaring, I am willing, master. The address was uttered with unwavering determination, devoid of any hesitation or reluctance, emanating pure devotion from her heart. Suen nodded in satisfaction. One day, you shall take pride in the decision you make today. I will guide you to the very end of days. He then pressed a single finger upon Lu Hui's crimson lips, silently invoking a thought. Ability bestowed, fire ability. Ability transfer successful. Recipient has acquired ability, fire ability A. Thus, the first artificially awakened being was born. The awakening process was even simpler and more effortless than Suen had anticipated. Lu Hui's affection for him instantly soared to 100, reaching a stage of reverence. Yet, in Suen's moment of daze, he suddenly felt a warmth at his fingertips, only to see Lu Hui blushing deeply, parting her lips. Suen's eyelids twitched. What are you doing, young lady? Is there a misunderstanding? And Chi is still here. Can we not exercise a bit of restraint? Suen finally witnessed the power of a full affection level. Before long, a day had swiftly passed. Throughout this entire day, Suen had done little more than bask in the sun, enjoy meals, and receive massages from the maids, occasionally indulging in music to cultivate the almost forgotten refinement of his spirit, living in a leisurely manner. This was indeed the most relaxed day he had experienced since his rebirth. He no longer needed to worry about gathering resources. The supplies he possessed were more than sufficient, even surpassing the entirety of what remained in Sioux City. The notorious Sin Island and the Dragon and Tiger Gang had amassed every conceivable resource for him. Dinner that evening was equally sumptuous, featuring a total of 18 dishes. The culinary theme combined the flavors of the North and South, offering the rich and savory delights of the imperial capital's royal cuisine alongside the spicy and appetizing characteristics of Sichuan dishes. Lu Hui was truly a treasure of a cook, never failing to impress with her culinary prowess. The dining table was filled with laughter and conversation, while Wang Kai squatted nearby, devouring his meal as if he were a reincarnated soul who had never tasted food in 8 lifetimes. Shui Qingyu and Li Xiaoyu occasionally sought Su En's guidance on practicing their abilities. Su En, ever generous, shared his knowledge freely, teaching them without reserve. Abilities are not fixed martial techniques. Even 2 individuals with the same power will wield it differently, influenced by their understanding and habits. Take Su En's control over electricity. For instance, he preferred to use electromagnetic forces to manipulate metallic objects in combat, a method that was time-efficient, labor-saving, and effective. In modern society, metallic items were abundant and made for excellent weapons. Shui Qingyu, however, had her own distinct approach. She has a penchant for harnessing the very might of lightning, condensing it into a sphere, which upon separation from her being, gives rise to a tempest of thunder and magnetism. The 2 methods cannot be easily ranked in superiority. One is decidedly less taxing, while the other wields greater power. The reason Snow Qingyu opts for this more formidable approach is solely to prove herself before Su En. As for Su En, his preference for a more effortless technique stems from a lingering frugality born of his impoverished past, where every ounce of strength was a precious commodity in the apocalypse. This instinctive, miserly mindset continues to influence him to this day. However, to become a competent and formidable awakener, it is imperative to master the diverse applications of one's abilities. Thus, the path Snow Qingyu must tread remains long and arduous. The more potent the ability, the more challenging it is to wield, necessitating extensive time for mastery. All Su En can do is guide her in the various methods of controlling lightning, but the duration required for her to gain proficiency rests solely in her hands. While Su En instructs Snow Qingyu, Li Xiaoyu notices a shift in Lu Hui's gaze towards Su En. Lu Hui's eyes are now brimming with palpable fervor and admiration. Not only Lu Hui, but Xiao Qiao too exhibits a similar sentiment, albeit her demeanor is characterized by a persistent blush, as she eats her meal without daring to look up at Su En or even at Lu Hui. The instincts of a woman tell her that something significant has transpired among the 3. Chapter 45. Li Xiaoyu's Great Crisis, Sister Lu Hui. The dishes you prepared today are delightful, even more so than yesterday's. Thank you. I'm glad you all enjoy it. Lu Hui replies with a gentle smile, deftly picking up a piece of fish, meticulously removing the bones, and carefully placing it into Su En's bowl, without Li Xiaoyu needing to voice it. Lu Hui herself recognizes the improvement in her culinary skills. The reason for this enhancement lies in the new ability bestowed upon her by Su En. Dishes prepared with the aid of her fire abilities indeed possess a richer aroma than those made with conventional gas. Additionally, she has conceived several cooking techniques that she had previously deemed unimaginable. With the assistance of fire ability A, she can now control the heat with ease. As a trained chef familiar with flames, her mastery comes swiftly. When she releases a searing flame with her bare hands, Lu Hui feels a mix of astonishment and joy, overwhelmed to the point of tears. All of this is a gift from the omnipotent man before her. Lu Hui's gaze towards Su En intensifies with fervor. Li Xiaoyu's heart skips a beat at the sight. Could Sister Lu Hui be thinking of cutting in line? That would be rather inconsiderate. Li Xiaoyu's great crisis. She must take the initiative. Xiaoyu, come find me tonight. I have something for you, Su En casually mentions after dinner, prompting several curious glances from the women. Huh? Really? Li Xiaoyu is taken aback, not expecting Su En to summon her. Is something significant about to unfold? Li Xiaoyu felt a twinge of nervousness. Despite her reputation for speed on the road, she had never experienced romance, and it would be disingenuous to claim she was untroubled. Yet, as she reflected, her apprehension swiftly transformed into excitement. She often felt insecure about her height. Among the 4 women present, she was the shortest, with 15-year-old Qiao towering over her by half a head. However, the fact that Su En had chosen her first was a testament to her charm, was it not? What did it matter if she was shorter? Perhaps Su En had a preference for petite and adorable individuals. How delightful it was! With that thought, Li Xiaoyu felt a weight lift, her concerns about height dissipating. Lu Hui smiled gently, finding nothing amiss in the situation. In fact, She believed Sue and was already quite restrained. In her eyes, all the women in the house were meant to belong to Sue and herself included. She would unconditionally obey any command he issued, even if it meant her demise. She would comply without hesitation. Her feelings for Sue and had morphed into blind admiration and fervor. From a certain perspective, Sue had become her faith, and she was the most devoted of followers. Nearby, Yu trembled slightly, a hint of melancholy flickering in her eyes, her emotions complex. Suen was unaware that his one statement had set the women around him into a whirlwind of thoughts. In all honesty, his intention in sending Yu to her room was merely to bestow upon her a gift of power, not to harbor any ill will. What malice could a harmless, well-mannered young man possess? Yu picked at her food, ultimately leaving most of it uneaten and dumping the remnants into one-size bowl. If the cat could speak, it would surely protest. What do you mean by this? Am I to be treated as a trash bin? Despite its mild dissatisfaction, Wankai began to eat eagerly. How delectable! Yu darted back to her room, first taking a cold shower, then rummaging through her wardrobe to retrieve the victory outfit she had prepared long ago. Meanwhile, Suen returned to his own room, pulling out a notebook and beginning to write. He intended to devise training plans for Yu, Yu, and Lu Hui, aiming to enhance their abilities in the shortest possible time. In just half a month, the initial zombie apocalypse would progress to its second phase, plunging the world into greater chaos while simultaneously giving rise to a surge of awakened individuals. Various factions would begin to take shape at that time. It was inevitable that he would come into contact with these powerful groups, making it essential to prepare in advance. At the very least, he could not allow those around him to become burdens, lest they hinder him. After all, his greatest skill was pilfering from others, and his biggest fear was being robbed himself. After about half an hour, Yu knocked on the door and entered. Suen turned to look, unable to suppress a raised eyebrow. How I look in this white silk short skirt and twin ponytails. Isn't it cute? Yu rose on her tiptoes and spun around. Suen stroked his chin, surveying her from head to toe. To be honest, it is indeed remarkable. A sly smile curled on Yu's lips as she leaped into Suen's embrace, leaning close to whisper in his ear. I heard someone say this is called the victory pose. Even with Suen's composure akin to a monk, he found it a bit overwhelming. Hastily placing Yu on a chair and subconsciously adjusting his thoughts. Ahem, the reason I summoned you is to bestow upon you a special ability. At his words, Yu pouted slightly. What? So it wasn't just that. Wait, what did you just say? You're giving me something? An S-rank special ability. Do you not desire it? You can give me a special ability? How is that even possible? Nothing is impossible. If I say it, I can accomplish it. Seeing Suen's serious demeanor, which brooked no jest, Yu could not help but believe his words, though she remained in a state of shock. Suen had previously informed her that each awakened individual could only awaken once, acquiring just one ability, which would remain unchanged for life. Once awakened, one's fate was essentially sealed. Through her recent interactions with Yu, she discovered that while both were awakened, their strengths were worlds apart. Initially, she could spar with Yu, but now she could scarcely withstand even a single blow, and Yu continued to grow stronger each day while she felt stagnant. As time passed, the gap between them would only continue to widen. It was evident that she was the insect, while Yu was the dragon. Life seemed unjust. It had bestowed upon Yu the most flawless beauty and physique, crafting her into a delicate treasure, and even her ability was an extraordinary S-rank. In contrast, Yu felt like a mere defective product. Countless times, she had succumbed to deep self-doubt. Yet now, Suen was claiming he would grant her a special ability, and an S-rank one at that. How could she not be astonished? A thought crossed her mind. Could it be that Yu was finally destined to defy the odds and change her fate? Chapter 46. Yu joyfully received a new ability as a means of gratitude. Special ability granted. Supercharge S. Special ability bestowal successful. Recipient has acquired the ability. Supercharge S. In a state of bewilderment, Yu watched as Suen swiftly completed the awakening ceremony with a decisive gesture. All right. Huh? Is that it? Wasn't that a bit too quick? You can verify for yourself. Yu promptly checked her ability and discovered a strange power had indeed surged within her, far surpassing her previous strength. Suen handed her the training plan he had previously prepared. I've outlined how to utilize and train your ability. Just follow the instructions. Yu stared blankly at the notebook, gazing at Suen with wide eyes, her heart swelling with emotion as her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Without warning, she tossed the notebook aside, letting out a joyful cry as she leaped towards Suen. The following morning, a warm ray of sunlight streamed into the room. Suen gradually sat up, lost in thought as he gazed out the window, savoring the bright morning sun. "Ah, Su," he mused. "What a man of wavering resolve I am." Li Xiaoyu poked her head out from under the covers, giggling, her bright eyes curving into charming crescents. "Master, breakfast is ready," came the gentle voice of Lu Hui from outside the room. Suen replied absent-mindedly as he rose to dress and wash up. "I'll bring you something to eat shortly. You should rest a bit longer." "All right," Li Xiaoyu yawned, curling back under the covers for a little more sleep. By the time Suen descended the stairs, the others were already awake. Lu Hui was preparing breakfast, while Qiao Qiao and Xue Qingyu tidied up the place. Upon seeing Suen, Xue Qingyu greeted him with a smile, her eyes inadvertently glancing upstairs, while Qiao Qiao obediently performed a small bow and sweetly called out, "Good morning, master." Breakfast consisted of rice porridge, eggs, milk, and a serving of fruit salad. Given the oily meals of the past few days, Lu Hui had prepared a relatively light breakfast. It was now the 7th day since the apocalypse had descended. Due to the cannibalistic tendencies among the zombies, their numbers had significantly dwindled after days of mutual consumption. However, the situation had simultaneously become more perilous as the qualitative change arose from the quantitative shift. The zombies had evolved considerably, with nearly 2/3 transformed into advanced variants. Predominantly level 2 hardened types, followed by level 3 and 4 mutations, and a mere 1% classified as level 5 or higher. Levels 6 and 7 were reserved for boss-level entities, which were relatively scarce. The widespread evolution of zombies was not the most troubling aspect. What posed a greater threat was the explosive proliferation of bloodthirsty crows, which had surged to an alarmingly terrifying number. Their cacophonous calls filled the air, and from merely peering through the window, one could see a dense swarm of crows swirling about. Within the confines of the community stronghold alone, their numbers had already surpassed 100,000, occupying the ground, rooftops, and power lines indiscriminately. If these crows were to prey on the zombies, it would be somewhat manageable. However, they exclusively targeted living humans and animals. Any survivor daring enough to show their face during this time would find themselves mercilessly devoured, regardless of their strength as a supernatural being. Furthermore, the bloodthirsty crows exhibited remarkable cunning. Once they discovered a survivor's hiding place, they would launch successive assaults on the safe house. Even a concrete structure would gradually crumble under the relentless onslaught of their iron claws. If they could not breach the defenses, they would wait patiently, taking turns to guard the area until the occupants, desperate for food, emerged, at which point they would swarm and feast. Survivors were left with no choice but to remain silent, avoiding any attempts to observe the crows. Their only recourse was to hide quietly in the dark confines of their safe houses, waiting for the slow passage of time. On this fateful day, countless lives came to an abrupt halt. They had survived the initial onslaught of the zombie apocalypse, only to succumb beneath the weight of the ravenous crows. In such perilous circumstances, even Suen could only seize the fleeting moments to bask in the sun. In merely 2 days, the crows would darken the skies, obscuring the sunlight and rendering any chance of sunbathing a distant memory. Fortunately, with Wang Kai warding off the crows, they would not dare approach the villa lightly. Even if a few audacious ones ventured close, they posed little threat. After tiring of sunbathing, Suen would retreat to the villa's private cinema, where he would enjoy films accompanied by the attentive presence of his maid. Though the electricity had long ceased, the abundance of generators and fuel ensured that power was not a concern. The films had been salvaged from the computers of the villa's former owners. Lu Hui had meticulously selected a variety of movies and television shows featuring Qiao Qiao for Suen to watch. Qiao Qiao, a child star who had graced the screen since the tender age of 3, had amassed a portfolio of over 40 to 50 works, ranging from supporting roles to leading characters in both period dramas and modern tales. Even Su-un, who held no particular fascination with the entertainment industry, had heard whispers of Qiao Qiao's fame, having witnessed a few lecherous roommates captivated by her videos. It was evident how immensely popular this girl-next-door starlet had become. One must admit, Qiao Qiao possessed an enchanting screen presence, embodying the pure and lively essence of the girl next door. Her infectious smile, radiating with youthful exuberance, inspired an undeniable affection in those who beheld it. It is worth noting that her early rise to fame was largely attributed to her continuous access to film opportunities. Her financial backing allowed her to frequently grace the silver screen. Lu Hui had once inadvertently revealed that prior to the apocalypse, Xiao Xiao owned 2 companies, while she herself managed several, one of which was publicly listed. Their family's total assets exceeded a staggering 100 billion, marking them as a true aristocracy. However, in the wake of the apocalypse, all the wealth and prestige accumulated over the years had vanished, leaving only the salvaged films to flicker on the screen. They seemed to narrate tales of a bygone era, evoking memories of a time that was swiftly fading away. Chapter 47. The end of days on the 10th day of the apocalypse, Su-En and Li Xiaoyu were roused from their slumber by the cacophony of crows. Ever since the act of gratitude 3 days prior, the girl had taken up residence in Su-En's room, bringing with her an array of clothing and cosmetics, creating a semblance of cohabitation. Fortunately, Su-En's spacious master bedroom in the villa, spanning over 100 square meters, did not feel cramped with Li Xiaoyu's presence. However, the room had been transformed into a sea of pink, much to the bewilderment of Su-En, unable to endure the incessant clamor of the crows any longer. Su-En begrudgingly descended the stairs. "Wan Gai, go and chase away some of the nearby crows. It's far too noisy. And take out the trash while you're at it." The noble scaled cat excels at pursuits, such as chasing birds and dogs, demonstrating its remarkable capabilities. As for disposing of trash, that is merely a trivial matter. Wang Kai dashed out, clutching a garbage bag, in pursuit of crows. Su-En hastily had his breakfast and made his way to the living room on the first floor, where he kicked a large hole in the wall. After several days of confinement in the villa, the monotony of merely eating, sleeping, and engaging in entertainment with Li Xiaoyu through duos had begun to wear on him. Thus, he decided to construct a pathway using his sand and stone abilities, connecting to the community swimming pool, and invited a few young ladies to join him for a swim. He didn't even return to the villa for meals, opting instead to barbecue at the swimming pool. A sip of wine paired with a bite of meat, while a young maid played a piano piece to elevate the mood. And life was, if barely, tolerable. On the 18th day of the apocalypse, the flock of crows had ceased to grow, stabilizing in number. The reason being that any further increase would lead to overcrowding. The site was a dense mass of bloodthirsty crows, overwhelming utility poles and signal towers, transforming the area into a veritable sea of crows. The survivors found themselves in a situation so dire it was beyond words. Those with sufficient food reserves could linger on a bit longer, but most were nearing their limits, having long depleted their sustenance, coupled with 11 relentless days devoid of sunlight. Fear and despair clung to everyone's hearts, leaving them uncertain of how much longer such a plight would continue. Many clever individuals contemplated hunting the bloodthirsty crows to stave off hunger, only to fall victim to infection and become zombies. Su-En, too, suffered significant losses. He had completely lost the right to bask in the sun. This instilled within him a profound resentment towards those accursed bloodthirsty crows. Consequently, Wang Kai was tasked with the additional duty of driving away the crows 3 times daily, each session lasting 2 hours. Simultaneously, Xue Qingyu and Li Xiaoyu were compelled to relocate their training area from the neighboring villa to the basement, while Lu Hui would practice her abilities in the basement alongside preparing meals. Unfortunately, there was only one Wang Kai capable of warding off evil, unable to be divided. Perhaps the scant good news was that the 3 young women's abilities were advancing rapidly, their strength increasing day by day, which provided Su-En with a modicum of solace. Amidst the boredom, Su-En also developed a new form of entertainment. Watching the young made Xiao Xiao sing and dance. Over the course of several days, the bonds among the young women grew increasingly harmonious. Xue Qingyu and Lu Hui found a mutual affinity, with Xue Qingyu often seeking Lu Hui's guidance in cooking and baking. Li Xiaoyu, on the other hand, engaged Xiao Xiao in learning songs and dances, insisting on performing for Su-En each night for his appraisal. Alternatively, her melodious voice would disturb the night, causing Xue Qingyu to blush repeatedly and struggle to find sleep. On the 20th day of the apocalypse, Su-En found himself unable to sleep. It was not merely Li Xiaoyu's penchant for mischief that caused this unrest. It is the bloodthirsty bats that have caused this turmoil. By day, crows abound, and by night, bats invade, both equally numerous and cacophonous, driving one to the brink of despair. Such a life is nothing short of torment. With only one Wang Kai, it is impractical to expect constant vigilance against crows and bats day and night. Thus, Su-En reluctantly resolves to spend the nights in the basement temporarily. He is not alone in this thought. Others share his sentiments. Unlike his usual idle self, Suin today employs his sand manipulation abilities to construct a massive workshop outside, beginning to fabricate items he will require in the days to come. First on his agenda is the modification of transportation vehicles. 3 each of buses, trucks, and sedans will be encased in steel plates and sharp steel nails, enhancing their defensive and offensive capabilities. Next, he turns his attention to weaponry. With his diverse abilities, he does not rely on a single type, thus his requirements for weapons are not stringent. The other women, however, must be equipped with appropriate weapons to augment their combat prowess. First is Li Xiaoyu, who possesses both power amplification and supercharging abilities, both inclined towards close combat. For her, high-damage melee weapons are ideal. Therefore, Suin forges a colossal broadsword for her using fire energy, crafted from fine steel. The blade measures 60 centimeters in width, 15 centimeters in thickness, with a length of 1.2 meters, and the handle extends 30 centimeters, culminating in a staggering total length of 1.5 meters, nearly matching Li Xiaoyu's height and weighing over 580 g. The end of the handle features a large iron ring, to which a chain is affixed, allowing it to function as a massive throwing knife when necessary. Each swing produces a whooshing sound. One strike is enough to cleave not only ordinary zombies, but even vehicles in two. The sole drawback may be its rugged appearance, which seems somewhat incongruous for a girl. Yet, to Suin's surprise, Li Xiaoyu adores it, almost to the point of obsession. As for Xueqingyu, her weapon is designed to be relatively elegant. A set of precision steel lightning rods, totaling 900, each measuring 7 centimeters in length and 1 centimeter in diameter. These can serve as ranged weapons and are designed for efficient conduction of electricity. Although Xueqingyu currently cannot control such a multitude of lightning rods simultaneously, her future capabilities will undoubtedly expand. For Lu Hui, there are currently no suitable weapons, given that her powers are purely fire-based. Few materials can withstand the high temperatures of A-grade fire abilities, and even those that can are often ineffective. Her only hope lies in the possibility of opening treasure chests to uncover weapons suited for her. Once the second phase begins, the number of treasure chests will significantly increase, enhancing the likelihood of acquiring valuable items, including the potential for elemental awakening bracelets that amplify abilities. Despite the lack of a suitable weapon, Lu Hui does procure a steel-crafted flat-bottomed pot from Suin, displaying a preference for kitchenware over weaponry. As for the little maid, Qiao Qiao, Suin generously gives her 10 sets of white silk short skirts designed for swift movement. Chapter 48. The second phase is about to commence. Day 25 of the apocalypse. As the dawn breaks and the first rays of sunlight grace the earth, the once dominating flocks of crows vanish as if they had never existed. After a lapse of more than half a month, the survivors cautiously emerge from their dark refuges, embracing the long-awaited sunlight. The cacophony of raucous cawing has ceased, and tranquility returns to the world, yet the silence carries an unsettling weight. Following the relentless assaults of the nocturnal bat swarms and the ominous crows, few living beings remain. Aside from the zombies and a handful of mutated creatures, no other life forms are visible. Even flies and mosquitoes have become a rarity. The towering edifices and intricate pavilions lie in ruins, ravaged by the onslaught of crows and bats, crumbling into decay. Power lines, signal towers, and trees have largely succumbed to collapse, leaving behind an eerie emptiness. In a brief span of half a month, civilization has devolved into a desolate wasteland, epitomizing the decline of a once flourishing society. Even if this apocalypse were to end now and all zombies vanished, the arduous task of rebuilding civilization to its former glory would take decades, if not centuries. Clearly, such a prospect is unattainable. The plight of humanity has not improved, but has instead worsened considerably. With the relentless devastation wrought by the bat and crow hordes, edible resources have nearly been exhausted. Rivers have been drained, and vegetation has been trampled and consumed. In this dire situation, every morsel of food is a precious commodity. Survivors have no time to rest, compelled to frantically scavenge for anything remotely palatable amidst the looming threat of mutated zombies. On this fateful day, countless factions formed by survivors began to emerge across the globe. Only by banding together could they hope to endure in this perilous world. In the suburbs of Sioux City, several powerful alliances convened for the inaugural Survivor Alliance Conference. Their singular aim was to gather all available resources to reclaim their city and eradicate the zombies that had overrun their former homes. The suburbs were devoid of sustenance. with the sole remaining supplies buried within the urban ruins. Despite the grim awareness that the city had transformed into a haven for zombies, teeming with countless mutated threats, the possibility of reclaiming it remained bleak. Yet, the people had no choice but to pursue this path, wagering countless lives for a chance at survival. In response to the collective call of various factions, an increasing number of individuals converged to the city's fringes. Sioux City, the largest metropolis in Sioux Province, boasted a pre-apocalypse population of approximately 12 million. Today, that number has dwindled to fewer than 4 million, including those who cling to life in the remnants of the city's underground. Presently, the outskirts of Sioux City have amassed no fewer than 100,000 survivors. Various factions have risen in response, with the rallying cry of reclaiming their homeland serving as a facade for the true objective, securing vital resources. The current reality is one of abundant people and scant supplies, where no one can assure that when resources are discovered, they won't be betrayed by those lurking in the shadows. Thus, in the face of a common interest conflict, survivors find themselves both comrades and adversaries. The most prudent course of action is to establish various factions, each advancing towards the city in divergent directions, pursuing their own agendas. Simultaneously, many individuals begin to awaken during this juncture. At the onset of the apocalypse, the Awaken were but 1 in 10,000, while now they have become 1 in 1,000, transforming a mere 100 awakened into several thousand. Yet, in comparison to a populace of millions, this number remains woefully inadequate. These awakened individuals symbolize strength and hope, swiftly becoming coveted assets for powerful factions. It is universally acknowledged that those who command a greater number of awakened ones can more swiftly unearth resources. In this new order, resources have become the most valuable currency, emblematic of power and wealth. Whoever possesses ample resources wields substantial influence and can secure their position in this chaotic world. Consequently, what was intended to be a grand assembly of survivors has devolved into a recruitment event for the awakened. Any individual who is awakened, regardless of the modesty of their abilities, finds themselves in high demand. The Wild Wolf Adventure Group earnestly seeks to enlist awakened individuals, offering G-Class members an opportunity to interview for membership with a remuneration of half a loaf of bread every 2 days. F-Class members receive half a loaf daily. E-Class members earn a half packet of instant noodles each day. D-Class members are entitled to a packet of instant noodles along with a seasoning packet. C-Class members receive 2 complete packets of instant noodles daily. B-Class members enjoy 2 meals a day, ensuring a meat dish every 5 days. A-Class members benefit from 3 meals. Accommodation: 2 meat dishes every 10 days, 1 soda every month, and a glass of wine monthly, while S-Class members are appointed as vice leaders, enjoying the liberty to dictate their own provisions. Recruitment calls echo everywhere, yet not all factions can afford such generous terms. The Wild Wolf Adventure Group is considered exceptionally lavish in this regard. Most factions, including their leaders, remain precarious, scarcely able to guarantee any form of remuneration. Thus, adventure groups capable of offering wages are often met with enthusiasm from the awakened. Although half a loaf may seem scant, it represents a substantial boon in dire moments. A single grain of rice can surpass the worth of gold. As for ordinary individuals, their plight is even more dire. Joining a faction yields no benefits whatsoever. The sole advantage lies in the protection afforded by the faction, as well as the opportunity to accompany the awakened into the city to scavenge for resources. However, it is not a simple matter of claiming what one finds. Rather, it is a division of 70-30, with 70% belonging to the faction and the scavenger receiving merely 30. This arrangement, however, is still worth fighting for, as the alternative is to wait for starvation. Independent scavenging is permissible, provided one can evade the zombies, yet the efficiency of solitary endeavors often pales in comparison to collective efforts, leading not only to lower yields, but also to the constant specter of death. Thus, despite the clear exploitation, individuals press on, as their options are limited. The only ones afforded choices are the illustrious awakened. As the talent recruitment fair unfolded with great fervor, a heavily armored black double-decker bus gradually emerged from the city center, capturing the attention of many onlookers. During this period, even large adventure groups refrained from driving into the city, lest the noise attract hordes of the undead. Not even the presence of awakened individuals would embolden them to take such risks. Yet, this bus had exited the urban area unscathed. How audacious! Who would dare drive in and out of the city? The last adventure group to attempt such a feat has long since met their demise. It must be an S-rank adventure group, led by an S-rank superhuman. Surely, it was. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had the audacity to do so. How I wish I could join an adventure group like that. I'd gladly accept an 80-20 split of resources. If you're willing, I'd be satisfied with a 90-10 share. As the crowd buzzed with excitement, the black bus came to a halt in the recruitment area. The doors swung open, revealing a dashing man in sunglasses, beach shorts, a floral shirt, and flip-flops, who stepped down while carrying a table, followed by 4 stunning women. With a thud, the man placed the table on the ground. A beautiful young woman quickly brought over a small sofa, and he confidently took a seat. The 4 women stood elegantly behind him, each distinctive in her own right, embodying unparalleled beauty. The man then retrieved a megaphone from the table and cleared his throat. Good afternoon, everyone. The Chongqing Adventure Group is officially recruiting members, offering exceptional benefits. Successful applicants will receive 3 meals daily, one of which includes meat, a bottle of soda every 2 days, a new outfit, and a bar of soap each month, as well as 3 kilograms of fruit. We organize a movie outing every week, a concert or stage play every fortnight, and celebrate a festival every 2 months, complete with ample food and drink during the festivities. Additionally, accommodation is shared, with 2 individuals per room, and access to communal showers and restrooms. New members will receive a complete set of clothing, towels, toothbrushes, and toothpaste upon joining. Spots are limited, so please sign up promptly. After delivering his message, the man switched off the megaphone and fell silent. The crowd erupted in a wave of excitement. What divine treatment is this? I wouldn't even dare to dream of such benefits. What are we waiting for? Let us apply right away. Charge. Chapter 49. Recruitment of new members in full swing as numerous survivors, men, women, young and old, rushed forward. Suen couldn't help but twitch his lips in disbelief. He had underestimated their yearning for a stable life. Honey, you forgot to mention the recruitment criteria. Li Xiaoyu quickly grabbed the megaphone and shouted, "We are only accepting female members at this time. Thank you, but we are not recruiting males." Upon hearing this, the men in the crowd were left dumbfounded. After rushing halfway, "You tell me you're not accepting men? Is this some sort of trick? What does this mean? Are we facing gender discrimination?" I, Jean Fu, am the first to express discontent. We men are the primary force in resource excavation. Why should we be excluded? I am an E-rank Awaken one. Do you understand the significance of being awakened? We shall not depart today. Let it be as it may. If you do not wish to hire, then let there be no hiring at all. As tensions escalated, the situation teetered on the brink of chaos. Dressed in office attire, Lu Hui seized a megaphone from Li Xiaoyu, a surge of intense flames erupting in her grasp. The flames were hurled to the ground, resulting in a violent explosion that created a crater over a meter deep. Those in close proximity were even flung away by the shockwave. Indeed, she is an A-rank Awaken one. Such formidable power is astonishing. A mere touch could incinerate one alive. Lu Hui surveyed the terrified crowd and coldly stated, "I trust none of you will attempt to provoke my master's displeasure. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. Those wishing to apply, please queue orderly. No applications will be accepted from those who cut in line. I reiterate, we are only recruiting female members. There are no special abilities required. Ordinary individuals are welcome." As her words echoed, women of all ages quickly formed a long line. The men, however, could only watch in dismay. What could they do when faced with such overwhelming force? To voice a token protest would require courage they lacked, fearing they might be engulfed in flames. Moreover, it was evident that this group boasted more than one awakened individual, particularly the girl carrying a massive broadsword. That sword appeared to weigh several hundred pounds. Yet she carried it effortlessly. Who could fathom her rank? An A rank was not out of the question. One strike could spell disaster. Thus, they resigned themselves to their fate. If I cannot join, my daughter may. Did they not say ordinary individuals are welcome? Someone suggested. Indeed, I shall summon my niece. I have a cousin. I have a wife. The conditions set forth by the Chongqing Adventure Group are unparalleled throughout the entirety of Sioux City. The only comparable opportunities might be for S-rank Awaken ones to serve as vice leaders in larger factions. Yet, how many S-rank Awaken ones exist? In a city of several million, it is unlikely there are even 10. If given the chance to join, one would gladly toil like a beast. Before long, news of the Chongqing Adventure Group's recruitment of female members without Awaken conditions and with generous benefits spread rapidly, gathering tens of thousands of applicants in under an hour. Young and old alike, even those over 100 years old appeared. Suen looked at the throng of people with a sense of dread. "You all may continue. I am returning to the car for some rest, he declared, hastily retreating to the vehicle with Xiao Xiao. The three women could not help but chuckle. Subsequently, Xue Qingyu took charge of recording, Lu Hui handled inquiries, and Li Xiaoyu ensured public order, as the trio began the recruitment process with remarkable efficiency. Certainly, not just anyone will suffice. Firstly, the individual must possess an exceptionally striking appearance, while not necessarily breathtaking. They should at least be akin to the most admired in their cohort, with an aesthetic benchmark of no less than 80 points. Secondly, and of utmost importance, is loyalty and obedience. Those lacking in compliance will be dismissed outright, regardless of their beauty. Originally, these were the only two rigid criteria, but Li Xiaoyu unexpectedly added a third, cleanliness. This cleanliness specifically pertains to physical hygiene, referring to an uncleanliness that cannot be washed away. In Li Xiaoyu's words, she has no desire to recruit individuals of questionable reputation. A minor indiscretion on Su En's part could lead to dire consequences if they were to contract something undesirable. Her intentions are for the collective good. Should Su En become tainted, none of them would escape unscathed. Lu Hui cast a meaningful glance in Su En's direction, offering a slight smile as she endorsed this criterion. Xue Qingyu shot Li Xiaoyu an exasperated look, but acquiesced nonetheless. Though Li Xiaoyu's phrasing may be crude, there is a modicum of wisdom in her reasoning. It is better to be cautious than to face unforeseen repercussions. Although the criteria amount to only 3, they are exceedingly stringent, and claiming that one is seeking the proverbial needle in a haystack would not be an exaggeration. However, they did not intend to recruit a vast number. In Su En's estimation, a maximum of 200 individuals would suffice, with 100 being a more manageable figure. With tens of thousands to sift through, the process is likely to be protracted. Yet, with the 80-point aesthetic standard in place, the preliminary screening may not be as laborious as it seems. While the women busily engaged in their tasks, Su En reclined lazily in his seat, sipping juice and listening to music attended to by the attentive maid, Xiao Xiao. As he indulged, he scanned the crowd through the car window, searching for traces of the awakened. His intention to recruit team members stems entirely from the need to prepare for the impending apocalypse, to thrive in the ensuing chaos. A substantial workforce is indispensable. Having been granted a second chance at life, his desires are modest. He simply wishes to venture further and endure longer. Much like the name of his adventuring group suggests, based on his preliminary calculations, a cadre of 200 elite individuals would be nearly sufficient. Transforming these 200 into adept awakened beings would yield an unfathomable strength. In this apocalyptic realm, it is not the quantity of individuals that matters, but their quality. An excess of people may indeed become a burden. Before he can forge this elite unit, 2 significant challenges must be addressed. First, he requires 200 transferable abilities that are not subpar, while ensuring that each of the 200 team members harbors a favorability rating exceeding 60. Each of these tasks presents considerable difficulty. The former may be achievable through the gradual increase in the number of awakened beings over time, allowing for a fervent acquisition of abilities. However, the latter is more complex, as a favorability rating of 60 denotes an affection level. In other words, he still needs to charm 200 young women, each requiring a favorability score of 60. This is not merely a question of difficulty or effort. It evokes a sense of helplessness that sends shivers down one's spine. One can only strive to the best of their ability. Once certain decisions are made, there is no turning back. Was a scoundrel, after all. The second phase is about to commence, and once it begins, there will be countless tasks ahead. Now is the time to recruit. After the second cataclysm, seeking new recruits will become a matter of fate. Unlike the present, where one can leisurely select from a multitude of candidates, rather than waiting for a future moment of regret, when it will be too late to reconsider, it is far wiser to resolve to act decisively now. Opportunities are often bestowed upon the audacious. A C-class ability stone skin. At long last I have found one. After scanning the crowd for some time, Su En finally spotted an awakened individual, quickly donning a hooded jacket before silently descending from the vehicle. He cautiously approached the awakened one, not out of a penchant for stealth, but to avoid revealing his ability to seize others' powers. Perhaps once or twice he could go unnoticed, but if he were to take too much, even a fool would grow suspicious. The thought of being hunted by all awakened ones sends a tremor of instability through his heart, making it difficult to act resolutely. Thus, it is best to remain as discreet as possible. Su En casually walked up to the awakened individual. quietly retrieving a piece of bread from his spatial pouch and tossing it at the person's feet, then gently tapping the individual on the shoulder. "Brother, you dropped your bread." The man quickly glanced at the ground. "I didn't bring any bread." "Haha, thank you, brother." After a moment of confusion, he chuckled, bending down to pick up the bread and tuck it away. "No need to thank me. One piece of bread in exchange for your ability seems quite reasonable. Does it not?" Ultimately, he was too kind-hearted. He could have easily taken advantage of the situation without recompense, yet he insisted on trading a piece of bread. Truly, it is laughable. Furthermore, he was performing a noble deed. The other S ability had been stripped away and plundered, rendering them no longer an awakened one. Theoretically, they still possessed the potential for reawakening. What value does a C-class ability hold? The next awakening could very well yield a B-class, A-class, or even an S-class power. In short, the future is promising with unlimited potential. This act of kindness is akin to granting a new lease on life. Not only did he not charge a fee, but he also offered a precious piece of bread as a gesture of goodwill. Such virtuous deeds are boundless. Suin then strolled away with his hands in his pockets. Soon after, a terrified scream echoed from behind him. "Where's my ability? Why can't I use it?" Suin wandered through the crowd for another half hour, spotting another awakened individual. D-class sharpened perception, barely adequate. "Brother, is this half a piece of bread on the ground yours?" "Huh. Oh, indeed, thank you. I nearly lost it, and that would have pained me greatly, haha." "No need for thanks. Your happiness is of utmost importance. This newfound ability is merely of D rank, which rounded off, amounts to little more than half a loaf of bread." With yet another power in hand, Suin resumed his aimless wandering. However, after meandering for quite some time, he was still unable to discern any trace of an awakened individual. Gazing upon the vast sea of humanity, it would be an exaggeration to label his feelings as disappointment. Rather, he felt a profound sense of disillusionment. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. Currently, the entire Sioux City boasts around 4,000 awakened individuals scattered across various locations. And this talent market is merely one among many. It is hardly likely to encounter an awakened person with ease. Furthermore, most awakened individuals are coveted by the major factions, rendering them unnecessary to traverse far and wide for employment. Once their powers are revealed, they are typically sought after eagerly. How could such rare talents, akin to a needle in a haystack, be inclined to endure the scorching sun during such sweltering days merely to seek out trials and tribulations? Coming to this realization, Suin decided to cease his search. Let others pursue it if they so wish. If others can stockpile food, why shouldn't he do the same with abilities? In life, one must learn to adapt. Once others have recruited enough awakened individuals, he would simply bring along a basket of bread for visits. If one basket is too little, he would bring two, as he is not one to be stingy. For now, he patiently awaited a Tiger Master 20. Upon Sue Ann's return to the recruitment point, the hiring process seemed to be progressing smoothly, though the presence of two corpses nearby suggested that the recruitment was not without its disturbances. At this juncture, a considerable number of individuals have been gathered, with a rough count indicating over 200, all of whom were fair-skinned and beautiful women. Even in the picturesque city of Suzhou, it is a rare sight to witness such a magnificent assembly, especially in these apocalyptic times. As Suin returned, Lu Hui gracefully approached him to report, "Master, we have now recruited 218 individuals, exceeding our expectations by 18. However, I suggest we recruit a few more. Given today's influence, word will swiftly spread to other areas, and more individuals will arrive in the coming days. We should continue recruitment for another 2 days, followed by further scrutiny to eliminate those who do not meet standards, retaining only those who do. After several rounds of selection, we shall ultimately keep the best 200. What do you think?" Without much deliberation, Suin nodded, extending his hand to brush away a speck of dust from Lu Hui's collar. "Proceed as you see fit. You have full authority over the recruitment process. There is no need to consult me for every detail." He felt assured of Lu Hui's capabilities. As a former CEO of a publicly listed company, she would undoubtedly excel in the task of recruiting employees. "Thank you, Master." Lu Hui gazed at Suin with tenderness, her eyes shimmering with emotion. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by her intense gaze, Suin awkwardly touched his nose. "What is the situation with those corpses?" Lu Hui finally regained her composure, her face slightly flushed as she explained that the troublemakers were dispatched by Xiao Yu with a swift strike. "Well done," she continued. "In the future, should we encounter such instigators, regardless of their status, they should be dealt with immediately. By the way, were any of them awakened? It appears two were. One possessing B-class abilities, the other E-class, yet neither could withstand Xiao Yu's blow and were swiftly eliminated. Suen couldn't help but grimace, a twinge of pain surging within him. What Xiao Yu had eliminated were not mere troublemakers. They were, in fact, valuable talents. Such remarkable abilities, so carelessly lost. Punishment was necessary. She must perform for half an hour tonight without pause. If we encounter awakened individuals in the future, attempt to capture them alive for my research on abilities. They will prove invaluable. Should we face an S-class awakened, simply report to me without engaging. Understood, Master. The recruitment efforts continued until dusk, concluding in haste. Initially planned for 200 recruits, an astonishing 400 had been gathered in a single day, far exceeding the limit. The large buses were barely sufficient, squeezing in 200 individuals, and doubling that would surely cause them to smoke under the strain. Chapter 51. Bringing home 400 maidens? Suen had no choice but to discreetly retrieve his motorcycle and race back to the city, then extract a spare bus from his base. It was a hassle indeed, but safety was paramount. Space abilities are exceedingly rare, even more so than S-class powers. Anyone witnessing him conjuring a bus from thin air could deduce that the entire resources of the Chongqing Adventurers Guild lay within his possession. It was vital to maintain secrecy, at least until the guild was fully established. With 2 buses, they barely accommodated 400 people, crammed together like sardines. Suen drove one, while the other required someone skilled in bus operation. Fortunately, a maiden among them possessed such skills. Thus, the 2 buses filled to the brim, leisurely made their way toward the city. Riding on a motorcycle, Xiao Yu carried Xue Qingyu, leading the way. The maidens in the bus, upon realizing they were heading into the city, screamed in terror. For ordinary individuals, the city was akin to a den of monsters, teeming with flesh-eating zombies. Driving boldly into such peril was tantamount to courting death. Immediately, more than 20 maidens demanded to stop, leaping from the bus and fleeing for their lives. Suen did not hinder them. The more that departed, the better. I can assure you that our destination is indeed the city, and I cannot guarantee your safety. If anyone wishes to reconsider, now is the time to leave. I will not force anyone to remain. Lu Hui understood Suen's intent and promptly stood to address the group. Upon hearing these words, the young woman was considerably frightened, as dozens of individuals disembarked from each vehicle, leaving behind only 300 out of the initial 400. The remaining souls clung to a desperate hope, resolutely persevering with a mindset of gambling on a final chance. If fortune favored them, it would be akin to their ancestors smiling down upon them. For in this arduous apocalyptic realm, discovering such a generous refuge was indeed a rare find. Who among them would dare to depart? Beyond lay the city center, and once they reached that point, regret would come too late. After several declarations from Lu Hui and witnessing no one leaving, she produced the employment forms and began to call names, circling those who had chosen to depart. They would be excluded from reapplying in the following days. Following this brief interlude, the bus resumed its journey, gradually penetrating deeper into the city. As time progressed, the bus ventured into an area few dared to tread. The young women aboard felt their hearts rise to their throats. Initially, they encountered sporadic hardened varieties of zombies, but soon they were faced with a relentless tide of corpses and advanced, evolved undead. There were bloated creatures ready to explode, agile types that leaped through the air, and others with tongues that could extend several meters, as well as corrosive beings spewing green acid. A myriad of grotesque forms, many of which were unfamiliar to them, filled the landscape. At that moment, they fully comprehended why the depths of the city were deemed a forbidden zone for humanity. This was no longer a realm for humans. It belonged solely to the undead, and they were advancing deeper into this perilous territory. Those with timid hearts stifled sobs behind their hands. As Lu Hui had warned, once they crossed this threshold, it would be too late for second thoughts. They could only entrust their fates to the whims of destiny. Undoubtedly, these zombies merely intimidated the inexperienced novices who had long avoided the suburbs. With 2 S-rank awakeners leading the way, they encountered no significant mishaps. Moreover, with Suen, a humanoid powerhouse, providing backup, the prospect of danger was further diminished. Individuals like Li Xiaoyu had long since grown accustomed to such sights. Together with Xue Qingyu, they often ventured out to hunt a few zombies for practice, as the local vicinity had become insufficient for their needs. Most of the time, Li Xiaoyu rode a bicycle while Xueqingyu remotely controlled electric strikes to eliminate zombies. They would only join forces when confronting formidable adversaries, such as the giant variants among the undead, seeking to bring swift resolution to the encounters. After roughly an hour of unsteady travel, the bus finally reached its destination. Li Xiaoyu, carrying a broadsword, returned to the rear of the bus and disembarked, charging toward the pursuing horde of zombies. With a single swing, she could reap several undead, as the hardened types before her crumbled like parchment. Gradually, she found herself exhilarated by the slaughter, laughter erupting from her lips. Die, die, all of you must perish. She cackled, seemingly awakening some peculiar aspect within her. Meanwhile, Xueqingyu focused on remotely dispatching specialized zombies, such as the explosive varieties and those that exuded corrosive acid, which were ill-suited for close combat. Under the collaboration of two formidable S-rank awakeners, the terrifying horde of zombies appeared remarkably feeble, dispatched completely within a mere 10 minutes. It was not that the zombies were inherently weak, but rather that their adversaries were overwhelmingly strong. Across the entire globe, it is likely that this is the sole instance where two S-rank awakeners pave the way. Once the zombies were eradicated, Li Xiaoyu returned with an insatiable curiosity. These creatures seemed to have become more intelligent, Li Xiaoyu murmured to himself. Just moments ago, dozens of mutated zombies, realizing they were outmatched, had turned tail and fled, retreating to the shadows to observe from afar. Just as Li Xiaoyu had suspected, the zombies had indeed evolved in cunning. Through relentless evolution, some zombies had transcended their instinctual, mindless state and now exhibited a rudimentary form of intelligence, capable of fear and flight. This alarming rate of evolution far surpassed that of any creature on Earth. At this pace, within 4 to 5 years, zombies would fully evolve into an entirely new species, poised to supplant humanity as the dominant force in this world. Two buses slowly approached the designated community base. The startled young women disembarked, glancing around with trepidation. Suen stepped forward, clapping his hands to capture their attention. And with a benevolent smile, he greeted them. Welcome to the headquarters of the Chongqing Adventure Group. I hope you all enjoy your time here. Chapter 52. Cooking for the ladies for free. This young man is quite handsome. He seems to be the commander of the adventure group. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Suen clapped his hands again, interrupting their hushed conversations. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Suen, the leader of the Chongqing Adventure Group. You may refer to me as leader. That is, if you successfully pass the assessment. The hour is growing late. Let us dine. Everyone seated themselves on the ground, the young women displaying a mixture of curiosity and compliance as they looked towards Suen with anticipation. No one had expected that they would have something to eat right upon their arrival. Oh, how wonderful there is food. If only there were porridge, one remarked. Even a piece of bread would suffice. I haven't tea eaten in 2 days. Suen retrieved 4 large iron pots and a stand from a truck. Placing them before the group, he filled the pots with water and then piled on firewood, effortlessly igniting it with a flick of his wrist, sending 4 flames to accurately catch the wood ablaze. Before long, steam began to rise from the boiling water. Suen then dragged out 4 large burlap sacks from the truck. Opening 2 of them revealed they were brimming with potatoes. He promptly emptied the contents of both sacks into 2 of the pots. Upon seeing the abundant potatoes, the young women could hardly contain their excitement. Fresh ingredients such as these had not graced their sight in a long time, let alone their palates. They had only heard that in some large adventure groups. Only the higher-ups were privileged enough to eat potatoes. Many of them were already swallowing in anticipation. Suen once again opened the remaining 2 burlap sacks, revealing them to be brimming with fresh pork. A gasp of astonishment erupted from the young women, their eyes widening in disbelief. This was an entire bounty of pork, weighing at least 100 to 200 pounds. Since the apocalypse, they had never encountered such an abundance of meat. Most had not even glimpsed meat since the world changed. They had subsisted on grass and tree bark. The sight of this feast sent the women into a frenzy, their mouths watering, yearning to plunge straight into the iron pot, the sounds of eager swallowing echoing around them. Suen busied himself pouring the meat into the pot, extracting a bag of salt to divide into 4 portions and adding it to the mix. At this moment, the women could no longer contain their excitement. There were seasonings. In this post-apocalyptic world, such luxuries were scarce, especially salt, and they had long forgotten its taste. Was this truly for us? Suen smiled faintly, choosing not to answer, but instead commanding, "You have 5 minutes to form 4 teams, each to appoint a temporary representative responsible for distributing the food." Joy radiated from the women as they realized the food was indeed meant for them. It was almost too good to be true. They quickly organized themselves into 4 lines of 75, forming a total of 300, and each team promptly selected a representative. Thus, 300 pairs of eyes fixated intently on the 4 large iron pots, eagerly awaiting the food to be fully cooked. The little maid, Chow Chow, brought a stool for Suin to sit on and held a tray with a glass of red wine at the ready, ensuring he could drink at any moment. Suin was quite pleased with Chow Chow's performance recently, and contemplated finding her a suitable supernatural ability. Approximately half an hour later, the irresistible aroma of the cooked meat wafted through the air, signaling its readiness. "All right, representatives, come forth," he announced. "The bowls and chopsticks are in the truck. Retrieve them and distribute the food. Each person will receive a potato, 2 ladles of meat, and a bowl of soup." The 4 representatives hurried to the truck, retrieving the utensils to distribute them. Following Sue Ann's earlier instructions, they began serving the food. The women lined up, each receiving their portions and returning to their spots, devouring their meals with fervor. Some even wept as they ate, lost in disbelief at the delightful feast before them. In no time, the 4 pots were emptied, the soup drained, and not a scrap of potato skin remained. Observing the women finish their meals, Suin smiled and remarked, "It seems you are quite pleased with your leader's culinary skills. It was exquisite." "Thank you, esteemed leader." The women cheered, their voices rising in a cacophony of joy. "Long live the leader. Leader, I want to bear your children." The scene erupted into a jubilant uproar. Suin waved his hand to silence the cheers, saying, "If you are happy, then that is sufficient. Now we can discuss your treatment. Before you become official members, you will receive 2 meals a day, with meat every other day, similar to the current standard. Feel free to ask any questions. After today, I will not offer further explanations. If you have inquiries, now is the time." A girl with a round face raised her hand to speak. "Please go ahead." She stood, her expression reflecting confusion as she asked, "Are we not official members yet?" Suin shook his head, offering a half-smile as he gazed at the group of young women. "What do you think of the treatment our adventure team offers?" "Remarkably generous. It surpasses anything I have encountered in any other adventure team. Even A-ranked awakeners do not enjoy such benefits." The others chimed in agreement. Suin nodded and spread his hands. "Then what do you believe you can contribute to our adventure team?" The young women exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Such treatment was nearly on par with that of S-ranked awakeners. Yet they were merely ordinary individuals, capable at most of some labor and resource gathering, likely not even matching the food they would consume. They had been so focused on the recruitment that they had not considered their worthiness of such generous treatment. All present had a modicum of confidence in their appearance, as they were selected for their beauty. However, in the current climate, the looks of ordinary people held little value. It was the awakeners who commanded worth. With the benefits provided by the Chongqing adventure team, not to mention the food provided over just 3 days, they could easily be bought. "I could manage with just 1 meal every 2 days, one admitted. "So could I. Even if it's just 1 meal every 2 days, it's still quite good." Having tasted meat, none of us wished to relinquish the opportunity to join the Chongqing adventure team. Suin shook his head once more. "I lack nothing but food. Whether you eat 2 meals a day or 1 meal every 2 days makes no difference to me. Frankly, the value you currently bring me does not compensate for the resources I would expend on you. I am not in the business of charity. However, you are not entirely without merit. Your sole contribution must be your absolute loyalty to me. Do you understand?" Chapter 53. Selection begins. Encountering familiar faces in the coming 7 days, you will undergo assessments. Those who pass will remain, receiving the same treatment as during recruitment. Those that do not will be dismissed. Additionally, I must caution you that the assessment process is not entirely safe. Fatalities are a common occurrence. You have one last chance to reconsider. After tonight, whether you live or die will be at my discretion. If you wish to withdraw, step forward now, and I will ensure your safe departure tomorrow. Consider this meal a complimentary farewell with no cost incurred. You will still be free. As the words settled, the young women exchanged glances, yet none stepped forward to abandon the opportunity. After a meal together, each of them pondered their situation. The financial resources and capabilities of the Everlasting Adventure Group surpassed ordinary imagination, and the treatment they received was akin to that of S-class awakened beings. Securing a place in the group was a dream worth pursuing. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity lay before them. If they did not strive for it now, when would they? The possibility of peril? What of it? It was not a certainty, and to put it bluntly, life was already precarious. Outside, they would merely be akin to rats scurrying in the sewers or objects for the amusement of others, potentially subjected to the whims of the more sadistic. with resolute expressions. No one was willing to concede. Only a fool would choose to give up. Very well. I hope you will not regret the choices you make, Suen stated, summoning the trio of Yu and the others. He gestured towards Lu Hui, declaring, "This lady will be your chief examiner, Lu Hui." He then pointed to Xiao, introducing her as the head of your logistics department, Yu Xiao. Next was Li Xiaoyu. "This is your chief instructor, Li Xiaoyu." Finally, he introduced Yu, "And this is your vice captain, Yu." Upon hearing Suen appoint her as vice captain, Yu was taken aback. She believed Lu Hui would be more suited for such a position. She would have been content merely to serve as Suen's secretary. Suen seemed to perceive her thoughts and gently remarked, "Qingyu, I believe in your capabilities." Although she appeared quiet and demure, Yu possessed a keen intellect and was a woman of both grace and loyalty, making her perfect for this role. "Thank you. I will not disappoint you," Yu said, clenching her fist. Since Suen had chosen her, she would strive to repay that trust with her utmost effort. "I have faith in you," Suen replied, before discussing with the others the upcoming assessments. "Just handle it as you see fit. I have only one request. The higher your compliance, the better." After relaying his instructions, Suen stepped aside, adopting the role of an onlooker. This assessment was not only a test for the new members but also an evaluation of the women beside him. The others displayed no dissatisfaction at Suen's decision to step back. Instead, they appeared excited. For so long, Suen had been the one working tirelessly for their collective, and they had not contributed much. Now, they finally had the chance to repay him and to prove themselves, and their spirits were high. Ultimately, after a discussion, they unanimously decided that Lu Hui would formulate the assessment plan, with Li Xiaoyu and Xiao assisting, while Yu would oversee the final review and approval. Thus, the assessment plan commenced. Lu Hui first randomized the 300 participants and divided them into 10 small teams, each selecting a temporary leader to guide them. Li Xiaoyu and Xiao carried 150 blankets from the warehouse, with the team members sharing one blanket between two people. Subsequently, they were permitted to spend the night in the courtyard, with only temporary tents erected to shield them from the elements. Despite the availability of dozens of vacant villas within the community, specifically reserved for formal team members, only those who passed the assessments could reside in the villas. Those who did not pass were relegated to sleeping on the ground in the courtyard, serving as a subtle form of motivation. These individuals were accustomed to living in dilapidated shanties beneath the sewers, so sleeping on the ground was not unfamiliar. However, the prospect of residing in luxurious villas upon joining the formal team ignited a yearning within them. For most, the notion of living in such splendid accommodations was a dream, one they had never experienced even before the apocalypse. As for Yu, her responsibility lay in the approval of resource allocations and the verification of team members' profiles, which included their pre-apocalyptic occupations, experiences, educational backgrounds, romantic histories, family addresses, ages, heights, and measurements, all of which required thorough scrutiny. Any discrepancies would lead to immediate disqualification, while providing tips on falsehoods would enhance evaluation scores. Once everything was arranged, the new recruits stood neatly in 10 rows. Lu Hui approached the crowd and calmly announced, "The assessment officially begins now. I hope you do not disappoint the master." Report: Does master refer to the team leader? Indeed, you may address the team leader as master, or simply as team leader, but refrain from using their full name. Is that understood? Understood. Excellent. Now, heed my command. Remove all clothing, including undergarments. Upon hearing Lu Hui's orders, the girls hesitated, though many began to comply silently. Surrounded by women, there was little reason for embarrassment. As for the team leader, if he took notice, it could even be advantageous. "I said this is an order," Lu Hui reiterated calmly. While the command bore a hint of humiliation, it was merely a method to cultivate obedience. After all, if shedding clothes could grant them entry into the Eternal Adventure team, countless individuals would compete for the opportunity. No matter how much the community expanded, it could hardly accommodate them all. After a moment of hesitation, the girls began to disrobe. Although many still felt quite bashful, their faces flushed as they cast furtive glances towards Suen, who was watching from a distance. In an instant, the scene was captivating, a display of beauty. Suen, taken aback, spat out his wine and hurriedly excused himself. "Do not gaze where you ought not," he admonished, seemingly struck by a thought as he turned back, pointing at a girl within the crowd. "You come here." All eyes turned toward this girl, a radiant beauty in her 20s, with fair skin and an exquisite figure. Even amidst a gathering of stunning women, she stood out remarkably, like a crane among chickens. This innate beauty sparked a wave of jealousy among many, and even more so, the fact that she was singled out by the esteemed leader upon her arrival suggested that she had captured his attention. It seemed she had struck an extraordinary fortune. The girl momentarily froze, hurriedly shielding herself with her hands, her face flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her gaze. Did you not hear your master calling you? Why do you not hasten to him? It is a privilege for you to be noticed by your master, and your duty is to humbly obey his commands with gratitude. Let me reiterate, from this moment onward, all that you are belongs to your master. His commands are absolute, and you must comply, even if it means sacrificing your life. Suen could only sigh in disbelief. He felt as though Lu Hui resembled a cult priestess, brainwashing these naive young girls. Would his once respectable adventuring team devolve into a cult? However, since he had relinquished full responsibility to her, he felt it inappropriate to intervene. Moreover, his interest lay not in the girl herself, but in the revelation that she was an awakened one, and a familiar face at that. He had encountered her twice in his past life during the apocalypse, though the memories were somewhat hazy until now. The girl bit her lip, picked up her discarded clothes to cover herself, and approached Suen with her head bowed. Leader. Upon seeing her undeniable beauty, Suen instinctively averted his gaze. Touching his nose, put on your clothes and follow me. Chapter 54. Memories like smoke. Suen sat on the sofa, calmly observing the flustered girl before him. Ability, healing, A. Wealth value, 3. Earlier, he had noted that this girl was an awakened one, her ability ranking just shy of S level at A level. Her power was a rare supportive healing type, often proving more effective than many S-level abilities in specific situations. Yet, it was peculiar that she had not disclosed her identity as an awakened one from the outset, revealing it would only yield benefits. Why remain silent? Suen briefly suspected she might be a spy sent by another faction, but upon reflection, that seemed implausible. Who would send their prized possession into the jaws of danger? Furthermore, they had yet to make contact with other factions, making it unlikely for her to be targeted so soon. Suen, uncertain, decided to observe her quietly. Only when the girl removed her clothing did he suddenly recall a nearly forgotten memory. Memories flooded back like a tide. It was the 4th year of the apocalypse, the onset of the 4th cataclysm. By then, he had become a disabled man, having lost a leg. Though he had managed to survive until that point, his disability left him without shelter or companions, living the life of solitary wolf. To survive, he had resorted to nearly anything, consuming whatever he could find, and had even engaged in theft and robbery, committing petty crimes out of desperation. In the desperate throes of starvation, he audaciously infiltrated the ranks of the Black Rose, the female legion established by Shueqing Yu in her previous life. However, he was swiftly apprehended and subjected to a brutal beating, hanging from a noose as he braced for death. After all, no man had ever survived offending the Black Rose. Strangely, he was later inexplicably released, becoming the sole man to emerge alive from the Black Rose's clutches. Not only did they grant him his freedom, but they also bestowed upon him over 100 pounds of food, a staggering fortune in an era of dire scarcity, even more so than during the initial apocalypse. To receive such a bounty was nothing short of miraculous. As if that were not enough, they even gifted him a wife, an A-grade healer named Qingxia, one of the 10 most beautiful women of the Black Rose, renowned as the Angel of Midsummer. It was said that some would willingly offer 2 jars of beloved hot sauce just for a glimpse of Qingxia, only to be left wanting. After the 3rd apocalypse, a jar of that hot sauce could easily exchange for 2 school beauties, underscoring Qingxia's immense popularity at the time. Suen accepted the food but dared not claim the beauty. It was not a matter of desire but of survival. Qingxia's admirers were fervent, and to accept her would surely invite a brutal end at the hands of her devoted fans. Being weak was, in itself, a crime. Even a pie falling from the sky might be too heavy to catch. Undeniably, it was the generous gift from the Black Rose that allowed him to endure the 4th apocalypse and reach the 10th year of the cataclysm. Yet, until his demise, Suen could not fathom why the Black Rose had aided him, and he never repaid that debt of gratitude. The girl before him now was Qingxia, once among the 10 renowned beauties of the Black Rose. However, he had not dared to observe her closely back then, so his memory of her was faint. Clad in her attire, he hardly recognized her. Nonetheless, even in his 2 lifetimes of experience, Qingxia's figure would rank among the top 10 he had encountered. As memories faded like smoke, Suen gradually regained his composure. He never anticipated encountering Qingxia so soon in this life, It felt like fate. He turned to her and gently inquired, I am curious as to why you conceal your identity as an awakener. With your A-grade status, you would receive commendable treatment in any adventurer's guild. Upon hearing Su An's words, Qing Xia's face paled, and she instinctively took 2 steps back. How do you know? She stammered. Su An smiled, but offered no explanation. Pray tell, what prompted you to hide your identity in our adventuring group? Do not claim it is due to the treatment, for that bears no relevance to your concealment. Rather, it would only raise further suspicion. Qing Xia bit her lip, unable to meet Su An's gaze, caught in a struggle of hesitation. Why was she reluctant to speak? Su An's expression gradually turned icy. Qing Xia immediately waved her hands frantically. No, I applied after seeing you. Oh, do we know each other? I don't recall, he replied, puzzled. I saw you with the Longhu gang. It was you who killed everyone there, which allowed me to escape, Qing Xia explained. Su An furrowed his brow, uncertain. Although he had merely passed through the Longhu gang, he was confident that he had not encountered Qing Xia there. Moreover, all the women present had been scantily clad and given Qing Xia's substantial assets. It was unlikely that she would have left no impression on him. There were. I was initially locked in a cage behind the dance hall, so you didn't see me. Later, after Xiao Yu and the others helped me out, I caught a glimpse of you from a corner, Qing Xia hurriedly clarified. Su An pondered for a moment, then glanced at the progress bar above Qing Xia's head. Affinity 50. Such a high affinity indicated a considerable level of trust and fondness towards him. It was unlikely that a person with whom he had no interaction would possess such a level of affinity. Considering what Qing Xia had said earlier, it seemed the truth might indeed be as she described. Were you dressed at that time? He inquired. Yes, the Tiger Master wanted me to obey his commands. When I refused, I was locked up. They merely withheld food from me. They never touched me, Qing Xia said, her face turning slightly red as she tugged at her tattered clothing. Su An, with a bemused smile, continued. You are quite confident in your ability to conceal your identity as an awakened and still join our adventure group. Qing Xia, feeling guilty, lowered her head and buried it in her chest, adopting a silent, ostrich-like demeanor. Su An shook his head, chuckling helplessly, little girl, trying to take shortcuts. It must be Xiao Yu who vouched for your admission into the group, right? Qing Xia, flustered, raised her head and stammered. It has nothing to do with Xiao Yu. Su An waved his hand. No need to be so nervous. This is not a major issue. Given your qualifications, you're entirely eligible to join our adventure group. I just hope you will not attempt to conceal anything in the future, understand? I understand, Captain. I will never do it again. I swear, she replied earnestly. All right, you may leave now. Also, bring Xiao Yu up. It really has nothing to do with Xiao Yu. I never told her about my abilities since being captured by the Tiger Master. Over time, I unconsciously began to keep it secret, she thought. I already said this is just a minor matter. It is in the past. I have other things to discuss with Xiao Yu. Really? Is that so? Su An said, slightly displeased. Seeing that Su An appeared somewhat dissatisfied, Qing Xia quickly added, I'll go now. Please don't be angry. With that, she hurriedly exited. Before long, Xiao Yu appeared, smiling brightly as she snuggled up to Su An, offering a massage with a flattering demeanor. Darling, I was wrong. Please don't be mad. While at the Longhu gang, you must have wanted to assist her, right? You two knew each other before? We've met a few times at conventions. Qing Xia is quite a renowned figure in the cosplay community. When she cosplayed as Ari and Sona, her portrayal was stunningly accurate. Once you see it, you will surely appreciate her beauty. Chapter 55. Qing Xia joins the team half an hour later. Su An emerged from the villa, brimming with vitality, while Xiao Yu trailed closely behind. In the courtyard, the new members diligently filled out forms. Xiao Yu, why is your face so flushed? Xiao Qiao inquired, noticing Xiao Yu's rosy complexion with a hint of curiosity. The weather has been sweltering lately, and I indulged in some spicy snacks, which have caused a bit of heat, Li Xiao Yu explained with a chuckle. Make sure to invite me next time you enjoy some delicious food. We are good sisters, and we should share blessings and bear hardships together, Xiao Qiao insisted. Of course. I promise, Li Xiao Yu robia, nuding earnestly. Nearby, Lu Hui, overhearing their conversation, cast a flirtatious glance at Li Xiao Yu, then glanced at Su An, her cheeks flushing slightly. Yet she remained silent. Su An approached Qing Xia, who was engrossed in filling out her form, and gently patted her shoulder while activating the ability to plunder. Hand it over, he commanded. Detecting plunderable target. Please select plunder direction. Replicate ability. Replication successful. Acquired ability, healing A. It almost slipped my mind to replicate an ability. However, It is merely replication, not extraction. I shall observe Qingxia for a while. If she proves unworthy, I will extract it directly. If her compliance is high and her favorability rises swiftly, extraction will be unnecessary. Startled by Su En's sudden touch, Qingxia jumped, and upon realizing it was him, she quickly offered a greeting, her brow furrowed with concern, fearing he had come to confront her about a previous matter. Leader, please don't be so tense. I'm not a monster that devours people. Congratulations on successfully passing the assessment. Welcome to the Eternal Life Adventure Team. As the first new member to join, you may choose which villa you wish to reside in, and you can move in tonight. For supplies, please see Qiao Qiao. At Su En's words, all eyes turned toward Qingxia. Wait, she passed the assessment just like that? And it's already over before it even began? That's infuriating. She must have had some connections to get ahead. Many girls felt a pang of jealousy, sourer than consuming 10 lemons, believing their appearances rivaled Qingxia's. Why until their turn come? I could have done it too. Such is the disparity of fate. Qingxia, momentarily taken aback, soon regained her composure and joyfully bowed to Su En in gratitude. Thank you, leader. I will certainly strive to do my best. Su En nodded. I look forward to your performance. I recall your profession is a doctor, correct? You will accompany the chief examiner during assessments, assist in checking the team member's health, and tend to the injured. Is that acceptable? Absolutely, Qingxia affirmed eagerly, nodding repeatedly. This was indeed her forte. Before the apocalypse, she had been an obstetrician, and after awakening her healing ability, she felt entirely confident in her medical skills. With that, Su En turned and departed. The remaining individuals cast increasingly envious glances towards Qingxia. It was one thing to join the group directly, but to leap into the ranks of management was quite another. At that moment, Su En's voice slowly resonated. I forgot to mention, she is an A-class healer. As for how to coordinate with Qingyu, you may handle that as you see fit. Upon hearing Su En's words, the girls suddenly realized, so that's it, an A-class awakener? Oh, that's nothing to worry about. We can't replicate that. With such an inherent high-level buff for joining the group, it's clear they cannot emulate such prowess. It's best to focus on the assessments. The preliminary evaluations continued until 11 o'clock at night, after which the girls paired up and settled down to sleep on the ground. As the courtyard's lights flickered out, beneath the pitch-black night sky, however, the girls were too exhilarated to fall asleep. Whispering to each other and gazing dreamily at the luxurious villa nearby, the cityscape was enveloped in darkness, occasionally interrupted by the distant roars of monsters, and under the moonlight, they could see massive shadows leaping across the far-off buildings. It was then that the girls recalled they were situated in the heart of this predator-infested city, lying exposed under the open sky. The thought sent chills down their spines, heightening the already tense atmosphere. Do you think a zombie might burst in here at midnight to devour us? Don't say such things. It's frightening. This is the city center. Who knows what kind of monsters lurk here? One could sneak in at any moment. Stop talking. I'm terrified. With these exchanges, their excitement dissipated, replaced by a growing dread. The more timid among them tucked their heads beneath their blankets, too afraid to emerge. Just then, one girl pointed towards the gate and gasped, "Look, what is that?" Following her gaze, they saw a shadow the size of a calf, quietly crouching by the community entrance, observing them intently. The creature resembled a four-legged animal with enormous eyes that reflected a green glow under the moonlight, resembling two flickering headlights. A monster! Ah! Several girls screamed in terror, leaping to their feet and scurrying away, huddling beneath one of the villas in fear. They completely disregarded the earlier warning from Lu Hui about not leaving the courtyard at night under any circumstances. The creature gradually rose and ambled over to a nearby trash can, discarding something it had been holding in its mouth. Then, with its massive form, it approached the courtyard. Those who had not fled were now in a state of panic. A few more girls ran off in fright, while others gritted their teeth, determined to remain. Some were so terrified that their legs went weak, making it impossible for them to stand, let alone run. Just when everyone braced for the creature to pounce and wreak havoc, it unexpectedly turned and walked away with an elegant and cheerful gait. It appears that some individuals have not taken my previous words to heart. At this moment, Lu Hui emerged from the distant villa with a composed demeanor, a flame flickering in her hand, illuminating the dark courtyard. Under the glow of the fire, everyone finally discerned the peculiar creature before them, a gigantic black cat covered in azure scales. Its name was Wang Kai, the pet of the owner, who had merely descended to dispose of some trash. Wang Kai cast a disdainful glance at the terrified women. Meow, what a bother. The flesh of humans, both sour and tough, has long ceased to be a novelty for me. I am now feasting on an abundance of leftovers. Quite delectable. Chapter 56. The Bloom of Lu Hui's Malice. Ultimately, Lu Hui declared that the 8 girls who had fled would be deemed failures in their assessment, losing their opportunity to join the Eternal Life Adventure Group. Several girls immediately sank to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. However, no sympathy was extended towards them. Lu Hui had previously reiterated her demands, having breached these directives. They must be prepared for elimination. Were they not fearful? They were merely gritting their teeth and enduring the ordeal. I hope you will firmly remember each of my prior stipulations. Any violation will result in immediate disqualification. Furthermore, there truly are zombies that may enter the courtyard. It would be wise not to sleep too soundly. You have only one path ahead. Fight for your lives. Should anyone attempt to flee again, they shall face execution. With a few chilling remarks, Lu Hui turned and returned to the villa. The entry assessment for the Eternal Life Adventure Group was even more rigorous than they had anticipated. This was just the first day, and they could only speculate what harsher challenges awaited them. The girls had no choice but to confer and select a few to take turns keeping watch through the night. Thus, under the girls' anxious and fearful ordeal, the night swiftly passed. Morning arrived. Suan descended the stairs after breakfast with several girls, while Qing Xia had already been waiting downstairs. "Good morning, Captain." Suan nodded and replied, "Join us for breakfast after you finish eating." "Thank you, Captain," Qing Xia said, somewhat taken aback. Li Xiaoyu mischievously winked at Qing Xia, clearly indicating that her persuasive charms from the previous night had worked. Upon entering the courtyard, they were greeted by the sight of girls sporting dark circles under their eyes. Few had managed to sleep amidst the tension of the night, save for a select few who could effortlessly drift into slumber upon touching their blankets. "Liu, you and Qing Xia shall remain to continue the assessment today. The rest will accompany me to recruit new members." "Understood, Master." Suan casually issued a few directives before departing with Xue Qingyu and the others, driving the bus out of the community. Lu Hui then offered a benevolent smile to the remaining girls. "I trust everyone has had a memorable night. However, this is merely the beginning. In the time to come, I shall endeavor to make you understand that dignity is worthless, and your lives are even less valuable than wild grass." Lu's expression suddenly shifted to one of fierce wrath, as she gnawed at her nails. After partaking in the meal personally crafted by her master, she shockingly failed to kneel in gratitude. "I, who have never experienced such an honor, could not bear the arrogance displayed by you all. It was a blatant affront to the master. Such insolence is utterly unforgivable. You are merely the master's dogs, or rather, his devoted acolytes, servants willing to offer everything to their lord." Lu's eyes were already brimming with fervor and madness. From the moment Suan rescued her from the Haoyan Hotel, she had become irrevocably infatuated with that godlike man. When Suan bestowed upon her supernatural abilities, her obsession instantly morphed into fervent adoration. She regarded Suan as though he were divine. Her affection for Suan was intense, bordering on madness. After 30 years without experiencing the sweetness of love, she buried this feeling deep within her heart, allowing it to ferment to its utmost intensity. However, when Li Xiaoyu proposed that a condition for joining the group be cleanliness, the words were spoken without intent, yet struck her deeply. Her heart ached painfully. At the tender age of 15, she had been forced to bear the child of that scoundrel. She was already a mother, no longer pure, and thus deemed unclean. In contrast, the women around Suan appeared as pristine as clear springs, and the mere thought of that scoundrel's face would make her stomach churn. Moreover, she was a full decade older than Suan, her youth long faded. "Well, I was not born when you were. You have aged by the time I came into being." This realization bred insecurity and anguish within her, leading to nights spent weeping helplessly and drowning in profound self-doubt. Ultimately, under the nurturing of such distorted emotions, the malignant flower of madness quietly blossomed. She offered up everything, even her soul. Should Suan catch a glimpse of Lu Hui in her current state, he would surely be left aghast. He could never fathom that the elegant young woman harbored such a frenzied side, akin to that of the most zealous cultists. At that moment, he had already arrived at yesterday's recruitment site with Xue Qingyu and others. To his astonishment, the crowd was even larger than the day before. As the bus came to a halt, a wave of women surged forward. "Here they come. The Chongqing Adventure Team is recruiting. Hurry up and line up, or you'll miss your chance. Oh dear, don't push. Can't you young ladies show some courtesy to this elderly woman?" "Hiss, Granny. How old are you this year?" "70, but I'm still sprightly. It's truly remarkable for you to have lived this long. Take my advice. Go back from whence you came. The Chongqing Adventure Team only recruits beauties. Humph. When I was young, I was quite the beauty myself. Who knows? I might just be selected. Ah, would they pick you to fulfill filial piety? As it was yesterday, Suan was responsible for idling while Li Xiaoyu and Xueqingyu handled the recruitment. However, drawing from the experience of the previous day, they directly inquired about the candidates' romantic histories and other essential information during the interviews, thus eliminating the unsuitable candidates immediately. This, in turn, considerably increased their workload, prompting the young maid Xiao Qiao to lend a hand. Suan could only recline in the car, lost in thought or inadvertently seeking out other awakened individuals. The outcome was painfully obvious. He did not find a single one, yet he held no expectations, thus feeling no disappointment. The only concern lingering in his mind was whether the awakened individuals from other families had amassed enough resources and if they could visit them. He had prepared a gilded loaf of bread for such an occasion. Out of sheer boredom, Suan decided to doze off in the car. Hey, young lady, this is no way to recruit talent. It's not a beauty pageant. Let me teach you how to choose. You need someone strong and robust, understand? They must possess the strength to handle the workload. Amidst his drowsiness, Suan was roused by a cacophony of voices and, driven by curiosity, stepped out of the car. He observed a woman in her 40s or 50s vociferously attempting to recruit candidates, her words flying out with fervor. Xueqingyu and the others appeared to be simmering with anger, yet for some reason, they refrained from taking action, striving instead to endure the situation. Suan approached, his brow furrowed in confusion. What is happening here? Before Xueqingyu could respond, the woman seized the opportunity to speak. Young man, you must be the one in charge, right? You are quite handsome, resembling a star from television. However, you're still too young. Just look at the girls you're recruiting. They're all so delicate, with slender arms and legs, clearly pampered. What can they do once taken in? Merely consume resources without contributing. The world is chaotic. You need to select those who are strong and capable of enduring hardship. If you ask me, let me assist you in screening these candidates. With me overseeing, these girls won't be able to stir up any trouble. Suan was left bewildered. Who are you? Master, she is an awakened one. You mentioned yesterday that you wanted to keep the awakened ones for your use, Qiao Qiao interjected, stepping forward to clarify. Upon hearing Qiao Qiao's explanation, Suan finally understood. Indeed, the woman had 2 lines of small characters hovering above her head. Ability, bounce C. Wealth value, 60. You see, young man, I'm only looking out for your best interests. Even if your family is wealthy, bringing back so many fragile ones will only deplete your resources, leaving you unable to sustain such a burden. Heed my advice. Let me handle the recruitment. You youngsters should observe and learn from me how to manage this affair beautifully. As the woman spoke, her demeanor grew increasingly presumptuous, even attempting to push Xueqingyu aside to take the position of authority herself. Suan, feeling utterly speechless, could no longer tolerate it. With a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap to the woman, sending her sprawling. In that instant, he activated his plundering ability, replicating and stripping away her wealth value in a deft 3-fold maneuver. Teach me how to do my job? The elderly woman gradually sat up, cradling her swollen cheek. Her remaining teeth were few, and her mouth was filled with blood, prompting her to scream in alarm. Help! A murder has occurred at the Alliance Conference. Suan raised his hand and hurled a lightning orb, instantly obliterating the woman into fragments. Now, that is true killing, he remarked, retracting his hand and instructing Xueqingyu. In the future, when encountering such awakened individuals, reduce them to mere stumps, leaving just a breath of life. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a hood and a scruffy beard emerged from the crowd, clapping his hands with gusto. A taunting smile graced his face, a cigar dangling from his lips, accompanied by a man and a woman at his side. My dear brother, you possess quite the temper. Are you not aware that one cannot kill at the Alliance Conference? Upon noticing the 2 lines of small text above the man's head, Suan's eyes narrowed. Ability, Scorching God Corruption S. Wealth value, 18,000. Yet another S-class, possessing the pinnacle of venomous abilities, Scorching God Corruption. This ability is rather unique, ranking extremely high amongst S-class combat abilities, boasting maximum lethality and fatality rates, while suffering from abysmal combat endurance. The venom released by this ability is lethal upon mere contact. Even another S-class awakened individual would lose half their life upon exposure, if not inflicted with severe injury. However, the drawbacks are glaring. The release range is painfully short, less than a meter, and there are limitations on the number of uses. Yet, due to its capacity for covert poisoning, direct contact with the gastric mucosa would render one beyond salvation. Thus, its lethality is maximized. This man was Ma San, the leader of the Venomous Serpent Adventure Group. The Venomous Serpent Adventure Group is a formidable entity. Their leader, known as Ma Lu Taipan, is said to be an S-class awakened individual whose venom is 100 times more potent than that of the Taipan serpent, capable of dispatching hundreds of zombies with a single drop. His presence here was alarming. How impressive! This is the first time I have encountered a real-life figure of such caliber, one bystander remarked. The Chongqing Adventure Group was doomed. All major adventure groups had jointly decreed that killing was prohibited at the Survivor Alliance conference. Breaching this rule would invite the wrath of other adventure groups. They had already committed murder yesterday, seemingly oblivious to the consequences, and now they had struck again. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, Suin recalled that such a regulation did exist. He had attended the Survivor Alliance conference in his previous life. While he acknowledged the rule, he did not take it to heart. For what relevance did his past experiences hold for this life? I'm afraid I haven't heard of such a regulation, Suin said lazily, leaning against the vehicle. The man's expression darkened at Suin's brazen demeanor, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes, though it vanished almost instantly as he chuckled heartily. It's no wonder. You appear unfamiliar. I haven't seen you at the 100 Alliance Conference before. The 100 Alliance Conference? I have yet to attend. If memory serves him correctly, it was convened 3 days prior by various prominent factions, the details of which remain shrouded in mystery. After all, he did not participate in the last life nor in this one. While others gathered for the meeting, he was relishing barbecues by the poolside with companions. Initially, he contemplated attending, but upon further reflection, he decided against it. Following the conference, the Survivor Alliance was established, accompanied by a plethora of rules. For instance, one must apply in advance to recruit members at the Survivor Alliance, refrain from indiscriminate killings, and avoid seizing awakened individuals from other adventuring groups, among a myriad of intricate regulations. Thus, he resolved to abstain entirely. Having never attended, he remained oblivious to all that transpired. Ignorance of the rules equated to a lack of rules. All regulations lay beyond the scope of his abilities. Within his realm, his words constituted the law. While it is often said that ignorance absolves one of guilt, it seemed rather unreasonable that his brother had taken a life just yesterday and continued unabated today. Ma San remarked with a smile. Oh, so according to Captain Ma's implication, you seek an explanation from me? Ma San waved his hand dismissively. Not at all. I am merely curious if your adventuring group hails from afar, as I have never heard of it before. In the current environment, rules merely serve to restrain the weak. Yesterday, Liu Hui's ability had already reached the A-grade level. An adventuring group possessing an A-grade awakened individual could easily disregard such regulations. Ma San had also heard rumors of a peculiar adventuring group offering exorbitant recruitment incentives for ordinary individuals, which piqued his interest. On one hand, he was intrigued by the purported fire element A-grade ability user, and on the other, he found himself fascinated by the financial capacity of the Chongqing adventuring group. Such recruitment conditions were unparalleled in the entire Su region. Even he would not dare to be so generous. He could scarcely afford even a tenth of such benefits. Although the Viper Adventuring Group is a renowned power, it still grapples with material shortages. Merely sustaining the awakened within the group demands their utmost effort, necessitating that large numbers venture into the city daily in search of supplies. If they pause for even 2 days, by the 3rd day, their grain reserves would dwindle to nothing. This predicament is not unique to the Viper Adventuring Group. All manner of adventuring groups, large and small, face similar struggles. Ultimately, everyone merely scrambles to maintain a semblance of sustenance. Ordinary individuals may feast once every 3 days, while even they manage only 1 meal a day. However, they prefer to divide that single meal into 3 parts to save face. Given the specifications and treatment offered by the Chongqing Adventuring Group, it would be a matter of mere days before all would meet their demise. Such a small adventuring group. It is no surprise that Captain Ma had not heard of them. Their numbers were simply too few, which is precisely why they were here to recruit. Ma San pondered. The Chongqing Adventuring Group might belong to that category of having ample provisions, but few members, though at most they might possess around 10 tons. And that is a generous estimate, presuming they are more affluent than his Viper Adventuring Group. He could say he held the Chongqing Adventuring Group in quite high regard. In the apocalyptic world, Some young individuals, upon acquiring power, have completely liberated themselves, becoming unable to resist their desires upon encountering women. This young man before me is likely no exception. I perceive that this lad is an honest and straightforward character. How about taking me for a stroll through your esteemed adventure group? If the opportunity arises, we could foster a private alliance between our families, aiding each other as you see fit. Chapter 58. Captain Ma, you've dropped your bread. Li Xiaoyu had silently positioned herself behind Suan, her expression resolute as her hand gripped the blade of her weapon. At a mere glance from Suan, she would strike down this charming yet treacherous man. Not far away, Xueqingyu also heightened her vigilance, though her primary concern rested with Xiao Qiao, who was merely an ordinary person. Should a conflict arise, her first instinct would be to protect Xiao Qiao. Noticing the atmosphere growing tense, Ma San chuckled heartily. Ladies, there's no need to be overly anxious. I bear no ill intentions. With that, he extended his hand towards Su and forgive my lack of introduction. I am Ma San, the leader of the Viper mercenary group. May I ask the name of this young brother? Suan raised an eyebrow at the sight. Surely this old fellow isn't attempting to poison him. Aware of the potential threat, Suan nonetheless accepted the handshake, grinning as he replied, Suan, leader of the Chongqing Adventure Group. As their hands clasped, Ma San's smile widened, his serpent-like eyes glimmering with delight. Suan reciprocated the joy. What a splendid elder, hurrying to offer gifts. Detected a plunderable target. Please select plunder direction. Replicate abilities, plunder wealth. Ability replication successful. Acquired ability, searing divine corruption. Wealth plunder successful. Acquired 18,000 wealth points. Transferred to the expansive space. Captain Ma, you dropped your bread. Ma San, bewildered, looked down to find a half loaf of bread at his feet. This is a mine to him. Thank you for the reminder, brother, he exclaimed, bending to retrieve the bread. Without experiencing the burdens of management, one cannot comprehend the value of basic necessities. That half loaf could pay the wages of 2 awakened individuals. Regardless of its origin, it was worth taking. Alas, too much has been said, and it brings forth tears. Suan couldn't help but give a thumbs up, praising, this bread is clearly gilded. One wouldn't exchange less than 10 tons of supplies for it. Captain Ma, you possess remarkable audacity. Ma San, what nonsense is this? Is this lad deranged? Who in their right mind would trade supplies for gold? A gilded loaf cannot fetch 10 tons of supplies. He must be a fool. Clearly, he was a naive youth, unfamiliar with the treacheries of the world. His family must have an ample supply of grain, at least 20 tons. Ma San's heart raced with excitement. He must seize everything. Ma San signaled to a man nearby, who nodded in understanding and vanished into the crowd. He had already discerned the underlying truth when Suan unleashed his lightning earlier. Though fleeting, the aura it radiates is undeniably of at least Class A electric abilities, possibly even Class S. In a confrontation, he might not stand a chance. Yet, during their handshake, he had already implanted a poisonous seed within his opponent. With just a thought, the toxin would unleash, compelling even an S-Class ability holder to submit. Unless, of course, the adversary also possessed the god of blazing corruption ability. But how plausible is that? As long as one is human, it is impossible to wield 2 abilities simultaneously. His only concern lay with the few women nearby, who also appeared to be awakened, though their levels remained uncertain. It was unlikely they were particularly formidable. Once subdued, they could be captured easily. Beautiful awakened individuals were exceedingly rare and could fetch a handsome price at auction. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the direction of the city center. A colossal zombie, towering over 3 meters, burst forth from the urban landscape, shattering the ground beneath its feet. With a single, effortless motion, it lifted a discarded car and hurled it several dozen meters into the crowd, crushing anyone unable to evade its onslaught into a bloody pulp. Panic ensued as the crowd screamed and fled in all directions. Run! It's a giant zombie tank. The tank is here, hurry! If there were a ruler in the realm of zombies, this tank would undoubtedly claim the title. True to its name, the tank was akin to a fortress among the undead. With a level of LV8, its defense, strength, speed, and regenerative capabilities were unparalleled within the zombie hierarchy. Its terrifying power could obliterate several awakened individuals simultaneously. Even A-class awakened beings would find it a grave misfortune to meet its gaze. It pursued its prey at a staggering speed of 100 yards per hour, relentlessly hurling projectiles with astonishing accuracy. Possessing innate resistance to most elemental abilities below Class A, its physical resilience rendered even sniper fire nearly ineffective, let alone conventional weaponry. Its recovery rate was extraordinary. Unless struck fatally, it could recuperate in the blink of an eye, making it a formidable adversary. When faced with such a creature, one had only two choices: to defeat it or be defeated, as it possessed a tracking ability that ensured it would arrive at one's doorstep regardless of distance traversed. If one were to draw a comparison, it could be likened to a zombie version of the notorious leader of Sin Island, albeit without any abilities of its own. Seeing the zombies surge from the city, Suin was taken aback. Typically, such creatures had territorial instincts and would rarely venture beyond their domains unless provoked or in pursuit of a target. Upon noticing a figure sprinting frantically ahead of the tank, Suin's understanding crystallized. The individual was none other than the man who had previously stood beside Ma San, now desperately fleeing towards Suin. The young man had deliberately lured Tank out of the city using his extraordinary abilities. Once he reached a designated location, he would deactivate his powers and evade Tank's pursuit, leaving the beast to attack others nearby in its confusion. This was a blatant act of misdirection, executed with remarkable skill. Suin glanced at the nonchalant Ma San, realizing that this old rogue had likely engaged in such antics many times before. At that moment, Tank was engulfed in a furious rage, unleashing a bloody massacre upon the crowd. No one could withstand its mighty blows, leaving a gruesome trail of dismembered bodies in its wake. Tank soon charged towards Suin and his companions. Such rampant savagery. Did Captain Su not intend to put an end to it? Ma San could easily discern that Captain Su was a concealed master, a man of deep loyalty and righteousness, embodying the very essence of chivalry. Men of his caliber served their nation and people. Ma San felt confident in his judgment. Ma San immediately lavished praise upon Suin, albeit with an air of forced enthusiasm. Suin looked at Ma San, astonished. Captain Ma, you speak the truth. You truly understand me. Then, Captain Su, please take action. I shall assist you from the sidelines, not daring to overshadow your glory. Suin's expression turned conflicted as he waved his hand dismissively. Too weak, far too weak. This brute is no stronger than my household guard dog. If I intervened, it would be beneath my dignity. Suin was not merely speaking idly. His dog, Wonkai, had initially been at level 6, and after half a month of feasting on leftovers, it had ascended to level 8, matching Tank's prowess. Whether Wonkai was a dog or a cat was irrelevant. Ma San's lips twitched at his words. He had encountered shamelessness before, but never to such an extent. He nearly lost control and detonated the poison within him. If he captured that young man, he would certainly leave a few marks on his face, curious to see just how thick-skinned he was. Just as Ma San contemplated how to further manipulate Suin, Li Xiaoyu, brandishing a large sword, charged towards Tank. Ma San almost leapt up in delight, relieved to find a solution to the troublesome women. He signaled another female subordinate to follow suit, though her target was not Tank but rather Li Xiaoyu. She intended to strike the moment Li Xiaoyu showed any sign of faltering. Li Xiaoyu dashed towards Tank like a tempest, prompting the Tank's ability wielder to gleefully deactivate the taunt. Without a target, Tank hesitated for a moment before unleashing a furious roar and locking onto Li Xiaoyu, raising its massive fist to strike her down. Yet, rather than retreating, Li Xiaoyu advanced, bracing herself to withstand the blow with her sword. Seeing this, Ma San couldn't help but smirk, his voice dripping with mockery. Ah, seeking your own demise. The assault of the Tank is not so easily countered. Even an A-class ability user specializing in power enhancement would hesitate to engage the Tank directly, for their physical fortitude exists on entirely different planes. He could almost envision the scene of that young girl being sent flying by a single punch from the Tank, perhaps even to her demise. It is indeed a pity for such a remarkable female awakener, who could fetch a considerable price. Yet, the Tank's colossal fist struck firmly against the blade that Li Xiaoyu had raised in defense. Contrary to the anticipated carnage, the sound of impact reverberated with a crisp clang. In an instant, Li Xiaoyu unleashed a tempestuous flurry with her great sword, a cascade of cold glimmers flashing like lightning. A mere second later, she gradually sheathed the sword behind her, its broad blade nearly obscuring her petite form. While Li Xiaoyu's figure was concealed from view, the Tank remained visible. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the Tank's massive body crumbled into a heap of flesh, devoid of any chance to recover, lifeless upon the ground. The Awakener who had intended to ambush Li Xiaoyu was struck with terror, his spirit nearly fleeing him. He forced himself to feign nonchalance as he turned to retreat. Circling back to stand behind Ma San, his head bowed in silence, his calves trembling uncontrollably. The seasoned Ma-san was momentarily taken aback. What on earth had transpired? The tank had been instantaneously vanquished? Was this person truly human? An S-Class Awakener. Undoubtedly an S-Class Awakener. The Eternal Life Adventure Group possessed an S-Class Awakener. Not just one, but two. They had bitten off more than they could chew. Ma-san cursed under his breath, never having expected the Eternal Life Adventure Group to wield such formidable power. Otherwise, he would not have come so recklessly. At the very least, he would have sought alliances with other adventure groups to confront them. Fortunately, no hostilities had erupted, or it would have been disastrous. He had no confidence in overcoming that fearsome young girl. Moreover, there were still two others who had yet to engage. Who knew what levels of awakeners they might be? A sense of retreat began to take root in Ma-san's mind. He had planned to feast upon the plump prize that was the Eternal Life Adventure Group, but not at this moment. He was a viper, not a lion, and striking from the shadows was his forte. Captain Ma, did you not say you would come visit my home? Shall we go now? Suen said with a smile directed at Ma-san. Cold sweat broke out on Ma-san's brow as he hastily waved his hands. No. I just remembered there are some urgent matters at home. I will not be visiting your esteemed adventure group today. Another time, when I have leisure, I shall come to pay my respects. Captain Ma is in a hurry to return home. Haha, urgent matters cannot afford to delay. Suen's expression dimmed slightly, but then a thought seemed to strike him. Then how about I visit your esteemed adventure group instead, just as a casual drop-in? Ma-san paused momentarily. Just you alone? Suen replied, for a casual visit, I am enough by myself. Ma-san could not help but scrutinize Suen from head to toe, inwardly amazed. The young man must be out of his mind, willingly seeking his own demise. At that moment, I couldn't help but laugh heartily. Captain Su, with intent, would not allow Ma to refuse. Rest assured, I shall extend the warmest hospitality to you. Captain Su, by the way, may I inquire how many awakened individuals are in your esteemed Adventurers Guild? Without much thought, Ma-san casually mentioned a figure that was fairly accurate. Not many, perhaps around 40 or 50, all of whom are rather mediocre and unworthy of Captain Su's attention. So many? Suen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, then turned back to the bus. Please wait a moment, Captain Ma. I shall prepare a small token of appreciation. Shortly after, Suen descended with a basket of bread, approximately 40 or 50 pieces at a glance. A humble gift, but it carries my respect. Captain Su, you are too polite, Ma-san said with a beaming smile as he accepted the bread, finding it oddly familiar. You must hold on tight. It's particularly heavy. Fear not. I can manage as many as you bring. This bread is gilded, you know. Captain Su, you truly have a sense of humor, and you are not lacking either. Captain Ma, the two shared a hearty laugh, each harboring their own clandestine thoughts. Chapter 60. To the Venomous Snake Adventurers Guild, we will accompany you. Upon hearing that Suen intended to visit the Venomous Snake Adventurers Guild, both Li Xiaoyu and Xue Qingyu displayed expressions of concern. Villains are not to be feared. It is those like Ma-san, the smiling tiger, who are the most troublesome. No one knows when such a person might stab you in the back. The brighter their smile, the more sinister they become. Moreover, the Venomous Snake Adventurers Guild is a large organization. As Ma-san mentioned, there are at least 40 or 50 awakened individuals. Although they are unsure of Suen's true strength, facing such a number is no trivial task, especially with an S-rank awakened like Ma-san at the helm. There's no need, it's merely a casual visit. I can manage alone. But the two women were about to voice their concerns when they were gently pulled into an embrace, and Suen spoke softly, Do not worry, I will be fine. It is more convenient for me to go alone. You should remain here to continue recruiting, raising the standards today to around 200 individuals. If anyone else causes trouble, especially B rank or above awakened individuals, handle it and retreat to the base without waiting for me. With Suen holding them close, Li Xiaoyu felt at ease as they were accustomed to such intimacy, but Xue Qingyu trembled slightly, her cheeks flushing, her heart racing. Suen had never before initiated such closeness with her. Please be careful. We will wait for you at home. Watching Suen whispering sweet nothings to the two women, Ma-san's serpent-like eyes glinted with malice, and his gaze towards Suen grew more contemptuous. A lecherous insect, hardly a threat. Once back at the Adventurers Guild, I shall capture this young man and devise a way to consume the entire Changsheng Adventurers Guild. With the vast resources from Changsheng, the Venomous Snake Adventurers Guild will undoubtedly ascend to new heights. In this era, resources are everything. After whispering softly, Suen turned and approached Ma-san. Let's be on our way, Captain Ma. I have long admired your adventurous group. With a cheerful grin, Ma-san instructed his subordinates to lead the way ahead. Captain Ma, are we walking? Ma-san paused momentarily. What else would we do? In this day and age, still thinking of riding in a vehicle? Gasoline is far too precious. We must conserve it. Rest assured, it's not far, just a mere dozen kilometers. His frugality exceeded Su-in's expectations, especially considering he possessed a wealth of 18,000 points in resources. Calculating it out, that amounted to several tons, nearing a fraction of his millions. Certainly, it was not insignificant. Oh, is that wealth already gone? Then it matters not. Let's walk. Under Ma-san's guidance, they proceeded towards the stronghold of the venomous snake adventure group. In his previous life, Su-in had been preoccupied with mere survival, never truly observing the state of the world in its dire straits. This time, with an abundance of resources and a calmer disposition, he found himself gazing at the surroundings. As he looked around, he was met with a scene of utter desolation. The land lay barren, stripped bare by the crows, with not even weeds or green leaves in sight. Survivors huddled in small groups, scavenging like wild dogs through the dirt mounds. Food had become nearly non-existent. Hope lingered only underground, be it in the form of grass roots or insects hiding in the soil. If fortune favored them, they might unearth a starchy root, which would be considered a bountiful harvest for the day. Occasionally, they might find a few small insects, their crispy texture resembling chicken, containing protein 6 times that of beef. It could be said that most people clung to life by relying on plant roots and insects, with the earth nearly stripped bare. Everyone appeared sickly, their skin a waxy yellow, eyes sunken deep, ribs protruding. Even a slight cold could prove fatal, more despairing than famines of yore. The numerous dilapidated camps resembled dying beasts, sprawled across the wilderness, lamenting in the wind. The cries of the suffering drowned out any sounds of children at play. A gust of wind stirred up clouds of dust, stinging the eyes. Su-in regarded the bleak scene before him with an expression of indifference. Once upon a time, he too had been among these refugees. Struling aluncida li xiaoyan. But while he survived on grass roots, she consumed the supplies he had risked his life to unearth from the urban ruins. Ultimately, under Ma-san's leadership, Su-in arrived at the stronghold of the venomous snake adventure group. It was a somewhat dilapidated residential complex, a relocatable housing area from before the apocalypse, situated a distance from the city center, thus facing fewer zombies. After the world fell apart, Ma-san led his people to seize this place, successfully sheltering from the crows and bats. However, most of the upper floors had collapsed, ravaged by the onslaught of the crows and bats, with claw marks visible on every wall. Not a piece of intact glass remained. All had been replaced with wooden boards and cardboard for makeshift protection. Despite its shabby appearance, this dwelling can be deemed quite luxurious, for common folk reside in abodes scarcely distinguishable from dog kennels. Ma-san escorted Su-in directly into a living room, furnished with a table, a sofa, a carpet, and decorative paintings alongside a tea table adorned with a potted plant. One might consider it a living room, provided it were not so drafty. As they entered, a striking woman gracefully glided in to pour Su-in a cup of hot tea, casting a flirtatious glance as she departed. Su-in could not help but frequently glance back at her retreating figure. Another awakened one, he mused. Commander Su, do you find my humble abode rather charming? How does it compare to your esteemed adventure group? Ma-san said, not boasting but rather stating a reality. Few could still enjoy such refined treatment. Indeed, it possessed a certain rustic beauty, nearly rivaling the facilities of his own employee's restroom, undeniably tasteful. Commander Su, I shall be direct. I am quite intrigued by your group and wonder if you would consider joining my venomous snake adventure group. I could offer you a position of authority, Ma-san declared, abandoning pretense and laying his cards on the table. Chapter 61. Commander Ma, what extraordinary abilities do you possess? It's all an illusion. Su-in was not surprised by Ma-san's words. He had intentionally walked into this. A straightforward approach was preferable. It saved time for both parties. He replied slowly, Commander Ma, your appetite is rather grand, coveting my meager reserves. However, perhaps you should first inspect your own granary. It may very well be empty. With a thud, Ma-san slammed his hand on the table, narrowing his eyes as he coldly remarked, do not think for a moment that your status as an S-class awakened one grants you immunity. I must inform you that I have planted a venomous seed within you. I can extinguish your life at any moment I desire. Be wise and divulge the location of your adventure group's stronghold, the quantity of supplies, and the number of awakened ones. Speak freely, or you shall find it difficult to meet your end. Have you ever tasted the venom of an S-class ability? I will reduce your bones to powder and your innards to a pool of blood. Just as Ma-san menacingly threatened Su-in, a figure burst into the room. "This is bad, Commander. Ma San frowned in displeasure. "Do you not see I'm occupied? Speak quickly. Do not disturb me over trifles. Have you not weaned yet?" The subordinate hastily waved his hands. "It is not a trivial matter, Commander. Our supplies." Ma San's heart sank. "What about the supplies?" "They are all gone. The large storage is completely empty. Not a grain remains. It was perfectly fine this morning, and the brothers were on high alert, never leaving their posts. Yet, upon inspection just now, we discovered the entire warehouse was deserted." Mawson sprang to his feet, gripping his subordinate's collar, and bellowed, "What nonsensical drivel! Do you mean to suggest that all that supply could sprout wings and fly away?" The subordinate was nearly in tears. "I swear it is not our fault. It just vanished without a trace." Ma San was utterly dismayed, his mind swirling in chaos. The supplies in the granary constitute the very foundation of the entire Venomous Serpent Adventurers Guild. Should that foundation be lost, the wages of the Awakened cannot be dispensed the following day, leading to a gradual dissolution of morale. Everyone has to eat. Life itself is at stake. If there is no food to sustain us, what purpose remains in this toil? "Captain Ma, have I not already informed you that your granary has run dry?" Suin took a sip of tea. The water was subpar, the tea leaves lackluster. It paled in comparison to the delightful brew of Dahong Pao prepared by his own hand. Suin flicked his wrist, sending the teacup crashing onto the table, splattering tea across the floor. Ma San fixed Suin with a penetrating gaze. "It was you, wasn't it? How did you manage it?" The granary, the most fortified section of the Venomous Serpent Guild, was guarded by 8 Awakened and equipped with infrared alarms. To power these alarms, the entire guild's gasoline had been repurposed for electricity, forcing even the captain to adopt environmentally friendly transport. He could not fathom how Suin had silently emptied the entire granary, especially since Suin had been at his side throughout. Was there another accomplice involved? Had he been targeted by the everlasting adventurers instead? No matter how Ma San racked his brain, he could not comprehend that a simple handshake with Suin had led to the plundering of his granary. Had he known, he would have wished to sever his own hand. Alas, Suin's hands were notoriously unclean. "Captain Ma, I have long warned you that the bread I offer is gilded, exceedingly valuable. 1.5 loaves could exchange for an entire granary's worth of supplies. Did I not provide you with 40 or 50 loaves previously? How much do you think you will need to barter now?" Suin concluded with a sinister chuckle, rising to approach Ma San with deliberate slowness. "You seek your own demise, daring to take what is mine. I shall make you repay in double." Ma San scoffed, detonating the poison seed embedded within Suin. A muffled explosion echoed as a verdant smoke erupted around Suin, enveloping him entirely. The greenery on the table, upon mere contact with the smoke, withered and decayed into a viscous sludge in the blink of an eye. "Fear not, I shall not kill you outright. Your life still holds value. Allow me to share a secret. I shall soon dispatch someone to locate your adventurer's base. In less than half a day, we shall find it, and your entire guild will perish alongside you. Those women I have toyed with shall be sold to the slave market." The boy was still too young, too naive. He believed that possessing powers granted him the liberty to act with impunity. Experience trumps youth. "Compared to me, you are still but a fledgling." As Ma San continued his tirade of taunts, a large hand shot forth from the smoke, seizing Ma San by the throat and lifting him effortlessly, struggling to escape. Ma San found himself utterly powerless. Although he is an S-class Awakened one, his close combat abilities are exceedingly poor. Once the toxins lose their efficacy, his strength is nearly equivalent to that of an ordinary person. Concurrently, a flurry of fine iron wires shot forth from the smoke, ensnaring his subordinate like a dumpling. Suin's cold voice emerged from the haze. "Are you not aware of the smoke and injury law, Commander Ma? Have you not watched enough films?" The smoke abruptly contracted, swiftly converging into Suin's palm before vanishing entirely. Upon witnessing his toxic smoke being absorbed in such a manner, Ma San's eyes widened in disbelief. Only toxins of the same level and type can be absorbed by each other. How could you possess the same ability as mine? It's impossible. You are clearly an electric ability user. Suin responded with a faint smile. "What nonsense are you spouting, Commander Ma? Where did you get your abilities? It's merely an illusion. Try checking for your powers yourself." Ma San hastily examined his abilities. As Suin had stated, he truly found himself devoid of powers. His scorching corruption had vanished. Where are my abilities? How could this happen? How could they disappear? Recalling the mysteriously vanished supplies from the warehouse, Ma San seemed to have an epiphany, gazing at Suin in horror. "It was you. It must be you who has stolen my abilities." Crack! Suin's hand suddenly exerted force, silencing Ma San's words in his throat. Shoo! Suin raised a slender finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Commanderma. Such matters should not be spoken of. Crack, crack, crack. As Suin's grip tightened, Ma San's eyes began to redden, blood vessels bulging prominently on his face. Ultimately, succumbing to suffocation and pressure, Ma San's struggles gradually ceased. Suin slowly released his hand, and the lifeless body slumped to the ground. A surge of searing flames enveloped the corpse, reducing it to a pile of charred remains in mere moments. With a single wave of his hand, Suin freed the mouth of the subordinate beside him. You may begin a call for help now. Terrified, the man raised his voice. Help! Someone! The commander has been killed. With a thud, a steel rod pierced through the concrete, impaling his thigh. Louder! Haven't you eaten? Chapter 62. The best way to combat the apocalypse is to become the apocalypse. It was him. He is the one who killed the commander. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Quickly, kill him and avenge the commander. At the sound of the man's cries, the entire poisonous snake mercenary corps surged forth, numbering 400 to 500. Among them, the front lines were occupied by a group of awakened individuals, totaling 40 to 50. Their abilities ranged from G-class to B-class, with one A-class among them. You bastard! You dare to kill our commander. You must die today. Don't waste words. Incapacitate him first, and then interrogate him slowly. Deputy Commander, you are an A-grade awakened. With the demise of the commander, it is now your turn to lead us. We shall speak of this matter later. First, we must avenge our commander. Since my rebirth, it is the first time Suin has encountered so many awakened individuals at once. Observing the furious crowd, he inexplicably feels a surge of excitement. The blood within him thrums restlessly. He is about to confront dozens of awakened beings simultaneously. What a thrilling prospect. He has amassed nearly 20 abilities, 5 of which are classified as S-grade. Even he is uncertain of the extent of his power. It is undoubtedly formidable. Yet to what degree? Perhaps no one can provide a definitive answer. Even when facing S-grade awakened individuals, he can eliminate them in an instant. But is that sufficient? No, it is far from enough. Power amplification, iron body, enhanced hearing, enhanced smell, eagle eye tracking, jump amplification, lightning control, supercharge, fire manipulation, stone skin, doubling. Suin roars toward the heavens as dozens of abilities activate simultaneously. His body expands several-fold, towering at 4 to 5 meters, transformed into a being of steel, cloaked in a layer of rocky armor. Bolts of electricity intertwine with flames, swirling around him in a tempest of thunder and fire. He slowly raises his hands, and thousands of steel bars erupt from the walls, coiling around him, each tip infused with divine, corrosive energy. The sudden transformation leaves the members of the Poison Snake adventurers stunned. He possesses S-grade abilities. No, not just one, but many. He is a veritable monster. How could a mere human wield such an arsenal? Suin gazes indifferently upon the terrified crowd. He has endured 9 apocalyptic events. He has witnessed the earth consumed and civilizations obliterated, seen the sky fall, and gazed upon the eye of the end in an endless sea of desert. He has beheld the azure behemoth at the edge of the vast ocean and confronted deities on the new continent, beneath the cataclysm of disasters. Even the mightiest S-grade awakened are but insignificant ants. What if he can eradicate S-grade beings in an instant, under the weight of calamity? He too cannot seize control of his fate. He is merely struggling to survive. Human strength is ultimately limited. The best way to combat the apocalypse is to become the apocalypse itself. I am the very embodiment of doom. With a thunderous roar, the earth trembles, and a torrent of sand and stones rises, obscuring the sun and shrouding the sky. Like a furious beast emerging from the depths of the earth, it devours the entire stronghold of the Poison Snake adventurers in one gulp. Within the beast's maw echoes Suin's cold proclamation, "Welcome to the apocalypse." As the last rays of the setting sun cast their glow upon the earth, the immense sandstone fortress looming over the lair of the venomous snake adventurers slowly crumbled and eventually collapsed. Once a proud bastion, it now lay in ruins. Suin sat bare upon a small mound constructed from charred corpses, quietly observing the setting sun. From the vast expanse, he retrieved a cigarette, placing it between his lips, and ignited it with a piece of still-burning flesh. He took a deep drag. All remnants of the venomous snake adventurers were now piled here. Awakened ones, ordinary folk. Young and old, all met their demise. No one from the entire adventure group had survived. He spared not a single soul. Today, He had revealed too many secrets, and only the dead could guarantee absolute silence. Mercy towards one's enemies equates to cruelty towards oneself. A tale lingered in his memory. A large adventurer group had humiliated a C-grade Awaken by severing a leg and subsequently discarded him in a mass grave, leaving him to his fate. To them, that C-grade Awakened was merely an insignificant insect, unworthy of concern. Yet, that very insect ultimately brought about the downfall of the entire adventurer group, completing his revenge by consuming the heart of the one who had mutilated him. This story serves as a reminder not to underestimate any enemy, no matter how feeble they may appear. The most effective way to sever hatred is to extinguish the flames of revenge in their infancy. Suen leapt down from a mound of corpses and retrieved a set of clothing from the vast space, donning it. The garments were new but could hardly mask the acrid scent of charred flesh that clung to him. A bath was in order upon his return, and he would have Chow Chow help clean him up. It was unbearable. He then extracted a motorcycle from the vast space and sped away. The commotion caused by the venomous snake adventurers was immense, drawing many onlookers. Yet, as one gazed upon the scene, all that was visible were ruins and heaps of charred bodies. Not a single living soul remained. In the brief span of half a day, the once prominent venomous snake adventurers had been entirely obliterated. Sources revealed that they had provoked an adventurer group known as Eternal Life, leading to their annihilation. This confrontation occurred in the morning, and by afternoon, they were no more. The speed of their eradication was nothing short of shocking. In no time, news of the venomous snake adventurer's demise spread rapidly across Su-D, reaching every corner and stirring alarm among adventurer groups, becoming common knowledge. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of this calamity, Suen, had already returned to the talent market. Chapter 63. Abundant harvest of abilities. After another day of recruiting, he had gathered 200 fair-skinned, beautiful women, with an overall quality surpassing that of the previous day. Upon Su-An's return, Xueqingyu rushed to greet him, her face etched with concern. "Are you all right?" "I'm Fine." Suen replied with a grin, "and I managed to acquire quite a few valuable items." The resources of the venomous snake adventurers had long since been plundered by him. It is merely a modest bounty of 18,000 points, hardly a cause for elation. What truly brings him solace is the fact that today he has successfully plundered a total of 58 unique abilities, all of which are transferable. This includes 1 S-class, 1 A-class, 8 B-class, and 12 C-class abilities, with the remainder consisting of lower-tier D, E, F, and G abilities. These powers represent the most significant gain from his expedition, and his strength has undergone yet another qualitative transformation. Previously, it would take him half a day to annihilate the Venomous Snake Adventurers Guild. Now, he could accomplish the task comfortably within an hour. Upon seeing Suen unharmed, Xueqingyu let out a slow sigh of relief. "We have gathered enough people. Shall we depart now?" she inquired. "Let us go. I'm utterly reeking and must return for a shower." As before, the bus was filled to the brim with lovely young women of various ages, making its way back into the city. However, as they exited, they disseminated information that the Changsheng Adventurers Guild will be holding its final recruitment for new members tomorrow, and missing this opportunity would render future entry nearly impossible. After spending about an hour returning to their base, Suen was taken aback by the sight before him. The courtyard was strewn with young women, bare and vulnerable. Some lay on the ground weeping, others curled in corners trembling, and some gazed vacantly, as if they had lost their very souls. It was difficult to fathom the inhumane treatment they must have endured in such a brief span of time. "Master, you have returned," greeted Lu Hui with a gentle smile, her demeanor still exuding an air of nobility and grace. Beside her, Qing Xia remained silent, her head bowed, and upon closer inspection, her body trembled slightly, her pale face reflecting a terror that seemed to have shattered her spirit. Suen cast a glance at the disparate states of the women and queried, "What has happened to them?" "Do not concern yourself, master. It was merely a slight chastisement to ensure they become more obedient," Lu Hui replied with her unwavering smile. Suen hesitated, contemplating his response. A slight chastisement, he thought, observing the extent of their distress. However, he ultimately decided not to probe further. Lu Hui's loyalty was unwavering, and she would not act against his interests. He resolved to allow her to manage the situation as she saw fit, for he had achieved his objective. After all, the privileges of the Changsheng Adventurers Guild were not easily attained, and those who chose to remain must be prepared for the psychological toll. "Master, we have already selected 20 suitable candidates. Among them are two who are particularly beautiful and clean. Would you like to see them? Suen waved his hands dismissively. No, I must first take a shower. With that, he swiftly made his way back to the villa's bathing area. While Lu Hui's high loyalty was indeed a blessing, at times it bordered on fanaticism. His intention in bringing these individuals back was not for personal indulgence, but rather for future planning. Moreover, with so many women, he could hardly manage. He possessed no enhancements to his vitality, and it could prove fatal. However, aside from Suen, everyone believed that these young women were merely brought in for his own enjoyment, including Xueqingyu. There may be other underlying reasons, but this is undoubtedly true. Otherwise, why not summon stronger, more practical men? If Suen were aware of this, he would undoubtedly cry out in protest. What would he do? It was not as though he could invite some men over to increase their favorability. The condition for granting abilities is a minimum of 60 points, which corresponds to at least a level of admiration. The mere thought of a group of men harboring a special brotherly bond towards him is enough to send shivers down his spine. He could endure a surprise visit from the young women, but an unexpected encounter with close friends would truly drive him to violence. Recalling his middle school days, he was a boarder, and during the lunar holiday, most of his roommates returned home, leaving only him and two others to spend the night in the dormitory. The sight of those two caused indelible harm to his tender psyche, frightening him enough to request a dormitory change from his homeroom teacher the very next day. Yet, he always felt that the way those two looked at him was somewhat unsettling. Therefore, even during holidays when he could have stayed at the dormitory, he opted to spend the night at an internet cafe instead. The sport of fencing became a haunting shadow from his childhood, filled with aversion and fear. After preparing the bathwater, Suen comfortably settled into it. With no crowing roosters and the solar water heater functioning again, he enjoyed a bath of warm water. Naturally, only the Eternal Adventure Group could afford such luxury, as most water resources in the outside world had dried up, forcing people to resort to drilling for groundwater. However, groundwater is not limitless. With many needing to share little water, they had to be frugal even with drinking, let alone bathing. At that moment, the bathroom door creaked open, and the little maid, Xiao, entered with a flushed complexion. "Master, may I help you with your back?" Suen did not refuse, leaning over the bathtub and relishing Xiao's ministrations. This day had been exceptionally exhausting. Had it not been for the replication of Qing Xia as restorative ability, he would have long since collapsed. Killing is indeed a physically demanding task, especially when the targets are awakened beings. While enjoying the moment, Suen also quietly organized all the abilities he could currently offer, totaling around 60. However, most were subpar. Abilities below C grade were not worthy of consideration, as the individuals he summoned were intended to bolster combat strength. Abilities below C grade are simply inadequate for the battlefield, their fighting capacity severely limited. After some calculations, he found about 20 abilities eligible for granting. His aim is 200 or even more. He has barely amassed 1/10 of what he needs. This implies that he must eliminate at least 10 more venomous serpent adventure groups to meet his requirements. The thought alone is quite bothersome. The only bit of good news is that his proficiency in plundering abilities has reached 75. With just 25 more points, he can advance to level 3. It takes 10 abilities to progress from level 1 to level 2 and 100 to ascend from level 2 to 3. In other words, he is merely 25 abilities away from leveling up. It remains uncertain whether new functionalities will be unlocked upon reaching level 3. While Suen was lamenting, Xueqingyu stealthily slipped away from outside the bathroom. Despite his desire to enter, he found himself lacking the courage at that crucial moment. Chapter 64. The 3 stages of the first apocalypse. After a shower, Suen donned a bathrobe and proceeded to his exclusive office. This space had been meticulously crafted for him by Lu Hui. The decor exuded opulence, with the velvet carpet being the most unremarkable element of the room. A plethora of antique artworks adorned the walls, and the desk was sculpted from a singular piece of high-grade golden silkwood. In the pre-apocalyptic world, such a desk would have been valued in the tens of millions. Due to its scarcity, even in this post-apocalyptic era, it remained a coveted item among the upper echelons of various adventurer groups. However, Suen found it quite perplexing that his desk was cluttered with provocative photo collections of Xiao, and the walls were festooned with sensual posters of her, many of which Lu Hui had recently commissioned. Suen struggled to comprehend Lu Hui's intentions, ultimately surmising that it must stem from maternal affection. Her love for her daughter was so profound that even in the midst of an apocalypse, she endeavored to help Xiao fulfill her dream of stardom. Not dwelling on the matter further, Suin took out his notebook and began to sketch and write. At noon the day after tomorrow, the second phase of the zombie apocalypse would commence punctually. The first phase was termed the zombie apocalypse. There are a total of 3 phases. The initial phase lasted for 31 days, during which the first 7 days were relatively mundane, featuring only a few zombies and perhaps some mutated variants. Following this, a transition period would occur, marked by a surge of bats and crows. This transitional period, characterized by a minimal number of awakened individuals and a protracted duration, was the most arduous for the survivors. After enduring the onslaught of crows, there would be a 3-day respite before entering the second phase. The second phase represents an upgraded version of the first. The zombies at this point are naturally evolved specimens. Yet as we enter the second phase, bows, or biological weapons, will emerge. These bows are genetically modified entities, exhibiting significantly enhanced strength. If tanks represent the pinnacle of the current phase, then in the second phase, they would merely be relegated to the sewers. The initial level of bows is at least LV8, marking the pinnacle of ordinary zombies' evolution. The danger level in the second phase far exceeds that of the first, with risks escalating tenfold. However, with high risk comes the promise of immense opportunity. During the second phase, numerous abandoned laboratories will inexplicably manifest, concealing an array of high-tech items, advanced combat suits, alloy blades, enhancement potions, and more. These laboratories vary in size and the degree of danger they present, with larger facilities housing superior items, albeit with an increased presence of formidable bows lurking within. Following the second phase, a plethora of supply crates will emerge, surpassing the initial phase by several magnitudes. Most of these crates are cleverly concealed within laboratories. If the primary objective of the first phase is survival, then the second phase pivots towards combat. Only by relentlessly conquering laboratories and acquiring advanced technological resources can one qualify to face the final stage of the zombie apocalypse. In the third phase, titled Zombie Rampage, all zombies and bioorganic weapons, BOW, will zealously assault humanity. Wherever there are living beings, a relentless tide of the undead will ensue, an onslaught that can never be fully eradicated. This continuous assault will persist for an entire week before subsiding. Those unable to withstand the onslaught will be utterly consumed, while those who endure will earn the right to advance to the penultimate stage of the apocalypse. Suin must now rely on his prior life's experiences to outline the forthcoming laboratory locations, their sizes, and their resource richness, striving to conquer the most advantageous laboratories at the earliest opportunity to procure the items he desires. Among them, several laboratories yield unique and invaluable resources. It is imperative to monopolize these premier laboratories and gather all their treasures. Upon recollection, approximately 200 laboratories of varying sizes are expected to emerge in the Sioux region. They are categorized into 6 distinct levels based on their safety coefficients. The laboratories rated with a safety coefficient of 6 are, paradoxically, the most perilous yet also the richest in resources, with their numbers capped at no more than 10. Conversely, those with a safety coefficient of 1 are the least desirable. Abundant, yet utterly worthless, so much so that he hardly cares to glance at them. His ambitions lie with the tiers rated 4 to 6. Among these, the laboratories with a safety coefficient of 6 refresh once every week, and he is confident in his ability to claim each one. However, the laboratories rated 4 and 5 refresh all at once, necessitating swift action. Suin sighed in resignation, acknowledging the lack of manpower and special abilities. The newly recruited members are still few in number, and he has yet to cultivate rapport with the women, rendering him unable to bestow abilities upon them. Time, alas, is exceedingly tight, and preparation has been scant. Contemplating his next move, Suin instructed Lu Hui to bring the 20 newly selected members who had passed the assessment. He could only hope to ascertain their utility for the time being. Since Lu Hui had selected them, their compliance would likely be high, though their affinity remains uncertain. If all else fails, he might have to resort to more direct methods. It is often said that the quickest way to a woman's heart is through genuine desire. Perhaps he could explore the possibility of utilizing restorative abilities later with Li Xiaoyu. Before long, Lu Hui arrived at the office with the chosen 20 women. Gently, she massaged Su An's temples from behind and softly commanded the new members. "Please remove your clothing. Master, take a look and see whom you prefer for tonight." The young ladies did not hesitate in the slightest, displaying utmost obedience. Suin hastily raised his hand to intervene, urging them to don their garments once more, as he realized that Lu Hui had misconstrued his intentions. He was not in a position to indulge in such distractions. There were too many pressing matters at hand to enjoy such frivolities. With a tinge of regret, the young women complied and dressed appropriately. Suin then meticulously scrutinized this new cohort of members, while their physical beauty was noteworthy. It was their favorability that held paramount importance. To his astonishment, the lowest favorability score was already over 70, and some had even reached an astounding 99. Suin was bewildered. What had transpired? He had never actively endeavored to enhance their favorability, so how had it inexplicably risen to such heights? Had they been somehow brainwashed? A flicker of admiration crossed Suin's face as he regarded Lu Hui. She certainly possessed a remarkable talent, and there was still much more to uncover. Is the master not pleased? There are even younger and equally beautiful candidates, Lu Hui suggested. Suin quickly waved his hands in denial. No, no, no. I am exceedingly satisfied, beyond measure. From now on, you shall have full authority over the evaluation of new team members. Conduct it as you see fit. And I shall wholeheartedly support you. The sudden availability of 20 individuals to enhance favorability was akin to a timely gift from the heavens. Overwhelmed with joy, he could not resist pulling the beautiful woman into his embrace, bestowing upon her a fervent kiss. Lu Hui stiffened, her eyes widening in disbelief. Entirely unprepared for Suin's willingness to engage with her, she trembled with excitement as her repressed emotions surged forth like a tidal wave. Chapter 65. Misunderstandings and Generations. Suin quickly averted his gaze, reminding himself of the importance of the task at hand. He needed to bestow powers upon these new members and arrange their abilities accordingly. He casually instructed the 20 young women, "Please come to my room this evening." However, he immediately recognized the potential for misunderstanding in his choice of words and swiftly corrected himself. "Let us do it here. There is no need to go to my room tonight." Lu Hui shot him a playful glare, biting her crimson lip as she rose to assist him with his buttons. In her eyes, he could do no wrong. She was entirely devoted to him, her very soul belonging to him. "Wait, what are you doing?" "That is not what I meant. I intend to grant them powers, not what you might be thinking," Suin exclaimed. "Liu is chic flushed crimson." And she hurriedly stepped aside. "I'm sorry, master, I—" Suin waved his hand dismissively. "It's all right." He then approached the new members, gently tapping each of their faces, resulting in the completion of their transformation into artificial awakeners. "I have now bestowed upon each of you a unique ability, which means you are all now awakeners." The young women felt the changes within themselves, their eyes widening in astonishment, as if Lu Hui had foretold this moment. The master is omnipotent, exuding a greatness akin to that of a deity. By offering unwavering loyalty, one can receive unimaginable gifts and blessings. In this moment, no one doubted the words spoken by Lu Hui. Suin's gaze grew increasingly fervent and reverential, with the affection levels surging dramatically. 8 individuals instantly reached a score of 100, while the lowest among them stood at 91. Subsequently, they all knelt in unison, expressing their gratitude for their master's grace. Suin, observing this scene, nodded in satisfaction, marveling at how swiftly their affection had escalated. "There's no need to kneel. Rise, all of you. Just remember to keep this matter forever concealed in your hearts, and do not discuss it amongst yourselves. This is the highest level of confidentiality within our organization, and there must not be the slightest leak. Do you understand?" "Understood, master. We shall never speak of it." "Very well, you may leave now. Seek out instructor Li Xiaoyu and allow her to guide you to the underground training facility. You must strive to master your abilities quickly, as your training time is limited. Do not become complacent." The new members joyfully descended the stairs, seeking out Li Xiaoyu for training. In an instant, they transformed from ordinary individuals into awakened beings, feeling as though they were in a dream. Reflecting on the bountiful treatment within the organization, so generous that even S-rank awakened beings envied it, the young women were moved to tears. Their master had been exceedingly kind to them. Joining the Changshengman Adventurers group to serve their master was undoubtedly the most commendable decision of their lives, without exception. Lu Hui, however, did not accompany the new members as they departed. She had noticed Suin bending slightly when he stood, an action laden with intention that she understood well. Gradually, she approached Suin from behind, exhaling softly. "Do you require my assistance, master?" Suin hesitated momentarily. "Perhaps another day. Let us invite Xiao Xiao over first." "You wish for Xiao Xiao?" Lu Hui hesitated, biting her lip. "Very well, I shall summon her." Suin, fearing Lu Hui might misconstrue his intentions, quickly clarified. "I intend to grant Xiao Xiao an ability. After all, she hold a position within the upper echelons of the organization. It would be inappropriate not to bestow her with an ability. Throughout their time together, the young girl's affection inexplicably rose to 99, surpassing that of Xueqingyu by 2 points. This made Suen somewhat suspicious. Had Lu Hui somehow brainwashed Xiao Xiao? That seemed unlikely. Liu Yi smiled funny, choosing not to comment as she went downstairs to fetch Xiao Xiao. Suen sighed and sank into his chair, fearing that everyone now perceived him as a fool, completely oblivious to his true nature. The stigma was so entrenched that even diving into the Yellow River could not cleanse it. To be honest, he had only shared a minor secret with Li Xiaoyu. He had not engaged with anyone else. He felt somewhat wronged, yet he had no means to argue against it. It was impossible to reveal to others that he possessed a system and had been reborn, all in preparation for the future. Transparency was out of the question. It would never happen in this lifetime. If he was to be labeled a fool, so be it. One day, he would indeed solidify that reputation. After the initial cataclysm had passed, the Adventurers Guild had settled into a semblance of stability, and they embarked on a new journey. Before long, Xiao Xiao arrived at the office. Suen gently pulled the obedient little maid onto his lap and casually activated a newfound ability. He still had 2 S-level powers to bestow. One was the recently acquired Divine Flame Corruption, and the other was the Sandstone Sovereign obtained from the second-in-command of Sin Island. The former was fraught with limitations, boasting a high mortality rate and insufficient combat prowess, with stringent usage conditions that rendered it ill-suited for Xiao Xiao. In contrast, the Sandstone Sovereign was far more advantageous. As the guild's logistics supervisor, Xiao Xiao would benefit from its formidable strength and its capacity to temporarily establish outposts and transport supplies. Thus, Suen decided to gift her the Sandstone Sovereign. Here, SA power for you. Let's see if you like it, he said with a playful poke at Xiao Xiao's little nose. As Xiao Xiao felt the surge of her newly acquired ability, she merely raised her hand, and the dust in the room began to float gracefully. She then dove into Suen's embrace. Thank you, master. You're the best. Suen tenderly stroked her silky hair, his expression softening. Although Xiao Xiao was young, she was exceptionally understanding. Whenever he beheld her pure, unblemished smile, devoid of any shadow of sorrow, he felt an irresistible sense of relaxation wash over him. In this bleak apocalypse, she was like a delicate and pristine flower, a rare gem amidst the darkness. Unbeknownst to him, he had come to regard this thoughtful little maid as akin to a cherished younger sister. Master, when it's just the two of you, may I call you something else? She inquired. Of course, you may call me whatever you wish. Xiao Xiao nestled closer and murmured softly. Suen was taken aback. It seems that, perhaps, the sibling affection has taken an unexpected turn. Chapter 66. Li Xiaoyu requests support to mitigate damage as night fell. Suen reclined on his bed, propping his legs up while reading, waiting for Li Xiaoyu's return. What was he doing? Naturally, he was anticipating the routine submission of assignments. The day's events had been rather overwhelming, and for the sake of his mental well-being, it was essential to occasionally lighten the atmosphere. However, after waiting for considerable time, without any sign of Li Xiaoyu, Suen reluctantly succumbed to slumber. In recent days, the influx of new recruits had been somewhat overwhelming. With the addition of today's newcomers, there are now over 400 individuals to assess and evaluate. As the guild's head coach, Suen understood that Li Xiaoyu must have been quite preoccupied. However, unbeknownst to him, Li Xiaoyu was not engaged with the new members, but was instead attempting to persuade Xueqingyu. Qingyu, let us not beat around the bush. Save the child, please. Xueqingyu's face flushed crimson at his words. You were the one who insisted on going. I had no idea his attack power would be so formidable. Every strike is a critical hit, far more terrifying than the endless. Li Xiaoyu confessed, still shaken. I can't. I know nothing. I cannot assist you. Xueqingyu protested, shaking her head vigorously. Upon witnessing the timid demeanor of Xueqingyu, who remained steadfast despite the circumstances, Li Xiaoyu urged her forward, exclaiming in frustration. You must seize this opportunity. Just look at how, within a mere few days, our courtyard has become graced by the presence of hundreds of beautiful sisters. And observe how Sister Lu Hui and Xiao Xiao have nearly become inseparable from Suen's bed. If you delay any longer, you shall surely miss the last train. Surely not. Xueqingyu replied, her gaze evasive. How could not be so? I tell you, in no time, you may find yourself left out entirely. Just look at those new arrivals. Which one of them does not aspire to share a bed with him? You ought to brace yourself for regret. Some of those sisters in the courtyard are certainly not inferior to you, you know? I wonder how long Sue can endure this. If it were me, I cannot bear it. I'd change partners daily, or rather, 3 times a day. A timid soul, like you, might take years to even consider it. And forgetting is perfectly normal. Yu found herself momentarily speechless. She was acutely aware of her own timidity. Having harbored a secret crush on Sue throughout her university years without ever daring to request his phone number. After 2 years of unspoken affection, she had exchanged hardly a few words with him. Yet, when it came to matters of the heart, she was utterly clueless. She could not discern whether Li Xiaoyu's words were genuine or simply playful banter. Noticing Xue Qingyu's hesitation, Li Xiaoyu promptly began to encourage her further. You may not understand, but I can teach you. We are the best of sisters. How can I not assist you? No one knows my dear Suan better than I do. Gulme, let us go tonight. Tonight? Is that feasible? Next time, I promise. Very well, but you mustn't waver again. With no other choice, Li Xiaoyu returned home, feeling disgruntled as she faced the tempest alone. The following morning, after breakfast, Su En, accompanied by several sisters, once more made his way to the talent market. Following the announcement made the previous day that today would be the final opportunity for recruitment into the Chongqing Adventure Team, the turnout was particularly large. Moreover, after the previous day's annihilation of the Venomous Serpent Adventure Team, the reputation of the Chongqing Adventure Team had soared, bolstered by its extraordinary benefits. The number of applicants was truly staggering. Even before their arrival, a long queue had formed overnight. Some sisters had even braved the night on foot to apply. While the number of zombies in the wild was minimal, long-distance trekking across regions still posed considerable dangers, potentially even fatal. Nonetheless, this did not deter the sisters from aspiring to join the Chongqing Adventure Team. Suan could not help but wonder if all the beautiful sisters in Su Di had converged here to enlist. Even if not, the number was certainly quite substantial. Fortunately, the previous day had seen 20 sisters officially join the team. To mitigate the overwhelming number of applicants that might leave Xue Qingyu flustered, Suan decided to bring along 10 new members. As anticipated, the response was indeed overwhelming. One recruitment point was insufficient, necessitating the establishment of 5 separate points to accommodate the influx. However, the recruitment process was not without its challenges. There were always individuals seeking to cause trouble. Suddenly, an off-road vehicle pulled up to the recruitment point and came to a halt. A middle-aged gentleman clad in a suit, accompanied by several awakened individuals, gracefully descended from the vehicle and approached Suan. You must be Captain Su, he began with an air of respect. I am Wu Xen, the president of the 100 Alliance. The newcomer made a courteous self-introduction. Suan raised an eyebrow, glancing at the man's head. Ability, Teleportation S. Wealth value, 110,000. This individual possessed a spatial ability, not of the storage variety, but rather one inclined towards combat. It was indeed a commendable ability, the pinnacle among escape talents. His wealth was substantial, a total of 110,000, several times greater than Ma San's, and even his entourage consisted of 2 A-class and 2 B-class awakened individuals, underscoring the significance of the 100 Alliance president's status. The 100 Alliance was at the helm of this Survivor Alliance conference. Clearly, Wu Xin was the leader of the dominant faction. Despite his refined demeanor, he exhibited a high level of vigilance, maintaining a safe distance from Su throughout their interaction, showing no inclination to shake hands or engage in pleasantries. Suan was reluctant to approach him directly for a forced replication, as the man specialized in evasive spatial abilities, making him virtually uncatchable. What brings you here, President Wu Xin? I wonder what insights you may wish to share. Suan remarked, his displeasure evident as he pursed his lips. The matter with the Serpent Adventure Group was orchestrated by your alliance, was it not? Usin in Guit? Getting straight to the point. Indeed, that was my doing. Is there a problem? Suan shrugged nonchalantly. Noticing Su En's flippant demeanor, Wu Xin remained composed. I shall refrain from excessive formalities. The grievances between your alliance and the Serpent Adventure Group are of no concern to us. The outcome shall depend on each party's capabilities. The Serpent Adventure Group is responsible for overseeing this venue, since your alliance has eradicated them. You should rightfully claim jurisdiction over this area. However, your alliance has not previously attended a 100 Alliance meeting, and thus, there is considerable disagreement regarding your claim to this venue. I hope, Captain Su, that you might attend a 100 Alliance meeting to provide clarity, which would also enable you to legitimately acquire jurisdiction over this venue. What are your thoughts, Captain Su? Upon hearing Wu Xian's words, Suen felt little intrigue. His stronghold was not located outside the city. Taking over such a vast venue offered him no advantages. To put it mildly, it was jurisdiction. To put it bluntly, it was akin to being a caretaker, providing free safety and shelter to these survivors. Other factions could utilize this opportunity to attract higher-level Awaken individuals. But he had no need for such endeavors. Why venture to others' territories when he could easily recruit? Free riding could indeed become an addiction. Yet, as Suen pondered, a thought struck him, and he hastily inquired, "Are you holding a meeting today? How many will be attending?" Wu Xian nodded. "Yes, today's meeting is quite significant. The resources in the outskirts of the city have nearly depleted, and we are discussing when to initiate a large-scale counteroffensive into the deeper urban areas. Most adventure groups will participate, and for both public and personal reasons, I sincerely hope the Chongqing Adventure Group will attend." Suen's eyes sparkled with excitement. With most adventure teams present, he had effectively found himself amidst a gathering of awakened ones. He felt a compelling urge to participate. It was his duty to counterattack the urban area. Chapter 67. The 100 Alliance meeting soon after. Suen exchanged a few words with Xue Qingyu and the others before following Wu Xian into the vehicle. "Isn't Captain Su bringing a few guard along?" Most leaders of adventure teams were accompanied by personal protectors. After all, even S-rank awakened, one has vulnerabilities and faces dangers, which is why the leaders uniformly equip themselves with guardians. "I cannot afford such luxuries with my limited household staff," Suen replied lazily. He spoke the truth. He truly could not spare anyone for protection. Moreover, he seemingly had no need for guards, as he possessed no significant weaknesses. Even if someone were to discover a flaw and attempt to exploit it, the moment they approached him, that weakness would vanish. He was currently a harbinger of misfortune. Anyone who crossed his path would find themselves in dire straits. The lightest consequence of encountering him could result in utter ruin. Seeing Suen's nonchalance, Wu Xian chose not to press further, attributing it to the youthful arrogance of Suen. After traveling for over 100 kilometers, they finally arrived at the so-called 100 Alliance meeting. It was a venue constructed from rudimentary materials, featuring a tattered carpet, 100 or so tables and benches, and a large blackboard. Rather than a formal meeting place, it resembled a modest classroom in a mountainous area. Given the constraints, it was a satisfactory location for discussions. The venue was already bustling with people, with an initial estimate of no fewer than 200 to 300 attendees. However, only around 70 or 80 were in charge, while the remainder stood as guards. Yet, without exception, all present were awakened ones, and they were predominantly high-ranking. The lowest among them were C-rank. Suen's eyes gleamed with interest. Upon Wu Xian's arrival, several leaders rose to greet him. Wu Xian adeptly exchanged pleasantries before making his way to the podium, gesturing for Su and to join him. "Captain Su, please take a seat in the front row." The closer one sat to the front, the more formidable the adventure team's strength was deemed. The Viper adventure team was a top-tier force, and having vanquished them, the Chongqing adventure team was naturally not to be underestimated, deserving of a position in the forefront. Suen leisurely approached an empty seat in the front row and sat down with confidence. "I would like to introduce everyone to this gentleman, the leader of the Chongqing adventure team, Captain Suen. I trust that the name Chongqing adventure team is not unfamiliar to you." "Unfamiliar? Hardly." In just a matter of days, the reputation of the Chongqing adventure team had exploded within the circles of Su. The sudden rise of this adventure team had piqued everyone's curiosity, especially regarding their exorbitant recruitment offers that left many envious. There are some who harbor trepidation, for in merely half a day's time, the Venomous Serpent Adventurers Guild was vanquished, a display of might that surpasses that of 99% of all adventurer groups. It is likely that only those ranked among the top 5 can rival such prowess. The crowd erupted into a chorus of murmurs. Today, Captain Su has also come to participate in the counteroffensive meeting, contributing to the cause while simultaneously vying for jurisdiction over the number 16 venue, an area that was once under the purview of the Venomous Serpent Mercenary Guild. Upon hearing Wu Xian's words, the assembly fell into a hushed silence. Each individual exchanged glances, choosing to remain mute. Prior to Suen's arrival, the dissenting voices had been vociferous, yet now, with the principal figure present, none dared to speak. It is easy to stab someone in the back, but to openly confront them is a different matter altogether. This is not merely a question of courage. It is intrinsically linked to strength. No one wishes to become the next victim, like the Venomous Serpent Adventurers Guild. "I, the Wild Wolf, do not agree," declared a scar-faced brute, audaciously propping his legs upon the table and challenging Suin with a glance. I expected the leader of the Chongsheng Adventurers Guild to be a formidable character. It turns out he is but a mere boy. The scar-faced man leaned forward, his neck craned toward Suin. I have heard tales of how you entice young maidens with exorbitant offers, luring hundreds daily. Can your fragile frame withstand such pursuits? Ah! Upon hearing the words of the scar-faced man, Wu Xian on the podium shook his head in resignation. Indeed, one fears what one encounters. This scar-faced man, known as Wild Wolf, is the leader of the Wolf Fong Adventurers Guild, a renowned S-Class Awakened, commanding a following of over 200 awakened individuals, placing his guild among the top 3. Wild Wolf is notorious for his ferocity and tempestuous temperament. It is said that prior to the apocalypse, he was a henchman in the underworld, having taken many lives. Following his awakening in the post-apocalyptic world, Wild Wolf promptly annihilated his former gang, fashioning his leader's skull into a goblet. The number of souls claimed by his hand may well exceed those of the undead he has slain, earning him the title of a veritable god of death. Few dare to provoke him throughout the entirety of Su Di. Since Wild Wolf has voiced his opposition, it seems this matter will not be resolved amicably. Suin cast a nonchalant glance at Wild Wolf. Ability: Endless Fury S. Wealth value: 78,000. This S-Class enhancement type combat ability is renowned for its high recovery and devastating power. Upon activation, every cell within the body undergoes explosive enhancement, causing combat strength to ascend several tiers. With the passage of time during the ability's activation, the combat prowess continues to rise, and upon deactivation, no residual effects remain. It is a rare ability, albeit one that imposes considerable pressure on a user's temperament. Prolonged use may lead to the anger imbued within the ability significantly affecting the user's own disposition. Over time, those with weak resolve are easily transformed into mere instruments of slaughter, becoming madmen. Therefore, most possessors of boundless rage appear cultured and refined on the surface, only revealing their brutal nature upon unleashing their extraordinary powers, resembling entirely different beings. Clearly, this mad wolf cannot fully master such an ability. Word Uxin, the situation might have been more favorable. As for the considerable wealth of the mad wolf, second only to Uxin, Suin regards it with indifference, considering it merely a trifling matter, unworthy of excitement. Nonetheless, even trifles have value, and he reluctantly accepted it. Uxin, the president. I wonder which venue this mad wolf commander presides over. 3 venues, 4, 5, and 6, Uxin instinctively replied. Suin slowly rose, a smile spreading across his face. From this day forth, venues 4, 5, and 6 shall belong to my Eternal Life Adventure Group. Who stand in favor, and who stand opposed? Chapter 68. The Black Rose remains upon Suin's declaration. The crowd was taken aback. Goodness, this lad is audacious. More reckless than the mad wolf. He is nothing short a madman, or perhaps a fool. I wager that within 5 minutes, he will be torn apart by the mad wolf. The mad wolf ought to deal with him. I've long found this fellow insufferable. It's hard to say. What if he is also an S-Class Awakener? The outcome is uncertain. Even among S-Class, there are distinctions. Do you comprehend the significance of boundless rage? This lad is surely doomed, mark my words. I challenge anyone to wager against me. I bet a sack of rice. I refuse to gamble. Come on, if the mad wolf loses, I'll give you 10 sacks of rice. If that lad loses, you only need to give me half a sack. Don't be so stingy. I can't afford to play. Everyone knows the mad wolf's prowess in solo combat. None present can rival him, not even President Uxin. The mad wolf's temper is explosive, like a powder keg, igniting with the slightest provocation. And only this newcomer dares to challenge him. Youth is indeed a double-edged sword, emboldening the naive to speak without restraint. They want to know how they met their end when provoking the mad wolf. Upon hearing Suin's brazen words, the mad wolf was initially taken aback, then erupted into laughter. You wish to claim my territory? Do you intend to make me die of laughter, kid? Ha ha ha. With that, he smashed the table into splinters and slowly rose, his body radiating a blood-red hue, his eyes gradually turning a deep crimson. He was already in a state of boundless rage, displaying extreme volatility. It seems some fools have never witnessed the mad wolf's might. Boy, the mad wolf has claimed more lives than you've had meals. Come here and let me teach you what it means to be human. Fools should behave like fools. Suin was unyielding. He activated multiple amplification abilities and vanished from sight, only to reappear before the Mad Wolf. With a fist charged with explosive force, he struck toward the Mad Wolf's abdomen. The Mad Wolf laughed heartily, choosing not to evade, determined to take Su-En's punch head-on. He possessed unwavering confidence in his defensive capabilities. With a resounding thud, a punch landed, producing a muffled echo as a fierce gust of wind surged from behind the Wild Wolf, creating a massive hole in the wall. Yet, the Wild Wolf remained as steadfast as a mountain, not retreating a single step. "Ha ha, you're merely tickling me, are you? Come, let me allow you another punch. If I take a step back, then it is on me." Suddenly, the Wild Wolf's laughter froze on his face. A wave of weakness enveloped him, and the amplification brought on by his boundless fury dissipated rapidly, vanishing entirely in the blink of an eye. No matter how he attempted to activate his abilities, they were rendered ineffective. He felt as if he had reverted to an ordinary person. With a swift motion, Su-En seized the Wild Wolf's head with one hand, effortlessly lifting his robust frame into the air. "I am not negotiating with you. This is a command. Do you understand?" The Wild Wolf felt his skull creaking, as if it would shatter, and he could only emit a series of agonizing cries. It seemed to do not comprehend. Su-En, with sudden force, crushed the Wild Wolf's head, splattering crimson and white matter everywhere. In a flash, he incapacitated the bewildered guard beside the Wild Wolf, holding him aloft. After executing this, he slowly turned to face the assembly, his demeanor calm. "I shall ask once more, who is in favor and who is opposed?" In an instant, the venue fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone stared in astonishment. Even the usually genteel Yuuzhan was taken aback. One punch, merely a single punch, had dispatched the Wild Wolf? His brain had been crushed? What manner of monstrosity was this? It was so absurd that he seemed almost inhuman. Who would dare oppose now? Even Yuuzhan, the president, lacked the courage to voice dissent, let alone the others. Those of timid disposition felt as though they were committing a crime merely by glancing at Su-En, and they were ready to flee at the first opportunity. With no one daring to object, the venues numbered 4, 5, 6, and 16 would henceforth belong to the Black Rose Mercenary Corps. Su-En had no intention of claiming these venues for himself, but rather intended to hand them over to the Black Rose. Indeed, the Black Rose had also arrived. He was somewhat surprised. Initially, he believed that without Xue Qingyu, the Black Rose would not come to fruition, yet it had materialized nonetheless. Leading the Black Rose at this moment was the so-called Ice Sorceress, Bai Li Bing, a cold woman clad in black, wielding a black umbrella. She appeared to be in her 20s, her exquisite visage betraying little emotion. She was a woman whose abilities, temperament, and conduct were all chillingly extreme. One could liken her less to a human and more to a work of ice sculpture. Initially, when the Black Rose was formed, it boasted 2 S-class awakened individuals. One was Xue Qingyu, and the other was the present Bai Li Bing. Xue Qingyu wielded the S-class ability of lightning control, while Bai Li Bing possessed the S-class top-tier ice ability, momentary eternal frost. With 2 formidable S-class awakened beings at the helm, the Black Rose swiftly ascended to become a superpower in Sudi. Although the absence of Xue Qingyu was palpable, the Black Rose still had Bai Li Bing as its cornerstone, ensuring its strength remained among the foremost of the various adventure groups in Sudi. Upon his arrival, Su-En quickly discerned Bai Li Bing's presence, leading him to deduce that the Black Rose continued to exist in this world. While he remained uncertain as to why the Black Rose had aided him in his previous life, he recognized the debt of gratitude he owed. In this life, he was more than willing to extend a helping hand to the Black Rose, viewing it as a means to repay his past obligations and also as compensation for the abduction of Xue Qingyu. Upon hearing Su-En's words, Bai Li Bing furrowed her brows slightly. In her recollection, there was no intersection between her life and that of the man before her. They had never crossed paths prior to the apocalypse, nor had they after, and today marked their first encounter. She found it puzzling why he would offer her such vast territories without reason. Instinctively, she prepared to decline his generous proposal. However, at that moment, Su-En spoke up, surveying the attendees with a benevolent smile. "I must excuse myself, as I have pressing matters to attend to. I sincerely apologize for interrupting your enjoyment. Once I have resolved my affairs, I shall visit you all to express my apologies, particularly to the friend who discreetly spoke ill of me earlier. I shall be all ears." With a mocking laugh, Su-En turned to leave, dragging the lifeless form of the Wolf King behind him. With the Wolf King deceased, he had to hurry to seize the opportunity at the Wolf King's estate. Losing even a single awakened being was a significant setback. As for the others, he could afford to take his time with them. The more assertive he appeared, the greater the fear he instilled, prompting others to strive even harder to fortify themselves for self-preservation, which was precisely the outcome he sought. A lamb that understood how to fatten itself was truly a source of ease. Chapter 69, presenting an exorbitant gift to the Chongqing adventurer group after Su An's departure. The venue fell into a prolonged silence, with no one daring to break the oppressive atmosphere. Who was it that claimed Captain Su would be killed by the Wolf King? Not me. I didn't say that. Don't look at me. I never uttered such words. WDNMD, it was I who said it. My cabinet has moved, and I no longer wish to play. It was merely a casual remark. Surely it wouldn't lead to resentment, would it? This was what one might call an unexpected calamity. No one anticipated that Suan would leave within 3 minutes, taking the Wolf King's life and leaving behind some rather unfriendly remarks. If the adventurers had previously regarded the Chongqing adventurer group with mere caution, they now felt profound terror. No one wanted to become Su An's next target, like the Wolf King. Captain Zhang, you were the most vocal just now. Don't you have half a Yindian ham at home? I suggest you slice off half and send it over. After more than a month of apocalyptic trials, fresh meat had become nearly impossible to procure. Even if one were to unearth fresh meat from the city, it would likely be rotten and foul. Fresh mouse meat is regarded as a luxury, while what most people refer to as meat is predominantly composed of processed items like ham sausages. By merely adding a morsel of ham the size of a knuckle to a meal, one can boast about enjoying a lavish feast. Currently, the most exquisite delicacies consist of cured meats and hams. However, their availability is exceedingly scarce. Even the leaders of various adventure groups may not be able to afford them. A select few may possess a piece or two, yet they are reluctant to indulge, opting instead to preserve them as treasured possessions. Presenting half a ham as a gift is considered the epitome of extravagance. What grievances could not be resolved with such a gift? It seems that the Chongqing Adventure Group also holds this exceptional delicacy in high regard. Leader Zhang's complexion oscillated between hues of green and purple, contorting in distress. He understood the implications, but alas, it was half a Yunnan ham. In today's world, such a treasure is rare. He couldn't bear to consume it himself. Merely inhaling its aroma daily sent him into raptures. To part with it as a gift felt akin to a heart-wrenching sacrifice. The Chongqing Adventure Group, after all, is not lacking in provisions. Their recruitment offers ample rewards, and they dine on meat daily. Yet Leader Zhang's eyes betrayed his reluctance. Come now, Zhang. Let's just entertain the pleasantries. Someone suggested, when we recruit, do we not claim to provide meat? Reflect on whether what we offer could truly be called meat. A morsel the size of a finger, divided into 10 portions, is merely a token amount, yet we label it as meat? It's one thing to deceive others, but let us not deceive ourselves. Who among us is not craving meat? Who does not wish for grain? Who does not desire ham? Spare us your disparaging remarks. If you were to gift me half a ham, even if you killed my horse, I would forgive you with a smile. Better to part with it than face ruin, lest one day they extinguish you and the ham is lost as well. Leader Zhang slumped his chair, deflated like a punctured balloon. No one judged his reaction. Anyone in his position would feel the same anguish, perhaps even preferring death to relinquishing the ham. Meanwhile, Uxin at the podium fell into deep contemplation. He perceived more than others did. When Suan made his move earlier, he had failed to discern the nature of his abilities, let alone their level. Yet, it was evident that he possessed a formidable power, at least an S level. Unlike the others who trembled at Su An's ambiguous threats, he remained composed. In his view, Suan was merely indulging in bravado, seeking to save face in public, a common trait among the young. As long as one is rational, it is implausible to take on many adversaries. Nor could one group contend against the united might of the 100 alliances. Tomorrow, Zhang, present the ham to Leader Su, Uxin proposed. Not just Zhang, but all of us should contribute. Let us gather approximately half a ton of rice and flour and send it to Leader Su. Upon hearing Uxin's words, the crowd was left in astonishment. They were to send not only the ham, but also rice and flour, and in such substantial quantities? Half a ton of rice and flour. Even if 9/10 of the people present emptied their coffers, they would not amass such a sum. This is rice and flour we are speaking of. Even if dozens of adventurer groups pooled their resources, it would not be an easy feat. Wuxin discerned the confusion among the crowd. Everyone had witnessed the strength of Captain Su, who surpassed even the ferocious wolves. The foremost task now is to incorporate the Changsheng Adventure Group into the 100 Alliance in the forthcoming plan to retake the city. The Changsheng Adventure Group will play a significant role. Moreover, this exorbitant gift is not easily acquired. The more one takes, the more one must contribute, or else, well. Wuxin chuckled coldly. The crowd's eyes brightened at his words. It seemed Wuxin intended to push them into action. Such a bounty of food was an extraordinary gift, enough to tempt anyone. It was utterly irresistible. However, once they accepted it, they would be ensnared. They would either obediently serve as the vanguard in the impending counteroffensive or face the wrath of the 100 Alliance. Half a ton of rice and flour is indeed substantial. Yet when compared to the vast resources hidden within the city, it pales in significance. Suin is undeniably strong, but in the face of the 100 Alliance, he is merely a solitary figure, akin to a lone chicken amongst dogs. A club esquema, president y concur. I agree. Let us take them down. Count me in. Soon, all the adventure groups unanimously supported Wuxin's decision, save for the Black Rose, which refused to participate. Bailey coldly regarda Wuxin, a trace of a sardonic smile gracing her lips. Those who survive in this apocalyptic world and establish their own factions are no mere trifles. While Wuxin outwardly appeared to desire the Changsheng Adventure Group to lead, he secretly aimed to devour the entire group. Everyone present was aware of this. The counteroffensive in the city would undoubtedly be perilous. The current state of the city center remains unclear to all, yet danger is assured. The Changsheng Adventure Group, as the vanguard in an unfamiliar battlefield, would face the unknown and terrifying horde of mutated zombies, inevitably suffering devastating blows. Unless, of course, the Changsheng Adventure Group resided in the city center and knew it intimately. But is that even possible? Is the city center habitable now? The severely weakened Changsheng Adventure Group would swiftly be devoured by the others. Wuxin, though appearing genteel, possesses a heart darker than ink. Otherwise, he would not have ascended to the position of president. Bailey remained silent, rising to leave the assembly with her guards. Suin directly bestowed 4 territories upon the Black Rose. Though she could not fathom his motives, the 4 territories represented a vast fortune, and the Black Rose possessed only 1. This act of kindness held immense significance. She could not repay malice with benevolence. Moreover, as a female adventure group, the Black Rose found it exceedingly difficult to navigate this chaotic world, making detachment the wisest choice. As Bailing departed without uttering a word, Wuxin narrowed his eyes slightly and instructed his subordinate beside him to investigate the relationship between the Changsheng Adventure Team and the Black Rose. Additionally, he commanded to send someone to uncover the location of the Changsheng Adventure Team's base, dispatching a portion of his men to lie in ambush nearby. Tightening his bow tie, Wuxin couldn't suppress a sinister smile that flickered at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 70, New Function, Ability Fusion. At this moment, Suin had exited the Wolf Fong Adventure Team's base and returned to the recruitment point. After exchanging greetings with a few women, he promptly boarded the bus. Suin had spent less than an hour within the Wolf Fong Adventure Team, yet in that fleeting time, he had annihilated the entire Wolf Fong mercenary group. He had lost count of how many lives he had taken during that brief span, with the echoes of screams and cries still reverberating in his ears. His heart bore no trace of pity or sympathy. Only a flicker of rage continued to blaze within his chest. This was the aftermath of an unquenchable fury. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that the relentless wrath of the Mad Wolf proved formidable. Otherwise, he would not have been able to decimate the Wolf Fong Adventure Team in such a short duration. The Wolf Fong mercenary group was indeed a prominent entity, boasting 318 awakened individuals, including 18 of the A-grade awakened. It could be said that the Wolf Fong Adventure Team was among the most elite forces in Sudu. This time, he had acquired 318 abilities and approximately 30 tons of supplies from the entire Wolf Fong mercenary group. Although the quality of these supplies was rather mediocre, they constituted a substantial fortune in the realm of Sudu. Not everyone possessed the resources of Lord Tiger and the Island of Sinners. Opportunities to hoard supplies were fleeting. And now, even if one were extraordinarily powerful, it was too late to amass resources. Simultaneously, due to the recent acquisition of 318 abilities, his skill and ability plundering had successfully advanced to LV3 with a proficiency of 395. He also unlocked a new function, Same Attribute Fusion. Same Attribute Fusion allows for the fusion of abilities with identical attributes, resulting in the acquisition of a more advanced ability. This Same Attribute Fusion was indeed a game-changing capability. With this power, he could now merge inferior abilities into superior ones, transforming them into treasures. This was the true golden finger. With the existence of fusion, the creation of an entire team of S-grade adventurers was no longer a mere fantasy. Thus, Suen spent the better part of the day within the vehicle engrossed in the fusion of abilities. Iron Arm F, Stone Skin F, Calcification E, Calcification E, Muscle Enhancement E, Iron Skin E, Steel Body A, Diamond Skin A, Resplendent Body S, Fire Ability A, Fiery Breath A, Incinerating Flame S, Water Ability A, Ice Discrimination A, Eternal Moment S, Infinite Perception A, Toxin Enhancement A, Failing Middle School Physics. By evening, he had successfully synthesized 8 S-grade abilities and 40 A-grade abilities. Moreover, only a limited number of extraordinary abilities remain. Although several hundred abilities may seem abundant, they are, in fact, insufficient when utilized, leaving only a scant few after synthesis. Not all abilities of the same rank and attribute can fuse to elevate into a higher grade power. There exists a hierarchy even among abilities of the same level. The fusion of 2 low-grade F-level abilities will merely yield a high-quality F-level ability. To create a new E-level ability of random quality, one must combine either 2 low-grade F-level abilities or 1 high-quality F-level ability. As one progresses further, the complexity of synthesis increases significantly. Particularly when attempting to synthesize an S-level ability, it often requires 4 or 5 A-level abilities. Thus, the 40 A-level abilities currently in his possession may not even suffice to produce 10 S-level abilities. Suen had no choice but to concede. Presently, the household was overpopulated with individuals but lacking in resources. It was unrealistic for everyone to possess an S-level ability. Furthermore, with the second phase commencing tomorrow, there was no time to leisurely search for abilities to synthesize. He could only make do with A-level abilities for the time being. As dusk fell, the recruitment efforts of the Chongqing adventure team came to a close. A total of 500 young women had been enlisted today, adding to the approximately 400 already at the base, bringing the total to nearly 1,000. It is no exaggeration to say that the most beautiful women in the entire Su region had been largely recruited by the Chongqing adventure team. The remainder were either unwanted by the team or belonged to others. 3 large buses, carrying the 500 stunning young women, made their way toward the city center, albeit with some suspicious individuals stealthily trailing behind. Suen noticed the followers but paid them no heed, harboring no intention of confronting them. The reason he chose the city as their base was primarily for defensive purposes. The city was teeming with zombies, and the mutated creatures roamed freely in diverse forms. Without the path-clearing efforts of 2 combat-ready S-level awakened individuals and extensive knowledge of zombie identification, it would be nearly impossible to reach the city center safely. Returning to the city center felt as effortless as going home for him. However, for others, within less than 10 minutes, the pursuers were left far behind, destined to encounter a massive horde of zombies that prey on the weak. It was uncertain whether these individuals would even survive to find the Chongqing adventure team's base. The 3 buses returned safely to the base. After handing over the newcomers to Lu Hui, Suen proceeded directly to his office to organize the data, filtering out the laboratories slated for refreshment the following day and categorizing them according to their safety coefficients. He currently possessed 40 A-level abilities and 8 S-level abilities to distribute, meaning he could augment his ranks with an additional 48 tool individuals. When combined with the 20 from the previous day, the total reached 68. He planned to divide these 68 individuals into 8 teams, each led by an awakened individual and supplemented by several ordinary people for support, with the 8 teams set to tackle the laboratories independently. The ordinary individuals equipped for elimination should ideally be those predetermined for such a fate. Their demise would evoke no sorrow. Conversely, if they survive, it grants them a second opportunity to undergo the assessment for group inclusion. Suen summoned Lu Hui to his office. How many passed the assessment today? Master, we have identified 60 new group members today. 60, is it? That suffices. Bring 8 of them to me. Understood, Master. Before long, Lu Hui arrived with 8 exquisite, fair-skinned young women. Each of these new members possessed striking beauty, varying in stature and charm, seemingly chosen intentionally by Lu Hui for their superior looks. Lu Hui issued the same commands as the previous day. He was aware of Lu Hui's deliberate provocations, and though he had been striving to maintain his composure to prevent any disruptions, her repeated challenges ignited his frustration. Coupled with the excessive consumption of unbridled rage earlier, he decided to disregard the matter entirely, stating coolly, "You intend to use this as a test for the cadres?" In Chapter 71, 8 small teams, Lu Hui presented herself before Su and with an air of humility, as insignificant as a speck of dust. The prolonged distortion of her emotions had transformed her into a different person, as she endeavored to please Su and with all her might. Suin reclined in his chair, feeling a twinge of headache. He had observed Lu Hui's gradual transformation, aware that her feelings for him were multifaceted. Yet, he had never sought to rectify or guide her, nor offered any comfort. Perhaps her fervent loyalty bordered on madness. This was what he desired most. At his core, he remained a selfish coward, fearful of betrayal. Like the inhabitants of Sin Island, he relished in controlling the fates of others, embodying the essence of villainy. Should he possess the ability to enslave, he would not hesitate to shackle everyone around him. He too was deeply flawed, harboring a latent malice and timidity towards the world. Despite possessing an extraordinary advantage, he remained an ordinary weed, shivering in a foul gutter during the harsh winter, driven solely by a fear of the future. Time passed, and Xiao timidly entered the office, her demeanor a mix of anxiety, fear, and an indescribable anticipation, moving like a marionette. The night air was cool. Suin leaned against the balcony, surrounded by his female attendants. He felt no inner turmoil. Rather, a sense of relief washed over him, a profound ease both in body and spirit. A total of 48 extraordinary abilities had been dispatched, along with the 20 from the previous day, culminating in 68 Awaken individuals. The following day, they would be divided into 8 teams, each set to conquer a different laboratory. 6 teams, each led by an S-class Awakened individual, are accompanied by 8 auxiliary Awakened beings and 20 ordinary individuals. These 6 teams are primarily tasked with infiltrating laboratories with a security level of 4. The remaining 2 teams, led by Li Xiaoyu and Xue Qingyu respectively, will tackle laboratories with a security level of 5. The security level 6 laboratory will be approached solely by himself. Lu Huiqiao and Qingxia are responsible for logistical support and the treatment of the injured. It is imperative to conquer several high-quality laboratories before the main force realizes it. That night, everyone struggled to sleep soundly. The newly empowered young women were diligently familiarizing themselves with their abilities. Xue Qingyu, however, found herself sleepless, as there was a new occupant in Su An's room. In the early hours of the next day, before dawn, 17 large trucks rumbled out of the base, heading towards the outskirts of the city. Suin rode ahead on Wang Kai, leading the convoy. It had been a long time since they had ventured outside, and Wang Kai was visibly excited, bouncing around until Suin gave him a few light taps, after which he settled down with a look of feigned grievance. As the convoy exited the city, the sky began to brighten. "Look, so many vehicles are coming out of the city. How impressive," someone remarked, recognizing the presence of the Changsheng adventurers. It was no surprise. Only they dared to drive in and out of the city. They had the means to do so, having heard that even the Wolfang adventurers had been annihilated by the Changsheng adventurers just the day before. Wow, they are that formidable? What a pity my daughter didn't get hired and couldn't join the Changsheng adventurers. Where are they headed? Why are they driving towards the wilderness? Who knows? Perhaps Captain Su is taking the ladies on an excursion. I've heard that in the Changsheng adventurers, Captain Su is the only man surrounded by beautiful women. Just thinking about it makes one envious. Envy 1T feed us. We can't support so many beauties. We are still struggling ourselves. Best to dig for roots while we can, as they're becoming increasingly scarce. Amidst the watchful eyes of the survivors, the 17 buses traversed the densely populated survivor camp and advanced into the wilderness. Initially, some curious individuals followed, but human speed could not keep pace with vehicles, and soon they fell behind, returning disheartened. After traveling for about half an hour, the convoy finally came to a gradual halt in the desolate expanse. "Let us set up camp here," Suin commanded, and the young women swiftly unloaded tents and simple fencing materials prepared in advance from the trucks, beginning to erect the campsite. Lu Hui and Xiao led the logistical team to start a fire and prepare meals. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoyu and a group of awakened individuals cleared the area of wandering zombies. This would serve as the stronghold for the Changsheng adventurers for a considerable time to come. The land of Su is characterized by vast plains, stretching endlessly as far as the eye can see. Once, these lands were fertile fields, but now they have transformed into desolate wastelands, devoid of even a single survivor. Occasionally, one might glimpse wandering zombies aimlessly traversing the barren expanse. At noon, numerous laboratories, both large and small, emerge across this wilderness. Their position happens to lie within the designated spawn area for laboratories, where new facilities materialize around the camp, but not here. This location remains untouched by the spawning laboratories, allowing for immediate access to assault them. A truly perfect area for encampment. Su-in and Xue Qingyu stand at the frontier of the wasteland, comparing their map to confirm the precise locations of the laboratories. Su-in takes the lead in verification, while Xue Qingyu diligently records the findings. The atmosphere is charged with activity. While the Chongqing adventurers are bustling, the Bai Menghui is equally occupied. Under Wu Xian's leadership, a generous supply of half a ton of rice and flour, along with half a ham, has been prepared. Dozens of team leaders have gathered, intending to deliver a substantial meal to the Chongqing adventurers. Observing the full cart of provisions, many cannot help but swallow hard. These are indeed valuable supplies, and the eyes of the Chongqing adventurers would surely widen at the sight. Even I find myself tempted, let alone the women among them. Has the base of the Chongqing adventurers not yet been located? Indeed, those sent out should have returned by now. Chapter 72. The second phase officially commences. A step ahead, Wu Xian stands grim-faced at the forefront of the team. No matter how he contemplates, he cannot fathom that the Chongqing adventurers have utterly annihilated the Wolfang adventurers, leaving not a single survivor, completely mirroring the fate of the venomous snake adventurers. The strength of the Wolfang adventurers far surpasses that of the venomous snake adventurers, with their combined might differing by several folds. Yet the outcome remains the same, both obliterated within a single day. This instills a profound sense of crisis within Wu Xian, hinting at the potential loss of his position as leader. Undoubtedly, Su-in stands as a formidable contender for the title. He becomes increasingly resolute in his ambition to engulf the Chongqing adventurers. One mountain cannot accommodate two tigers, and this land of Su can only have one ruler. However, the individuals he dispatched yesterday to locate the base of the Chongqing adventurers have yet to return, as if they have vanished from existence. As for the rumor suggesting that the base lies in the city center, Wu Xian deems this notion utterly preposterous. No one could establish a base in the heart of the city. That is indisputable. At most, it could only be on the outskirts of the urban area. Thus, early in the day, Wu Xian rallied dozens of large adventuring teams from the Bai Menghui to converge here, determined to uncover the base of the Chongqing adventurers. Time waits for no one. It is imperative to launch a counteroffensive in the city. As each second ticks away with no word from those dispatched, Wu Xian can only order the assault on the city. A vast army of awakened individuals, numbering in the thousands, slowly advanced toward the urban area. Their mission was twofold: to launch a counteroffensive within the city and to unearth the lair of the Chongqing Adventure Group. Although united under a common banner, each faction harbored its own ulterior motives, reluctant to take the lead, and thus they cautiously explored the periphery of the city. Wu Xin, too, was unhurried. Viewing this as a training exercise, he had no intention of penetrating directly into the city center, believing that the forefront should be left to the Chongqing Adventure Group. Despite being at the city's edge, the sheer size of their forces inevitably attracted a relentless horde of zombies, one-third of whom were mutated variants, accompanied by several tanks. The undead were not merely mindless guardians. They would emerge in response to significant disturbances, even from the heart of the city. Consequently, the Alliance's advance, even at the outskirts, was fraught with challenges. Within half an hour, several individuals had already fallen victim to the ravenous undead. Everyone was keenly aware of the fragility of life. Each person fearful and hesitant, retreating in unison, paralyzed by indecision. As the morale of the group plummeted, their progress ground to a halt. Frustrated by the stagnation, Wu Xin, commanding from the rear, seized a megaphone and shouted fervently, "Comrades, do not succumb to fear. Stand united and advance. Before you lies the bountiful urban center. With every step forward, we draw nearer to our much-needed supplies. Bread and milk await us. Onward, let us strive together. The food is just ahead. The sweet bread lies beneath our feet. Today, we shall witness history and indulge in a long-awaited feast." Under Wu Xin's impassioned exhortation, the crowd gradually became invigorated. Visions of sweet bread and sustenance spurred them on, as if they had been infused with newfound vigor. For the bread, for instant noodles, for my dear mother's spicy sauce. Charge forth, they roared. Wu Xin's encouragement proved effective, though it simultaneously had an even greater impact on the zombies. The cacophony of the crowd attracted even more of the undead. Although they were still on the outskirts, the number of zombies was comparable to that deep within the city. As Wu Xin beheld the surging tide of the undead, an icy dread crept over him. Was this truly the city? What awaited them in the central districts? He could not fathom how the Chongqing Adventure Group managed to establish a foothold on the city's edge and survive. In this apocalyptic world, survival was a struggle for all. Meanwhile, the Chongqing Adventure Group's new stronghold had been hastily constructed. Though still rudimentary, it was sufficient for temporary accommodation. Today's meal consisted of a meat dish paired with 2 vegetarian sides and steamed rice, ample enough to satiate hunger. Suen reiterated the importance of thorough preparation before the impending battle, emphasizing that their lab assault must be executed swiftly while prioritizing absolute safety. Should they encounter an impenetrable laboratory, they would temporarily set it aside and shift their focus to others. Each of you is a treasure to our adventure team. Your lives are intertwined with mine, and your fates should rest in my hands. Until I grant permission, you must not succumb to death lightly. Do you understand? The demise of an ordinary person may not bear much consequence, but the loss of an awakened individual is a significant tragedy, for they have risked their lives to acquire their abilities. Each loss diminishes our strength. As Suen's seemingly reprimanding, yet deeply caring words resonated, the hearts of the young women swelled with emotion, their fondness for him increasing markedly. In unison, they responded affirmatively. As for Suen's assertion that a laboratory would materialize, none doubted the authenticity of his words. Within the Chongqing Adventure Team, Suen stands as the unequivocal core and pillar, even a belief for many. If he proclaims its existence, it shall surely come to pass. This time, Suen did not bring all the awakened individuals along. Instead, he left 2 A-level awakeners to guard their base while screening new members. For safety, he had constructed towering walls of stone and sand around their stronghold, complete with numerous traps. Additionally, the surrounding high-level zombies had been nearly eradicated, ensuring a 100 safety guarantee. As for human threats, one would need considerable capability to reach the city center, locate the stronghold, and breach the thick walls, all while avoiding ambushes from zombies. As time progressed, the sun reached its zenith, marking noon. A deep rumble echoed as the earth trembled. Steel fortresses erupted from the ground like mushrooms after rain. These bastions varied in size, with the smaller ones standing 5 or 6 stories tall, while the larger ones were interconnected structures soaring to 100 meters. In the blink of an eye, the once desolate wasteland transformed into a jungle of steel fortifications. The women of the Chongqing Adventure Team surveyed the colossal structures emerging from the earth, their awe beyond words. These fortresses were predominantly a dark green hue, their surfaces draped in unknown vines and fungi, resembling monstrous entities rising from the depths, exuding an air of majesty and eeriness. Remember my words. Do not attempt to harvest any plants within. Every flower here is laced with deadly poison, and the fungi harbor lethal viruses. Should one fall victim to poisoning or infection, the outcome is certain death. Within dwell numerous monsters, each with distinct types and weaknesses. I have meticulously compiled information on how to defeat them. Make sure to memorize it. Bring back any supplies retrieved from within. The squad leader will instruct you on their usage. This is your final test. For those who previously failed, as long as you return alive, a second opportunity awaits. I hope you cherish this last chance to join our ranks. With that, Suen leaped onto Wang Sai's back. Having conveyed all necessary words, he declared, "Let us set forth." Chapter 73. The 100 Alliance tomorrow. I shall venture into the city once more. A small team remains at the stronghold, while the remaining 7 teams have departed along the previously determined routes. Before their departure, the young women each bestowed a heartfelt embrace upon Suen, some with tears glistening in their eyes, aware that for some, this farewell may well be eternal. Each individual embarked on this journey with a resolute acceptance of their potential fate. Yet, no one harbors resentment towards Suen for her apparent indifference. This was their choice. During their time with the Chongqing Adventure Group, their lives had been more comfortable than a paradise, free from foraging for roots or consuming insects. They feasted on hearty meals and savored meat broth daily, living as if in a dream. However, this does not grant them the right to enjoy such privileges without reservation. It is now a time when Suen requires their support and equally a moment for them to prove their worth. As they bid farewell to the 7 departing teams, Suen too prepared for her solitary endeavor. Xiao Xiao leaped into Suen's embrace, and Suen gently patted her back, whispering reassurances. "Do not worry. I shall return swiftly." After exchanging a few words with Lu Hui, Suen mounted Wang Kai and vanished into the depths of the fortress jungle. Today marks the first day of the laboratory's refresh, which will yield a top-tier laboratory with a safety rating of 6. This facility lies deep in the southwestern sector of the fortress jungle, quite a distance from the temporary stronghold. With Wonkai's agility, it would take at least an hour to reach. The reason for Suin's decision to tackle the top-tier laboratory alone stems from its perilous nature. Few emerge unscathed, and even S-rank awakeners must tread carefully. In her previous life, even when the first apocalypse concluded, the top-tier laboratories in Sudi remained unconquered, with a few that were breached requiring the combined efforts of numerous adventure groups, who paid a heavy toll in the process. This underscores the immense danger posed by these electrical laboratories. In other words, anyone accompanying her would be a burden, incapable of providing assistance and likely to hinder progress. Only a creature like Wonkai, a mutated being, could keep pace with her. Following Suin's guidance, Wonkai raced ahead, encountering obstacles in the form of monsters and writhing mutated plants, all of which Suin dispatched with her remote abilities. When faced with larger barriers, Wonkai deftly maneuvered, sprinting horizontally along the walls. After an hour of relentless pursuit, the duo emerged from the fortress jungle into a vast circular plain. This expansive area lay isolated within the heart of the steel fortress, blanketed in blood-red flowers that transformed the landscape into what appeared to be a sea of crimson. Upon closer inspection, each petal resembled a writhing tentacle, creating an unsettling vista that might overwhelm even the most stoic of individuals. In the midst of a blood-red sea of flowers stands a colossal black iron fortress, its form reminiscent of a giant octopus with its entrails exposed. Dozens of robust pipes, each exceeding 10 meters in diameter, extend from within the fortress, deeply entrenched in the earth. This fortress is the destination of our journey, a laboratory with a safety rating of 6. Suin retrieved a piece of beef brisket from the vast space and tossed it to Wonkai as a reward. Subsequently, he threw a palm-sized piece of pork into the sea of flowers. Before the pork could touch the ground, the floral expanse stirred, with countless blossoms shooting forth like crimson tendrils, swiftly devouring the meat before retracting as if nothing had occurred. These sanguine flowers serve as the laboratory's first line of defense. Their attack range is extensive, they are highly resilient, and their recovery ability is remarkably swift, able to regenerate a new bloom in the blink of an eye after being severed. They fear only flames, for exposure to fire significantly diminishes their recovery speed. Apart from awakened beings of a rank or higher in fire abilities, no one else could traverse this floral expanse. Suin called out to Wonkai and approached the sea of flowers. In an instant, a flurry of red tendrils surged towards him. Fiery heat erupted around Suin, forcefully clearing a path through the flowers. Within 3 minutes, he and the cat arrived at the laboratory's entrance. Looking back, the floral sea had returned to its original state. The laboratory's entrance was utterly destroyed, leaving only a doorframe, but a large mass of pink fungi blocked the entrance. As if sensing the presence of the living, the fungi began to writhe towards Suin. With another surge of S-rank flames, the fungal mass was reduced to ash, revealing an entryway into the interior. With an air of confidence, the duo stepped into the laboratory. On the outskirts of the city, the 100 Alliance forces have been engaged in fierce combat within the urban area for 4 to 5 hours, their advance still sluggish. Wu Xin commanded the troops to skirmish around the perimeter, gathering any resources they could find. Unfortunately, the available supplies were severely limited. After several hours, the reinforcements were less than the losses incurred. The seemingly vast army of awakened beings appeared minuscule against the relentless tide of corpses, with casualties mounting steadily. Compounding Wu Xion's frustration was the failure to locate the hideout of the Chongqing adventurers. As if that were not enough, a sudden earthquake caused the ground to tremble, lasting less than a minute before subsiding. However, the already precarious high-rises in the city collapsed one after another. The awakened army was thrown into disarray by the shock. Their formation shattered. The horde of zombies seized the opportunity to strike fiercely, intensifying their assault. Even with Wu Xion's resilient mindset, he felt the strain. Reluctantly, he ordered a retreat, vowing to resume the battle on the morrow. Chapter 74. Artificial Organic Controllable Biochemical Weapons. Suin had entered the interior of the laboratory. It was indeed a facility with a safety rating of 6. With every few steps, he encountered an assortment of mutated creatures. There were spiders as large as grinding wheels, wasps the size of basketballs, and cockroaches the size of terriers, with the lowest among them being level 4. Furthermore, these were merely the most common organisms infected by the virus, not bows. At that moment, a crimson figure slowly crawled around the corner. It was a humanoid being devoid of skin, its muscles exposed to the air. Swollen brain tissue had forced the skull to burst open, leaving the brain matter exposed. Its elongated limbs ended in sharp claws. Liquor, LV7. This was likewise not a BOW, but an evolved zombie infected by the virus. The proliferation of brain tissue had resulted in the loss of vision, yet its hearing was remarkably acute, accompanied by a significant increase in jumping ability. It had evolved a retractable tongue lined with spikes, as well as formidable claws, possessing the hunting instincts of a beast and a strong desire to attack. It had transcended humanity, evolving into an entirely new species. With a gentle wave of his hand, Suin launched a steel lightning rod that struck its head. The creature's shortcomings were evident. It was blind, and as long as one employed a method of attack that was relatively quiet, it could be dispatched with ease. After eliminating the liquor, Suin pressed onward into the depths of the laboratory. It was apparent that these laboratories mirrored a semblance of earthly civilization. Although the surrounding facilities had deteriorated, hints remained that they bore resemblance to tools found on Earth. The sudden appearance of these laboratories, and whether they were indeed remnants of earthly civilization, remained shrouded in mystery. Each apocalypse was marked by peculiarities, with no one able to elucidate the origins of the phenomena that emerged during such times, or why they had suddenly manifested on Earth. Perhaps only those who journeyed to the very end of the apocalypse could uncover the truth. At the very least, Suin had survived for a decade in this desolation, witnessing 9 calamities yet still failing to reach the end and discover the ultimate answers. There was perhaps a glimmer of hope in this life, contingent upon the apocalypse not enduring longer than his lifespan. A dozen liquors surged forth from the shadows once more, but Suin continued unperturbed, effortlessly dispatching them with a mere gesture. Just as he finished off the last liquor, a shadow lunged from a corner. It was a bipedal creature with claws for hands, its skin encased in green scales. Hunter, LV8, development code MA121. A product resulting from the fusion of reptilian fertilized eggs with human genes, combined with the T-virus. Social. Of average intelligence, with multiple weaknesses. This lizard-like humanoid monster was indeed a BOW, an organic biological weapon with controllable characteristics, a product of the laboratory's unique creations. The defensive capabilities and speed of the adversaries are formidable, making it exceedingly challenging for an ordinary awakened individual to contend with them alone. Yet, Suin, undeterred, pressed forward, his fist transforming into a resplendent diamond, delivering a powerful blow that sent the foe crashing into the wall. Suddenly, a dozen hunters emerged from the shadows, lunging at him. With a cold huff, Suin unleashed a torrent of flames, incinerating the swarm of boughs in a tempestuous blaze. As he delved deeper, the number of boughs surged exponentially. Nearly every 100 meters he traversed, he encountered another small group. Each of these boughs instilled terror, akin to bosses of tank caliber in the outside world. Yet here, they were merely reduced to clusters of minor adversaries. This illustrates the intrinsic value of the Level 6 safety laboratory. A moment's carelessness could mean being eternally trapped here. This laboratory consists of 3 stories and over 100 rooms, and Suin left no room unchecked, entering each one he came across. Before long, he discovered a golden treasure chest nestled in a corner of one room. His fortune was favorable, a golden level chest. Upon opening it, he found 3 items: intermediate alloy impact-resistant armor, intermediate alloy battle blade, and low-level timed strength enhancement potion. He felt a tinge of disappointment. The contents were rather meager for a golden chest. Suin stowed the potion and armor in his expansive storage, gripping the battle blade in hand. Though it was merely an intermediate alloy blade, its strength and sharpness far surpassed the weapons he had forged with his flame abilities, capable of slicing through iron with ease. Lacking a suitable weapon, he had no choice but to make do with this one, as ordinary metallic objects had become insufficient for inflicting lethal damage upon the boughs. To save both time and effort, it was prudent to equip himself with an appropriate weapon. After nearly 2 to 3 hours of meticulous searching, Suin had thoroughly scavenged the entire laboratory. He amassed 46 silver chests, 21 gold chests, and 8 platinum chests. The haul included 168 pieces of alloy equipment, with 18 high-grade alloy weapons, along with 268 bottles of enhancement potions, 1,800 vials of catalytic liquid, and 100 bottles of nutrient solution. Additionally, he found 12 elemental ability enhancement devices, 8 pairs of strength-enhancing gloves, and 6 pairs of speed-enhancing boots. There were also 3 blueprints for intermediate and low-grade alloy equipment. The nutrient solution serves as the primary sustenance for individuals in the second stage. with a single bottle capable of sustaining an adult male's nutritional needs for 2 days. However, the taste is another matter altogether, unpalatably foul. While the equipment was satisfactory, the blueprints were particularly rare. Such items could only be found in platinum-level chests, which are heartbreakingly scarce. Virtually impossible to encounter in laboratories with a safety rating below 4. Compared to any advanced alloy weapon, rare materials are indeed present. However, they serve little purpose. Even with blueprints, the necessary manufacturing equipment remains elusive. At the very least, no one has ever encountered such equipment in their previous life, rendering these theoretically valuable blueprints nothing more than waste paper. Yet, Suen does not disdain to store them all in the vast spatial realm. Who knows? Perhaps one day the equipment will be found. Moreover, it is not just the blueprints that lack utility. There are also those 800 bottles of catalytic fluid. This substance is a unique product found in treasure chests after the activation of the second stage. Consuming it results in instant death for humans, while animals explode upon ingestion. It can only be used to water plants to hasten their growth, allowing crops that typically take 6 months to mature to be ready in merely 3 days. However, they become overripe. Plants treated with the catalyst are laced with deadly toxins. Whoever consumes them meets a grim fate. Some even mutate, rising to pursue and devour humans, transforming into monstrous, flesh-eating creatures. At this stage, these catalytic fluids are utterly useless, even harmful, and are regarded with disdain by all. The key issue is their high yield, though this is only true for the present moment. The true potential of the catalysts will only be revealed when the second apocalypse arrives, at which point what was once deemed trash will transform into a treasure of great worth. By then, a single bottle of catalyst will be more precious than a sack of meat. This realization spurs Suen to contemplate acquiring large quantities of catalysts. Currently, the acquisition price for catalysts is likely shockingly low. How many bottles can one obtain for a loaf of bread? Perhaps a sack or even a truckload. Or maybe 1 grain of rice for a bottle? No, 2 bottles. Chapter 75. Treasure chests abound, stacked like small mountains. After circling the entire laboratory, Suen still chose not to leave. There was a lack of resources. Was this truly the output expected from a danger level 6 laboratory? Although there were hundreds of bows and thousands of mutated creatures, a typical large adventuring group would suffer severe injuries or even annihilation here. Yet, in Suen's view, the danger level was still far from adequate. The variety of bows was too limited, and the unique items expected from a safety level 6 laboratory had yet to be discovered. After several more laps, he finally uncovered a vertically descending passage beneath a collapsed metal plate. Finally, Suen casually cast a fireball down the passage. The flames flickered as they fell to the bottom. In an instant, a swarm of dark shapes surged toward the light, consuming the flames in the blink of an eye, plunging the passage back into darkness. By the dim light before the fire extinguished, Suen discerned the appearance of the creature. It was a gigantic humanoid frog, adorned with a multitude of gray-green protruding horns on its back. LV9 Hunter, development code MA124. An amalgamation of amphibian fertilized eggs fused with human genes and combined with the T-virus. Social, cunning, and brutal, fears the cold. This is yet another new model of BOW. The speed of both attack and defense surpasses that of the Predator by a considerable margin. Nevertheless, it shares the predominant weaknesses of most amphibious creatures, a profound aversion to cold and an absolute necessity to reside in dark, damp environments. Otherwise, the mucus covering its skin would evaporate rapidly, leading to dehydration and death. Due to its genetic amalgamation with amphibians, the Predator lacks sharp claws. Instead, possessing a massive maw equipped with 4 tusked fangs and extraordinarily corrosive gastric acid, it prefers to engulf its prey whole, subsequently using its potent acid to dissolve them, while the resilient walls of its stomach securely confine the victim, allowing them to experience the exquisite torment of being gradually digested by gastric fluids. Additionally, it possesses the leaping ability and explosive power characteristic of amphibians. After a brief contemplation, Suen unleashed his water-based abilities, channeling them into the passageway. The sound of rushing water drove the giant toads into a frenzy as they surged towards the entrance. Seizing the moment, Suen released a bolt of electricity, paralyzing the toads in place. He then employed his ice abilities to freeze the damp creatures into sculptures of ice. Following this, he activated his radiant form and leapt down. With a resounding thud, an ice sculpture shattered into a multitude of fleshy fragments. Suen waved his hand to conjure a fireball, illuminating the surrounding darkness. This location resembled a sewer. The water pooling on the ground had solidified into hard ice, encircled by dozens of frozen toad statues. While these predators appeared immobile, they were not entirely lifeless, merely in a temporary state of dormancy. Suin wielded his advanced alloy combat knife, methodically slicing them into chunks of flesh. Meow! Wang Kai leapt down eagerly, unceremoniously snatching a piece of toad meat to devour. Suin twitched his lips. Aren't you afraid of poisoning yourself? Meow! Delicious! This creature was utterly insatiable, willing to consume anything. Previously, it had already gobbled up quite a bit of BOW. Only an aberrant being like Wang Kai could indulge in such culinary delights. Were it a typical human or a common pet, merely licking the substance would risk infection by the T-virus, transforming them into mindless husks. Suin, however, dismissed the concern, though Wang Kai was a bit foolish. It still understood what was safe to eat. He then turned to venture deeper into the sewer, with Wang Kai hastily trailing behind, clutching a toad leg. It could only paddle along in Suin's wake, scavenging for scraps. As a level 8 mutated creature, Wang Kai felt rather outmatched in this environment teeming with BOW. The sewer was a labyrinthine network of intersecting paths, with crossroads appearing one after another, leaving them uncertain of the destination. The number of predators continued to increase. Within a span of 10 minutes, Suin had dispatched over 1,000. Simultaneously, he discovered numerous treasure chests, the least of which were of golden quality, 86 golden chests and 12 platinum chests. Additionally, there were several pieces of alloy equipment, potions, nutrient solutions, and 8 design blueprints. Catalytic liquid, 2,200 bottles. The likelihood of obtaining catalytic liquid from low-tier treasure chests is significantly higher, while high-tier treasure chests yield it sparingly, rendering it a bane universally reviled. Imagine the dismay of laboriously acquiring a treasure chest only to find it brimming with useless catalysts. The frustration is indescribable. However, this journey proved to be remarkably fruitful. Suin's spirits soared, affirming that this premier laboratory indeed abounds with treasures. In his previous life, he might have toiled relentlessly without ever securing a platinum tier chest. Not only was Suin elated, but Wang Kai also reveled in the experience, having gained considerable knowledge. It could confidently assert that no one in this realm understood the nuances of feasting on hunters better than it did, discerning flavors and textures with unparalleled clarity. After a winding 2-hour journey, Suin finally reached the end of the sewer. Before him stood a formidable alloy door, towering several meters high, perfectly sealed and immovable, with a small screen seemingly intended for fingerprint verification beside it. Suin attempted to authenticate his fingerprint, but it was a mismatch, denying him entry. A mechanical voice from the verifier echoed in response. If his deductions were correct, a fingerprint key capable of unlocking this massive door must exist somewhere within this laboratory. Since searching the sewer was impractical, his only option lay in returning to the office above. This indicated that to obtain the key, he must ascend once more, a task he found quite irksome. With a surge of power, he transformed, his form becoming diamond-like, unleashing a barrage of abilities. Flames and lightning roared while ice and fire intertwined, culminating in a series of martial strikes against the alloy door. The resounding impacts echoed incessantly. Before long, the door yielded, a gaping hole forming amid its once impenetrable facade, creating a passageway wide enough for him to slip through. Upon entering, a blinding radiance enveloped him. He found himself in an expansive underground plaza, approximately 100 meters wide, at the center of which lay a veritable mountain of dazzling treasure chests. The lowest tier among them was platinum, with dozens of diamond tier chests also in sight. In 2 lifetimes, he had never encountered such an abundance of diamond tier chests. What a windfall! Chapter 76. Catastrophic Beings. Goddess of the Night, Suin spent half an hour meticulously opening the treasure chests that formed this small mountain. In total, he uncovered 842 chests, 800 platinum tier, and 42 diamond tier. Such a bountiful harvest. He had never seen so many treasure chests combined in his 2 lifetimes. The contents of the platinum tier chests were predominantly advanced alloy equipment, accompanied by blueprints and pharmaceuticals designed to permanently enhance physical capabilities, among other valuable items. The mere platinum-grade treasure chests yielded over 200 pieces of advanced alloy equipment and 528 bottles of permanent physical enhancement potions. As for the diamond-grade treasure chests, their contents were even more extraordinary. Although the items within these chests were few, each was of exceptional quality. Each chest invariably contained a permanently auto-recharging handheld electromagnetic cannon. The cannon boasts an average firing rate of one shot every 5 seconds, with each shot possessing power equivalent to the full-force strike of an A-grade lightning-type awakener, capable of achieving a maximum of 20 consecutive shots. However, following this barrage, a cooldown and recharging period of 3 minutes is required. A person wielding a handheld electromagnetic cannon could contend with even an S-grade awakener. It is indeed within the diamond chest that such a bug-level high-tech weapon could be found. In addition to the electromagnetic cannon, there were other remarkable items. 16 sets of high-tech exoskeleton armor were included. This armor is designed to be bulletproof, explosion-resistant, and impact-resistant. Equipped with 8 small electromagnetic cannons and a nano high-alloy combat knife, capable of autonomously seeking targets and featuring flight capabilities. Donning this armor transforms one into a diminished version of Iron Man. Its sole drawback is its limited endurance. It lasts less than an hour, and one cannot concurrently activate the electromagnetic cannon and flight function. Under full power, it can only sustain operations for less than half an hour before needing to halt. Even so, an ordinary individual clad in this armor would possess strength comparable to that of 8 ferocious wolves. If an S-grade battle awakener were to wear it, they would be virtually unbeatable in one-on-one combat. Such high-tech battle armor is indeed astounding. Not only does it exhibit overwhelming combat prowess, but also features a thoughtful self-adjustment function, adapting to the wearer's physique while regulating the external environment to maintain the most comfortable body temperature. The material is lightweight and moisture-wicking, making it both convenient and practical. It is essential gear for home, travel, and even for nefarious activities. In his previous life, Suen had only caught a distant glimpse of such armor. During the second apocalypse, a single set of high-tech exoskeleton armor could be described as priceless. It is something that cannot be exchanged for any amount of food. Now, he had acquired 16 sets. Without hesitation, Suen donned one. The material felt incredibly light, akin to silk undergarments, with a remarkably smooth texture. Upon wearing it, the armor automatically adjusted to fit Suen's dimensions. The only downside was that it transformed into a form-fitting suit, which, while flexible and not constricting, was still quite snug. Wearing it out in public might be perceived as somewhat peculiar. Aside from the high-tech armor, there is also a particularly unique blueprint, the automated defense turret for electromagnetic towers. It was clearly an impressive item. However, like other design blueprints, it lacked the necessary manufacturing equipment, rendering it merely a visual concept. Lastly, there remained 9 top-tier nano-cold weapons. When not in use, these weapons could transform into accessories for easy carrying, and when needed, could revert to the desired weapon form. Suen was in dire need of a suitable weapon, and these 9 nano-weapons perfectly alleviated his urgent predicament. Delighted, he stowed the items away and once more surveyed his surroundings for any overlooked treasures. His attention was drawn to a large alloy canister at the edge of the square. There was indeed another significant find. This colossal canister stood over 10 meters tall and measured around 7 or 8 meters in diameter, entirely crafted from high-grade alloy. The value of the canister alone was substantial, and it was clear that it housed remarkable contents within. A nearly imperceptible fine line along the side of the canister suggested an opening. Thus, Suen activated his extraordinary abilities once more, preparing to tear open the canister. However, equipped with high-tech battle armor this time, he was relieved that he would not suffer any wardrobe malfunctions. As he forcefully pulled, the alloy canister emitted a series of jarring grinding sounds, and the gap widened significantly. It was opening. Yet, at that moment, a massive fist erupted from within the canister, striking Suen with such force that he was propelled through the air, embedding him into the wall, unable to extricate himself. From the fissure, a gargantuan figure began to emerge. This humanoid creature towered over 9 meters. Its body grotesquely adorned with swollen, writhing flesh, and 2 large hands protruded from its sides. Its neck was devoid of a head, though multiple faces were grotesquely amalgamated across its body, resembling a monstrous tumor. These heads incessantly opened and closed their mouths, creating a horrifying spectacle that evoked revulsion. Night Goddess, LV-29, Disaster Class Entity, Civilization Destruction Threat Index, LV-6, presenting a significant threat to Level 1 and below civilizations. Intelligence Assessment, 5, relatively low, possessing rudimentary biological instincts. Vital Weakness, Energy Pathogenic Core. Skills, Infinite Proliferation, Organic Fusion, Infinite restoration, super pathogen. Infinite proliferation. Cells possess no division limit. Organic fusion. Capable of devouring and merging all organic matter. Infinite restoration. Enhanced repair speed for damaged cells. Unrestricted self-repair. Super pathogen. Infects and assimilates all fused organic matter, with no rejection. Upon witnessing the extensive system introduction above the creature's head, Suin was utterly bewildered. What on earth was this? A level 29 entity, a disaster class being? It seemed he had inadvertently unleashed something truly formidable. Chapter 77, Godly Ability. Guardian of Civilization. Undoubtedly, this was the most powerful creature Suin had encountered thus far. With its initial level soaring to 29, even Bao appeared insignificant in its presence. The skills it possessed were shockingly grotesque. In all honesty, Suin felt a twinge of regret for failing to restrain his curious hands, allowing such a terrifying entity to be unleashed. This creature posed a significant threat to civilization itself. It was no wonder there were so many treasure chests here. It was, after all, a boss room. Something Suin should have anticipated. As Suin momentarily lost himself in thought, the goddess of night charged at him with frenzied intensity. Her massive form, weighing several tons, caused the ground to tremble beneath her feet as she ran. Just emerging from the wall, Suin could only react in panic, enduring a powerful punch. The impact was devastating. The several-meter-thick wall, reinforced with alloy, was brutally breached. Suin was propelled into the sewer, rolling for dozens of meters before crashing violently against the wall. Thud, thud, thud. The goddess of night smashed through the alloy door and followed suit. However, instead of immediately attacking Suin, she extended her colossal hand to gather the corpses of the Baos scattered on the ground, quickly absorbing and merging with them. Her form expanded rapidly, growing several meters in mere moments. While assimilating the Bao remains, she indiscriminately hunted other creatures within the sewer, cockroaches, bats, spiders, devouring anything in her path. She leveled up, reaching level 30. Suin felt a chill run down his spine. This was merely within the confines of the sewer. Should she escape from the laboratory and consume the horde of corpses and other organic matter, who could fathom how immense she might become? At that point, even the greatest numbers would be insufficient to thwart her, and she could very well bring about the destruction of civilization itself. With no time to ponder further, Suin unleashed all his abilities. Amplification, defense, elemental manipulation, and perception. Everything he could muster was deployed. He first incinerated the Bao remains on the ground with flames, swiftly evaporating the other creatures in the sewer before the goddess of night could grow even stronger. Seeing her food snatched away, the goddess of night fell into a frenzy, locking her gaze upon Suin and charging at him with wild abandon. With no option to retreat, he steeled himself and surged forward. There was no turning back now. Should this creature escape, he could disregard the annihilation of one or two cities, but the obliteration of an entire civilization was a fate from which he could not flee. The saying under the nest, "There are no intact eggs," aptly captured the gravity of his predicament. In a fierce collision, Suin and the monstrous entity clashed with tremendous force. To his surprise, her defenses were far weaker than he had anticipated, allowing him to pierce through her imposing form, leaving behind a substantial wound. Yet within mere seconds, the injury swiftly healed, as if she had never been harmed at all. Truly formidable. Suin had no choice but to attack again, striking the goddess of night repeatedly, determined to penetrate her defenses once more. Regardless of the nature or extent of its assaults, even if cleaved into several pieces, the opponent could recover in the blink of an eye, as if the very concept of injury was foreign to it. Upon observing the information above the monster's head, vital point, energy mutation core, Suin pondered thoughtfully. It seemed evident that within this creature resided something akin to a core. To vanquish it, one must obliterate this core, or else it would perpetually regenerate. The location and size of this core remained a mystery, and it might even shift incessantly within its body. Thus, discovering its whereabouts would not be a trivial endeavor. With this thought in mind, Suin steeled himself, summoning his fire-based abilities with utmost vigor. A torrent of searing flames erupted, evaporating the surrounding stagnant water, rendering the damp sewer astonishingly arid. The temperature of the flames continued to escalate, transitioning from crimson to yellow, and finally to a striking blue-white hue. Under the relentless heat, the walls around him began to crack and flake, while the cement ceiling emitted a cacophony of explosive sounds, debris scattering in all directions. Simultaneously, he activated his supercharging ability, amplifying the potency of his fiery assault. Sensing the escalating threat, the goddess of night instinctively retreated. Yet Suen would not permit her escape, commanding the flames. He advanced resolutely. The fire in his grasp coalesced into a colossal fire tornado, enveloping the goddess within. As the blue-white flames engulfed her, the goddess emitted a heart-wrenching scream. Her massive, bloated form began to carbonize and evaporate. But this was merely the beginning. Suen unleashed his wind-based abilities, merging fire and wind into a scorching blade. The gale force entwining with the flames, relentlessly shredding and tearing at the body of the goddess of night. The synergy of three S-rank abilities, supercharging the flames to their zenith, while the gale fanned the fire, birthed a tornado of fire and wind powerful enough to rend steel asunder. Its might magnified tenfold compared to singular releases. In less than half a minute, the once mighty form of the goddess of night had been sliced into innumerable fragments, which hardly had the time to coalesce before being incinerated to ash. Moments later, the goddess was reduced to a mere carpet of gray dust, leaving behind only a blood-red orb the size of a fist. Suen hastily extinguished the flames and drew forth a nano-weapon, transforming it into a Tang Dao, with which he swiftly cleaved the crimson orb in two. Thus, this catastrophe-level monster was eradicated, a feat accomplished in a mere 5 minutes. Impressive indeed. Thus far, no creature had withstood his onslaught for so long. The primary reason, of course, was that the goddess of night was constrained by her environment, having not assimilated an abundance of organic matter. Otherwise, whether he could have slain her remained an open question. Ding! Host detected the elimination of a catastrophe-level creature. Acquired title, Guardian of Civilization. Acquired divine ability, Unique Spark of Civilization. The Civilization Seed allows for a daily random selection of 10 level 12 civilization items. Upon hearing the system's notification sound, Suen found himself momentarily stunned, his heart racing with excitement. Another divine ability? It was this very ability, the power of plunder, that had catapulted him to success. He was well aware of the might of such extraordinary powers. NES great abilities paled in comparison. To his astonishment, a boss fight yielded unexpected rewards. The Civilization Seed, much like the power of plunder, was not a combat-related ability, but rather a functional one. Its purpose was straightforward, to conduct a lottery. Every day, he could partake in a 10-draw lottery, randomly selecting items from civilization levels 1 to 2. Earthly civilization hovered around the 107 mark, suggesting that he had the opportunity to acquire technological marvels surpassing that of earthly civilization. Controlled nuclear fusion, artificial intelligence, gravity vehicles. His limited knowledge rendered him unable to envision the possibilities. Let us initiate a 10-draw, and may fortune shine upon me. The anticipation was palpable. Ding! Acquired level 1 civilization items. Pressure cooker, stainless steel frying pan, bicycle, tractor, rice cooker, lemon-flavored ultra-thin TT, 9-section battery. Suen, truly unimaginable. This is utterly disappointing. Ding! Acquired level 2 civilization item. Self-charging faucet. Nice. Chapter 78. Level 2 civilization items, prosperity, evolution. Although his expression darkened slightly, he had at least drawn a level 2 civilization item. Though it was merely a faucet, its appearance was not vastly different from a standard one. It resembled those found in public restrooms, equipped with an automatic sensor that dispensed water upon sensing a hand. Remarkably, it did not require a water source to function. The faucet could generate water on its own. Unfortunately, the flow rate was quite low, resembling that of a thin stream, yielding little water throughout the day. Nevertheless, Suen was still immensely pleased with his acquisition. In the impending apocalypse, water resources would be invaluable, even more so than food. In such dire times, the water flowing from this faucet would be akin to liquid gold. With his faucet in hand, he secured a basic assurance of water resources for the impending crisis. As Suen envisioned the future, Wang Kai unexpectedly emerged, dashing towards the shattered crimson core left by the goddess of night. Gazing at the broken core, Wang Kai's mouth watered uncontrollably. Seizing a moment of distraction, he swiftly devoured half of the core in one gulp. What on earth? You foolish creature. Do you wish to perish? Suen exclaimed, leaping up in shock. Although the core had been damaged, who could say whether Wang Kai would still be revived after consuming it? If the goddess of night were to resurrect, they would have to confront her once more. Then, perhaps another divine ability could be acquired from the system? Xian's eyes gleamed with delight as she turned to Wang Kai, her expression softening into a tender smile. There is still half left, Let us not waste it. Eat it all. Wang Kai, who had braced for a scolding, was overwhelmed with emotion. Her master was truly kind, providing her with delectable leftovers daily, and now offering her such a delicious treasure. With tears of gratitude welling in her eyes, Wang Kai eagerly consumed the remaining core. Yes, yes. Just like that, Xian's smile grew ever more radiant. Suddenly, Wang Kai emitted a peculiar cry and collapsed, limbs thrashing and rolling on the floor. Observing this, Xian instinctively drew her nanoblade. After a brief moment of silence, she prepared to perform a rite for Wang Sai's passing. At that instant, however, Wang Kai began to swell and morph, fluctuating in size until stabilizing to that of an ordinary domestic cat. With a swift leap, she sprang up, exuberantly bouncing about, her form alternating between large and small. Super mutant creature, energy devouring scale cat LV 15. Abilities, infinite growth, infinite recovery. The goddess of night did not resurrect. Instead, Wang Kai fortuitously inherited a portion of the goddess's powers, evolving into a new mutant creature. Noticing the information above Wang Sai's head, Xian smirked, dissatisfied as she sheathed her nanoblade. Consider an upgrade for my mount, better than nothing, she mused. Let us go, fool. The laboratory had been thoroughly conquered, and it was time to return to their base. Xian beckoned Wang Kai to follow her out. Wang Kai chirped joyfully and trotted along, though not before casually taking the alloy canister with her, along with the dismantled alloy door. As the second phase commenced, countless laboratories emerged from the ground. The survivors, belatedly aware, slowly approached the laboratory area. No one knew the nature of these sudden steel fortresses. The brave dared to sneak inside, hoping to find something valuable. Yet most who entered never returned. It was presumed that misfortune had befallen them. Nevertheless, driven by curiosity, more and more ventured into the laboratories. Eventually, someone managed to escape. This individual had discovered a silver treasure chest within, acquiring an unprecedented low-grade alloy warblade and a vial of nutrient solution. The alloy blade was sharp enough to slice through iron, effortlessly dispatching hardened zombies with a single blow. The nutrient solution, when consumed, instantly quelled hunger and invigorated the drinker with newfound strength. The populace became frenzied, rushing into the steel fortress like madmen. However, faced with the bows and mutant creatures within the laboratories, they were virtually defenseless, often finding that hundreds could not breach a single laboratory, instead losing their lives in vain. As the majority present were ordinary individuals, the number of awakened was exceedingly scarce. The main force of the 100 Alliance had only just withdrawn from the urban area, with injuries and exhaustion weighing heavily upon them. Their initial counteroffensive against the city had ended in failure. By the time the 100 Alliance received word and arrived at the laboratory sector, night had already fallen. Upon learning that the laboratory could yield treasure chests and a plethora of resources, the 100 Alliance unhesitatingly opted to convene a meeting. The agenda was broadly outlined, addressing issues such as ownership of the laboratory, territorial claims, qualifications and order of assault, and whether to have a meal first. The discussions persisted throughout the night, ultimately culminating in a decision. The 100 Alliance publicly declared that, to establish a well-ordered and harmonious society and to ensure the safety of survivors, they would temporarily impose regulations on the laboratory sector. Any unauthorized exploration of a laboratory without the express permission of the 100 Alliance would be deemed illegal and improper, with violators facing penalties that could include severe consequences up to and including execution. To explore the laboratory, one must first choose to join an adventure group affiliated with the 100 Alliance, thereby obtaining legal permission to conduct explorations. However, not all laboratories would be accessible. One could only explore within the jurisdiction of their assigned adventure group. Furthermore, to compensate for the substantial resources expended by the 100 Alliance in maintaining order within the laboratory sector, individuals must remit a personal income tax on their exploration gains. The tax varied according to the power of the awakened, with those of grade A or above exempt from taxation, while ordinary individuals would owe 80 of their personal income. Chapter 79. The creation of the strongest legion. By the time Sue and returned to the temporary base, the sun was setting. All 8 teams had successfully returned, completing their exploratory missions. A total of 16 individuals had perished, averaging 2 fatalities per team, resulting in a mortality rate of 10%. This was an outcome that still held a degree of fortune, considering Sue had previously briefed them on laboratory precautions and the vulnerabilities of various bows. Thankfully, not a single awakened had lost their life, a small blessing amid the misfortune. In contrast, Had any other adventure group embarked on an initial exploration of a laboratory rated above level 3 for safety, even with an S-grade Awaken leading, the casualty rate would likely have exceeded 80%. After a moment of contemplation, Suin decided to send Li Xiaoyu, the most skilled driver, back to the urban base the following morning to bring 100 more individuals. This was intended both to replenish the losses and to create a new batch of Awaken to conquer additional laboratories. If their abilities were insufficient, they would seek out other adventure groups. With his current strength, Suin could navigate the entirety of Su District with ease, rendering the 100 Alliance's members inconsequential. The 8 teams collectively returned with over 1,000 pieces of alloy equipment, hundreds of bottles of nutrient solutions, numerous physique-enhancing potions, and tens of thousands of vials of catalytic fluid, alongside 4 blueprints for alloy equipment designs. However, the majority of alloy equipment is intermediate in quality, with advanced variants constituting less than 1/10 of the total. Among these, there are 3 vials of antiviral serum, in addition to the one Su acquired during the early days of the apocalypse. He now possesses a total of 4 vials of this precious serum. Such items are exceedingly rare, with minimal production rates and an overwhelming demand. Both awakened individuals and ordinary people are susceptible to the zombie virus. Although awakened beings possess slightly higher resistance than their ordinary counterparts, yet they remain far from immune. Consequently, the scarcity of the viral serum is profound. For vials could potentially be exchanged for 4 tons of supplies, yet these supplies are not readily available in the market. Nevertheless, for Suin, for tons of supplies hold little allure. It is more prudent to reserve the serum for his own people. Suin first summoned the 68 awakened women, administering 3 doses of a permanent physical enhancement agent to each, thereby enhancing their overall combat capabilities. However, the injections are limited to 3, as further doses would render the agent ineffective. Suin himself found little incentive to partake, as the enhancements would be negligible, almost imperceptible. It was far more beneficial to allocate them for others. Subsequently, he distributed a complete set of advanced alloy gear to each individual, encompassing weapons, armor, helmets, and shields of superior quality. Not only the awakened women received this equipment, but ordinary individuals were also provided with a set each. With over 600 sets of advanced alloy gear at his disposal, Suin felt no hesitation in outfitting his team. Additionally, he equipped the 8 S-rank awakened women with electromagnetic cannons. With such enhancements, the Laboratory S demanding tasks could proceed with greater efficiency, yielding more substantial rewards. The equipment reserves of the Chongsheng Adventurers Guild are nothing short of extravagant. In the entire Su region, apart from the Chongsheng Adventurers Guild, it seems nearly impossible to assemble even a single set of advanced alloy equipment. Even gathering a few sets of lower-tier gear would be a cause for celebration. Ordinary adventurer groups, even upon reaching the second phase, would struggle to equip each member with a single set of lower-tier alloy gear. While only the upper echelons of large adventurer guilds possess the privilege of advanced and intermediate gear. In many cases, even members of the upper echelons of large adventurer groups may not be able to assemble a complete set of advanced alloy equipment for personal use. Merely acquiring a piece or 2 could be deemed a point of pride. In a single day, the Chongqing Adventurers Guild achieved what many other adventurer groups could scarcely dream of. As night fell, after dining, Suin returned directly to his room. Although it may not rival the opulence of urban strongholds, it is certainly satisfactory, equipped with all the essentials. Most importantly, the bed is spacious enough, now that the Chongsheng Adventurers Guild has embarked on a preliminary course of stability. The matters requiring his direct oversight have diminished significantly. The initial group of women surrounding him has proven to be exceptionally capable. In every respect, they are a remarkable asset. The following morning, Suin and Li Xiaoyu temporarily departed from the makeshift stronghold, exiting the laboratory area. Li Xiaoyu drove alone back to the base to pick someone up, while Suin strolled around with Wang Kai, contemplating which adventure group to visit. There was still plenty of bread, yet it remained uncertain who would be fortunate enough to partake in it. At that moment, the survivors had gradually shifted their camp from the outskirts of the city to the periphery of the laboratory, a mass of people that seemed endless, with the majority of Su Di's populace congregating here. However, the progress in breaching the laboratory was decidedly sluggish. A full day had passed, and even the most rudimentary safety level 1 laboratories had barely been conquered. The primary reason was that most of the awakened individuals were not in haste to attack the laboratories. Instead, under the summons of the 100 Alliance, they had fortified the laboratory area and intimidated ordinary people from daring to cross the warning line. Anyone bold enough to trespass into the laboratory zone would face ruthless execution. Their corpses displayed high for all to see. Despite the laboratory zone being more perilous than the city, where ordinary individuals faced near certain death, the struggle for survival compelled them to rush in desperately. The best outcome was to find a low-level alloy piece of equipment, a bottle of nutrient solution, or a physique-enhancing potion. Possessing such items was essential for survival, granting them the right to continue exploring the laboratory or returning to the city to scavenge for supplies. Within the laboratory lay not only peril, but also the hope of life. Yet the grim reality was that even the most desperate efforts might yield no opportunity. Life had become utterly worthless. Only by surrendering a certain quantity of supplies as a membership fee could one gain the privilege to face death in the 100 Alliance. The world had long since transformed, yet it felt as if nothing had changed at all. Chapter 80. Suin, are you attempting to extort me? Suin meandered to the outskirts of the laboratory, with Wonkai, now the size of an ordinary house cat, playfully trailing behind. Upon seeing Suin emerge from the laboratory area, two members of the 100 Alliance swiftly approached him. What is your name? Do you possess the Alliance's approved exploration qualifications? Please present any items you have found. Taxes will be levied according to your search qualification level. Suin was taken aback by this barrage of questions. Are you trying to extort me? It's only when my hands are unclean that I encounter such situations. Enough with the nonsense. Show us your exploration permit immediately. Can't produce it? You have quite the nerve. Kneel and put your hands on your head. We suspect you of illegally exploring the laboratory area, and you will be punished. It is in your best interest to cooperate. Otherwise, we reserve the right to execute you on the spot. Suin gasped in shock at their audacity. What a display of authority. Was this really the apocalyptic world? These individuals truly considered themselves to be in power? Without needing further instructions, Wonkai suddenly grew to several meters in height and devoured the two members in a single gulp. After merely chewing a few times, he spat them out. They tasted utterly bland. Human flesh no longer held the flavor of childhood. Two minions were not entirely dead yet, so Wonkai kindly dug a pit to bury them. Witnessing the brutal demise of the two henchmen, the members of the 100 Alliance, tasked with maintaining order outside, were struck with horror. Rebellion. How dare they slay our comrades of the 100 Alliance? Let us execute him and hang him up for all to see. And that monstrous tiger must be dealt with as well. Two awakened ones, come and assist me in subduing this brat. With that, two awakened individuals charged at Suin. Regardless of whether you are an awakened one or some vile creature, if you dare to provoke the 100 Alliance, be prepared for death. Before Suin could make a move, Wonkai once again surged forward like lightning, biting down fiercely. After incapacitating them, he returned to Su and sighed. Suin, having completed a triple plunder, did not spare them another glance. Wonkai swallowed the two screaming awakened ones, crunching them down with a satisfying crack. Although they were somewhat unpalatable, they were still awakened ones, a substantial supplement to his strength. Seeing the demise of their two companions, the remaining members of the 100 Alliance were filled with rage, charging at Su and with furious cries. At first glance, there appeared to be 30 or 40 awakened ones. Yet the highest among them was merely at the C-grade level. Faced with this motley crew, Suin couldn't be bothered to intervene directly. He allowed Wonkai to leap upon them, biting and bringing them back one by one, while he executed his triple plunder. With Wonkai's current prowess, he could essentially disregard awakened ones below S-grade. Even an S-grade awakened one would struggle to inflict harm unless they attacked in groups of 2 or 3. Moreover, even if injured, they could not kill him. Wonkai had inherited the infinite regeneration ability of the Goddess of Night. As long as his core remained intact, he would not perish. At this stage, he was in existence bordering on the level of a bug in the system. In less than 5 minutes, dozens of awakened ones fell one after another, unable to flee in time. The remaining non-awakened members of the 100 Alliance dared not approach. You're doomed. Someone has already gone to inform the president. Just wait. You will be strung up and whipped. A trembling member of the 100 Alliance dared to threaten Suin, pointing a shaking finger at him. Wonkai was not inclined to tolerate such insolence. With a swift swipe, he sent the man on his way. To be honest, Suin was quite dissatisfied with the 100 Alliance. Having lived a second life, he found that the 100 Alliance had changed not at all. In his previous existence, it was precisely due to the 100 Alliance that he had failed to conquer even a tenth of the laboratory by the end of the second phase. Many sought desperately to enter the laboratory area, but found no opportunity. Originally intended to be the main force for breakthroughs, The awakened ones instead hid outside, waiting for ordinary people to risk their lives to bring supplies back to them. In the end, many perished from starvation without ever having the chance to venture into the laboratory for a glimmer of hope. He felt little concern for the lives of ordinary people. However, what he truly desired now was to see everyone fighting desperately to overcome the challenges of the laboratory. The Eternal Adventure team primarily focused on conquering high-level laboratories, avoiding the lower ones due to their trivial value. However, it is the low-level laboratories' catalysts that yield the highest output, which is precisely what he requires. If no one ventures to conquer the low-level laboratory, how can he acquire the catalysts? He cannot possibly lead a team to scour each laboratory individually. While it may seem effortless, time is of the essence, as the second phase is also time-sensitive. The most effective strategy would be to rally all survivors to raid the low-level laboratory, desperately collecting catalysts. At that point, he could purchase them at a fraction of the price. With this thought in mind, Suin decisively kicked down the surrounding barriers of the laboratory area and shouted to the crowd, in the name of the Chongqing Adventure Team. I hereby solemnly declare that from this day forth, everyone is free to explore the laboratory area without requiring anyone's approval or any qualifications. Enter as you wish. Exit as you please. Anything obtained within shall belong solely to you, with no need for submission to others. Fellow compatriots, for survival, for tomorrow, for our families and friends, let us fight. Let us endure together in this wretched world. With a few stirring words, the crowd's emotions ignited. To hell with the 100 Alliance. Why should they monopolize the laboratories? Why must we risk our lives while they wait outside to collect taxes, demanding 80% in return? Suin was right. To survive, we must fight and unite to overcome adversity. With the Chongqing Adventure Team advocating for us, what is the 100 Alliance? Even in death, I refuse to be exploited by them. Yes, with the Chongqing Adventure Team and leader Su advocating for us, to hell with the 100 Alliance. Long live the Chongqing Adventure Team. Long live leader Su. The crowd's cheers surged in intensity. Suddenly, a burst of flames erupted amidst the throng. In the wake of the explosion, several who had been cheering were instantly reduced to ashes. The fervor came to an abrupt halt. There stood Wu Xian, flanked by a host of elite adventurers, slowly advancing. Wu Xian's expression was shrouded in darkness. Yesterday, the 100 Alliance had paid a hefty price in their quest to locate the Chongqing Adventure Team's stronghold, and yet they had found nothing. Just as the Chongqing Adventure Team's base remained elusive, Suin had audaciously appeared, slaying dozens of their awakened members. Wu Xian's blood pressure was at its peak. Su, who granted you the audacity to speak so freely here? The rules set by the 100 Alliance are unyielding. You lack the authority to change them at your whim. At that moment, Wu Xian was accompanied by several hundred individuals, all awakened, including many high-ranking A-level awakened beings, and even 5S-level awakened individuals among them. These individuals are either members of Yuzin's Golden Crow Adventurers Guild or prominent figures within various other leading guilds, including guild leaders. It can be said that Yuzin has gathered the essential core strength of the entire Su region. No wonder Yuzin can wield such power in this chaotic world. He indeed possesses the capability. Yuzin is also remarkably prudent, providing ample arrangements. Upon hearing that Su was causing trouble, he promptly summoned his main forces and arrived without delay. When people beheld Yuzin and his entourage, they instantly fell silent, not daring to utter a word. In the presence of high-level awakened beings, ordinary individuals are but mere blades of grass. Despite the multitude of people gathered, most appeared gaunt and pale, unable to satisfy their hunger, lacking strength, and devoid of any special abilities. Faced with Yuzin's group, they had neither the courage nor the capacity to resist. Upon seeing Yuzin leading so many high-level awakened individuals, Suin couldn't contain his delight. Yuzin was indeed a man of action. When one is drowsy, a pillow is readily provided. He happened to need special abilities, and Yuzin personally brought them forth. With a smirk, he addressed Yuzin. So, Chairman Wu, are the words of your 100 Alliance the only rules that matter? Are the words of my Chongqing Adventurers Guild not rules at all? At this moment, a woman beside Yuzin stepped forward boldly. You insolent brat, don't think that slaying the mad wolf grants you free reign. Before our 100 Alliance, you are nothing but a mere insect. Do you believe I want to take your life today? Yuzin raised his hand to stop the woman, signaling her to remain calm. Suin's abilities were too enigmatic. He could not fathom them. The Wolfang Adventurers Guild could be annihilated at will, and he sought to avoid direct conflict whenever possible. Though he was confident in his ability to kill Suin, he knew that in his final moments, Suin would surely take several awakened beings with him. Each of these individuals was a valuable piece on his chessboard. Losing even one piece diminished his leverage. A considerable number of awakened beings were essential to suppress the ordinary populace. Otherwise, if these commoners were to rise in rebellion, it would be uncontrollable. With a smile directed at Suin, he continued, "Surely, our 100 Alliance and Chairman Su have no grievances between us? If your guild is dissatisfied due to not joining our 100 Alliance, I, as the Chairman, hereby officially permit the Chongqing Adventurers Guild to join our ranks. You shall receive all the benefits and share in the territories, none of which will be withheld from your guild. To express our goodwill, we are willing to offer your guild half a ton of rice and flour, along with half a ham as compensation. What say you, Chairman Su?" Yuzin's willingness to compromise stems solely from his desire to temporarily stabilize Suin. The moment Suin effortlessly dispatched the Mad Wolf, Yuzin had already resolved to eliminate him. Such a threat to his position could not be allowed to persist. With half a ton of rice, flour, and ham as bait, Yuzin was confident that Suin would find it difficult to refuse. No one could resist such temptation. He himself would not be able to, and thus he brimmed with confidence. Upon hearing this, Suin regarded Wu Xian with a look akin to that reserved for a fool. "Presenting such trifles, and expecting me to associate with you? Wu Xian, whom do you look down upon? Am I one who lacks provisions? This meager offering is scarcely sufficient for my dog's meal. Wan Gai, Mao, it's a cat, not a dog." Upon Su An's words, Wu Xian's complexion shifted from pale to dark. "Half a ton of rice and flour, and you dare to call that little?" Even his Golden Crow adventure group, the largest in Su Di, would covet such a bounty. One could only interpret this as a desperate attempt to save face, a futile endeavor indeed. "So what does Captain Su desire?" "I desire nothing, as I stated earlier. From this moment forth, those who wish to enter may do so, and those who wish to leave may depart, without anyone having a say in the matter. We harbor no grievances. Do not overstep your bounds." Wu Xian's expression grew increasingly grim. "Wu Xian, I am not negotiating with you. Do you comprehend?" Sun let out a cold chuckle. Just as the conversation seemed on the verge of collapse, the awakeners behind Wu Xian began to stir restlessly. "President Wu, why waste words with him? Let's eliminate him directly. With so many of us, are we to fear a mere child?" At that moment, Bai Li Bing, clad in black and holding a black umbrella, stepped forward. "I too support Captain Su's viewpoint." Bai Li Bing cast a calm glance at Suin. This was not a matter of her choosing sides. Rather, it was a situation born out of necessity. Owing to Su An's prior dealings with the Black Rose in terms of territorial jurisdiction, Wu Xian suspected clandestine relations between the Black Rose and the Eternal Life Adventure Group. Consequently, this time, the laboratory control excluded the Black Rose from participation, effectively sidelining them from the Bai League. Members of the Black Rose similarly lacked the qualification to explore the laboratory area and received no share. To gain entry, they could only opt to become a subordinate group under Wu Xian's Golden Crow Adventure Group. Bai Li Bing was naturally unwilling to acquiesce to this. She was acutely aware of the repercussions of a female legion being subservient to another adventure group. Moreover, Wu Xian had long harbored intentions toward her, a fact understood by all. Frankly, she held little fondness for Suin. Her private investigations revealed that the Eternal Life Adventure Group had only recruited 3 times, exclusively selecting beautiful women, none of whom were awakeners. It was evident that Suin sought to procure them as mere playthings. To her, he was no different from those loathsome men, all of whom were unworthy, even if they were mere toys in this chaotic world. Being able to secure a meal was the aspiration of the majority. Whether as playthings or as members, there was little distinction. Yet, the Eternal Life Adventure Group deceived ignorant young women with promises of exorbitant treatment, leading them to their own demise. This was what she despised most. In her eyes, Suin was merely coveting the Black Rose female legion, seeking to ingratiate himself, for there were indeed many beautiful girls within its ranks. Were it not for dire necessity, she would never align herself with Suin. Now, she merely hopes that Suin possesses sufficient leverage to compel Wu Xian to compromise. Otherwise, the Black Rose will be perilously precarious. She finds herself with no alternatives. When she observes Bai Li Bing, the Ice Beauty, taking the initiative to align with Suin, she feels somewhat surprised, for this woman, much like the Snow Chinyu from her previous life, is a source of distress for men. Suin assumes that Bai Li Bing's decision to join forces stems from the earlier allocation of territory, and he is too apathetic to ponder further. He had no intention of letting matters slide today. Even if Wu Xin refrained from losing his temper, Sun would not spare this group. His sole purpose today is to seize the supernatural abilities. He cast a sinister glance at Wu Xin before addressing the crowd with a booming voice. Henceforth, you may freely access the laboratory area, and you will no longer be required to pay taxes to the Hundred Alliance. Do you all agree? A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Many wished to raise their hands, yet under Wu Xin's icy glare, they obediently lowered their heads, refraining from any action. I agree, timidly piped up a gaunt and grimy little girl, her voice barely audible. She had not eaten for several days. Her parents had perished from starvation days prior, and her sister had been taken away. By the time she found her sister, only a lifeless body remained. Now, she exists in solitude in this world. Unaware of the dangers within the laboratory area, she had merely heard whispers of a beverage that could stave off hunger. She too yearned to drink it, wishing to fulfill her parents' last wishes and survive. You have no say here, little beast. A fire element awakened individual behind Wu Xin hurled a ball of flame toward the girl. As the girl was about to be incinerated, Sun signaled to Wang Kai, who darted forward like lightning, positioning himself in front of the girl and devouring the flames whole. He then let out a contented burp and blew a large smoke ring, fully embodying the essence of mockery. Wu Xin, you and your 100 Alliance possess quite the audacity to lay hands on a member of my Eternal Life Adventure group. Sun grinned widely. Wu Xin, upon hearing this, clenched his teeth in fury, the sound echoing ominously. Sun, do not speak such nonsense. She is hardly one of your Eternal Life Adventure group. Ignoring Wu Xin's retort, Sun beckoned to the girl, come here. The girl, compelled by his command, mustered her courage and approached, her gaze cast downward, unwilling to meet Sun's eyes. This was a caution taught by her parents before their demise, to avoid looking at men directly and to hide whenever possible. Sun, unfazed, gently placed his hand on the girl's head and reassured her, from this moment on, she is a member of my Eternal Life Adventure group. He then turned to Wu Xin and demanded, now, the 100 Alliance owes me an explanation as to why you chose to attack my member. This is utterly excessive. Such tyranny. Chapter 82. A one-on-one duel with the 100 Alliance, witnessing Sun's obstinate and unreasonable behavior. Wu Xin's anger flared, abandoning any pretense of placating him. He then addressed the crowd behind him with a calm detachment. Kill him swiftly. This fellow is quite peculiar. As Yuzin's words fell, the pent-up fury of the crowd surged towards Sun. Damn it. I've long wanted to rid myself of this brat. Just hearing him raises my blood pressure. It's high time to act. No need for idle chatter. Do not harm him too much. He possesses a certain charm that deserves to remain intact for my amusement. Sun stood still, exhibiting an unsettling calmness, leading the crowd to believe he was simply stupefied, provoking incessant mockery. Suddenly, Wang Kai darted into the throng, swiftly targeting the awakened ones, either maiming them or tearing them apart, tossing the remains before Sun. In an instant, blood splattered and screams echoed. Sun nodded in satisfaction. This was the behavior befitting a loyal pet. In the appropriate circumstances, it should effectively shield its master from harm. Under Wang Sai's unrestrained slaughter, dozens of awakened individuals were annihilated in the blink of an eye. Sun focused on plundering, while Wang Kai handled the capture with flawless synergy. Yuzin had not anticipated the ferocity of the large feline accompanying Sun. He had presumed it to be merely an ordinary mutated creature. Yet in a mere encounter, a B-rank awakened was left severely injured and incapacitated, while even the A-rank could barely withstand a few swipes. His gaze towards Sun grew increasingly frigid, laced with profound envy. Such a divine companion was only worthy of him. How could a mere youth command such a formidable mutated beast? He had once attempted to tame mutated creatures himself, yet had invariably failed. These beings were predominantly vicious and bloodthirsty, viewing humans merely as prey, utterly unyielding to commands, let alone domestication. A contingent of individuals attempted to restrain the large cat, while the remainder charged towards Sun. As the number of fallen awakened grew, Yuzin's composure began to wane. He could not bear such losses. The other 5S rank awakened expressed their dissatisfaction with audible clicks of their tongues. Well, you may be the leader now, but I demand a 20% share of the Longsheng Adventurer's resources. Do not forget, I am here too. Though Yuzin held the title of leader, it did not imply that all were his subordinates. Their allegiance was merely a temporary arrangement based on mutual interests. Among S-rank awakened, who did not harbor a sense of pride. Very well, the resources of the Longsheng adventurers shall be divided among us. Yuzin, feeling quite helpless, had intended to gradually monopolize the resources of the Longsheng adventurers, but now he had no choice but to concede a portion. The remaining 5 S-rank awakened were finally satisfied and readied themselves for action. 3 of them, specializing in close combat abilities, charged toward Suen, while the other 2, wielding elemental powers, prepared to deliver long-range fire support. As the 5 S-rank awakened advanced simultaneously, Suen flashed a smile, stepping forward instead of retreating. His body transformed into a radiant form, becoming a shimmering embodiment of strength. As for the other abilities, they were rendered utterly ineffective. The 6 individuals clashed together instantaneously. The spectacle of 6 S-rank combatants engaged in fierce battle was nothing short of magnificent. The thunderous explosions reverberated, causing the ground to tremble, leaving behind vast craters from the onslaught. The onlookers had long since retreated to a safe distance, eager to avoid any collateral damage. From afar, they watched in horror, their hearts heavy with concern for Su and fervently hoping for his victory. Yet, to face 5 opponents, all of whom were S-rank awakened ones, seemed an insurmountable challenge. Alas, Captain Su had descended to this plight for their sake. It was lamentable that they felt utterly powerless to assist. What valor was there in overwhelming the few? The scoundrels of the 100 Alliance were despicable indeed. In a battle of S-rank awakened ones, not only ordinary citizens, but even other awakened ones dared not intervene lightly. The mere aftershocks could claim lives. Captain Su could have exploited the situation like the 100 Alliance, yet he stood forth, seeking justice for all, in this indifferent apocalypse. His defiant figure radiated greatness. The survivors averted their gazes, some filled with shame, others with anger, worry, or despondency. Bailey being neither aided nor fled. Instead, she observed Suen being besieged, her demeanor calm yet expectant. Should Suen falter, she would intervene to rescue him. Should he narrowly triumph, she would strike down the remnants of the 100 Alliance. In times past, she would have refrained from involvement, for once she engaged, there would be no turning back. However, Suen's selfless act of confronting the formidable 100 Alliance for the sake of strangers had altered her perception of him. Foolish, yet imbued with a sense of chivalry. She knew she would never risk herself for the sake of unfamiliar faces. Moreover, Suen's ability to contend against 5 S-rank awakened ones without immediate defeat demonstrated an impressive strength, one Bailey Bing believed she could not match. Perhaps this man was worth her gamble. As long as Suen survived today, all remained uncertain. Given time to recuperate and gather strength, he could potentially rival the 100 Alliance. The Black Roses could also flourish and venture further. The battle raged for less than 3 minutes, during which Suen found himself increasingly outmatched, eliciting gasps of despair from the survivors. Some quietly began to cheer him on, their encouragement swelling into a tidal wave of support. Observing the fervent crowd, Wu Xen scoffed disdainfully, "Foolish rabble." With a swift motion, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was behind Suen, having discerned that the relentless assault from the 5 S-rank awakened ones had begun to wear him down. Suen's radiant form was starting to show vulnerabilities, his back bereft of diamond protection, creating a gap in his defenses. It was then that Wu Xian initiated his teleportation, appearing behind Suen, drawing forth a dagger to deliver a lethal blow. Despicable. Captain Su, beware of your rear. As they witnessed Wu Xian launching a surprise attack, many gasped in horror. Those with timid hearts shut their eyes, unable to bear the sight of Su and being mercilessly stabbed with a dagger. "I've got you now," he cackled with a sinister glee that belied his earlier defeated demeanor. With lightning speed, he reached behind him, deftly seizing Wu Xian by the throat. "What? Sin et Galim?" His face draining of color as he realized he had fallen into Suen's carefully laid trap. He immediately attempted to activate his teleportation ability to escape, only to be horrified to discover that his powers had inexplicably failed him. He was utterly unable to break free from the iron grip constricting his throat. "You've already made quite the spectacle of your demise," Suen declared. "I have never needed an excuse to kill, but you shall be the first and the last." With that, he crushed Wu Xian to death in his grasp. Even in death, Wu Xian could not comprehend why his abilities had faltered, his eyes wide with disbelief. He held a position of great power and a promising future ahead. He was truly unwilling to accept his fate. Why could someone be so immensely powerful? This was unjust. With his final breath, Wu Xian exhaled a sigh of resignation. Chapter 83. A Killing Frenzy. Have you heard of the True God sect? Is it unfair? Suen flung Wu Xian's lifeless body aside. "No, this is entirely fair. To Wu Xin and his associates, Suin appeared virtually invincible. Yet to the common man, Wu Xin was no less an unattainable figure. In truth, fairness had never existed in this world, neither before nor after the apocalypse. Suin had willingly endured the blows from 5 S-rank awakened ones, all to deliberately feign vulnerability and lure Wu Xin into a surprise attack. Otherwise, with Wu Xin's ability to teleport, he would have fled before Suin could catch him. With Wu Xin's death, Suin no longer had any worries. His despondency vanished as he swiftly punched through one of the S-rank awakened ones and initiated a series of 3 consecutive plunders. Suin withdrew his bloodied hand, stretching his sore shoulder as the bones crackled audibly. Feeling good, are we? Now it's my turn. In the blink of an eye, 2 of his companions had been slain, including Wu Xin, the S-rank teleportation awakened one. The remaining 4 felt a chill of dread. This is bad. We need to retreat. There is no need for further contemplation. Even a fool would recognize they were up against formidable opposition. No, they were facing a reaper. If the enemy could annihilate 2 of their companions in an instant, they were surely capable of doing the same to them. Without a moment's hesitation, the 4 turned to flee, terrified of being left behind, even resorting to using their abilities against each other. In their desperate escape, it was not necessary to outrun the enemy. They merely needed to outrun their companions. Concepts of brotherhood and alliances were cast aside. If you're my brother, at least help me block a blow, they thought. You cannot escape. As Suin's deadly words fell, the instant teleportation activated. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind one of the individuals and effortlessly dispatched him with a single stroke. His swordsmanship had reached an extraordinary level with just 1 strike. Only a faint breath remained, allowing for a seamless 3 consecutive plunders. After the plunder, there was no need for a supplementary strike. The opponent departed peacefully. With such skill, no one would believe he had not spent a few months honing his craft in the West. Once more, he teleported and delivered a decisive blow, achieving another 3 consecutive plunders. Again he vanished, and again he struck down another foe. His prowess was undeniable. With a flick of his nanosword, a spray of crimson blossomed forth. By this time, all 6 S-level awakened beings from the 100 Alliance had been transcended by Suin. 6 S-level abilities were firmly within his grasp. Naturally, he intended to extend his benevolence to the others, helping them transcend one by one. Rather than suffer in this apocalyptic world, it was far better to be reborn sooner. Suin felt as though a radiant light was emanating from above him, overflowing with virtue. Turning around, he beheld Wang Kai besieged by hundreds of awakened beings. It was no longer a mere retreat. The poor cat was physically torn apart, its insides strewn across the ground in a grim spectacle. Yet, it fought valiantly, its tenacious and defiant form evoking a pang of sympathy in onlookers. Suin helplessly covered his head. This foolish creature was indeed a dramatic performer. Were it not for the occasional glimpse of its astute gaze directed at him, he might have been convinced. Enough with the theatrics, you silly creature. Hurry up, I'll add extra rations for you tonight. Meow, it corrected, reminding Suin that it was a cat, not a dog. Upon hearing of the extra rations, Wang Kai instantly regained its vigor, its injuries miraculously healing in an instant. No matter how fiercely it was attacked, it remained unscathed. It had risen to its full potential. With Wang Kai's strength, these awakened beings would struggle for 2 or 3 days to subdue it. Suin joined the fray, unleashing a torrent of slaughter and plunder. Several S-level awakened beings from the 100 Alliance had already perished. They would not hold out much longer before their defenses crumbled. It was imperative to eliminate as many as possible before that happened, pursuing any survivors afterward. In an instant, cries of despair echoed as the number of awakened beings diminished at an alarming rate. In less than 3 minutes, over half of them had fallen, and this was under Suin's deliberate control of the damage. Were it not for his desire to plunder abilities, he could have wiped them out entirely within a minute. Faced with the visage of Suin, resembling a deity of death, the remaining awakened beings could no longer remain steadfast. They turned to flee in panic. Help! Sorry, Lang. Mama, I want to go home. I don't want to play anymore. How could Suin allow them to escape so easily? Even a single escape would be a significant loss. He promptly unleashed his abilities to their utmost extent. While pursuing, he plundered relentlessly. If he could not seize an opponent, he would incapacitate them temporarily and return later to deliver the final blow. Thus, the scene transformed into a relentless chase, with 1 man and 1 cat pursuing hundreds of awakened individuals, their manic laughter intertwined with cries of despair. The distant survivors watched in awe. Within less than 30 seconds, the tide had turned dramatically. The once desperate duo seemed to be imbued with divine power, slaughtering the members of the 100 Alliance as if they were mere vegetables. It was madness, pure madness. By the heavens, Captain Sue is magnificent. Long live Captain Sue. Witnessing Sue Ann's miraculous reversal of fortune, the survivors erupted in exhilaration, raising their arms in jubilant cheers. What is a savior? This is it. What is a deity descending to the mortal realm? This is it. The Awakened ones, once perceived as untouchable, now appeared utterly vulnerable before Captain Sue. As they beheld Sue Ann's rampage, an overwhelming sense of relief washed over the crowd. They had been oppressed to the brink of survival by the 100 Alliance, who even sought to seize the most meager resources. Watching Sue Ann eliminate the members of the 100 Alliance brought them immense satisfaction. Kill them all. That is the way. 5 minutes later, Sue Ann dispatched the last of the adversaries. Although it was a tad late, one could only hope he would catch the final ride to paradise. As for why not to hell, perhaps it was because hell had long been filled to capacity before the apocalypse. Scanning the area, not a single awakened one remained. Only a dozen or so girls from the black rows huddled together, trembling in fear. Even the icy beauty, Bai Li Bing, could not suppress her slight shivers. Sue Ann's power had utterly surpassed her comprehension. As an S-rank awakened being at the pinnacle of strength, she felt profoundly helpless in the face of such godlike might. Perhaps, in his eyes, there was little distinction between an S-rank and a G-rank awakened being. Her once proud abilities seemed diminutive when compared to his, akin to an ant gazing at the stars. Previously, she had considered intervening to assist. Now, it appeared to be a display of ignorance and arrogance. Like the members of the 100 Alliance, she had consistently placed Sue Ann on the same pedestal as herself, failing to recognize that his strength existed in an entirely different dimension. Having eliminated all that needed to be killed, and having plundered what was necessary, Sue Ann then leapt onto Wang Kai's back, preparing for the next encounter. Many members of the 100 Alliance were still stationed at their outpost. Seizing the opportunity before word got out, they needed to act swiftly. Delays could prove disastrous. I fear that after today, the Awakened ones will avoid him like the plague. It will be a daunting task to capture so many awakened individuals again. One must seize the opportunity for a bountiful harvest today. Observing the throng of survivors exuberantly gesticulating with excitement, Sue Ann could not help but roll his eyes in exasperation. What are you all waiting for? Go explore the laboratory. No one is stopping you now. With that, he mounted his steed, Wang Kai, and departed with a flourish, vanishing from their sight in mere moments. Not long after Sue Ann's departure, a group of cloaked figures appeared silently. One small figure stepped forward and slowly lifted the edge of its hood, revealing a delicately porcelain-like face adorned with a radiant smile. Have you heard of the true God sect? Our deity is none other than Captain Sue, Lord Sue Ann. I am Cien, and I warmly invite you all to join our true God sect and become devoted servants of our esteemed deity. Chapter 84, Bai Li Bing. I have seen the immortal realm with the collapse of the 100 Alliance at the hands of Sue Ann. All rules and regulations have been rendered obsolete. Consequently, a massive crowd eagerly seized their weapons and surged toward the laboratory area, disregarding any safety protocols. They were determined to capitalize on their remaining strength. The outcome was all too evident, a brutal struggle for survival, rife with peril. Yet, even such a grim fate was preferable to the despair of starvation. As the number of conquered laboratories increased, so too did the number of individuals equipped with alloy gear, thereby reducing the casualty rate. For the time being, one could only throw their life into the fray. Sue Ann's reputation soared to unprecedented heights. The mere mention of Captain Sue's name elicited admiration and reverence from all. After all, it was Sue Ann who had granted them the opportunity to explore the laboratories without the burden of exorbitant taxes. Any treasures discovered would belong solely to them. Some even went so far as to bring their families into this so-called true God sect, a community devoted to worshiping Captain Sue. It is said that as long as one sincerely reveres Captain Sue, they shall be considered family within the true God sect. The sect vows never to abandon a single believer. Together they shall face adversities and triumphs. However, the condition is clear. One must never renounce their faith. To do so would mark one as a heretic, leading to a relentless pursuit by the sect, culminating in a brutal judgment. With Sue Ann's name behind it, the true God sect swiftly amassed thousands of followers, including awakened ones, and continued to grow in strength. It soon established a firm foothold in Sudee, taking over portions of the territories left vacant by the dissolution of the Hundred Alliance, hinting at the potential for transformation into a formidable power. Simultaneously, the True God sect dispatched its own exploratory forces to the laboratories. Faith may not fill one's belly, but it imparts the courage to wield a blade and the serenity to confront death with grace. In the moment of death, let faith cradle you and temporarily assuage your pain. Trust that the benevolent, true deity will guide you to a beautiful realm, free from hunger, zombies, and suffering. Is this not a form of happiness? Meanwhile, the Black Rose, one of the few remaining large adventure groups, has embarked on a journey to explore the laboratory. However, being a formidable adventure group, they possess considerable strength and many awakened sisters within their ranks. They cannot merely linger in the outer regions like ordinary people. Instead, they venture deeper. Yet, being a large adventure group has its drawbacks. They have more mouths to feed, and the yield from lower-level laboratories is insufficient to meet their basic daily needs. After half a day's effort, Black Rose has successfully conquered 2 laboratories with a safety rating of 1, reaping numerous valuable items, including 2 pieces of intermediate alloy equipment. A veritable bounty indeed. Across the entirety of Sioux City, Black Rose's pace in conquering these challenges is nothing short of astonishing, largely due to the leadership of their captain, Bai Li Bing. The powerful S-Class Awaken ones form the backbone of this grand adventure group. Bai Li Bing has once again commanded them to delve deeper, believing that with the strength of Black Rose, they might be able to challenge a laboratory with a safety rating of 2. Though danger looms, they must steel themselves and press on. Such is the nature of this era. Only those who dare to strive shall succeed. And a hearty meal remains the ultimate aspiration for all. As they venture deeper, the surrounding environment grows increasingly complex, teeming with unfamiliar mutated creatures and the lurking presence of zombie dogs. These ghastly beings are particularly troublesome, moving with astonishing speed. A moment's inattention could lead to a surprise attack, and a bite would spell doom, inevitably resulting in infection. After some time, the group finds themselves utterly exhausted, yearning for rest. In that moment, as if in a dream, they seem to detect a tantalizing aroma of meat wafting through the air. Suddenly, fatigue fades away. How delicious it smells. It is indeed the scent of pork. Yes, I can smell it too. It is the aroma of braised pork, a fragrance I have longed for in my dreams. It has been over a month since I last caught a whiff of meat, and this scent stirs my throat and ignites my appetite. Just a whiff could easily inspire 2 hearty bowls of rice. Although there may not be enough to satisfy them all, drawn by the alluring scent, the group instinctively moves toward the source of the fragrance. Even Bai Li Bing cannot resist the urge to investigate further. Turning a corner, their vision suddenly opens up to reveal a vast clearing within the fortress of the laboratory. There, a camp is stationed, surrounded by several poles, upon which hang the remains of unknown monstrous bodies. In the camp, shadows flitted about, all belonging to young and beautiful women. Each of them wore a radiant smile, engaged in lively conversations or busily attending to various tasks. Unfailingly, they donned high-tech alloy battle armor that could dazzle the eyes, wielding weapons of alloy that were beyond their previous experience. Even more astonishing, it appeared that they were preparing a feast. Some were stir-frying dishes while others steamed rice, and a large iron pot simmered with fragrant braised pork. The tantalizing aroma of the meat wafted through the air, emanating from the very heart of the camp. The Sisters of the Black Rose stood frozen in disbelief. What was this? A paradise on earth? Good heavens, they had meat to eat. They had stir-fried dishes and fluffy white rice. Their equipment was so strikingly advanced. In stark contrast, they recalled their own meager rations of dry grass mixed with coarse grains, and their makeshift armor, primarily fashioned from tin. The comparison was utterly brutal, leaving each of them feeling as though they had received a heavy blow. They had once believed that the Black Rose's treatment was the best among all adventuring groups. Yet, how could the disparity be so vast? Bai Li Bing's eyes widened in astonishment. As the leader, she understood all too well what it meant to sustain such a large group of individuals while enjoying the luxury of white rice and braised pork. Frankly speaking, it was utterly impossible. There was no fresh pork available at present, and no amount of resources could procure it. Even the thought of eating cured meat would bring one to tears. Not only was fresh meat scarce, but fresh vegetables were also unavailable, leaving them to gnaw on wild greens for their vitamins. Yet, here were individuals in the camp, genuinely enjoying braised pork and fresh vegetables. Who were they? The inhabitants of the camp soon noticed the presence of the Black Rose. Instantly, they formed a disciplined formation, poised for action. A colossal hand, crafted from sand and stone, suddenly rose from the camp, revealing a girl of exquisite beauty clad in a maid's outfit, standing in the palm. With a frosty demeanor, she declared, "This is the territory of the Changsheng Adventuring Group. Unauthorized personnel, please detour." Hearing the girl's voice, Bailey Bing was momentarily taken aback. So, this was the Changsheng Adventuring Group? It was her first encounter. For a long time, the Changsheng Adventuring Group had existed as a legendary entity, shrouded in mystery. No one had ever seen their true form, and knowledge about the group was limited to rumors of their excellent treatment and the immense power of their leader, Suin. Today, she witnessed firsthand that the rumors were indeed misleading. It was said that members of the Changsheng Adventuring Group dined on sausages daily. But this was no mere sausage. They were indulging in braised pork. Was this what they called generous treatment? It was clearly a paradise. And Suin's strength? It was beyond human comprehension. In a moment of bewilderment, Bailey Bing was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of frustration. She suddenly realized that Suin was not deceiving her. In fact, the conditions and benefits offered by the Changsheng Adventure Team during recruitment were perhaps understated. At that instant, a team of equally lavishly equipped women emerged from another direction. Upon spotting the Black Rose, they immediately assumed a defensive stance. "We are the Black Rose Adventure Team. We harbor no ill intentions and are merely passing through," Bailey Bing Astili explaineth, setting aside the fact that the girl standing atop the gravel hand was also an S-rank awakened. The ordinary members adorned with such extravagant weapons and equipment were beyond their capability to confront. "Xiao Xiao, what are you doing here?" Shui Qingyu emerged from the crowd and jogged toward Bailey Bing. "Qingyu?" Bailey Bing's eyes widened in surprise. She had never anticipated encountering Shui Qingyu in this place. The two sisters embraced each other excitedly. They were indeed close cousins, albeit studying at different universities in the same city, maintaining contact regularly, and gathering on weekends. However, their communication had ceased abruptly after the apocalypse. Bailey Bing had attempted to locate Shui Qingyu, but her efforts were ultimately futile due to her limited means. "Xiao Qiao, she is my cousin, so there's no need for concern," Shui Qingyu explained with a wave to Xiao Qiao. Nodding in understanding, Xiao Qiao replied, "All right, Sister Qingyu." Subsequently, the gravel hand gently descended to the ground, and the women in the camp relaxed their guard, returning to their previous activities. "Cousin, let us discuss this inside," Bailey Bing suggested. "Sure," Shui Qingyu replied, leading the group into the camp. As Bailey Bing observed the Changsheng Adventure Team up close, she grasped the true meaning of luxury. The attire and footwear of the individuals here were astonishingly new, in stark contrast to their own tattered garments. Furthermore, everyone exuded a delightful fragrance, unmistakably owing to the use of shampoo and soap, and some even wore perfume. It was not that they lacked cleanliness. After all, who among women would wish to endure the stench of sweat? Rather, their circumstances were constrained. Let alone perfume, they could hardly afford soap, and with limited water resources. Even drinking water was a precious commodity, making daily bathing an impractical luxury. Not only were their clothes new, but their utensils were as well. Several rooms even boasted freshly laid carpets at their entrances. A few women had gone so far as to apply makeup. What a time to be donning cosmetics. But wait, where did they procure such products? Bailey Bing, known for her resilience and reticence, found herself momentarily shaken. "Qingyu, is this how you all live regularly?" With a bashful smile, Shui Qingyu replied, "Not quite. We have just recently stationed here, and the conditions are slightly inferior to those of the headquarters." Bailey Bing raturta, inferior. She was at a loss for words, unable to formulate a suitable response. Had she not been familiar with Shui Qingyu's temperament, she might have thought the latter was merely boasting. "By the way, Qingyu, how did you come to be part of the Changsheng Adventure Team?" Bailey Bing, fearing that Shui Qingyu might continue, which she could hardly endure, hastily shifted the topic. It was like this. Shui Qingyu took Bailey Bing's hand and led her to a table, where she recounted the events following her encounter with Su, and Bailey Bing listened in astonishment, her expression peculiar as she regarded Shui Qingyu. Why did it sound so off? It seemed that during this time, Shui Qingyu had not encountered any hardship. Rather, it resembled a vacation, with ample food and rest, devoid of any concerns about safety or supplies. Was this the reality one would expect in a world steeped in despair? The only worry she had was about gaining several pounds and fretting over how to lose weight. Listen to that. Is this how a person speaks? Wait, did you just say you are now the vice leader of the Changsheng Adventure Team? Yes, Suin appointed me. Upon hearing this, Bai Li Bing furrowed her brow. He hasn't coerced you into anything, has he? Xue Qingyu hastily shook her head, insisting, no, he has been very kind to me. Deep down, she secretly hoped Su En would compel her to engage in something. Bai Li Bing raised an eyebrow, her mind clouded with doubt. Nevertheless, she trusted Xue Qingyu's words. From her understanding, Xue Qingyu was the kind of woman who appeared gentle but was resolutely strong. She would never easily succumb to coercion or manipulation. Faced with the choice of being forced or dishonored, Xue Qingyu's indomitable spirit would likely prefer death over a life of humiliation. This raised a peculiar question. Why would Su En entrust such a significant position to Xue Qingyu? There had to be more to their relationship than met the eye. At that moment, Xiao approached, carrying 2 glasses of juice. Ladies, please enjoy. If you prefer soda or chill beer, just let me know, and I will gladly assist you. Thank you. Xiao, Xue Qingyu replied with a nod. Bai Li Bing's lips twitched slightly. She felt as though she were a beggar. This was what life truly looked like, while their existence felt like mere survival. Cousin, let me introduce you. This is Xiao. You may have seen her on television. She is quite famous and currently serves as our logistics minister in the adventure team. Bai Li Bing nodded, greeting her. Hello. She had felt an odd familiarity with Xiao, but upon Xue Qingyu's mention, she recalled having seen her frequently on TV, indeed a celebrity. Xiao, what is your relationship with Su En? Bai Li Bing inquired, her tone laden with implication. Xiao smiled brightly, tilting her head as she replied, a maid. Is there a problem? Master? Yes, most people refer to him as Master. Bai Li Bing turned to Xue Qingyu, questioning, don't you find that a bit inappropriate? She assumed that Xue Qingyu also addressed Su En in such a manner. To casually call a man master, was this really her iron-willed cousin? Xue Qingyu fell silent for a moment. It was indeed rather inappropriate. To this day, she still referred to Su En by his full name. She was the only one in the entire group who did so. In truth, she yearned for a more affectionate term. Ideally something akin to how Li Xiaoyu addressed her husband. Other forms of address were out of the question, especially not like Lu Hui, as she had always maintained a firm grasp on her principles. Chapter 86. Equality under plunder. At this moment, Su En was wreaking havoc in the stronghold of an adventure group affiliated with the 100 Alliance. Regardless of the abilities, he replicated and stripped them all. He was determined to seize every ounce of wealth, leaving not even a single point untouched. Not only did he target abilities and wealth, but anything that might prove useful was fair game. Chairs and benches? Taken. Bedding and mattresses? Appropriated for one-size doghouse. Steel bars and iron plates? You never know when they might come in handy. Refrigerators, televisions, washing machines? Absolutely splendid. Those were taken as well, despite the fact that his expansive storage already housed thousands of such items. Every beast left behind its hide. Every goose lost its feathers. Wherever Su En went, no stronghold remained intact. One adventure group after another fell to his plunder, and countless awakened ones boarded the express train to paradise. In just half a day, dozens of adventure groups had been entirely obliterated, particularly the larger ones at the forefront, which were nearly wiped out. The remaining groups, whether they had grievances with the everlasting adventure group or not, hastily fled. Some astute awakened ones even buried themselves in advance, leaving only their heads exposed, camouflaged by debris, solely to evade Su En, the harbinger of death. This truly illustrated the meaning of voluntarily burying oneself halfway. In an instant, an eerie spectacle unfolded as all the strongholds of adventure groups stood deserted. Su En could only curse in frustration. He lamented that he had not acted quickly enough, having taken half a day to eliminate merely 1,000 awakened ones. His professional skills and efficiency required enhancement. Nevertheless, by this point, the number of awakened ones he had dispatched likely accounted for more than half of the entire Su region. The high-level awakened ones at the forefront had nearly all perished. Perhaps, to the awakened, Su En embodied the very essence of doom. When compared to other regions, the number of awakened ones in Su region was undoubtedly far fewer. However, assessing overall strength was another matter entirely, as this harbinger of doom had established dominion over Su region, equipped with a unique advantage against the awakened, regardless of their numbers. They would merely serve as fodder. After a day of plundering abilities, Su En's proficiency in his plundering ability had reached its zenith. Leveling from 1 to 2 required 10 abilities, with each ability corresponding to a proficiency of 10. Advancing from 2 to 3 demanded 100 abilities, where each ability equated to a proficiency of 1. Transitioning from 3 to 4 necessitated 1,000 abilities, with each ability corresponding to a proficiency of 0. 1. Currently, he stood at level 3 with a proficiency of 100, having met the requirements for advancement. Ding! Congratulations to the host for enhancing their plundering ability level. With additional new features, under the act of plundering, all beings are equal. All beings equal. The ability to plunder the inherent skills of all carbon-based life forms. Upon hearing the system notification, Suin couldn't help but twitch his lips. Well, now he could plunder from anything, regardless of whether it was human or not. He was straying further down the path of inhumanity. This raised a question. Could the skills acquired from mutated creatures or zombies be utilized by a human? To put another way, would they even be usable? For instance, if he were to employ the night goddess's infinite proliferation, would that not lead to a transformation into an unfathomable Cthulhu-like being, becoming an infinitely swollen mass? The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. He had so many beautiful women awaiting him at home, and he certainly did not wish to become such an indescribable entity. Acquiring the skills was acceptable, but using them was another matter entirely. He decided to give it a try. Suin promptly delivered a slap to the head of Wang Kai. Wang Kai, Mao, bring on. Detection of plunderable target. Please select the direction of plunder. Replicate skills. Plunder wealth. Skill replication successful. Acquired mutated creature skill. Infinite growth, infinite recovery. Wealth plunder successful. Acquired 1024 wealth points, stored in the wide area space. Please check promptly. He had replicated both of Wang Kai's primary abilities and even Plundered's wealth. The wide area space now contains several boxes of dried fish and numerous cat food cans, along with a book titled The Complete Guide to Breeding and Raising Pet Cats. Quite the haul. The food was understandable, but that book, how improper for a cat. Simultaneously, Suin discovered he could see Wang Kai's affection level above its head. 100, surprisingly high. However, upon reflection, it was not unexpected. He was Wang Kai's provider. To this gluttonous cat, he was akin to a deity, since he could plunder the skills of mutated creatures. It was time to test if he could do the same with zombies. Suin then retrieved the cat food cans he had plundered from Wang Kai and placed them on the ground. He instructed Wang Kai, go fetch me 2 zombies. 1 weak and 1 slightly stronger. These treats will be yours. Upon seeing the cat food cans, Wang Kai's tongue lolled out, drool dripping down. Its large head nodded eagerly, before dashing off toward the city. Before long, it returned, carrying 2 zombies. One was merely an ordinary zombie, while the other was a witch. Both zombies had lost their ability to move. The ordinary zombie was barely clinging to life, while the witch was still emitting piercing shrieks from its open mouth. Suin, feeling exasperated by the incessant calls, casually grabbed a can of cat food meant for Wang Kai and stuffed it into the mouth of the witch, silencing her completely. Wang Kai, ooh. In a flurry, Wang Kai clutched the remaining cat food and dried fish to protect them. Casting a wary glance at Suin's not-so-clean hands, Suin first attempted a trifecta of plunders on an ordinary zombie, but to no avail. It seemed that entities devoid of skills were utterly incapable of yielding anything. He then turned to the witch and executed another 3-fold plunder, specifically instructing the system to be relentless in its endeavor. Consequently, he acquired 2 skills from the witch, tear and track. Simultaneously, a soiled piece of clothing appeared in his hands. Alas, Suin hastily discarded it, rendering his hands truly unclean. Chapter 87 Suin. No, this is not a punishment. There is a judge involved. With the tasks nearly complete, the time had crept to around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, signaling that it was time to return home for a meal. He then mounted Wang Kai and headed towards the temporary stronghold. Upon reaching the outskirts of the laboratory area, Suin observed survivors pouring in en masse, many of whom returned triumphantly. Spotting Suin riding in on his tiger-like companion, the crowd paused, their gazes filled with admiration and gratitude. Some quietly bowed their heads in a gesture of silent thanks. Suin, however, paid little heed to the others, focusing instead on a girl huddled in a corner. She appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old, her face smudged with dirt, her large eyes scanning the surroundings in search of something. Upon noticing Suin, her eyes brightened, and she instinctively moved to run towards him, but hesitated, glancing down at her tattered and soiled clothes, her self-esteem faltering as her little fingers subconsciously fidgeted with a stain on her trousers. Almost forgotten, she had been inadvertently collected as a new member in Suin's earlier attempt to fabricate an excuse to deal with Wu Xin. He beckoned to the girl with a gentle smile. Come here, I will take you home. The girl, hearing this, raised her head in delight and dashed to Wang Kai's side, gazing up at Suin with hopeful eyes. Come up, Suin said, turning slightly to extend his hand. The girl, after wiping her dirty little hands on her clothes repeatedly, finally dared to grasp Suin's hand. Thank you, she said shyly. Suin smiled in return, graciously accepting her gratitude. Wang Kai then leapt high into the air, bounding into the laboratory area, disappearing from the sight of the crowd in a few agile hops. Observing the little girl being taken away by Suin, the onlookers revealed expressions of envy. Everyone aspired to join the Chongqing adventure group, yet the group was no longer recruiting, leaving no opportunity for others to join. The little girl had truly struck lucky. However, it cannot solely be attributed to luck. Previously, when Commander Su faced off against the 100 Alliance and sought the opinions of the crowd, it was only this naive young girl who dared to raise her hand in support. It was entirely reasonable for Commander Su to admit her as an exception. The onlookers couldn't help but silently chastise themselves for their lack of ambition. Had they raised their hands back then, they might have found themselves part of the Eternal Adventure Group by now. As for treatment, it would be inconsequential. With a leader like Commander Su, one could walk with their head held high anywhere, surely earning a modicum of respect. In less than 10 minutes, Suin returned to the temporary base. Upon his arrival, the young ladies rose to greet him, calling out in unison, Commander, welcome back. Lu Hui also approached him, saying, Master, welcome home. Suin nodded and brought the little girl forward, saying, This is my newly recruited member. Please ensure she is settled in and has tasks to do. Given her tender age, it was unlikely she could explore the laboratory, so menial tasks were more suitable. Lu Hui glanced at the little girl, and then at Suin, inquiring, Do you have a fondness for such children, Master? Suin was taken aback, exclaiming, No, that's not permissible. There are rules, and I would face divine retribution. Lu Hui stifled a laugh, her enchanting eyes shimmering playfully, then turned to the little girl, asking, What is your name, little sister? Hello, big sister. My name is Bing Tang, just like the edible rock candy, the girl replied. Lu Hui chuckled softly, her affection for the child growing. Typically, children of this age would refer to her as Annie. True to her name, the girl's words were sweet. Lu Hui said, Come, let me take you for a bath and help you change into clean clothes. Bing Tang followed Lu Hui, glancing back every few steps. Still somewhat apprehensive in this unfamiliar environment, she would need a few days to adjust. Suin, are you unhurt? I heard from my cousin about your encounter with the 100 Alliance. Shueqing Yu rushed over, her face filled with concern. Bai Li Bing trailed closely behind her. Suin was somewhat surprised to see Bai Li Bing. It was unexpected that these two sisters had come together. It seemed their collaboration in the previous life was no mere coincidence. Rest assured, I am fine. Are you and Commander Bai Li cousins? He asked. Yes, distant cousins. She replied. That explains it, he remarked, noticing a slight resemblance between them, both being exceptionally beautiful. However, their personalities were worlds apart. One was gentle and warm, while the other exuded an icy demeanor, as if everyone owed her a significant debt. Suin was not particularly drawn to such a cold personality. One could never tell how frosty she truly was. Commando Bai Li vit Suan Kasu. Bai Li Bing nodded, saying nothing further. Her gaze towards Suin was filled with deep apprehension. The power he had displayed that day had already left her with a psychological shadow. She harbored no doubt that as long as Suin was willing, he alone could obliterate the Black Roses, leaving them with not a shred of opportunity for resistance. Moreover, the strength of the Chongqing adventure team extended far beyond Suin alone. Through her meticulous observation, she discerned that the team boasted at least a dozen S-rank awakeners. What an absurd lineup this is. Even Su D combined could not rival such numbers. Had the 100 Alliance known earlier of the Chongqing adventure team's formidable prowess, they would scarcely have dared to provoke them, bowing in submission to their every command. Alas, there are no what-ifs now. If Captain Bai does not mind, please stay for dinner, Suin offered with a token of courtesy. This, Bai Li Bing was inclined to decline. Yet, the tantalizing aroma of meat wafting through the air made her hesitate. The eager gazes of the other Black Roses further tugged at her heart, making refusal even more difficult. Thank you, Bai Li Bing expressed, feeling a slight flush rise to her cheeks. She was not one to take advantage of others, but this meal was simply irresistible. The temptation was overwhelming. You are the cousin of Qing Yu. It is merely a meal, no need for formality, Suin remarked, turning back towards his room. He had many tasks awaiting him. With over 1,000 abilities to be activated, and with Li Xiaoyu having already brought the headquarters personnel, He needed to hasten the fusion of abilities to create another batch of awakeners. The Black Roses erupted in excitement at the prospect of dining with the Chongqing adventure team. Hooray! We're having meat. Am I dreaming? They cheered. Long live the captain. Long live Captain Su. Xueqing Yu felt a stir of emotion as she watched Su depart. Though it was merely a meal, she understood the rarity of such an occasion within the Chongqing adventure team. Perhaps she should seek him out later to express her gratitude. As this thought crossed her mind, her cheeks flushed slightly. After dinner, Bailey Bing hurriedly took her leave, not out of desire, but due to an overwhelming sense of urgency. If she lingered any longer, her team members might just abandon ship, each one seemingly eager to perish in that place. The living conditions within the Chongqing adventure team had become so extravagant that she found it almost unbearable. They were even offered fruit after the meal. Not to mention the team members. Even she herself was reluctant to depart. Before leaving, she contemplated inviting Xueqing Yu to join her as the vice captain of the Black Roses, to spare her from Su's clutches. However, she lacked the courage to voice such a proposal. Would anyone wish to return to a life of foraging for grass dumplings? Only a fool would agree. Nevertheless, knowing that Xueqing Yu was thriving brought her solace and comfort. Her only concern was whether Su would take advantage of her. After all, he was a beast who spared no one, not even the little sugar candies. In the entire Eternal Adventure group, Su was the sole male, surrounded exclusively by fair-skinned and beautiful females. One could easily surmise Su's intentions, prompting a thought that it would be more fitting to rename the group as the Harem Adventure Team. Consequently, there were countless admonitions urging Xueqing Yu to take care of herself. She nodded repeatedly, yet her mind was already contemplating how to express her gratitude to Su that evening. The warnings from Bailey Bing seemed to enter through one ear and exit out the other. If Bailey Bing were to discover this, she would undoubtedly be infuriated. Her cousin had indeed changed. At that moment, Su was reclining in a chair in a temporary office, silently merging his abilities. The integration of over 1,000 powers was indeed a cumbersome task, a significant undertaking. Fortunately, he had prior experience, and, in his mind, he had already constructed a synthesis chart. He had gradually begun to grasp the nuances of how to combine abilities of the same attribute to create new powers. In the blink of an eye, he had successfully synthesized 14 S-rank abilities. Alongside the 6 from Wu Xin and others, he now possessed a total of 20 S-rank abilities. The overall quality of this batch of powers was evidently superior to any he had acquired previously, given that the Bai Meng Society was the most formidable awakening force in Sudi. Even though it had seen better days, it still held a measure of prestige. However, the resources of the Bai Meng Society were woefully inadequate. Even when combined, dozens of adventure groups only managed to gather around 200 tons. Another day of missing Lord Tiger had arrived. Once fully synthesized, he would have no less than 50 or 60 S-rank abilities. Yet, he did not intend to convert them all into S-rank. Despite having gleaned from nearly half of the awakened individuals in Sudi, the quantity of powers remained insufficient. With over 800 females in the group, more than 90% of whom regarded him with absolute reverence and loyalty, the initial plan to retain only 200 now seemed utterly unrealistic. Reluctance to part with such devoted and obedient companions, most of whom were exceptionally beautiful and had been meticulously selected during the early days of the apocalypse, weighed heavily on him. It was rare to recruit such remarkable individuals post-apocalypse, and he could easily sustain a few hundred additional mouths without any strain. Thus, he resolved to keep the majority, albeit with the understanding that he would need to work even harder in the future. It was indeed a daunting prospect, as achieving 800 S-rank abilities seemed exceedingly challenging. For the time being, he could only retain a portion of A-rank and B-rank abilities to make do. S-rank abilities were not granted to just anyone. Only those who performed exceptionally well could obtain them. This served as an incentive, fostering a powerful cohesion centered around him, transforming the Eternal Adventure Group into an indomitable fortress both internally and externally. Although the Bai Meng Society appeared formidable within Sudi in the grand scheme of the apocalypse, it amounted to little, having not even traveled as far as the Black Roses. The era of apocalypse is one of chaos. It is also a time when myriad heroes emerge. As the shadows of doom envelop the land, the indomitable human spirit inevitably erupts in brilliant radiance, with stars rising to guide humanity through the darkness. The Eternal Life Adventure Group has a long journey ahead, not to become the brightest star in the night, but to confront the very essence of the apocalypse, ultimately tearing apart the suffocating grip that constrains them. At that moment, Yu pushed open the door and entered. Suin came back to his senses. "Have your cousins left?" he inquired. Yu nodded, her voice soft and sweet as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Suin. It was merely a trifle. No need for concern," Suin replied with a faint smile. It was just a meal, something he had not taken to heart. Yet, not everyone could secure a meal from his hands. On one hand, it was due to the favor the Black Roses had shown him. On the other, it was because Bai Li Bing was Yu's cousin. Yu, as the vice-captain of the Eternal Life Adventure Group, deserved this small favor. His feelings for Yu. The Campus Belle were complex. In their previous lives, their interactions had been minimal. He vaguely recalled helping her carry her luggage on her first day at school. Upon first seeing that pure and gentle girl, he was captivated, but mostly, he felt a deep-seated inferiority, so much so that he could only steal glances at her. At that time, he was already contemplating pursuing Su Xiaoyan, which made it even more difficult for him to harbor any admiration for Yu. Although he later sensed Su Xiaoyan's duplicitous nature, he had already invested so much in her that he felt unable to turn back. Whether it was self-deception or manipulation, he resolutely chose to continue his efforts, hoping to win Su Xiaoyan's heart by maintaining the facade of a good man. Such is the fate of a love-stricken fool, always oblivious to the drama unfolding around him. Men, after all, remain youthful at heart until the end, forever learning and colliding against the walls of reality. When one looks back, whether right or wrong, it is best to smile and move forward. Before the apocalypse, he and Yu had little interaction, and even less after. When they met again, he was a broken man, crawling on the ground, missing a leg, unable to even lift his head to meet her gaze. She had ascended to the heights of a top-tier adventure group leader. What Suin did not know was that by that time, Yu was already in tears, longing to grasp his calloused and scarred hand, yearning to throw herself into the embrace of the senior she had admired for years, wishing to reclaim the love that had shattered before it was even spoken. Yet, she felt powerless and self-effacing. She was a noble S-rank Awaken being, feared by all as the Black Widow. But at her core, she remained the timid Shui Sangong, as described by Li Xiaoyu, lacking courage. Fate can, at times, be exceedingly cruel. Reflecting on the past, Suin could not help but sigh, and he beckoned to Yu. Unconsciously, she approached him. Just as she intended to turn and flee, Suin enveloped her in an embrace. Chapter 89. The production line of alloy equipment early the next morning. Suin awoke on the soft, expansive bed. It appeared that his DNA had stirred once again at this early hour. For the sake of both physical and mental well-being, a bout of morning exercise seemed both reasonable and fitting. Thus, the long-suffering bed, which had grown day and night, finally succumbed to the strain and retired prematurely. Although he had yet to discover the ability to enhance his kidneys, his diamond-like physique allowed him to control the strengthening of specific areas, resulting in his combat prowess soaring to unprecedented heights. Amidst his frustration, Suin contemplated the necessity of acquiring a new bed. Eureka! Suddenly, he recalled the advanced alloy doors he had procured from the laboratory with a safety rating of 6. Crafting a grand bed from such material would indeed be splendid. Not only would it serve well for leisurely games of cards, but it could also become a treasured heirloom. Without hesitation, he sought an open space and retrieved the 2 alloy doors from his expansive storage. The quality was intact, although they had been deformed by the goddess of night. A bit of hammering would suffice to restore them. The dimensions were also adequate. Each door measured half a meter thick, 6 meters wide, and 10 meters long. No cutting required. After some adjustments and refinements, the framework of an exquisite alloy bed began to take shape. However, Suin felt that something was amiss. Ah yes, he needed 2 nightstands. He promptly extracted the high-grade alloy canister containing the goddess of night from his storage and began to tinker with it. Yet, as he did so, he noticed something peculiar. The interior top of the canister was affixed with a treasure chest, one of a design he had never encountered before, appearing even more advanced than diamond grade. Fortuitously, he had stumbled upon it. Otherwise, it might have remained in his storage for ages. In the future, he would need to exercise greater caution when battling monsters and acquiring treasures. With a heart full of anticipation, he slowly opened the treasure chest. A blinding crimson light erupted, revealing its contents, a solitary iron sphere, roughly the size of a basketball, with a dark opening at its center. Standard alloy equipment production line core. Current charge level 0. Charging material, high-grade alloy. Suin's eyes widened in disbelief. Astonishingly, He had unearthed equipment for manufacturing alloy gear. This was rather surreal. With this device, he could transition from being a mere consumer to a producer, crafting his own equipment without the need for middlemen to siphon profits. Additionally, he possessed numerous design blueprints that he could readily employ. Yet, this was the first time he had encountered such a contraption. In his previous life, he had never heard of anyone obtaining one, leaving him uncertain about its operation. Upon careful reflection, it becomes evident that the initial level of the Goddess of Night is an astonishing 29. Typically, an S-rank awakener, even with fully honed skills, can only contend with bows around level 9. To vanquish the Goddess of Night, it would require the simultaneous efforts of a dozen or more S-rank awakeners, merely a fanciful notion otherwise. Moreover, the goddess resides in the innermost depths of a laboratory with a safety rating of 6, where thousands of bows line the path. Even if several S-rank awakeners were willing to collaborate, it would take them the better part of a month to reach such depths. Clearly, the claims made by the 100 Alliance in a previous life about conquering 2 top-tier laboratories are hardly credible. Achieving even half of that would be an extraordinary feat perhaps. The difficulty of overcoming a top-tier laboratory is not determined by individual strength, but rather by the collective power of the region. Only through the united efforts of all S-rank awakeners in that area could such a task be accomplished. Evidently, this is an impossibility. Thus, top-tier laboratories have become a paradoxical scenario, theoretically conquerable, yet practically insurmountable, rendering the prospect rather awkward. Nonetheless, this conclusion is entirely logical. The ultimate yield from a top-tier laboratory is exceedingly overpowered. With the advent of alloy manufacturing equipment, the demand for gear is satisfied, significantly diminishing the difficulty of the subsequent stage. The apocalypse indeed presents formidable challenges, with the environment deteriorating day by day. It may seem utterly hopeless, yet it does not entirely preclude the possibility of survival. Should humanity unite in collaboration, even ordinary individuals may find hope for survival. High-level awakeners would lead the charge, followed by their lower-level counterparts, while regular citizens scavenge for usable resources and provide logistical support. Once the overall equipment standard rises, even ordinary people would gain the capacity to conquer low-level laboratories. High-level awakeners would then advance to tackle more challenging laboratories, continuing this cycle until they could breach the most elite laboratories to obtain alloy manufacturing equipment. If this were to materialize, the population of Su would undoubtedly exceed 3 million by the time of the second apocalypse, with casualties not surpassing 1/3. However, this remains merely a fantasy. The harsh reality is that the second stage of the first apocalypse has only just commenced, and approximately 100,000 of the remaining 4 million inhabitants have perished. These individuals either faced death in their desperate search for supplies in urban areas, succumbed to starvation, fell victim to infighting, or succumbed to disease. Deaths occur daily. By the time of the second apocalypse, the number of survivors will undoubtedly dwindle to less than 1 million, potentially even as few as several 100,000. In a moment of introspection, Suin begins to grasp a profound insight. Perhaps this sudden apocalypse does not merely test individual survival capabilities, but rather examines whether humanity can unite and seek possibilities in the face of the impossible. Of course, such contemplations are merely fleeting thoughts, a moment of reflection amidst the turmoil. He is no savior, merely a being consumed by desires and flaws. Surviving with a group of companions, ensuring daily sustenance is his only aspiration. Beyond that, further contemplation is futile. He then resumed his study of the core of the standard alloy production line. The display indicated that a manual energy charge was required to initiate, and the necessary materials were advanced alloys. Suin attempted to insert an advanced alloy sword into the core. In less than half a second, it was devoured, and the energy level shifted from 0 to 0.05. He then fed it an advanced alloy armor, raising the charge to 0.075. When he offered an intermediate alloy sword, the energy level stagnated at 0.075. By this calculation, he would need to feed it 2,000 high-tech alloy swords, or 4,000 pieces of advanced alloy armor to activate it. What a ridiculous demand. Even a voracious beast would not consume so much. Presently, he possessed only a little over 400 sets of advanced alloy gear. Even if he sacrificed them all, he could barely reach a charge of 50. Where would he procure such a vast quantity of advanced alloys? In a daze, Suin's gaze fell upon the advanced alloy bed nearby. It seemed he had indeed found a solution. Alas, the newly constructed bed which he had yet to experience, was destined for sacrifice. With a heavy heart, he reluctantly fed the alloy bed to the core, along with an alloy can. As for the advanced alloy equipment, parting with it was unbearable. The entire group of 800 companions would not suffice to share the burden. There were no surplus resources to appease the core. Moreover, should the output prove unsatisfactory, he would be left without equipment, significantly diminishing the overall strength of the adventuring party and slowing their progress in conquering the laboratory, a loss too grievous to contemplate. After feeding the 2 alloy doors and the alloy can, the energy level reached 60. Suin chose not to sacrifice the finished equipment, deciding to halt there. There would be ample time in the future. Chapter 90. Expanding the squad size, having temporarily set aside the matter of the production core. Suin made his way to the plaza of the temporary base. At this hour, the companions had already risen early, with the logistics team preparing breakfast. Others were either organizing their gear or engaged in warm-up exercises. After breakfast, the 8 squads would resume their assault on the laboratory. With the experience of the past few days, bolstered by advanced alloy equipment and Suin's crucial guidance, they were akin to seasoned players donning graduation attire and strategizing for a raid. The casualty rate had plummeted to an impressively low level. Losing even 1 or 2 members would now be considered a significant setback. Upon Suin's arrival, all ceased their activities, greeting him in unison, their eyes alight with fervor and aspiration. In the Changsheng adventuring party, Suin's popularity transcended mere metrics. He had become a figure of almost divine reverence. Nearly everyone has classified themselves as belonging to Suin. It is evident how remarkably successful Liu Hui's brainwashing tactics have been. Liu Hui not only indoctrinated them with grand visions, but also ensured that the Changsheng adventure team, despite not having engaged with the outside world, did not completely isolate itself. Every day, Liu Hui dispatched individuals to gather information about the external situation, compiling it for everyone's reference. There was no need for embellishment, merely stating the facts sufficed. This was enough for the young women to deeply realize the disparity between their current lives and the outside world. Should the truth about the Changsheng adventure team's actual conditions be revealed, it would likely drive everyone into a frenzy. They enjoyed ample food, restful sleep, and were free from safety concerns, equipped with the finest gear, all generously provided by Suin. It was difficult for Suin to avoid being revered. Moreover, they were aware of Suin's formidable prowess, having single-handedly faced thousands of awakened beings from the 100 alliances. While they were awestruck by their master's strength, they could not help but feel a mix of shame and compassion. Even against overwhelming odds, it was their master who stood alone to protect them. Each of them harbored indescribable feelings, vowing to repay Suin to the best of their abilities. Suin, oblivious to the depth of their sentiments, merely noticed that everyone's fondness for her was soaring. Now, nearly everyone in the camp had attained a perfect score of affection. Suin nodded in satisfaction, surveying the crowd with a smile. From this moment forward, everyone present, including those who had previously been unable to pass the assessment, would officially become permanent members of the Changsheng adventure team. Upon hearing this, the women leaped with excitement, many embracing each other in tears. It is often said that women are dramatic. Though they frequently experienced minor conflicts while living together, they share a bond. And the presence of this absolute core made internal disputes nearly negligible. No one wished to see former companions fail the assessment and be expelled from the Changsheng adventure team. Moreover, they had long heard that the team's membership slots were quite limited, with most destined for elimination. Therefore, despite their comfortable lives, the better they lived, the more they feared becoming the ones to be discarded. Should they depart from the Changsheng adventure team, all they had would vanish. In such a case, leaving Suin would shatter the beliefs of many, leading them to take extreme actions as a natural consequence. Suin's words undoubtedly served as a calming balm, allowing the young women to feel entirely at ease. Their wavering destinies finally returned to the long-awaited sanctuary. Suin then selected 10 women without special abilities from the 8 teams to bring back to the office. He still had 20 S-rank abilities to bestow. It is time to cultivate a new batch of awakened warriors, expanding the number of teams in the assault laboratory. These 10 young women are all members of the previous 8 assault teams, having participated in the operations of the laboratory. Each will be endowed with an S-class ability, serving as team leaders to form 10 additional squads. Currently, high-grade alloys are in short supply, and to expedite the creation of alloy equipment, the scale of the assaults must be enlarged. Upon entering the office, the young women immediately began to excuse themselves. Unbeknownst to them, This had transformed into an undesirable trend within the Chongqing Adventure Group. Anyone who had entered Su In's office tacitly accepted the expectation of being thoroughly stripped of their defenses. Su In, however, was too apathetic to correct this mischief. After all, he had no qualms about it since these young women were under his command. The awakening process was both straightforward and effortless, resulting in the spontaneous emergence of 10 S-class awakened individuals. Before they departed, Su In deliberately retained one, an arrogant girl with twin ponytails. He wished to discern whether, with the same level of affinity at 100, there would be any distinction in obedience between a regular team member and the girls surrounding him. An hour later, the proud girl emerged from the office with a flushed face and slightly swollen lips. Indeed, a 100 affinity level proved to be quite effective. Not only was her obedience not inferior to that of the other girls, but it also exceeded it significantly. Though she feigned arrogance, her actions revealed a commendable honesty, proving to be no less capable than Lu Hui. With the S-Class team leader completed, attention now turned to other A-Class and B-Class awakened team members. Su In directly summoned 100 awakened individuals, dividing them into 10 teams led by the previously appointed captains. Although many abilities remained, he did not intend to distribute them indiscriminately. This was a special period, deserving of special treatment. Future acquisition of abilities would necessitate certain conditions and regulations, which Lu Hui would manage, given her proficiency in personnel administration. Thus, the number of assault teams expanded to 18, with all personnel stationed at the temporary base committed to the operations of the assault laboratory. The laboratory with a danger level of 6 would not reappear in the short term, granting Su In some leisure. Consequently, he mounted Wang Kai and returned to the central headquarters in the city. Currently, around 500 team members remained stationed there, most of whom had successfully passed their assessments. He intended to bring another batch to the temporary base to join the assault teams for training exercises. Mere possession of abilities was insufficient. Combat awareness also required cultivation. The focus of the second phase would be on the laboratory area, gradually transitioning the entire group there, while the city base would be relinquished over time. Now, this elite adventure group, meticulously crafted by his own hand, was finally poised to make its inaugural appearance in the public eye.